that one is like a generalized estimate by a group of physicists. I'll try to pull up the names of them right now. But what is your thought on that number in terms of the chance of it by chance? Just generally speaking. If you have any, of course.
Are you there, Euro?
Yeah, I mean, it's a plethora of things.
It's a shitload of stuff. I already got in my cabinet, and it's just all in one.
But it ain't Miss Dash. It ain't Miss Dash. I think that.
You're right, because I break all the seasons out there. Fresh mustard, rosemary.
100 times.
Yeah,
people literally see us as sympathizers for the U.S. government. Like, we're nice speaks.
Yeah, but pockets, I hate to say it, but you're being used by these people.
I'm being used?
You think that, yes, because you're nice.
I don't care. No, I don't care.
You're not nice.
You're
You're from Philly.
Almeida?
No,
Is that what we do? Okay, thank you. All right, yeah. I want y'all to get y'all shit together and, let's play some stuff this weekend. Let's do that. Yeah, I'll just go to the store, get you a seeds. Rose has 2 for, damn, I forgot how much. You get like 5 bags for $10, so whatever that is, right? Somebody do the math for me because I ain't thinking, even though I know my math, and I already got it in my head. Thank you. Okay, $2 a bag. But y'all can go get y'all soil and let's plant some stuff. Hey, you can make your own seasonings for real. Like when you gotta count on mixing dads, baby. Go do your own shit.
And isn't like onion powder and stuff, like if you just dehydrate raw onion and you like put it in your blender, that's onion powder right there. Same for garlic powder.
Correct. Yes,
it's pretty simple.
And it's fresher. It's more real. And it's yours.
And you don't have to put it in the blender, you can just crush it.
And it's not chalk.
But to the morons that's gonna fall for this shit. Well, he is an IRGC supporter because if you clearly saw while America is bombing a country, that people are coming out and cheering and saying fucking thank you to America. Have you ever seen anything like this in fucking history? Are you guys all fucking retarded?
He's 100% right. He's 100% right.
Who's disagreeing with you?
He is right.
No, he's saying your platform. You're allowing the platform of fucking IRGCA.
Literally, get rid of him. Remove him from the room. He's only
What the hell are you guys doing? It's crazy. You're letting him talk. Don't let the crazy guy talk.
Remove him from the room if you don't want him here.
Come on, guys. That's 500 IRGC supporter.
People are so worried. Remove him.
He can listen to other educated people.
You'll be Russian.
He has every right to listen.
He has a right to listen to terrorists?
Doesn't matter.
He's doing something right, but when he's doing
This is where I get confused on what's moral and what's
There's a
not.
lot of self-hating Americans in this room right now.
But then, and I said the same shit. You guys just came at me for not doing that. Like, we can't do that. I just said people see our government as terrorists, and you guys are like, no, it's not the same. This is IRGC. Then remove him. You shouldn't be
The best thing to do is to drop him down.
The Iranians never had slavery for 200 years. Remove him.
Force them to listen to
get someone else. He doesn't understand what we're saying. Anyway.
You're right, John.
Okay, this is unnecessary. Like, can someone new speak? This is going nowhere. Like,
Yeah, go ahead. That's 500.
Okay, so, basically, I just like 30 seconds uninterrupted. I promise I won't take a second. So, essentially, okay, yes, whether it was 5,000 or 500 or 45,000 people that were killed in Iran, that's really their business, okay? That's not our business. Our business as Americans is to look out for America's interests, which include Israel's interests, right? Which means protecting Israel, protecting Israeli lives, and standing with Israel, right? And that's really, as Americans, that should be our focus. But when we're saying like, oh, they killed so many of their own people, these are just lame excuses, okay? This war is about a lot of things. It's about resources, about money. It's about geopolitical supremacy. it has nothing to do with those protesters. That's their whatever Iran
Yes,
does.
but we don't know the culture of time. We don't know the culture of time.
Let him speak, please.
Yeah, let that guy talk who has his name is Russian rocket business.
Guys, he asked not to be interrupted. Can you
It went
just let
past 30
us?
seconds.
He's not done.
Abby, please touch the mic to Jarvat after that.
Nobody has gone to Iran and like personally counted the bodies and verified how many people have been killed, right? So this is all speculation, and it's really like diverting from the true point here, which is the U.S. should be standing with Israel against Iran. Israel has a serious legitimate security concern about Iran, and as Americans, I think we should be loyal to our country and our country's foreign policy. The core pillar of our foreign policy is keeping Israel safe, right? And
Incorrect. I'm sorry.
No, he's LARPing, guys. Last time I saw that 500, he was going on a rant about how the fucking IDF is a bunch of scumbags.
No, he's LARPing. He's LARPing.
He was pro-Gaza last time.
I will actually be
S-500 is LARPing. He's a fucking Palestinian supporting fucking faggot. He supports the Gazans.
Let me.
Okay, wait, hold on. I support innocent Palestinians as well.
Hold on, Pockets. Listen. So the reason why the 30,000 or how many dead protesters are relevant to this is it showed an indication that the timing was right for the U.S. to act, because there could have been enough outrage on the ground to actually spur regime change. So that's why there's a relevancy to the amount of protesters that were killed. Second, the stronger that we make our Arab coalitions, the weaker our dependency is on Israel in the region. This has absolutely nothing to do with Israel. It's all about U.S. interests. It just happens to align with what Israel is doing in the region as well. But this is all about U.S.'s interests. And the stronger we can make our allies with the Arab countries, the Gulf states, the UAE. What's that?
Jor, you're spot on, because it's the UAE, it's Saudi. Look at how it's 14 countries or 12 countries that they shot at.
Yeah.
How many, Jor?
It's like 13.
People don't care about Lebanon or Jordan.
It wasn't really the countries, though. It was wherever they had the bases, the U.S. bases. It
It don't matter. It don't matter. The civilians were getting killed. It don't
I
matter.
don't know, man.
They launched rockets to Azerbaijan. We don't have anything there.
Yeah,
Sorry.
we don't have anything there. Hey, they shot at the hotels.
Literally.
I just stayed in a hotel 2 weeks before they shot at it in Dubai. Okay, that's not a military base. It's a 6-star hotel. It's ridiculous. These are civilian locations they're shooting at. This is civilian terminals and airports. This has nothing to do with military bases.
Hold on one second. Moderators, did one of you kick or block Michael?
Wow.
Yeah, I have Michael blocked.
Hold on.
Of course you.
Moderators?
Yeah, I have blocked.
But let's get that.
Hold on. Can we just get this? Did somebody kick or block Michael? I just want to know.
Which Michael?
Rich hasn't blocked.
Yeah,
The Michael that was here talking.
I'm not a bitch.
You guys are so disrespectful. You see that I'm trying to moderate a room.
we don't know who you're talking about.
Well, obviously, you are not a part of this conversation.
Say his full name.
Rich, shut the fuck up.
There's like 100 Michaels.
This is between the mods, you guys. Shut up. Go ahead, Eva.
This is my house. I'll talk.
Michael B. He was the guy.
Go to report a recent
Oh, gay guy.
He had the open jacket and the
Yes, his username is One Young God. If you go to report a recent speaker, he is one of the recent speakers. You can find out who it is. It is One Young
The
God.
the guy that I would claim that Shlomi was his guy.
Yeah, that guy.
I don't think he claimed that he asked for evidence and then
He claimed it.
He said that he don't know.
Well, it doesn't matter. Did you kick him out?
No.
Abby, did you kick him or block him?
No. I don't
Okay,
have
so
a block.
you kicked him or blocked him?
Well, Bima, if he was kicked, doesn't matter if he's blocked, because once he can't anyways enter into the room. So if he's been
Well,
kicked,
all I'm asking is who kicked or blocked him?
No one's going to tell you.
It was a fascist. Yeah, we're all gonna do like BB
Because
Kapara.
if he wasn't kicked, because this is what he said. He said that he went out to restart the app, but then when he came back, he can't get in the room. So I
Tell him
don't think
that.
that he
Okay, tell him. I can help you how to get.
I don't
Okay,
have-
I can help you how to get him back in if he's not kicked out.
to the top.
Okay.
Put his profile, but I don't have a
Put his profile.
You
Sit and.
So is any mod going to take responsibility or accountability for saying that?
Oh my God!
don't
Click
have a
copy.
warrant.
In the room.
I'm gonna be laid down. Don't let Rich back up. I'm sick of it.
Thank you guys.
He was trying to explain how to get the guy back in. That's what he was trying to do.
And we can ask him after we figure this out, because if somebody just has a block, they just have to unblock him. Who blocked him or kicked him out? That's what I want to know.
Well, how do you try now?
Pocket, why is everybody talking? Why is anybody like the mods
I
talking?
think Mike
You guys are just not.
Keep going, Bima.
Does anybody know which mod blocked or kicked him? Okay, so what I'm gonna do, who is going to admit one of you blocked or kicked him? So can someone just say who blocked or kicked him?
Just submit it. We're not gonna do anything to you. Just submit it. Go for it.
I'm going to, bro.
I don't have this guy blocked or kicked.
Do not.
I just didn't like what he said. I don't have him blocked or kicked.
Do not.
Beat a thing on the top to see who he is.
And just tell him to come in now because Rich is in the goo and Rich may have blocked it.
Rich is not a moderator. Doesn't matter.
No, yes, if you're on the stage, you can, they can't get in. Trust me.
People invite me back.
No, they can't see it.
How long until
No, you would have to call moderator and have him plug in order for him to not be able to come on a stage. Bima, can you send him the link? Send him the link for the room.
Oh, there he is. He's here. Look at God. Look at the one God.
Oh, look, nobody kicked him.
All right, excellent, thank you.
Okay, so Jarbo essentially
Michael,
made
you just changed the regime for you.
Thank you. So
You gotta keep your nonsense comments to yourself, right?
And just to be clear, someone did have him blocked. They didn't admit it because I did give him the link, and he kept saying that the link from this room, he was not able to get in. It was not available. Okay, so somebody did have him blocked and unblocked him. That's fine. I don't care. He's back in the room.
Literally.
Okay, so Jarbod
Michael's talking.
Jarbod made the exact same point as me. He just articulated the point much better. But yes, America's interests in the Middle East are Israel's interests. They completely overlap, right? Whether they go,
That's 500. That's 500. Hold on. Of course they overlap. Because when the Israeli flag gets burned in the fucking government of Iran, in their parliament, you know what flag is getting burned? Right next to it? S500.
America.
Oh my God.
Rafi, and guess which one they always yell death to first?
Oh yeah, and America. That's 500. Let's play a game. Who's big Satan? Who's small Satan? Let's go. Let's play a game. Let's see how smart you are. Come on, you know what?
I think America is big Satan.
The pocket. Stop it. This is
wrong with that.
I like it when he does. You ruined the surprise pocket. I like it when he looks over. Come on.
Fuck my bad.
It's okay. It's okay.
Hey,
That's not to continue doing your nonsense. No, there's a lot of guys. Again, we have an educated moron on the stage here. If you guys like what he's saying, he's gonna guide you to the conspiracies and everything.
We will build a dome.
Okay, guys, follow him. Great fucking guy. 500. This is a person to listen, admire.
He's a
Columbus was looking for the extra world.
He's a Hamas supporter.
Please don't have anyone rag Columbus pockets. I got
Yeah, Columbus used to do it. It was a
and I protect that statue in South Philly.
He wasn't looking for
It's really important that no one takes that statue in South Philly. Like,
People are making random.
Did you like it to be nuked?
Yeah, pockets. Your second class. We were kind of.
Hey, hold on. Pockets, I hope you win a Grammy, but please, if you go up on that stage, please do not say Free Palestine. Please.
I never said Free Palestine. What the fuck are you talking about?
I feel like you're going
she
to
would
say
say go birds though. I guarantee you she would say go birds.
Free Palestine.
Okay. So the fact of the matter is that the only common interest that the Gulf countries and the U.S. share is maintaining the petrodollar, right? That's the only overlapping interest that the Gulf countries.
Really. They've tried to create an economic zone for tourism.
Yeah.
I mean, it's really not the petrodollar.
No, but that doesn't matter to the U.S.
But they would, but yeah, you're right. No, it actually does because it'll stabilize the region. But they don't really care what currency they exchange in.
The U.S. doesn't need this. As long as Israel is stable,
we don't need it at all.
We don't need the region to be stable. We don't care if the region is stable.
No, we need the region to be stable.
S500, are you Indian?
Shout out to Thanksgiving.
No, he's an Arab Muslim pretending to be a Jew, pretending to support Israel.
I'm not Arab.
He's a Mark Alley fucking guy. He's in rooms with him and with
Are you serious?
S500, I've been in rooms with you with fucking Amir talking about fuck the Jews.
Jar, I have a question for Jar.
Genocide in Gaza.
I have a question for Jar. Jar, do you think that we're close? Do you think that now it might be closer for KSA, for Saudi to look at the accords differently as a result of this? With some of the alliances. Yeah. Do you feel? I feel like the alliances have started to come together as a result of this from the Gulf region.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's definitely.
I'm joking.
It feels that way, right, Jar? I mean, it feels like that they're working together, and these alliances.
Yeah. See, the problem is Iran thought that they could create an economic harm that would against the U.S. And then it backfired on them insanely. So their entire strategy was they couldn't escalate with the U.S. So they tried to create economic harm that would cause the other Arab states to kind of rally against the U.S. to try to end it early, and it didn't work. It backfired. So that right there is just enough to solidify. And the other, I mean, the Crown Prince wants us to Saudi Arabia wants us to invade Iran for them, and we're not going to do it, but he wants us to. He's pressuring the president to do it.
Yeah, that's for the most part. I agree with that.
Jar, I was in Saudi 2 weeks before everything just happened. And I was in Saudi and Bahrain and the Emirates, and actually was at an event at the U.S. Embassy. Thank God, but 2 weeks they waited before everything started exploding at the embassy. But we listened to foreign minister of KSA at the time. And it was really interesting because it kind of leads into what you were saying. He said that they see the Muslim Brotherhood and they see Iran as an enemy. It was very clear to say he sees them as an enemy, but they were not calling for regime change. They were saying, I think they had fears that what would change might be worse for them in a strange way, as bad as the regime is. And he said it about 4 times in his speech, that he sees them as an enemy, but they're not advocating the change. I would think now the KSA has taken a different position on this. And it's much because now that they've been hit, they've been attacked.
Yeah,
I feel like they've taken a more aggressive position on it.
They're going to take a more aggressive role in the Strait. So, at the end of the day, Iran's not going to have any control, either perceived or actual control over the Strait of Hormuz. That's all going to be UAE, Qatar, and Saudi. It's going to be those three countries. But the funny thing about this is it's the old Shia-Sunni rivalry. Believe it or not, it's still there. It's the Shia sect that they're worried about in Iran. It's not the Persian people. The overall the majority of people in the country are not Shia.
Where are you getting this information from that the Gulf states are going to control the Strait of Hormuz? How are you going to
be Iran? It's not going to
be Iran. It most likely will be the Gulf state.
No, but how do you come to that conclusion? Are they going to magically just change the geography and the topography? Are they going to alter it?
S500. Remember last time I was
Have you been there? Have you been over there? S500. Have you been there? S500. Have you been to the UAE or to Saudi?
I was literally there.
How far is the UAE from Iran?
It's literally on the opposing sides of the strait.
How far is it?
Probably, I don't know exactly, but I would think maybe.
Take a guess.
30 miles.
31 miles at its widest point.
Yeah.
So what do you have to change in the topography?
So here's the other
You
thing.
have to be 20 miles, not 30 miles? I mean, what point?
Here's the,
Yeah, so it's like, this is common sense, right? Are you gonna grab?
hold on, let me finish.
Are you gonna grab like Iran's side of the
Hold
strait?
on. No, they don't have to grab Iran's side of the strait. So the problem is when the British left the region in 1978 or 79, whenever that was, the islands in the region became contested. Iran moved in to occupy them pretty quickly, just because they were the only one with like an actual military kind of any sizable force. And then they consolidated that power during the first Iran-Iraq War. So way back, not the Gulf War, but the Iran-Iraq War. And ever since then, they militarized them. Iraq bombed the shit out of Clark Island for like weeks, and then they militarized that as well. So like, the island is really kind of a separate animal. But the islands in the Strait, they've been contested by the UAE, Saudi Arabia, Qatar, and Iran. Iran just occupied them for the last 40 years. So each of those countries lay claim to those, and those are what is giving them control of the Strait. That's where they launch their USVs from. That's where they launch their mining ships to be able to mine the Strait. It all comes from. It doesn't come from the Iran Gulf side. That's a giant cliff. They don't have any bases there. They don't have much there. It's all on the cliff side. Everything else, their Coast Guard bases are down on the islands in the Strait itself. Those islands are not going to remain in Iran control after this conflict.
Jar, I have to correct you on one thing. The Brits, they never left. When you said that they left.
Well, they turned the region, yeah, right. They didn't leave, but they did, yeah. Exactly.
Yeah.
So look, I 100% support Israel, but I'm not convinced that what you're saying is true.
Fucking Hollywood faggot.
Yeah, I mean, like, the trolling isn't working. Like, it's just, we're trying to have a conversation about something. Trolling is just really disingenuous. And very transparent. So, yeah, like, I find it. Yeah, so anyway, Jar, going back to this, because just understanding how the control would happen as you just.
Don't listen to this. You're a lying sack of shit. You were in the chat telling me to go up on fucking stage and debate fucking here. And then as soon as I went up on stage.
Now we get into Jar. Can you go on what you're saying?
If you have a pink ticket, you're not allowed to talk until you cash that in.
Okay, Jar, could you cash in your pink ticket? Jar, go to the top where it says political playhouse and just join.
Yeah, join the house just like you did.
Little blonde Lebanese terrorist.
But going back to what you were saying, Jar, because it's really interesting, how hard do you think that it will be with respect to the other islands that are there? I mean, what's on those islands?
Well, Clark Island, it's not really in the Strait. It's farther north. We're not.
It's farther north, right?
Yeah, that's going to remain in Iran's control. It pretty much has to. I really wish. I don't think we're going to use the Marines to go in and take the islands. We might, but don't get me wrong. You know, don't play chicken with Trump, because he's the kind of president that pulls the steering wheel off and throws it out the window and kind of shows you that he's not playing chicken. But so he could take any of those islands. The Marines could take those islands pretty easily. Now, holding them longer periods, like. The length of time that we can hold them is probably only 30 days before we come up against our own laws in the U.S. Plus, the MEUs are only designed to operate for 30 days without resupply or sustainment. So, but part of that plan would be transitioning control over to the UAE or Saudi. Iran would get Clark Island back no matter what, but that would go back toward the people and whatever regime change happens in the country. But the islands itself, the 6 or 7 that are actually in the Strait, the Marines could go and occupy this pretty quickly. The problem is they come under direct fire from Iran. They're much closer within range of their drones and missile attacks, but it's not something that we can't overcome. And I think that the biggest concern is like where the U.S. stops. We pull out, and then there's going to become we call it a lawnmower effect. We have to go in and occasionally do maintenance. I think the other countries in the region are going to take that up, and that's what Trump is trying to build with both the NATO alliances and UAE and the other countries, the Arab alliance in that region, is that they're the ones that are going to take over that maintenance program to prevent the Iranians from having a foothold in that region again.
Really interesting. Thank you.
So keep in mind though, they don't have access to money.
With everything in the chat. Go ahead.
I've been listening to him.
Yeah, they don't have so the UAE was the one that was allowing them to have access to SWIFT and making like currency transactions, and they shut that off. So at some point, like they were supposed to get paid on like March 31st or 21st. Their military never got paid. So like wars tend to end when people get hungry, alone, and without pay, right? Like that's when wars end, and that the soldiers and everyone in the regular military aren't being paid. They're not being able to make transactions. All the transactions that Iran's been able to collect through the duties that they've been trying to charge to those islands. Like you can literally watch the cargo ships. They go up into the littoral region, like those little islands that are up in the northern side of the strait that are pretty close to Iran, pay the tolls and leave. There's only been like 3 or 4 confirmed tolls that are paid, but they've been transacting in the yuan. Well, you're not going to be paying the Iranian military in Chinese currency. So like they're going to really struggle to start paying their people, and at some point it's just going to end.
Yeah, look, I just beg to differ. Vietnam, remember? How did that work out?
This is very different than Vietnam.
Why?
It's completely different than Vietnam.
It's more like World War II.
Vietnam was being funded by the Chinese Communist Party, the Russians, and everyone else outside. It's like flooding resources in. Iran doesn't have any resources coming in. They have arms coming in that are being smuggled across the land, like through Turkmenistan and other like through the Chinese land routes. But that's all that's coming in is just minuscule arms. We know that. We can start attacking those. Yeah, they're sending in drones.
Yeah, minuscule arms, like you said, like bombing Cambodia during the Vietnam War and all that, right?
Yeah, it's nothing like the Vietnam War.
And nothing like Afghanistan 1.0, nothing like Iraq.
Yeah, we learned a lot from the GWT.
What have you learned?
Global War on Terror. We don't fight wars the same. So like we've shown through Venezuela that we don't need to. We can go directly to the capital and take out the leadership. We did that in Iran. We did that in Venezuela. We don't fight the wars. We learned a lot from them.
Where any action in the world, you can set a missile off.
Well, it's not even a missile. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, we just come in the middle of the night and grab you if we wanted.
Yeah, well, that's not. What does that mean?
We also have taking islands. We also have history.
Let's have a real conversation, can we?
We just literally demonstrated it. We kidnapped the world leader and we decapitated the Iranian leadership in the first 24 hours of this conflict.
And we kidnapped him in a Nike Tech. No, Jarbot. And for a few seconds, 113 simultaneous strikes. Fucking amazing.
Anyways, Cuba's next.
Oh yeah, Cuba's next. $100 billion. Their power's been turned off for like a month now, so it's been pretty bad.
The real problem, and then I'll go back to listening, but the real problem we have with Persia is they're more than willing to allow the U.S. to do the heavy lifting, and I don't know if the Persian people have like the I don't know what the right word is, but like the will that they have to actually go. Like when we did our Revolutionary War in the U.S., I mean it was years and thousands of life lost, right? Like they lost their 30,000 protesters, and I don't know if like the Persian people are really up for that, but they seem to be with some of the emergence of some of the stuff we've seen on the ground. The unique difference about this war is like basically. This is the first time this has ever been seen, and we've ever been able to utilize this. Iranian Persian people are able to call in like personalized drone strikes against Basij, which is like their militia. It's and then the Artesh is their regular army. Basij and the IRGC are the other 3 branches. They're basically like 3 branches. They're able to call in real-time airstrikes on their own using Israeli and U.S. Communication apps to drop bombs on these hard points and checkpoints and take them out. So like all the people that were used to killing the people that were killing protesters, last summer, they just instead of a checkpoint, they run it in, drop a bomb on it, and they're gone.
George, don't you think that also Mossad, I mean, basically Israel will start getting weaponry to the resistance there. And they're already getting some of it, but I think that'll ramp up. Yeah.
You're not going to be able to get it done. Oh, Joe, just real quick. I just want to say, I think you're going to remove the radical Islam from Iran.
This is something that I talk about. I mean, I'm coming from Spaces, so I don't do Clubhouse very often. Steven knows from Spaces. But when Trump says that we've seen a change in the regime, we really have. And what happened was when they nominated whatever the guy's name is, the Ayatollah's son, it showed a marked change from the Ayatollah thing. Mustafa, yeah. It showed a marked change in the direction that the country was going to go. Because he was kind of, I don't want to say the moderate, but he's definitely not the clergy. And what you're seeing now is a consolidation to security state, for good or for worse, right? And I predicted that this was going to happen like 3 weeks ago. So the security apparatus, the IRGC, is taking more and more direct control, and the clergy is becoming an old school remnant of what it was. It's just a facade. It's not going to be like what it was under the Ayatollah. So that we've already seen that dynamic shift start to occur. And now that they've been basically negotiating with the Speaker of the Parliament, I can't remember his name. He's more of a, what they call a moderate hardliner. I don't know. It's kind of like an oxymoron. But he's more of a political entity. And he's run for president several times and just hasn't gotten the support to do it. But I think we've definitely. So what I'm trying to say is that Islamic clergy, the radical Islam, they've been put on the back burner. The security apparatus has taken a step up to consolidate more of their power and control over the country, and it's a good thing and a bad thing because it isolates the clergy, but it puts potential for the IRGC to have a more direct role over suppression of the population, stuff like that. But we'll see how it works out. I mean, it's
not going to work out. It's not going to work out the way you think it is going to work out. What's going to happen is, after this, Taiwan is probably next, and Ukraine's going to get its ass kicked.
Oh my God!
Yeah. You fucked up bigly. You completely don't believe you on propaganda.
This was a huge, like they did in Hong Kong, and it's not going to fucking happen.
Yeah, so there's lots of problems in China. I spent some time in China over the last couple of years ago, and China's a very different animal now. I don't want to switch topics, but I guess we can. So Xi Jinping, when he fired all but one of the military commanders and consolidated direct control of the military. And what he did was he put out propaganda to the remaining generals and said, you need to issue a statement of proclamation affirming his actions. And no one responded to it. So none of the generals really, he tried to coalesce power. None of the generals seemed to walk out. They didn't really walk. I mean, they'd be headed. Well, they gotta be careful, right? Because he can, yeah. So he, and then, with all the technology failures that they had with the technology they exported to Iran was the near peer adversary to the U.S. And we just basically walked in, and they were relying on a lot of Russian and China. We did the same thing in Iran. Yeah.
Can I interject? There's been 40 years of sanctions on Iran. They don't even have an airplane. They have nothing.
Right. Yeah, they're not near peer.
They have the generation fighters now.
Dude, they don't have nothing, bro. They don't have.
America hasn't fought a peer rival. America hasn't fought a peer rival since World War II.
There is no peer rival to America. There's none. We're ahead.
There's none. We haven't fought one since World War II.
Iran is using legacy systems, legacy equipment. They don't have fifth generation fighters. That's total propaganda.
They have no air force. They have no satellites. They have nothing. If they had anything,
well, they have nothing.
They'd get their ass kicked from that. Come on.
We totally eradicated it.
They never had it.
Even China doesn't have nothing much on the United States. You guys are just fooled by their rapid development, but that doesn't mean anything. They can't put it all together. They don't have much of a navy. They couldn't do things. If they ran out of Air Force fighter jets, they wouldn't have nothing to get across the ocean with. They got like one aircraft carrier, and that's not going to do anything to get them across the Taiwan and do damage.
They're building right now. Weapons. They have nuclear weapons. They can level.
Yeah, but don't say that. They can absolutely not level you. Let me tell you something. The way the U.S.
They can level the U.S.
Well, they can't. They cannot. No, it's not.
Right now.
You can knock the U.S. off in 30 minutes. You can turn the U.S.
No, you can't.
You can turn the lights off in America in 30
Let me
minutes.
tackle your fancy real quick, since you want to say shut the lights off, right? Since we're the first ones that actually put the nuclear bomb into use, right? I'm gonna let you know, and I'm gonna remind you this. Our videos that we show about the power of our nukes are still like 50 years old, brother. Like, you have no idea how much advancement the United States has made with nuclear technology, and even as far as deterring nuclear technology. Russia tried to get something off the ground during the war in Ukraine. It was actually, they didn't know there was nuclear tipped on it, and guess what we did? We shut it down from space, dude. Shit exploded right out of the freaking, when it launched out of the ground, it blew up right on the launch pad. So you have no idea. We could stop it before it even goes, dude. We're on a different level of technology.
Well, that's really good to know. Seems good to hear that.
Jar, I got a question.
Guys, hold on just a second.
I was gonna ask Jar a question.
So the one thing that
So you're just saying that we blew up Russian. Wait.
Did I just hear that he's saying we blew up Russian nuclear weapons?
You just declared.
Yeah, did I just hear that? Did we just both hear that?
Say that again?
No. Yeah, I think we both heard the same thing.
I think from a legal standpoint, that would be a declaration of war.
Thank you.
Yeah, well, they couldn't.
And you want to explain that one? And you said we blew up nuclear? Like, you don't think that would be noticed in the
Explain
law?
it for you. I forget what the name of the missile was. I think it was like a Satan 2 or something like that. It was coming out of the
You're gonna chat. You can't forget nothing.
Right. So,
you're gonna eat it.
yes, I'm ready to eat it.
I think you would be get charged for releasing that information. That would be classified.
Bro, listen, you gotta be able to see the big picture here. Russia doesn't think anything is
knocking on the door.
Can we kick these LARPing faggots who are working together to derail the conversation and have their own little side faggot conversation because they're working together?
How come they haven't opened up the trade of harbor use?
Michael,
Why are you asking people to come in?
and they're in here
What
pretending
faggots
like
do I
they're
need to
arguing with
kick?
each other.
Who?
In actuality, they're buddies.
Shut the
What
fuck up.
faggots need to be kicked?
No.
I'm sick and I don't feel it, and
Mike,
I.
Use your LGBTQ voice, dude. Shut up.
And they're both in here pretending like they're arguing.
You sound like you sit on dicks for a living. Shut the fuck up.
For the next 3 hours so nobody else can have a conversation.
Yeah, well, guess what?
An actual productive conversation.
Okay, sir.
Who did that?
Michael B., you're a faggot.
I did.
Yeah, sir.
Who did you? No, that's fine.
So hold on. So one thing that everybody seems to forget about is we were talking about nuclear weapons. We've got them all over the world. We've got our Ohio class subs. They can carry 27. Now legally they're only supposed to carry 22. If all hell breaks loose, do you think we're only loading 22? But they put 22. Hold on. They put 22 of them on there. Inside of each one of those Trident missiles are 8 nuclear warheads. Each one of those is 40 times stronger than the one dropped in Hiroshima. So that'll tell you just one Ohio class sub what it can do. I mean, the level of power that the U.S. has, and that's just what we know. Let's be real. Do you think we really know the best and the most powerful we have? Absolutely not. Then everybody wants to go, why didn't you open up the Strait of Hormuz? Well, I don't know if you guys have understood a little bit about the way it works, but they have things called mines, right? And they're not just mines that float in the water. They have mines that sit on the bottom. And
Yeah, they have mines.
Yeah, and so they have ones that they put in a long time.
They haven't mined it yet. No, they haven't mined it yet.
They've had some. We had one.
And we're making money on the oil, so it's cool. The reason it benefits us, even if it stays closed, is because we are the largest exporter for oil, right? So we make money as long as it's closed.
So you're the Iranian guy that Leo's talking about. Leo's over there trying to suck me.
All right, so Jar, I have a question, Jar. Have you heard about the Chandu J20? How when they siphoned off and stole all the information from our servers, they didn't understand it. They didn't know that we had the molecular bonding process was off grid. And then they went and fucking built their Chandu J20 jets. And when they hit Mach 3, they started peeling apart.
Well, I don't know about the Mach 3 peeling apart thing, but
yeah, they did.
Shit missile.
Yeah, man. Whoever's trying to say that China, even Russia, I'm sorry, you guys give too much credit to Russia. They're not standing on nothing when it comes to our military. That's it.
Oh no.
This dude, he got out of jail and he was showing me all his guns. He had some crazy ass guns. He said the HCF hit him and shit like that. But he was telling me how easy it is to hack China. He said his friends used to always hack China and shit like that for fun, which was crazy. He was talking about the dark web. We was checking it for him.
Producer, we have an event here every year in my city where we have conventions all the time, and there's a hackers convention. And you'd be amazed at the stuff they can hack.
We're hacking China.
Abby, there's a gentleman, and Yarbot, Dan, and Sheila know him as Dun Dun Dun.
The bomb?
The carnivore.
I mean, Guccifer did get caught though.
Fuck you.
The other question is what cyber warfare has been happening also at the same time between the countries?
I can't talk about it. It's happening right now. And to be honest with you, things have not been going according to plan.
Well, North Korea has been acting up a little bit. We had the hack against Stryker. They attributed that to Iran, but I mean, it was a Iranian-backed, proxy, whatever, supposedly claimed credit for it. But yeah, I mean, don't underestimate the cyber side of things. I mean, the people in Iran are smart. So like the cyber is a real threat.
But shut Amazon down for a couple days.
Yeah.
No, to me, actually, it's a major threat, and it's a real fear. I mean, I particularly had experience of someone, a corporate person, that made a comment about Iran several years ago, and within a day, they hacked into the company's system and just caused havoc. I mean, it's a big company, and it literally was like 24 hours after the comment was made about bombing them. So yeah, they're swifter than people, and that's years ago. Who knows what the capabilities are? It's very concerning.
Yeah, I went on Amazon and I was trying to look at something and it was down, and I called my dad. I was like, "Oh, Iran's fucking us," and then I looked online and it said that they were hacking us.
It was it's that hasn't done jack shit. Like, they haven't done jack shit, to be honest with you. Think about it. It's been going on for 5 weeks. Nothing's happened. You thought they'd take down the banking system. Nothing happened. Power grid. Nothing. So I think,
They hacked into Cash Patel's email. They got Jordan, did you hear about the radio transmission from Western Europe in Farsi?
What's that?
Did you hear about the radio transmission at the same time as Iran?
Yeah,
right on Western. It was somewhere in like Italy or Germany or something like that, and the guy was transmitting.
Yeah, I don't know if they ever figured out what it was. It was encoded.
It was a coded message, but he was just saying alert, 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 and then he sent out the code. And then he tried to
Wait, explain this, Rich. Start from the beginning, because I don't know.
So there was a guy in Central or Western Europe that was transmitting in Farsi, and he was saying alert, 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 and then he was transmitting codes. And then they tried to like figure out where he was and stuff. And then he did, I can't remember what they called it, some frog something, but it's like, in essence, like it keeps it where you can't like hear it, but he kept transmitting and stuff, so they couldn't know what he was transmitting. But you'd have to like decipher Gina, like, know what he said.
Yeah, it was broadcast on the old like Radio Free Europe.
Yeah, like
whatever. Yeah, and so like it's just free broadcast. So anyways, but people thought it was like a hidden signal.
Yeah, he was skipping on ham radio.
Trying to mobilize. People thought it was trying to mobilize like sleeper cells, but whatever. Yeah.
There ain't no sleeper cell. Ain't nobody gonna go do no shit for Iran anywhere, bro. You see what the fuck is
There are sleeper cells.
Well, it's not like
I know, Abby. I know they literally are, but I'm saying that, like, realistically, I don't think we should worry about them.
So before, let me just say something. Before Trump was in office, during the Biden administration.
So if you worry about something long enough, it's gonna come true. That's all.
Well, I know. Before Trump was in office, during the Biden administration, when Director Wray was running the FBI. Can I finish on this?
We know, manifestation.
Before Trump was in office, when Director Wray was running the FBI, he testified in front of Congress about the heightened concern of the sleeper cells and the cells, and also testified about how many came in through the borders during the Biden administration that were on the watch list and were of great concern, and that they didn't even have the full numbers of how many. They knew at that time it was several hundred that were directly on the watch list, but they felt there could be thousands that have come in that they couldn't have track down. So that was before Trump was in office. That's before a lot of the chaos was happening in the Middle East. And now it's just amplified exponentially. So yes, I mean, you can listen to the intelligence reports, but I'm taking the political element out of this and saying that before even Trump, this was a major issue.
Yeah, no, I agree. There's two types. So there's the cells, which are like funded by foreign nationals, whatever. Those are actually relatively easy for the NSA, FBI, CIA to track down. They probably have tabs on a lot of those that have already tried to infiltrate the U.S. It's the lone wolves that have zero visibility that you have to really worry about. The ones that, like the one that shot up Austin, they'll just randomly walk into a place and cause havoc or chaos. Those are the ones you really have to worry about because there's no way to track them until they become active.
Yeah, I 100% agree. I mean, I'm involved in some security, and most of our issues are lone wolves, and our threats to life that we track. And generally the threats are coming, first of all, if someone's going to blow something up, they usually don't send you an email in advance telling you they're going to do it. And we get a lot of emails. but generally, when they're investigated, it's a lone wolf.
I mean, there's no evidence, right? People in my spam folder trying to extort me for money, talking about porno and a bunch of other weird shit that I'm not a part of.
Yeah, nobody cares about your manifestation.
Scare me though. I'm not gonna be scared.
It's fucking weirdo, bro.
Anyway,
If you just wish it into fucking, it'll happen.
We had in 6 days 8,000 incident reports. I mean, it's insane, but a lot of them track back to someone sitting in their parents' basement kind of situation. You're correct. Majority of them are lone wolf.
Yeah, it's the Tyler Robinsons of the world,
yes.
Right? Like the guys that are radicalized. Either they've come in and they've like walked across the southern border, radicalized and come in that way, or they're radicalized here. Either way, it's those are the ones you really have to worry about. And like it's just sad, but like that's the threat that we're dealing with.
Hey, Johar, I got a question for you. Personal question. You don't have to answer if you don't feel comfortable.
Sure.
Are you Jewish?
No.
Or did you grow up in like New York or somewhere up north?
No, I was raised Catholic, dude.
Oh, well, you said chutzpah earlier.
You really have a lot of knowledge on this. Thank you, Stephen.
Yeah, it's almost like he's an intel guy.
He's a very intelligent individual. To be candid, not to insult the hosts because they're lovely and several of them are OGs. Wow, I love you guys. But the X spaces, of course I do. The X spaces have infinitely better conversations than Clubhouse. Infinitely.
You have to let you on stage, Steven.
Or if that's true, of course.
Yeah, they're assholes. You come into that space and you immediately get kicked in 2 seconds. You're like, what did I do?
I'm not saying the app is better. To be honest with you, the Clubhouse
like 500 people in the room.
The Clubhouse app is
Spaces on the apps are all echo chambers.
Yeah.
No.
Terrible echo chambers.
The only problem is there's a spy in the listeners.
Tonight, I'm ordering an immediate freeze on discretionary spending in every department. We're issuing a 20% refund on this year's property tax bills. Credits going out by December.
I don't know. There's a spy. I know there's a spy. Someone's listening to us getting info.
Tonight, I'm ordering.
You actually have. I can tell you this. I can tell you that law enforcement is monitoring most social media now, and don't be shocked by that. I mean, that's not something hidden. They talk about it. They're absolutely monitoring spaces and algorithms, and there is AI that can track and it picks up words and it picks up algorithms, and there's no question that chat rooms are on the radar.
Yeah,
you're listening.
Thanks. If you wanted to know,
That's not just foreign chat rooms, it's also domestic as well, right?
Adam
Absolutely.
So ironically, it started with the Pentagon trying to monitor the That's just
I was going to say, we have a former central
kitchen talking with Chicago Read about hard work.
Home is his account right now. Come off mic, John.
Shout out to that, bro.
Yep. Langley, baby. I like Fort Meade better, John.
John Kerry.
No, the guy at home next to Jar.
Yeah, this is John. This is John Kiriakou. I'm the former CIA agent you know so much about. This is John Kiriakou. I wrote the CIA manual on how to catch Hillary Clinton, but they never caught her. The biggest bandit of America, Hillary Clinton.
He does have brain damage, though.
I am the R word. I was told that I couldn't say the R word, so now I have to say the R word. By the way, Pockets, I think your AI music career is really going to take off. I'm super excited.
John, I have a question. Who's this handsome young man in PTR?
Wait, let me look. Oh my God, look at that handsome officer. That U.S. Army officer with that U.S. Marine Corps General Grinolds. General Grinolds.
John, I want to get your CIA photo.
Hey, John, can you run my ISRC, please?
and see if you can find anything.
I think that this app confirms that ADHD is a real thing.
Oh yeah, 100% ADHD and all kinds of shit. It's all real.
Hey, I got one of
You
those.
said it wasn't real.
You just gotta stop eating French fries.
Santa Claus is also real.
You know what's also true? The Satan 2 did pop up for like 4 or 5 of them.
Dude, shut up. Dude, shut up for a second. Hey, Carlos, your music is actually pretty good sounding, but I feel like your personality.
You can do it anytime you.
My personality's not for you.
It's
That's a beautiful thing.
just gonna be more on
Not
conversations from now on.
It's actually because of her personality that I'll listen to her
It's
music.
gonna be Michael being
Literally, I literally hate 90.
No, Abby, you'll listen to her music because you're a lesbian and you think Pockets is a sexy lesbo and you're dating a lesbian congresswoman. Hello?
Big butt guys.
Yeah, you guys can keep Pockets.
No,
Honestly,
that's
that's
not
not
what
the fact that all you guys think
She
about
hates
is
black guys.
Yeah, you can keep Pockets.
She loves the brothers.
She likes Sicilians. Pockets is super racist. She sticks only to her race.
Thank God.
Sicilians, we're sticking with our time, bro.
It's really Pocket's personality. It's her persona. It's her communication style that men find so attractive. Personally, I'm extremely turned on by Pocket's personality, by her music, by her personality, by how engaging she is, how beautiful she is.
I love it, bro.
She's also a campaign contributor when I ran for Congress. Thank you, Pockets.
I emailed Cash for telling me, said I'm sorry.
What's
He tries to dance. They did his
Say
little
my bad,
dance.
Cash, bro. I had no idea what he was doing, bro.
Bro got an X. Bro has an X videos account.
Who moved John Dodd?
Yeah, that's a former veteran officer, Army. Like, what the fuck?
Too loud. It's just a
So
little bit.
bad. It's getting
I said we should all whisper.
it's getting late, Serendipity.
Did anyone listen to the Supreme Court today? Did anyone listen to the oral argument?
Yeah.
Yeah, I did.
And
No more birthrights.
People have better things to worry about.
I just heard this.
No more birthrights. What a win, y'all. What a blessing.
I don't think
Everybody's
so.
getting deported.
I don't think so. Listening to the questioning, based on listening to Kavanaugh and Gorsuch, I don't think they win it. And I think Roberts will reverse.
John was like,
This is
fuck
my-
this,
my
I'm out
take.
here.
I didn't look at the polling market on it. I wonder what it's not. Numbers
Listen,
are.
if you're not talking about dick, people just start leaving, and it's a good thing.
Yep. Everybody goes back. Native Americans stay here. The end.
That's a fact. Shout out to Germ Theory.
Natives. It's on the. Good boy, no, I shouldn't like.
So, Abby, I'm curious, or any.
You see what I'm saying? It's not even fucking English.
Go ahead, Ann. Quiet, guys.
That was English.
What do you think the real reason is that that Trump is making these decisions? Because
So Melania Trump can become president.
So why is he pushing the birthright issue?
Melania Trump can become president.
Oh, it's because of the 1.5 million Chinese that flew to Saipan and had their fucking babies, and then flew right back to Beijing and Shanghai and Chengdu and all these different cities and shit. Just went back and are raising their little Chinese communist party fucking babies, and then they're all gonna fill up our elections in the next fucking 10 years.
You're so
There's 1.5 million fucking Chinese went to Saipan.
You guys are rolling up some of that feminism in your blunts and smoking that shit too hard for real with that bullshit.
That's a fact.
Then maybe they'll join the math club and do great for us.
Stop smoking that shit.
Okay, I just wanted to speak with Abby because, like, you guys are just a distraction and annoying.
I already answered the question. The 1.5 million Chinese going to Saipan and birthing their baby.
Okay, so go ahead, Abby.
I don't know. It's interesting. I didn't hear all of it. I listened to some of the questioning, but my take, and I don't think they prevail on this. I don't see justices based on the kinds of just the back back and forth, and the citation of the cases were not that strong. They were trying, the Solicitor General was trying to rely on back at the time, it was the Michigan legislator that wrote part of the 14th Amendment. I can blank it, something Howard, just relying on what I think was, he's a very bright lawyer, but I just don't think he had enough substance there. And then when they asked him about Native Americans, he didn't seem prepared on that.
Yeah, they definitely liked her.
Interesting. And I didn't think she was that good personally. Like, I actually think she was light on the citations, but why he's doing it is an interesting question. I mean, this has been something he's championed, and he doesn't like to lose. The fact that he went today was, I don't know. I didn't think that was a great move. I'm curious if you.
Well, I think Melania sent him there because she wants to be president. Get rid of birthright citizenship.
We're trying to actually talk about this.
I told you they're just here to derail the conversation.
What did you think about him going there today?
ANS 500. Oh, I didn't like it. It was very, very inappropriate.
And what were you feeling?
No, I thought you were asking.
Oh well, I'll be honest. I did not hear it.
What?
I did not hear it.
It was the liberal justices you would expect. I mean, Ketanji Brown, just some of the questionings were ridiculous, just really out there, made no sense. But she hasn't, to me, in quite some time in her, when I've listened to her oral arguments. But based on the Roberts, definitely Kavanaugh and Gorsuch, and also Coney Barrett. I think she also. I don't think she's necessarily going to side with it. That's just my take. Just listening.
Abby, you were surprised as a woman who didn't know what a woman is.
You listen to Trump speak, right? Like this oral arguments you hear.
I didn't hear Trump tonight because I was at the Passover Center.
I'm reading these transcripts, and then I might as well be dyslexic. I might as well be reading gibberish. A lot of the big word salad. I mean,
from him tonight, you're saying? In his speech?
Yes. For fun, being like, we were like, let's go read this transcript. So I did, got it, and couldn't even get past the third sentence without just being, fucking this paragraph of shit.
Did you get did you make it to the we're winning big?
Yeah, we're winning big. Iran is gone. We are spectacularly going around the moon. Bro, dude. I just understand.
So what? Iran's winning?
Nope.
No.
We made it around the moon.
They literally said we're beating Iran. Iran is very.
It sounds like a lot of political bias.
No, they're just complaining because he's not a great orator, like fucking Obama, who blows smoke up your ass and starts wars in Syria.
I didn't like that. We should. They're both rhetorical.
And continue to rock
We
Afghanistan.
expect that the commander-in-chief speaks a little different than our 3-year-old kids. I'm winning big, Mom.
I mean, you're heavily biased, seeing
I think they both suck.
sexual proclivities and like.
Yeah, I think that you're full of shit because I could definitely give Trump his flowers. Yeah, so you're racist. We all know that you're racist. Okay. And I don't fucking care. Well, I don't care. And yes, I do.
That's because all he thinks about black dude. Let's think about it.
He's already DM'd me like 3 times. Stop it.
Bro, we really had. I
5 times.
His third history, bro.
Wait. We're gonna really say that. I say one thing, right? If you're talking about, let me finish. If you're talking about strategic,
Yo, Sean, shut the fuck up.
They're just all here to derail, guys.
Yeah,
they're like a little collective faggot group.
All right. If you're talking about strategically, right? Iran is winning. If you're talking about tactically,
strategically, Iran ain't winning nothing but the body
count. So now we have another LARPer in here.
They're winning that many people dead.
I can.
You lost all your generals. You need generals.
Break down. That's again.
No, don't break it down. Don't even break it down. Do not break it down. Don't break that down. No, don't even waste your time.
Serendipity, can we kick all these fake larks and like have it?
Leo, shut the fuck up.
Invite real people up.
Kick you.
I'm like, you can't kick me. I don't $100. I don't
have a conversation.
I'd rather wait. Did you just say? Could you tell us why they're winning? What are they winning?
When I say 100,000, I literally mean 100,000.
Shut up, Rich.
Yeah, again, I'm the goddamn radar. I'm not talking about track our web, right? If you look past if you look past a lot of the explosions and all the other stuff, what you kind of notice is that the fact that they have the straight on lockdown allows them to actually have.
They don't have the straight on lockdown, bro. It's just that there's multiple nations that have interest in the Strait, which is why dude, we haven't bombed the Strait because countries have interest in it. Are you kidding me? That's why. It has nothing to do with the plan B anyway. They're gonna create a go around.
So it's locked down because everyone else wants it, right? So we're not bombing it.
No one's.
We're not bombing it because then we're gonna have to rebuild it all for no reason. Like, there's no need to do that. We could just get the Iranians, change the regime, like Trump.
Controlling for fun.
They can control. They can contract.
It's again.
Army Rangers. They're all working together like a bunch of little faggot RGC agents.
Oh my God, Leo wants everybody to be a yes man.
Don't you guys need to be in the fucking room where you all are screaming and shoot each other?
Leo's a communist.
On like South Side of fucking Chicago on O Block.
Dude, he just doesn't prefer.
Get outside and go on O Block.
Get this dude off the internet, bro.
That's what they said. In all the political rooms.
Take it from Pocket. She got that old block gaga going.
No. She likes.
And you got that gaga through Dallas.
She likes Italians. Sicilians.
White race for
All you guys talk about is dick and faggots. All you guys talk about is.
That's your boy Leo right there.
You guys haven't paused one thing in this room. Not one fucking word you can pause.
Oh, we're gonna pause you right now. Hold on.
Well, if you Michael, how often do you refer to your male friends as my mans?
Never.
Yeah, look at the hesitation.
What the fuck? You're retarded, bro. What are you like? You want to retarded essence. Rock respect. You sound like white trash, bro.
Gayest fucking thing that black men
white
say.
trash.
Like it's like
white trash. What is that?
Like
white trash refers to like
the
opposite
version of
Literally, we're from Kensington.
Yeah, from Kensington. Pockets don't call you stuff. Kensington's actually nice now. You see that? How much nicer it is?
It was none.
I know then, but now, like, wait, have you seen how it's kind of cleaned up?
I mean, I hope so, but I was walking over dead bodies going.
Were you talking K&A? Are you a K&A?
I was talking about like by Lehigh, like.
Okay, by Lehigh.
Yeah, literally. Yeah.
Abby, did you know that Bima's from Philadelphia also?
Who's from Philly also?
Bima.
No way, Bima is.
Bima, are you serious?
No, she's not.
And look at us, are we both lined up, bro? We lined up.
She's from the
What happened?
No, Bima, you're not
Democrats
really,
did
are
this.
you?
The boss Tony did this. Brandon did
You're not
this.
from Philly.
Ron did this.
You don't understand. Pockets like we would know like immediately.
Literally,
It's just we just know instantly.
I'm in Allentown.
Bima says she's
Are you Allentown?
Allentown.
Yeah. What's the big department store there?
Yeah.
I don't know.
It's the grocery store.
I don't know. I go to the deli around the corner and they go
Yeah.
get another.
Who has a parade every Thanksgiving from Allentown?
The parade, everything. Oh, we got the Saquon Barkley joint where Saquon Barkley, they give him this praise when he went to Penn State. I go to those.
Yeah, but what's the department store that has the big parade every Thanksgiving from Allentown?
That's beyond me. I don't know.
But you said you're from there.
I mean, I know.
Not that big either. It's really everywhere.
You don't go outside much?
It's scary outside. I'm in Allentown.
It's not that scary.
Allentown compared to Philly, you know?
Yeah, it's honestly a walk in the park.
No, not over here. Mm-hmm.
You ever been
got a crackhead.
Bro, that was the scariest shit I've ever been to.
Oh no, it's Baltimore.
Crackheads got trench coats.
Some shitty coast.
I don't know, man. The East Coast got some fucked up cities. Y'all cities are just as fucked up as our cities in LA.
It's true.
I got some fucked up cities, man. LA is terrible, but your shit is terrible and small.
Why would they do a deal with a man that can't open his
Everybody's
seltzer
moving
water?
out of LA to go to somewhere else. That's how bad it is.
LA is terrible. But the East Coast and the West Coast are gonna move down south. We gonna fuck their shit up.
Please don't.
We will.
Can you not?
Well, to be honest, even if you don't vote blue, we fuck it up because of housing crisis. But I'm not voting blue in Texas. When I moved from LA to Houston, I am not.
How about everybody stop moving and just clean up your fucking city?
The problem is when you got motherfuckers that gerrymander and rig the fucking election every
Oh damn! I meant to do a flyer, Michael. I'm sorry. I didn't.
When you got
I did the X. My
landslide.
It's all
good.
What?
You know.
Wait.
What the fuck can you do?
You said you grew up in Allentown. Is that what you're saying? I'm just struggling with this. Can you tell me?
Jesus Christ, he is on your head.
Yeah, the guy Fangs who has New Jersey in his name.
So
I'm from New Jersey. I'm just in Allentown.
Oh, you're in Allentown because you would know what Hess's is. That's why I asked you. It's like pretty famous.
Abby's on your head, boy.
Like
I like
it
coming
just
to
counts. And you're South Jersey or North Jersey?
Central.
Well, it's a big question because that's whether you're an Eagles or a Giants fan. Like, how central?
Oh, I'm a Giants. Oh, no, I'm a Giants fan.
You say
just because I'm in PA, don't mean I ain't a Giants fan.
Yeah, see, that's your kind of, that would be central to North Jersey, but not South Jersey.
Yeah, Central is like what?
Trenton and up, or Trenton and up.
Yeah.
Kind of.
Man, all these rinky-dink ass cities.
Yeah, well, there is some rinky-dink. There's probably one of the scariest cities in the country is in South Jersey.
Oh, yeah, really in New Jersey.
Camden. It's pretty bad.
Patterson got taken over by the Arabs.
What happened when you got all these?
I heard they got good calzones in South Jersey.
Calzones?
Wait, what makes South Jersey so bad though, currently?
You know what one of my favorite scenes in Sopranos is when that old grandmother is like talking to Tony Soprano and she's like, "Can you tell those nigger whores to turn their fucking music down?" Fucking nigger whores to turn their fucking music.
You don't really hear much about South Jersey on the news and stuff, so is it like
No, it's like a mixed area. You know, Atlantic City is South Jersey. Like, there's all kinds of parts of South Jersey, but there happens to be a city that's disgusting there.
In Jersey, if someone gets shot, you're not going to hear about it on the news. You're going to have to probably follow like an Instagram page to hear about it.
Okay, so like does that city have like a lot of shootings to the point that they don't?
Camden has a lot of shootings. Camden is now, like, they've tried to clean it up a little bit, but I wouldn't suggest hanging out in Camden.
You got Camden, you got Trenton, then you got Newark, then you got Jersey City, which is the Heights. Then you got Elizabeth, that is scary over there too. Then you got Irvington. Irvington is fun.
Yeah. But didn't they clean up Jersey City a little bit? I thought they did.
Is it as bad as like Milwaukee or like Philly?
No, not even close.
Milwaukee.
Have you ever been to Newport or Bridgeport?
Connecticut, yeah.
Yeah. They used to have bulletproof fucking glass dominoes.
Do you know what's missing in this room? Beaver. Who clicked Beaver? There is a reward out for whoever let me know.
How much is the reward?
Beaver. I don't trust my sources.
No, I might have to self-collect.
I would need evidence.
I think he got an account yesterday. He came back in.
Yeah, he's got like 90 friends.
No, it was just a temp account. He can't use it. And his original account got suspended, and I want to know.
Yeah. Some people on this app, Bima, maybe you know somebody, Bima. Maybe you're reporting, Bima. Bima, who have you reported in the past 7 days, Bima? Who have you gotten clipped from this account, Bima? You and She-Wolf. Who in the last 7 days did you get clipped, Bima? Rat?
No, I can tell you one thing. No, I'll be honest. I reported one person one time, and that even felt uncomfortable, and it was because they were doxing me, running around with a photo that I shared. So that's the only time, and they put it as their PTR. That's the only time I've ever reported anybody. No, there is no amount of anything that anybody has ever said to me.
She screenshotted her photo and put it in the fucking little circle, and then she didn't realize you could click on the full photo, and it showed her entire face. She was trying to like.
And you're the only one who would fucking have it. Share it. It's disgusting. You're disgusting.
I have everybody's photo.
This dude sounds like he should be on a registry.
There's only a few people. I'm just saying that
Leo has the voice of a fucking pedophile.
There's only a few people on this app that has the ability to clip people.
I will literally pay you to keep him out of the room for 2 weeks, bro.
You can't keep me out of the room.
I can pay.
I swear to God, it's like a sitcom with the two of them.
All right, well, Bima, if you didn't report, well, then that leaves only one other person. And I think everybody knows who we're talking about, but I won't even mention that person's name because it's too dangerous to even think it or say it.
100,000 accounts. This is how you treat me, John.
I still want to know who clipped Beaver's account. I want to know who reported.
You gotta say how much you're offering, bro.
I don't trust you, Rich.
I'll tell you who clipped him.
You don't know. Can you give me evidence?
Contrary.
If you could give me evidence, I want evidence.
Well, I mean, the only way you really clip anybody is if you use like a couple hundred accounts and then you just like report, like mass report somebody.
So someone paid you to mass report them?
No. That's how much you're offering.
And that's exactly what's going to happen. You're going to say that you did it.
Pepe got clipped 6 times. Just remember that.
So who asked you to do it?
It stirred up. Hold on, Bima. Pepe got clipped 6 times, and it stirred up such a fucking huge controversy that him and JB battled for like 3 months until JB got kicked out of healthy debates.
And you were the one who was clipping him.
I even told him I clipped him.
Leo, you finally got what you were asking for.
Beautiful chocolate man is trying to talk. Yeah, Donovan. Donovan, talk.
He kept saying Leo. I think Leo DM'd him or something.
So I say Leo, I'm on your point, man. I say Leo, I'm on your point. Okay?
Your voice don't match your picture.
He said
I thought that was Galaxy at first.
I was mid-drink and I just choked. Why?
I thought he was gonna have a deep voice. He has a fucking Somali voice. I thought he was gonna have like a black dude voice.
Hey, Rosie,
I'm correct.
Hey, Rich, by the way, since you doxed JB, there is a Backpage Victims Compensation Fund that any victims from sex trafficking and Backpage, they have just a very short amount of time, a little window where the federal government will reimburse you. So if you know JB's victims, be sure to get word to them so they can get that part of federal compensation fund. That it's called the Backpage FBI Compensation Fund. You can all look it up.
JB came in hanging out in the fucking chat. He was telling BB in the chat, he's like, BB, check your back channel. BB, check your back channel. And BB just fucking kept ignoring him. He wouldn't make him a mod because he wanted to kick me so bad. Lost 50,000 people.
What? Oh, you mean the Healthy Debates room?
Yeah. He got kicked out. It's amazing. And then Roger.
Don't you think Trump is fucked up with this war?
What'd you say? I heard you say. I couldn't hear you.
I just said, I know IRGC is your mother. I just said, don't you think
Do you support RGC or you?
Yo, Leo, let him talk, you fucking.
I'm asking if he supports Pahlavi or the RGC.
Obviously, he supports Iran. Just let's see.
I'm asking a clarifying question. Are you a Pahlavi supporter?
Commandant IR. Really? Of course I'm not.
Sound like a pander.
IR. I want IR talk for 15 seconds, please.
That's the minute.
He's working on his white SIM card.
So I don't know if anybody listened to Trump's speech tonight, because I know people are just busy with Passover, Rabbanu Shalom. But he said that we have refrained from striking all your electrical facilities and all of your oil infrastructure. And we will literally put you into the Stone Age, black you out, and you will all die. If you believe Trump's communication, I'm just wondering, at what point do you think these Islamic men who are running the military, because there's no women in the IRGC, right? It's all just men. Or do they have female officers flying their now defunct Air Force? Do they have female captains driving around their now defunct Navy? If they would have integrated women into their military, perhaps they wouldn't have had this regional conflict to begin with.
The Iranian women are more brave than the Iranian men.
Gay. You guys sound like a bunch of gays. You know what these are? The radical Islamists do to their women? They don't even let them be educated past like 3rd grade, dude. What? Like this is.
Isn't that when they marry them in the 3rd grade? Isn't that when they start getting married in the 3rd grade?
He's sleeping
for your next fucking traffic shift. John Kitover really did bother me. The quote was, "We're going to hit them extremely hard over the next 2 to 3 weeks. We're going to bring them back to the Stone Ages where they belong." When I heard that, I cringed. It's horrible.
Honestly, again, does that sound like somebody who's winning and stuff? That sounds like a tantrum.
That sounds like a threat.
We're going to hit their oil. We're going to hit their like civilians infrastructure and all that. And that just sounds like you're losing it, and it's not working out.
No, that's a whole threat. That is a whole threat.
It's not working out.
Yo, can we just deport Emperor already? Deport him now. Deport him.
Yeah, Michael, you sound smart.
I am smart.
I mean, someone's winning in this war. Swift Trapper.
Yeah, I don't know what that means.
They're panicking and
it's a party.
I share Mike is messed up. Almost everybody here told us that.
Yeah, Mike, please don't set off another fire alarm. I already have a migraine. Listen, our kill ratio is incredible. We've lost, unfortunately, a dozen men, but we've killed over 100,000 hardened IRGC militants. Those are pretty good numbers in war, outcomes, no?
That's insane.
No, he's losing, though. He's losing, guys.
They killed 10,000 to 1.
Killers don't really mean much and stuff. If it did, then like America would.
They don't mean much and stuff.
If they did, America would have won Vietnam. Again, those are tactical wins.
Yeah, bro. You know what? A lot of people miss this point about American military strategy, and one of our main strengths that we have is if we kill a whole bunch of you, you're gonna do what you do, but half speed. You're gonna second guess every time you try to fuck with us. So when people want to do all this shit, like Iran been wanting to nuke something, they've been wanting to nuke Israel and do all this shit. They always wanted to, but guess what? They just can't. They hesitate sending missiles. They warn us like in advance that they're about to send a missile over the border. And once they send a missile over, it's like,
Michael, you're overlooking the fact that Iran didn't see the bipartisan support from the Democrat Party. And it's really the Democrat Party, in my opinion, which is waging this war that has killed 100,000 people in Iran. And we've lost a dozen and have had hundreds of injuries. Let's be honest here. The Democrat Party is a bloodthirsty regime change party with legacy politicians like Hillary Clinton and Bill Clinton. And Bill Clinton is in the Epstein files. He's absolutely a pedophile. And we know Barack Hussein Obama is a CIA agent. We live in Truman world. And unfortunately, the CIA gets almost $100 billion a year of your debt to spend on your security. Who here is sick of clown world security? Hello?
Wild.
So, what do you all think about Trump's quote from his speech? He said, I want to thank our allies in the Middle East, Israel, Saudi Arabia, Qatar, the UAE, Kuwait, and Bahrain. And he said, they've been great and will not let them get hurt or fail in any way, shape, or form. Is Saudi Arabia, UAE, Kuwait, Bahrain, are these our allies?
Yes, of course there are. Bahrain, but we say it, but they're absolutely our allies.
We were also allies with China for
They're in Can I answer Bima? Can I answer Bima, please?
It's not Bahrain?
It's Bahrain. We have bases. I just said
Bahrain.
Bahrain. We have bases there. We have bases in these countries, and they are allies of ours.
Yeah, we were also allies with China at one point in time too.
But we're allies with Saudi. We're allies with the UAE. We're allies with Bahrain, if you want, however you want to say it.
Baha would indicate that there's.
Well, I was just there. They say it that way. I'm not Arabic, but
it's Bahrain. It's
Bahrain.
Bahrain. Yeah, like Bahrain, but Bahrain.
No, Bahrain.
You need no gag reflexes.
I give up.
I'm just because I'm looking at it, and
by the way, it's a beautiful country, and it's really an interesting place. Very multicultural there. So, what was the other one? You had Saudi, Bahrain, UAE,
Kuwait, Israel.
Yes. Yeah, in Israel, we have allies with all of them. We have bases in Kuwait. Obviously, we've protected Kuwait in the past. We've Qatar. So and Israel, we don't have a base, but it's an ally. So
Israel is our base in the Middle East.
But we don't have a military base there.
Israel is our military.
They are our base.
We attack through them.
Yeah, that's what
we're doing. We're partners with them in this war. But in terms of military bases, the other countries that you mentioned, we have actual military bases. Is that it on the countries you said?
Israel is our inland Diego Garcia.
Yeah, I love how Abby wants to deflect away from other
was that it? No, that was all of them.
Yeah, those are allies.
So can we talk about how we use Israel to try to control the Middle East?
No, we actually, I'm kind of over talking about Israel. It's Passover tonight. I'd like to talk about Pharaoh, and I'd like to ask you, do you find it interesting that he asked Jews to do the construction when we usually, sort of...
Let's talk about Barack Hussein Obama emptying the banks in Virginia of tens of billions of dollars.
Anyway, it's Passover. I'd like to not spend the night trashing Jews.
Abby, what do you think about Trump in his speech saying that Barack Hussein Obama raided the banks in Virginia, emptied them of every dollar they had? That means to me that maybe these banks don't have as much cash on hand as you might think they do.
Let's see, what was the quote? This was his quote about Obama. And then very importantly, I'm sorry. And then very importantly, I terminated Barack Hussein Obama's Iran nuclear deal, a disaster. Obama gave them $1.7 billion in cash. Green.
But he did. He put it on airplanes. We do know that.
Banks from Virginia.
Yep.
DC
He did.
and Maryland.
He did.
All the cash they had, flew it by airplanes in an attempt to buy their respect and loyalty, but it didn't work. They laughed at our president and went on with their mission to have a nuclear
What's
bomb.
inaccurate about that meme?
Listen, yes, I think it's hilarious. It's like green eggs and ham. I mean, the green. Sounds so
You
sorry.
realize there's like a
that
method
is
behind all this,
just
right?
so funny.
What do you mean? Repeats things over and over and over again.
I don't know if I
almost like being
read a book in the 5th grade they laughed at our president and went on with their mission to have a nuclear bomb. His Iran deal would have led to a colossal arsenal of massive nuclear. Who did that? Whoever did that's gone. Who fucking did that?
Leo. Nope, I didn't do it.
That's disgusting.
I was clear my senses.
Okay, all right. Well, you got it. Okay, well then stop.
I can't. I'm putting tobacco in my lip right now.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Is that Tucker Carlson tobacco?
His Iran deal would have led to a colossal arsenal. Okay, so you just unmuted yourself, so you fucking liar. His Iran deal, I hate you. His Iran deal would have led to a colossal arsenal of massive nuclear weapons for Iran. They would have had them years ago, and they would have used them. Would have been a different world. There would have been no Middle East and no Israel right now, in my opinion. The opinion of a lot of great experts. Had I not terminated that terrible deal, I was so honored to do it. I was so proud to do it. It was so bad right from the beginning. Essentially, I did what no other president was willing to do. They made mistakes, and I am correcting them. That was the
What is not true about the money part? Let's talk about that. What part of
You have the amount wrong. First off, it was many more billions than that.
get down with you? So let's talk about it. What part on the clearing out cash and putting on an airplane?
The way that Trump phrased it is what I'm laughing at. The way that he said it, that he emptied out the banks, that he totally cleaned them out.
Yeah, I was just laughing at the Obama gave them 1.7 billion in cash. Green cash. That's just
Emptied out the banks in Virginia, West Virginia.
So he's ingraining things into people's minds. The same way that whenever I say Hillary Clinton or I say Hillary, we all think crooked Hillary. The same reason we think low energy Jeb. Like we all know, like Bible high, then he lies. Like he just repeats these things over and over and over again until they're ingrained in your fucking mind.
neuro-linguistic programming, is that right?
Yeah. Maybe, but you know what? The one thing about the green thing, I kind of have to agree on this, because he actually flew cash on planes. So if someone says he delivered all this money to Iran, most people don't think that you do it that way anymore. They think that you electronically send money. So when he said green cash, I think it is. It's driving that point home. He actually took physical dollar bills, or probably $100 bills.
You know what the general populace
So that's how I read it. That's how
you know what
I
the general
receive it.
populace will be talking about tomorrow? Green cash.
Honestly, that's my reaction to that comment, is to try to make it clear that it was physical cash as opposed to an electronic way of transferring money.
Yeah, they could have cash. They aren't waiting until tomorrow. They're already talking about it on social apps, the vague platforms. They're already talking about the green cash.
Ice, bro, you gotta make sure that, man, because when you were just talking, I thought you were Ludwig. I'm not even joking. I was like, when the fuck did Ludwig get on stage? And I look at, oh shit, Ice. This mic's all muffled.
Ludwig will not be getting on stage because he wouldn't even be getting in the room.
He was very like dry and monotone when he was talking to it. He's like, wow, you know, like
that ATZ guy was something too, wasn't he?
I would definitely take Ludwig over Rich. Swap out any day.
Never in 500,000 years.
Yeah, I'm on Serendipity's page here.
Oh, that's an easy swap for me.
Look, can I say something? I have two buddies right now that just arrived in the Middle East. They told me that they were.
I'm so glad you just said my names.
Dude, shut up.
I think an interesting question is, what other tricks does Donald Trump have up his sleeve? Because in my opinion, this was kind of like...
You have to understand John Kitover has brain damage.
Leo, you're about to join him.
I already knew he had brain damage. But yeah, both of my friends are in the Middle East now, and I don't really know too much about what's going on. I mean, I know a lot as far as what I see on the news, because I wake up and immediately I got either MSNBC or Fox. So I kind of like chip in to see what's going on, only because I'm worried about my friends. But that's why I'm mainly like on Trump's side. That's why I'm going hard on it, because it's like, if we can stop this, if we can stop these extreme Muslims from, weaponizing their religion almost to, fuck with their own civilians, and almost use it as almost a reason to bomb other places, because mind you, their religion isn't a peaceful religion, it's a justice religion. So obviously they're going to try to take over most parts of the world. They're even trying to do that with America now. That's how they fight back. So I feel like there needs to be a change, not only over there but over here too.
I have a question for you, Fangs. You just said you watch MSNBC and Fox. It's really interesting to hear someone. So how do you react? Like, you're hearing two opposite viewpoints. I mean, do you feel you ever get straight news from either? Just curious. Or do you feel conflicted listening to both?
Not really, because they'll either talk about something that they both either know is factual, or they'll just speak about something that Trump said, and then they'll talk about what he said, and then it'll be two different things. They'll be like, oh, well, we're fighting for Israel. And then the other side will be like, well, we're fighting because they have, nuclear facilities. And we told them not to have it. So it's like, it's hard to know who's really on the side of who, because both sides have their ideologies or whatever facts they're getting.
Do you prefer one over the other, or do you feel pretty even on both networks?
It's hard to pick one, because I don't want to just listen to Fox, even though Fox mainly just stays on the side of truth, or tries to. I like to listen to them a little bit more, only because they don't sugarcoat shit.
I think they do a really good job when they've got Harold Ford on there. It's good to listen to him. He's a very, very down.
Yeah, that guy.
Yeah, that dude's like down.
He's great.
Yeah, and I actually think he'd be the best candidate they'd have.
What about Jesse Weber? I listen to Jesse Weber. Jesse Weber. I think I'm saying his name right.
Jesse Waters.
Jesse Waters.
I love that. Jesse says things just to trigger people. It's hilarious.
Yeah, no, I hear.
That reminds me of that gay frog midget boy here named Pepe, who earlier today said, why are we fighting a war for the K words? That classy intellectual Dr. Pee-Pee.
Wait, John, do you not feel comfortable saying it because it's on your dad's side?
Wow. I didn't even know there was a K word. Like, you motherfucking motherfuckers just told
Go fly kite.
Oh, you're despicable. But it doesn't matter. It's just now I understand what you're saying. It's just
You ever see that movie, The Kite Runners? You ever see that Afghani film, The Kite Runners?
Runners, yeah.
It's a book. It was a book. The film came after the book.
It's
a really good book, I thought.
What's that South Park hero, Human Kite?
Oh, you used a hard K.
I want to say Pepe said a lie on this app today. He said he was 5'11". There is no fucking way Pepe is 5'11".
John, I think walked your face in.
Is he a potential, partner? Like, what do you care about how tall he is?
No, I'm just saying, if he thinks we're going to war for the K words, and people here tolerate him and think he's just like funny guy and a creative, content creator. Well, I don't know. I mean, does anyone here think we're fighting for the K words?
Absolutely not. Let's just get back to reality, professional conversation style. No need for the K thing.
Oh, you mean professional in the way that Matt Cool runs his rooms with Dr. PP 24/7 for 2 days a week? Because they're some of my best content, FYI.
I feel like we're using Israel to control the Middle East, if anything. That's it.
And there's a lot more to that than the opposite way. I love when they think, okay, so first Trump is uncontrollable. He does what he wants, but then he's like, oh, he's a puppet. He's a puppet for Putin. He's a puppet for everybody. And it's just like, it's almost comical to listen to them run their circles. The fact is you're right. I believe we found an ally that we could pump some money to build up, and then we use them as let's just say this: the F-15 first kill with an F-15 was Israeli. First kill in a dogfight with an F-35 was an Israeli pilot. They are damn good. They know what they're doing, and they're a hell of an ally to have. We get intel out of them like no other. I mean, you're damn straight that that's what we're doing.
So wait, what you're saying is the Democrats and the CIA ran a psyop against the American public to make them think that Donald Trump was a KGB asset trying to subvert our democracy?
No, I think the Russians tried that one.
And then they prosecuted not one person for making the FBI spend how many thousands of hours and how many millions of dollars?
Yeah, well, Robert Mueller died, and Donald Trump is happy about it, so we got a little social justice.
You guys forget Donald Trump is a businessman first, so it's like, stop.
Yeah, he's a businessman.
John, we have to be happy about Mueller because we didn't get Hillary.
I mean, obviously, he had Alzheimer's at the depositions, but, to say he's happy that Vietnam soldier, that hero of democracy, who lied to all of us in conjunction with Barack Hussein Obama, Clapper, Brennan, and other who created fake content to make us think that our glorious orange president was a traitor.
Well, that's what I really like is that they think that now all of a sudden they're going through 3.5 million files that have been released already, but how many millions more probably are there? And they're going through there to get rid of Trump's name, but they forgot that the FBI that leaked things, that took documents, that all these different things, they had it for 4 years, and you don't think like they would have copies or backups or anything else. It's like, this is where the lunacy comes in, is that they literally believe that Trump is there trying to hide something, when you have to ask yourself, they spent $1 billion in a campaign. They spent tens of millions in multiple different cases against him. They tried everything in their power, fabricating a whole Russia collusion thing, the Steele dossier. They did all of these things to bury Trump, but you had him 30, as Ben would say, millions of times raping women and these little girls. No, there's not one charge, and you cannot tell me that it wouldn't have been leaked. You cannot tell me that it wouldn't have been used against him and that there wouldn't have been a charge. They charged him for everything. They changed the law the way they went after him for those 34 counts. They used it for in other cases. They did the same thing. It's one charge. They get a slap on the wrist and they go home. They would have let that shit out as freaking day one.
Thanks. So if you don't like Islam, did you ever consider moving to a Muslim country and living there?
No, I got no business being over there.
Isn't that crazy? Imagine you don't like Muslims and you can't stand them, but then you move to a Muslim country. That'd be wild. Like, how crazy?
I mean, I'm not gonna say I don't like them. Some of them are pretty cool. I mean, the ones over here, they're pretty alright.
No, I'm just saying, like, imagine you can't stand them. Like, you think they're all...
That's like biology, bro. Like, you gotta stop that. Well, you can't help yourself.
No. I was talking about somebody specific.
Yeah, but that's still white ideology. Oh, I hate, I cannot, this, that, and the fucking third, blah, 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 blah.
No, it's Tuna who's on stage who hates Muslims, yet moved to the Emirates. Crazy.
So wait, is Tulsi Gabbard gonna resign, and is she gonna call Donald Trump a war pig like she called Hillary Clinton a war pig? And is John Brennan with his little tuxedo and his supposed Iran conspiracy to regime change. Is he now totally reprieved? There's no trial for him because he was vindicated because we actually did regime change Iran?
He asked if Tulsi Gabbard is gonna have a picnic with fucking somebody from Iran. I forget.
John, can you run us past us again? It's getting late, John. Sun's going down. Sunset.
Sun's getting real low, big guy.
Oh yeah.
All I can say is I'm excited about the opportunities in Tehran and Esfahan and other major Iranian cities to provide electrolysis for electric removal service. If you're interested in investing in the greatest and newest startup in Iran to help remove billions of hair follicles from men and women who are in an earlier state of evolutionary development, we are happy to facilitate your investment. We anticipate a Grant Cardone 10X on electric hair removal in Iran. DM me for more details.
The Iranian women really need it. But think about it, they used to have really good wine and trust. Not anymore.
They also used to be. They were also Zoroastrian before they became like Muslim, radicalized.
Yeah, before those pedophiles, shut up.
There is a 13-year-old boy in Iran right now that got almost, I think it was like 30 years or something for blasphemy.
Are you aware that the Ayatollah himself utilized our hair follicle removal electric services? We removed over 1 billion hair follicles from the Ayatollah's back just in a 6-month period. Does anybody else think that the Ayatollah looked a little Jewish? To me, he looked Jewish. Like, he looked like an Ashkenazi Jew.
He does. He looks like one of the Hebrews that just be in I don't know, he looks like one of those old guys with the hats. Just the Jewish guys with that big old hats. I forgot.
He looked like my Uncle Morty or my cousin Danny Dubinstein.
Just some random old dude at a bar mitzvah.
The bar mitzvah.
Maybe they switched him out in France. He was like some Ashkenazi guy from France. He was a double they sent in there, and the whole thing was just one big theatrical production to just basically, create more debt.
Guys, you know that the thing that you're welcome, serendipity. The thing that they put on their head is almost 12 meters. 6 to 12 meters.
What are they hiding in there?
So the speaking guy,
dirty thoughts.
2 or 3 minutes, I'm gonna come back and I'm gonna talk to you. I'm defending 100% IRGC, so if there is any topic, let's talk about it.
I'm not against you. I don't care about it.
Let's go. Let's talk about the IRGC. Let's go. Let's hit right from the horse's mouth.
I know what they keep in those hats. They have a cheat sheet because every government administrator in Iran has to take a government-issued test on how to actually refine that sweet crude that they produce out of the ground into, saleable oil, gasoline, airplane fuel. They essentially are chemists. And they're Zoroastrians, but now their mafia and their gang has been decimated by the orange gang known as Magus Trumpists. And I would just want to say many of you here are unaware of Islamic history, but Donald Trump himself has personally, completely, and utterly turned Islam into a trans religion. He has changed it and transformed it, and Donald Trump is absolutely by far the greatest and the last prophet of Islam. He outdid Muhammad. It's a fact. And every Islam now can say peace and blessings be upon Donald Trumpists. Thank you very much.
That's crazy talk. Imagine that.
And you heard that he was going to rename it the Strait of Trump, and then they were also going to rename it Trumpistan, right?
Trumpistan. So where's the IRGC guy? What are you going to say? He said 3 to 5 minutes. We got to wait for him to come prove his point. I'm curious to see what he's going to say. Do they have a little freaking Diddy bodies around.
What is he doing?
What's important to remember, this is the last thing I'll say, is that when we are all gone and the next generation has disappeared and the generation after that has disappeared, and then a new generation of Americans 4 generations away, they will look back at 2026 as the highest energy moment with such nostalgia, and they'll say, how was America so bold, so audacious, so intelligent? And how did they know how to deliver the knockout blow before they even knew it was coming? How did America envision such a strategic success? How did they know? Where did this divine wisdom come from that Donald Trump seems to draw from? These miracles Trump keeps pulling out of the ether. Who is and who was this great orange man?
Hey, home.
Your horses.
Sorry, man. Yeah, exactly. Hold your horses, man.
Hold your horses. Let's speak. Okay. You should be crazy to support IRGC. I was joking.
Not even. Did you even win the war yet? All I gotta ask. Have you won the war yet?
I was joking. I'm not supporting IRGC, but I just wanted to say that this war is going to the wrong direction. In my opinion, it's not serving people's benefits. I mean, local
Anybody's benefits.
You know what? I think
this guy's a sleeper
cell. He's a sleeper cell. He's one of the ones we gotta worry about.
Well, can you provide us with some evidence of why do you think that way, Anna?
Because of as he said, he cannot open the Strait of Hormuz. It's wide.
Exactly, brother.
No, let me explain why.
Sorry,
Okay, because it is wide only for 30 or 40 kilometers, so it's not really wide. I mean, it's not a very big area. Okay, so you can control it easily. And in the south of Iran, I'm Iranian. In the south of Iran, actually, I haven't been there, but I know the geography of the area of the country. In the south of Iran, there are very hard rock mountains, so you can easily hide under these mountains. I mean, you can settle your ballistic or missile systems to have a control over the Strait of Hormuz. But the thing is, if Trump, I think, is following another plan with this war. I mean, it has nothing to do with Iran. It has nothing to do with Israel. It's a plan against NATO. Because we all know Trump hates NATO because of the expenditures that I also find it very unfair. Well, why USA should pay for the security of Europeans when they have lots of money and they can do it. They don't do it, so USA should pay it. But also the war, look, the goal of, I can say 80 or 70% of Iranian people is to have a regime change. Okay, so everybody wanted. But the thing is how we have to implement this plan. I think right now the war is getting distracted into another direction that is the wrong direction, which is attacking civilians' infrastructures. And if they want to do it, if they want to attack people's, let's say, assets, because they are for the people, it has nothing to do with IRGC or the regime. It's for the people, for the local people. If Americans or if Israelis want to attack...
Wait, I'm sorry. Who's attacking civilian infrastructure?
Trump today gave the warning.
I mean, Iran's been attacking civilian... So we know Iran's been attacking civilian areas in all the countries that it's attacking. So when has the U.S. targeted? I'm sorry, but you said you made a statement, so I need you to clarify your statement. Where has the U.S. intentionally targeted civilian sites?
For the first day of war, they targeted.
Targeted?
Yeah, I don't want to tell you the U.S. budget.
It wasn't the U.S. It wasn't Israel. It was the U.S. Hold on. Even if it was, they asked a specific question. answer my question. Mute up. Whoever this dude is, stop talking, sir. When have they targeted, I use the word targeted, a civilian site? Targeted.
Speaking your sweet mother language, English.
I could. Do you want me to say the word target in Swahili? What language do you need the word target in? It's also a store that has really cheap stuff and good deals sometimes.
I've got gold, I've got silver, and from
do you know that Target? Do you know that Target? Well, that word you know, right?
You know what? If you're young lady, sorry.
So answer my question as you're talking, IRGC. When did the U.S. target?
I have a question.
Target means an intentional action, correct?
So I have a question.
Does target mean an intentional action?
Answer a question.
Answer me. Does target mean the concept of target?
I'm really happy for him. Hope he's doing well. We've had a lot of support from a lot of club owners that came in and helped us out.
Targeted.
School. Elementary school.
Wait, stop you now. You just said the U.S. I'm going to stop you. Yes, I can totally stop you. You just said the U.S. targeted a school. If, in fact, a U.S. missile inadvertently and not by intention hit a school, it was not targeting a school. And for you to share that propaganda in a room with I don't know how many people are in the audience is a problem. It's a concerning problem.
Well, there's a semantical issue here. Hold on, just guys, because I see both. There's a semantic break that we could
the word intentionally target.
Right. Well, it was intentionally. We intentionally targeted that target.
Yes,
but the problem is, hold on. The problem is that. Hold on, exactly. That it was an intentional target of a specific building that was believed to be an IRGC building. So IR is correct that we did intentionally target that building, but the idea is that obviously it was misidentified as a valid target.
Dima, where did it say we actually targeted that specific building?
Well,
can you put that in the chat?
Hold on. Well, I'll explain.
No, I understand what happened.
Investigations say that it was a Tomahawk cruise missile, right? Specifically a U.S. Tomahawk cruise missile.
Right, did hear that.
We know that the United States does not target civilian, right? So we can only assume that if it is, it's in favor of the United States to say that if it was indeed a U.S. Tomahawk cruise missile, and that building was targeted, it was due to misinformation.
Yes.
We don't target civilian buildings.
Thank you. So let's clarify that we don't target civilian buildings, which is what this guy said.
What's the history of the states?
Iranian rooms, we give time.
I just put the link in the comments for you guys to check it out. Yeah, I just put the link in the comments.
Welcome to Free Speech, IRGC. Welcome to how it works in the U.S.
First of all, IRGC is your mother. I'm not IRGC. Second of all, I'm sure you have no idea what IRGC means because it has no Iranian name inside it.
I never said it did. It's Islamic.
So
I thought the IRGC was Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps. That's not it.
No, it's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps.
So it has nothing to do with Iran. Don't call me with that fucking name because I get upset.
Oh, so it just proves that it's a jihad. It's a jihad military.
It's not even jihad. You're protecting your own land.
No. She said it's Islamic, not Iranian. Iran is the land. Islam is not the land. Islam is religion.
It stands for it is.
So do we have an understanding that the United States does not target civilians? Can we have that understanding and then you can go on?
I apologize, young lady. You're right, but you're wrong.
I'm right, but I'm wrong. We don't intentionally.
Listen, hear me out. Who's the only fucking the place in the world that dropped a fucking atomic bomb on somebody?
Listen, you don't know nothing.
We ended a war. Do we have to get into talking about why Truman made the decision?
What war? What war did you end?
World War II. Thank you very much.
And you only came in 2 to 3 years after that. If you know your history, talk.
I know my history. In the end of World War II, I need more for what I discussed. Now let's go back to back to what we were talking about. So now, so continue what you were saying.
Please close your microphone for 5 minutes. Let me finish, and then you can say whatever you want. You are free to say everything, but just give the time to finish, to get the point, and then start. Okay? So,
When to do US?
where were I? I was just saying, okay. Yeah, I was talking about.
Dude, you blame the US for bombing.
I was not putting it on the US. I was talking about the it's not a joke. It's not a joke. Some people die. More people die. It's not a joke. Don't listen to media. Okay, whatever you see in media are, I can say 100% wrong. Fox News is on the side of Republicans. They try to defend Republicans. For example, New York Times is on the side of Democrats. They are trying to defend Democrats and saying Trump is just doing shit. Just doing Trump. Because today I take my mother. Okay, I'm not talking about the area in Iran. Actually, they are Tehran. But they just quit speaking because it's not dangerous. But she said 1 or 2 times a day we hear bombs, this vibration just comes through the windows. So they just left the city for 1 or 2 months and let's see what happens. But the thing is, this war cannot, this way cannot move forward more. Why? Because if Iran wants to close the Strait of Hormuz, the European economy will be totally fucked up. I'm sure about it because I'm living in Europe and I see that Europeans are just harming from this war. But also, it's not good for Trump or for Americans because we don't want any boots on the ground. So you don't want it to, I'm sure. I mean, it's not the will of Americans. But the thing is, USA, or let's say the West, I'm not talking only about the USA, the West has a big army of people like me.
It's only the US, sorry, I apologize. It's not Canada, it's not Mexico.
Okay, so that's the US. Okay, because it's a central power. You're right, because it's a central power. It's the first power in the West. So you're right. But USA has a big army. You can say bigger than the American army, which is inside Tehran, which is inside Iraq. And that is a local people. That is a people who can bring this regime down. Okay, but I'm not also saying stop war. I'm not saying yes. You have to target the military bases. You have to make it allow. You have to separate all the power facilities down. But there is a very thought here that you hear me. That's what I'm sorry, I just I hear what you're saying. You know, like I mean, was it that? Because that should be Iranian. American have no idea what cigarette is.
But I'm in the UK and I don't have
Okay, yeah, that's right. We know that some people will say they rather have white SIM card. Actually, it's not a fair name because in USA, white and black is about people. So we don't want to use our name, let's say, governmental SIM cards. There are some agents from the government.
Oh my God, guys, stop detracting from the conversation.
I was finishing exactly.
Like 3 minutes over here. If somebody tell me my SIM card is in the chat, I'm done.
Okay, and then I was saying that, okay, if I think now it is time to bring people, to support people in the streets. I mean, if the war wants to move on like this, just as I said, needs infrastructures, electricity, gas, people with airstrikes, let's say with how can I say, with just a special forces, something like this. But it's not easy. It's not easy. That is the plan. You know what I mean. That's the plan. That is what everybody is saying. But how you want to do it? How you want to do it? The thing is, if you also want to bring special forces in the street, okay, which I on the paper think is the best idea, but the thing is, you will harm also people, civilians. So if citizens see, okay, every day we are getting harm from USA, from Israel, from American forces, I'm 100% sure Rose also knows that Iranians have this characteristic in their blood. If they see they are getting harm from people or from foreigner country, they will stay against it.
Dude, everybody has that in blood. Everybody has that. And the thing is, the U.S. is doing a pretty good job with their laser-guided precision munitions by hitting targets. We hit specific targets. Well, just blowing up everything indiscriminately. We took out all the nukes, took out all the ballistic missile silo entrances that were in the mountains.
I apologize, sir. Those who said that a year ago, we obliterated all their nuclear weapons. So why is it 41 years later?
Because there's more. They keep making them.
That's a new one.
That's a good one.
I think it means obliterated.
Obliterated. What obliterated means?
Look at what you did to the word. I didn't know what the word was. You said obliterated.
Obliterated.
It's true.
You said it's a new title for a room.
Yeah, obliterate Iran.
He did say obliterated, but when you look back at the news, they say that was before the post-war assessment of, what damage had been done or whatever. So he spoke before there was, verification of that. But
okay, so on day one of their attack, what did he say? They're done. Their military's done. How can I say? Surface. Their navy's done. Their surface.
I have a genuine question. Do you have a friend named Crystal?
No, brother. Listen, I'm Canadian. I'm from the
you on that Crystal.
And I got nothing.
So do you boo the Star Spangled Banner at hockey games?
Pardon me?
Do you boo the Star Spangled Banner at hockey games?
Not at all, because I respect you guys. You guys know.
Canada is just like the United States.
Hear me out. Most of the American hockey players are Canadian. So why would it be you? Listen, I never had a problem with you guys. I still don't. The only problem I have,
X gon' give it to you. Fuck, wait for you to get it on your own. X gon' deliver to you. Knock it out, open up the door, smell.
When you're the 51st state of
I got such a good heart. I love you, motherfucker, out there. Damn right, you're not doing it.
Yeah.
I can't pronounce
Sorry.
words.
How's the Leafs doing this year?
They're fucking shit.
Yeah, that's good. Well, we'll teach you the Pledge of Allegiance. It's not that hard. You'll pick it up pretty quick.
No, you'll learn it. We'll force it. Never.
I actually wanted to say, Michael, I agree with you. We don't indiscriminately go in and just carpet bomb. We go in and we're very precise in our bombing, and this.
Yeah, you're very precise. That's why Iran's still fucking striking Israel, and they're still striking your American bases.
So I'm curious about IR. I'm so sorry, IR. You said you spoke to your mom. I have a couple questions.
His name is
I hope that they're lead on. I hope it's not too invasive. You don't have to answer, but my curiosities are: one, you talk to Did your mother mention anything about what people are referring to as the Crimson War, the Crimson Winter, right? How President Trump said tonight 45,000 people were murdered. Has she talked to you at all about that?
Well, many people right now are not following the news they cannot, let's say, follow the news as they used to because of the internet. As you know, now the internet is called national internet in Iran. They have internet, they have access to the internet. If you hear people say they have no internet, it's totally wrong. That's why I'm telling you. They are trying to exaggerate, but
so
I'm just answering. I'm just coming to your question. So they follow the news, okay? They follow the news. Maybe they heard actually what Trump said. Actually, I haven't heard the lecture or let's say the conference or the words of Trump, but I will. But the thing is that I didn't actually. My mother didn't tell me anything about that. But the thing is, people are just doing their lives. Believe me, people are doing their life because you cannot stop your life. You need money. You need to eat. You need to move forward. So you cannot stay home like one. It is like 1 month. You stay home and say, okay, what Trump wants to do. Okay, what Netanyahu wants to do. No, they don't give a shit. They just do this.
Iran. I have a question about Iran. What percentage of the Iranian people would you say are against the IRGC?
IRGC?
What percentage of Iranian people do not like IRGC?
Less than 5%.
That do like?
Yes. Less than 5%.
So 95% do not like?
No, he misinterpreted the question.
Which percentage of people don't like, they hate IRGC?
We have gray here. Listen, we have right to left and gray. Gray means people who are in the middle.
I get that, I'm specifically asking for clarification. I'm not trying to tell you. I'm actually trying to use it against people. Because people claim that she didn't believe that many percent, that high percent.
First of all, Richard, you're being dishonest, okay? And listen, hold on. I question. Hold on. Yes, how does anybody know? You don't know. Hold on, wait a second. There have been, exactly, I am. That's exactly what I'm doing. But guess what? As we're finding out, is that he hasn't even been able to give us a good answer. It doesn't even look like his mother, right? And it doesn't even look like his mom has even paid any much attention to it. If maybe she doesn't have the information or whatever. So if someone who's living in a country, okay, he just said it himself. Does she admit? Would she say that the 45,000 estimated number is correct? I mean, it doesn't matter. Okay, so that's interesting.
Listen, let me tell you one thing. Now they are in the west of Iran. Okay, as I said, I'm from Tehran, which is the capital. Now they are in the west of Iran. Iran is a very big, wide country. People in the west or people in the east, especially in the east, people have no idea about this war. There has been no attack on their cities. It's a very big country.
Oh my God, you're giving a wrong answer. Just.
Yeah, man.
Answer my shot. My shot is in the east.
No, it was just a little exaggerated. But what I want, the situation. I'm comparing the situation. The situation you mentioned is totally different from Tehran.
He's trying to give it. And you're trying to tell me he's wrong? What the fuck? He's trying to give it as a. Guys, everybody's off topic right now. Hold on, Warren's sick. Chill for a minute. Let's just get this answer up. So, Irene, are there more people that are pro IRGC or are there more people that are pro liberation?
I'm so sorry to answer your question this way. I'm not, you're my friend, I love you, but that's a very stupid question. So everybody knows the situation.
Rose, you still support him?
Boy, can you shut the fuck up, please, so we can get like a straight answer out of this guy?
Yeah, there you go.
Okay, I just need to mention 2 or 3 things. So, first
No,
of
he
all,
didn't even answer, young lady. Wait up. Let him finish his shit.
Sick, why don't you let the Iranian lady talk?
No, because you asked him.
He's from the country.
Yeah, actually, give her the chance. Because he failed to answer. Go ahead, Rose.
Yeah, Iran can't answer anything.
Yeah, because you guys don't want to listen to his opinion.
okay, so IR has mentioned about lefty and like grey people. I think at this point we shouldn't talk about lefty or grey people. We should talk about those people who are against the government, and that's between 80 and 85% of the people. Right.
Rose, how do you know that? Can you explain it to people?
There has been a questionnaire.
We
There
have
has
these.
been a questionnaire from the parliament.
Dima doesn't believe the numbers are that high.
It's okay. She doesn't need to believe me. It's absolutely fine. Second of all, IR, you have mentioned that Iranians are available to internet. They still have blackout. There are so many people they can access the internet, but they have to pay so much money. And most of my family, at least I know.
Don't interrupt her, dude. Just listen.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
I still have no access to my family. If they want to access to the internet, they need to spend lots of money for anti-filter to be able to just connect to the connection. So this is the second thing.
Is this facts? Is this facts?
Just listen. They have North Korean internet.
It's a fact. I'm Iranian. I'm telling
So
you.
listen, if it's a fact, let
You
me
should
look
change
it up.
his name to
Let
IRGC.
me look it up. Let me look it up, and hear your facts. You understand? Everyone has their own personal opinion, but if it's facts, it's facts.
Yeah, and I appreciate that, and I like the empirical.
I'll look it up right now.
And I don't think that we should ever condemn anybody for asking for facts. Okay, so and don't mistake that for cruelty, because I think or offense. That's just us trying to verify. Okay, so it doesn't and to try to think or try to assume what other people are thinking. I mean, you know who you are. It's just ridiculous. Right? Yeah, it just doesn't make sense. So, right, exactly. And so my motivation to asking was because I think that, I mean, at least if we were to steel man the IRGC, right, their numbers were like in the 3,000s.
I understand, but
I don't believe. Right,
Is it like, yeah, but
hold on.
She's not talking.
Hold on, I wasn't talking to you though. What I'm saying is, yeah, I was talking to IR. So we admit, or like if the IRGC has admitted 3,000, right? That's them, and I would think that someone who lives in the region would at least be talking about 3,000 deaths, if that's the amount. Okay, I don't believe that it's 3,000. I think it's higher than that. But I am very curious to know why. Like you said, you know, the size of the region. I don't know how big Iran is, but I know that it's not bigger than the United States. I don't think it's half as big as the United States. I don't know the connectivity of Iran, but I'm pretty sure that people in, you know, the East Coast know what's going on in the West Coast if one person dies. Okay, so let alone 3,000. I feel like that should have been a point of discussion.
It's like 35,000.
Well, 45,000. It depends on who you ask. 45,000 according to Trump, 3,000 IRGC, whoever else. Sometimes it's 100,000. I don't know. But the point is that a few thousand, 1,000 deaths, I think, would be the point of a conversation at some point, and that's very concerning. I'm just going to be honest with you. Like, if that isn't somebody's conversation, like, why wouldn't that be a part of the, like, do you know? I mean, like, why did this happen? What was the cause of this? Is, you know, like, there's so many questions.
Let me give you a very short brief about the Iranian demands or Iranian society. We have a very big diversity. We have people who are in LGBT communities, we have people who are extremist Muslims. We have people who are liberal Muslims, like the majority of people.
Aaron,
We
can I
have
ask you?
people-
Can I stop you for a second? Do you have an LGBT? This community? Do you have like gay bars around?
No, of course no. It's
Okay,
illegal.
so you're
That's
talking
the-
about
that's
in the
really question.
diaspora. So you're talking about in the I wanted to just confirm what you're saying. I didn't mean to interrupt you, but you're talking about in the diaspora of Iran, the Iranians living outside of Iran.
Yeah, there's not big diversity. There's not big.
I asked him the question.
Sorry.
Within.
So you're not talking about within the country. Within the country, you don't have a gay community and gay bars.
Okay.
I fully will adding that to an my avatar.
Of course.
Like
Which
living
Muslim
life
country
for
they have a gay bar?
all.
Which Muslim country they have a gay bar?
Maybe
Maybe they know better. I don't know.
So when you say
I don't want to get too far. I'd like to hear his explanation.
no, but I'm sorry, Bima, for asking him that, but that just stopped me when because
I
I've
am
never heard
TV.
anyone say that before.
I
So that's why I asked.
TV.
Yeah, like right after Rose. You hear me, Rose?
I do, yes.
Okay, let me just give you a voice message I got right now from Tehran.
Yeah.
No, brother. Listen, she just asked you a question. Is there any gay clubs in Iran?
باور میشه یک ساعت و نیم برق نبود تو تهران.
I don't agree with that. That's false.
برق هم مرکز تهران.
Shit. Alright.
بعد دوباره یه ساعت پیش برق اومد. از فکر کنم 9 و 10 رفت تا 11.
I don't know what the fuck I just listened to. It sounded like another call for sleeper cells to
Well,
wake
it
up.
was about
sounded odd. Rose speaking English here.
Rose, what was it?
Sorry, man.
Yeah, it was
No
about
disrespect.
electricity in Iran that has been just shut down.
Just for one hour.
For an
That has
hour,
been
yeah.
targeted.
He just got a message, that's why he just tried to speak fastly, sorry.
Dude,
Well, we don't have any gay bar in Iran, but obviously they are gathering around in like I would say in their homes, you know, they party together. But obviously there are so many underground, yeah. But obviously there are so many.
Actually, sometimes it's not really underground. There is a park in the heart of Tehran that is called Park Daneshu. Yeah, all of them are just such
So
a.
is it more underground or more?
It's underground. It's underground. I mean, I can't say maybe it's kinda protected. This.
They got the underground railroad for Muslim gay people. They say you got like,
What the hell?
It's not like Berlin or it's not like London or
Rabbanu
Manchester. They
Shalom.
start kissing each other or just, on the street. Our culture, it has nothing to do with the government. It's not in our culture. I don't want to say it's disgusting. I don't want to say it's nice. I don't judge it, okay? Because I'm not the person
it's fucking gay. That's all.
Don't judge it, just let it happen.
Ain't nothing wrong with it.
I'm not judging.
We are.
I respect people. I love everybody.
I think Michael, you need to respect when people are talking and don't throw the conversation like this. Okay?
Sorry, Rose, you're gay.
Yes, Rose is gay.
Yeah.
Okay, you can go back to what you were saying. I need to have a moment. So continue what you're saying. I'm sorry that I stopped you on that, but I never heard that before. So that was the first time. But go ahead.
No, there is no gay bar. That's a very funny question. I mean, we are talking about the war. You're asking about gay clubs.
No, you were talking about the diverse community within the country,
Yes,
and you said something that none of us have ever heard before. So that's why I had to stop you and ask you.
Rose knows that. Rose knows that. Or the Iranians here, they can confirm what I say, or they can actually correct it better.
It's okay. I'm not trying
Diversity in Iran. We have a
confronting
very big
you.
diversity in Iran that is.
Abby, what you're missing is diverse and means different.
Control time.
Oh my God, Austin.
Hi, Austin.
Which includes.
Let's send you back to Mexico.
No, it's okay. Keep going. All right. Sorry.
It's
That was
really
just-
disrespectful. Just give me some fucking time. Let me finish, and then I will go for your questions if you have any questions, or if you want me to shut the fuck up, so I will close my microphone, please. But just clarify what we have to do. And yeah, it's about the people. It's about the friend who was asking if people like this percentage of people are supporting or this percentage of people are, let's say, hating the IRGC. We cannot say that, okay? But there was last year there was a questionnaire or something like a forum from people on the streets from the parliament. It was done by the parliament, and also the answer got published, I think, this year, or maybe it was just some weeks after the process, and it says 80% of people are
200 billion
totally
pension debt.
dissatisfied with the regime. It means it doesn't mean they want regime change, because you cannot say it. It's dangerous. You cannot say it. 80% are directly saying we are dissatisfied with the system. So I can for sure tell you all these people wanted to say we want regime change, okay? But they are, they were afraid or they were scared of the consequences. So that's why they said we are dissatisfied. But right now the thing is the economy is collapsing. Actually it collapsed, it just already collapsed. And the industry, I'm an industry man. Actually, I work in Iran. I work in some European countries also. The industry is not working or is not actually going well as it should. So after also this war that USA and Israel that targeted some industrial, actually, let's say, areas, there would be more unemployment rates, which makes people more dissatisfied. And that's why I'm telling you, this is the biggest army that USA has, which is the people. And these people are on the side of, I don't want to say on the side of USA, but they are not really, they don't really agree with the government. They want to change it. So, but if you want to continue targeting civilians, infrastructures, exactly like the voice message that I just shared it with you just some minutes ago, people automatically, after some days, after some time, they get fed up with the system, with the attack, with the war, because they see everything. I mean, they put the blame on the war. They say it's only because of the war. It's only because of the war, and you will get 100% vice versa consequences, or let's say the outcome that you are looking for. So it's a very controversial topic. It's a very sensitive, let's say, action that's both sides of the war are doing. I really have no idea what will happen, because it's, as I said, it's going to the wrong direction every day. Trump is just threatening people's people's country. It's not talking about the governments. It's talking about he said we will come to Iran and we have to destroy, not Trump, there was a Republican senator. He said that we have to come to Iran, we have to destroy everything, like the people from Mongolia.
Talking about Lindsey Graham.
Yeah, changing. I think it was changes. He said that we will destroy everything. So these words are shit. These words are. They are not the words that people are expected to hear. But I'm like you guys. Everybody. What I know for now, everybody is confused, and we really have no idea what will happen. Thank you for your time, guys. Thank you so much.
I feel smarter. Thank you for letting us hear that.
Oh my god, that was literally the pace of reaction time, that.
Well, you got a lot of things in common with people here on Clubhouse, the confusion. But if you listen to Donald Trump tonight, he laid it all out for you, very plain and simple. He will send the whole country into a time machine, aka into the Middle Ages, where they're already at. He already believes that these people are living in the 16th century. So the point is, surrender now and just join us. Assimilation will be preservation. Assimilation will be joy. Your experience, your joy, your destiny. Can we all not just collectively get through to all the people in Iran and say, listen, lay down your weapons, stop shooting rockets, open up more shawarma restaurants, open up more hair removal clinics, open up a new airline, join the rest of the world and stop resisting. Joy, fun, the time is now. Hello? Learn to say hello. Come on, IRGC. Come on, Iranians, Persians, just say hello. Hello?
I vote that guy to be deported. All right, can we hear from
Reza wants to attack Iran. Go ahead.
Just I'm gonna take 2 minutes of your time.
All right, ready, go.
Responding to the the guy just talked about the Iranian economy collapsing. I think these people, they dreaming like the president of the United States. Iranian economy is not collapsing. Everything as normal. Petrol station open, not busy. Same price as it was before the war. Nothing happened. The people live like a normal life. But I'm going to talk. I'm not talking about.
Can I ask you a question?
These people. One second.
No, let him finish. Let him finish, please.
One second.
Let him speak.
My fellow friends, you have to be careful of the people. They come and talk about bad about their own country. They betray their own country. You have to be careful. They betray their own country. Think about what's they gonna do to your country. You have to stay away from these people because they're selling their own motherland. What they gonna do to your land?
We already got the Democrats. Are you talking about the Democrats right now?
Let him finish, please.
We already got the Democrats. Are you talking about the Democrats?
They are not Iranian. They just we have a common language. The people, the Iranian spoken people, they come and they try to betray Iran. What I'm saying is, you have to be careful of these people. You have to be careful.
Reza, just wait.
Okay, hold on.
Because
Please hold on. Go ahead, finish. Then I have a question for you.
because the people they betray their own country, their own land. What they gonna do to you guys? All I'm saying is this.
Okay, that's it. Okay, so you said the economy is not collapsing, right, Reza?
At the moment, no. At the moment, everything is normal.
What's the minimum wage by the law in Iran? How much is it?
You know, the minimum wage, you have to calculate the minimum spending
Hold
of
on,
the country.
buddy. I need the number because I know it. Okay, what's the minimum wage in Iran?
6.
Whatever. What you saying?
Okay, so
What you saying?
Talking about Arab females.
Hold on, guys.
$60. You say $40.
Over $100, man. Reza, be quiet. The minimum wage in Iran is 12 million toman. In dollar is about $80 a day, right? A month. I'm sorry, $80 a month. 12 million toman. So, which is almost about 400,000 toman, which is about $3 a day. Less than $3, $2.50. So,
It depends on the month, dude. No.
It's also the cost of goods and services. For example, if you need laser hair removal service, that could be 10 cents to get 1,000 hairs taken off of an Iranian's back.
Quiet, yeah. So basically,
Just respond to this guy.
So basically, you get paid 400,000 a month, which is less than $3 a day. What can you buy with your daily income in Iran as a minimum wage person? 3 bags of hot Cheetos. How much is a bag of hot Cheetos, buddy?
Okay. Can I respond to this guy?
Cheeto?
Can I respond to you?
How much is a hot Cheeto? My response is a number. How much?
$5.
No, it's not.
$10.
It's not $10. It's about $1. So how much
Okay, dollar. Guys, this dollar
How much
is
did I say you can make? $3.
$3. What
50 cents.
What can you buy?
50 cents.
3 bags of hot Cheetos. 1 day of work.
Nothing. Let me tell you. Let me respond.
No, get to talk. You're finished.
You know whatever he says.
Who's next, guys? Now, go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to.
I'm the next.
He's lying. He's lying, guys. He's lying.
So I'm lying about how much of
I just googled it. He's very
lying, man. You are.
I could get the time to
I
talk.
just want to respond because he insulted
Yes,
me.
you
He
are
said that
right.
I'm not Iranian.
How hot are those Cheetos?
If you're Iranian, come
Is it
to
the
the
super
channel, man.
spicy Cheetos or like?
Let's see if we can just come to UK and we can talk face to face. How's that?
Iranian
To my family and to my friends, and I want to see us how you can talk about this.
This isn't a dating app, Rose. Wrong.
So Reza, so you went
Oh,
online,
that
right? So you said
She's talking about her wish.
So you
It's
said
not
online.
dating.
I think
Yes, you are. Yes, you are. You are 100% lying. The reason is.
So you tell us
I'm
how
not
much is the
talking to
minimum
this.
You tell us what's the truth.
You tell me how much
Whatever it is, the minimum wage is. Listen.
What do you mean whatever it is? You can't say whatever it is.
I'm not responding to you guys. I'm not. By the way, I'm not responding to you guys. Whatever the minimum wage is,
How much is the
the
minimum?
dollar,
It's in the
$1
chat.
a day.
Right? Put it in the chat so you guys can look at it.
$1 a day. $1. Are you happy with the $1 a day?
No, you said I'm lying. So
Whatever.
I'm lying.
What?
Oh, hold on, you have to adjust that. It doesn't matter the amount. It's what can you
How much did you get to come and speak this was?
Ocean milk is usually a good.
Claim, hold on. When you claim the economy is good, the economy is fucking amazing. We're fucking buying iMac with 1 hour our work. You piece of shit fucking liar. Motherfucker, you're a fucking loser who you work for 1 day for 8-9 hours. You cannot even buy a meal with the money. A pizza is 2 days of your work. 2 days. You want to buy a pizza, you
know
work
what?
2 days.
Who said that?
Nobody needs.
Your guy's not living here.
You just
I'm
open your
living in Tehran. Hey, sir, Sina lives in Tehran. Yeah, I'm present in Tehran.
You want to show me? And then you get money, then you can buy some pizza for you.
No topics. No topics.
Thank you, Ocean.
Your guys not living in Iran. All of them is loser. Come to Tehran and then talk. I'm Persian. You're all of them loser. He had everything.
Can you tell me a teacher how much he got paid by months?
What? Teacher, how much?
Yeah.
$100. They only give right now is not our problem. Right now is not our problem. We had problem by economy. Anybody in Iran know that. But right now is not problem for us.
What's your problem?
Iranian out of them Iran, not Iranian really. They are loser. They follow in the Pahlavi. They are all of them loser. You cannot even come to. You cannot come out. You cannot come to
Okay, Sina.
You are
I have one
all of
question.
them
You're
loser.
right. You're right.
You are not my voice.
Imagine this
If
guy.
you are my voice, come to Tehran. I'm in Tehran. You cannot come to Istanbul. You cannot come to Dubai. You are
What you
loser.
can do? Hold on,
I'm in Dubai.
Hold on, bro. Hold on. Sina, guess what?
If you are Dubai, show your flag of the mystery. You cannot, man.
Sina, guess what? I had a steak for lunch, and I had lamb chops for dinner. What did you have for lunch and dinner? Eggs?
Of course we have. We have more than the America.
You had eggs?
We have more than America.
Eggs for
Man,
breakfast?
we have collaboration for economy. Of course we have.
سینا میگه که سینا جان یه لحظه گوش کن میخوام ترجمه کنم برات. میگه که من برای شام استیک داشتم. تو چی خوردی برای شام؟ تو خمار خوردی؟
کیر خر خورد.
Egg and rice, but it doesn't matter for us. Right now, it's not our problem.
Now what's your problem?
These guys from LA should be bringing for us meal? No, they cannot. They cannot come to Istanbul.
Zena, I have one question, one specific question for you. What did you do that you get the white SIM card so you can connect it to the?
I don't have white SIM card. I have VPN. I bought VPN.
I can see from your connection it's VPN or it's a white SIM card. You have a white SIM card. It's all.
I don't have it.
Nobody
doesn't have. It's just club. Nobody. Maybe some people for government have it.
I have a lot of people.
I have maybe people for government have, but normal people doesn't.
Okay, Zena, what's your Twitter? Can you share?
I don't have Twitter. I don't have
your X account.
He's got one friend. You can figure this one out.
Yeah, I mean, they have white SIM cards. So here's the thing.
I don't have what you want.
Bullshit and lies, I have to jump in the middle. So when I hear one the guy say economy's all good and this and that.
Economy is not good. Where is that economy good right now?
No, I'm not talking about you.
Where?
I'm not talking about you.
Come to my city. Come to Tehran. I show you which city you can come right now.
But what are you gonna show me?
Which city? And then I call you. If you're Iranian or not.
If
your guys not Iranian. If you're Iranian coming inside Iran,
is there anything left
you are a loser.
Dina.
You are a loser.
Dina, if you honestly knew what part of Iran I'm from, you'd be fucking pissing your pants.
Okay, you are in Ubiwin, out. You're being out your Pahlavi flag out of you are in Iran. Which city you are?
Well, you're not gonna know the city that I'm in right now.
Yeah, if you want to support Iranian, you have to be in Iran. You cannot out of Iran and say, I want to freedom Iran.
Fight the regime. Wait. I'll be in Iran to do what? Fight America or fight the regime?
Both. We are problem both. American and Iran regime. Both is bullshit. We are problem by American. Of course, anybody living in Middle East has problem.
Which nation?
Do you chant death to America? Do you chant that? Sina, do you chant that in the streets?
Sina, let me ask you this question.
You think he does?
So let's say we see everyone as an enemy, right? Everyone is an enemy.
Because your guys, I know your guys is Trump guys. You are evil. Of course you are evil.
Hold on and listen. Let's say fuck US and fuck Iran regime, right? Okay, we got that straight. So which country we're gonna have a relationship with then in order to be friends and do trades and do this and that? Which country?
Any country. I don't have problem. Our people doesn't have problem by US don't have problem by American. We are problem by American as a politic. You cannot say I'm just Arab. Anybody think like American problem? Imperialist. You have problem by imperialist.
American government. Fine. I said, which country would you like to be an ally with, to be friends with? Which country?
Any country around us. We don't have problem by God.
Which one?
Any guys living in
Name one.
I didn't understand what you asked me exactly.
Name one country that you will choose as an Iranian to be an ally with.
میگه دوست داری با کدوم کشور دیل بکنید، معامله کنید؟ با کدوم کشور میخواید معامله؟
All country.
قاعده چه کشوری دوست داری؟
بابا سینای کسمخت میگم با چه اگر از آمریکا متنفری با چه کشوری دوست داری رابطه نزدیک داشته باشی با عنوان ایرانی؟
You tell them, Ocean.
اروپا
کسمخت یوروپ حلای خود آمریکاست. کیر آمریکاست. چیکار میخوای بکنی؟
خب چه ربطی داره؟ What the matter?
Okay,
You see what happened to the
They didn't give the access airport access to America aircraft. France, Spain,
all European countries suck at it.
Yeah.
You will see.
Are you done now, Sina?
Yeah, he's done. He's done. Next, go ahead. Next.
I just want to say something before we start with anything else. Have you noticed that he was telling that if you are against us, come to Dubai, come to Turkey, which means that you're doing something there, right?
You cannot. I mean, you cannot support it.
No. You mean that if
Dubai, in Istanbul, you cannot because you are scared. You are not in. You are scared. If you are in safe place, you say, "Yeah, I love Pahlavi." Oh, come to. We have 1 million Iranian.
40,000 people who died
Wait. We have 1 million Iranian in Istanbul, in Turkey, but they cannot support it.
And you are executing them in
We
Iran.
have 1 million Iranian in Turkey, but never you see Pahlavi flag in Turkey. Why? Because you are not in safe place. You say you just use it as inside the Iran. If you bribe, come inside Iran and then show your flag. If you bribe, okay?
Forget it easy. 2 months ago, the people they of the flag.
These people was bribed, but you're not. You cannot use it. These people for your ideology. Okay? If you are like that, come inside the Iran and then open your mouth. Use your
The internet is blacked out at the moment.
$100,000
So that's why it's raining outside. I was
due
Iranian. Then shut up.
to the market dumps.
Can I make a suggestion? Sorry guys to interject. Hello to everybody on the stage. Why don't we resolve this problem really easy? Why don't we let Iranian people to have access to the internet so Sina doesn't talk on behalf of 19 million Iranians? How about doing that? How about letting Iranians to talk for themselves?
100 ounces.
90 million Iranian, not like you are out
Yeah, well,
of
we don't
Iran.
need your opinion on that because they have maps and they have
Iranian doesn't think like each other.
phones. Why don't we let them to talk for themselves instead of you as a map?
How can you find any Iranian things like you are out of the Iran?
I don't care. Why don't we let the Iranian people make that decision on their own behalf instead of...
Yes, well, he is Iranian.
Well, I'm Iranian as well. That's the problem. Is that I'm an Iranian, and none of my family members. I haven't spoken to my family for 5 weeks now.
Okay, come
Why
to
are
support
you
your family
cutting? Why are you cutting in 21st century the access of 19 million Iranian people to internet, where they can't even talk to each other or talk to anybody overseas, and they can't even express their opinions? Why is your regime doing that?
That is our problem. That is our problem. Yeah,
Well, that's your problem. That's been your problem for 47 years.
Okay,
Shut
you want to
Iranian
help us
people
come inside.
from the rest of the...
You want to help us come inside Iran and then.
Well, I was in Iran in January.
That's
I was in Iran in January. In fact, I was in Iran in January.
What is the solution? What is the solution? What is the solution? No. Solution access internet is right now bombing in Iran. Solution is bombing.
What's internet got to do with bombing Iran? You know, Iranian people don't get notification for places that Israel or the US want to bomb. Did you know that? Why don't you build bunkers? Why don't you build bunkers and shelters for Iranian people where there's not a single shelter in Iran, and you have cities and cities under mountains to launch rockets at the US? Why do you have that? Why don't Iranian people, not a single shelter was built in the last half a century by you guys who said death to America non-stop, day in, day out. You spend our money, our people's money, on Hamas and Hezbollah and Palestine, all that crap that you you guys
like
came
America, like
you
America
didn't build a
use
single
like
shelter for
America,
Iranian people.
like
And when the
America
war
use money for
started,
Israel, like
the war
America
that
use money
you
for
guys called
Israel,
for it,
like America,
the war that you guys called for it for 47
like
years,
American money,
when that war started, you guys cut the access to internet.
One at a time. One at a time. One at a time.
Can I ask one question from Ismail from Messina? Can I ask one question?
I want to close it.
Yeah, shoot it, mate. Go for it.
No. Can I ask you one question? What is
Wait, hold on. Did Rose finish? Rose, are you finished?
What is Pulitzer's bar? Sina, where is it?
A beaver.
What
Beaver.
Rama?
There is a Pulitzer's bar or something like this. Pulitzer's bar. Where is it, Sina? Because in your profile you have a picture next to a bar, so it's not clear, but it seems like Pulitzer or something like this. Since you're in Iran, is there some bar like this in Iran so you can take a picture like this next to it?
It says
That's a
Pulitzer.
fake profile picture, mate.
It's AI.
Yeah, I think he's AI.
Well, you got everybody.
I tell you this, guys, just as anybody who's not an Iranian, just bear with me for a second. Just think of it. 90 million Iranians don't have access to internet, and now, out of the blue, you've got people that come out on Clubhouse and Twitter with like free access to internet, let's say from within Iran, and they're all parroting the government propaganda. Okay, I'm not talking about the US. I'm not talking about the war. Just think of this. See how ridiculous that people in Iran can't go
You can't follow my channel. You can't follow. You can't
move you down. Don't interrupt. Go ahead, Ismail. Keep talking.
No, Ismail, you're not actually making a lot of sense right now because in the past couple
I am making a lot of sense. Guess what? The same government is spending all that money on missiles and rockets and proxy forces across the Middle East for 47 years.
Buddy. VPNs are working in the past 2 days. So some people have VPNs, right? And they're not related to government. They're buying VPNs, so they're working in the past couple of days. So I'm just letting you know if you don't know. So if you wanna.
Well, how about the last 4.5 weeks?
Well,
how about the last 4.5 weeks, the last 2 days? Did you know that for more than 60% of the days of this year, people in Iran had no access to internet?
Brother, I'm Iranian. I'm Iranian. I haven't talked to my family in like fucking 7
Yeah, same. I haven't spoken to my parents for 5 weeks now, and then out of the blue, you've got people who come out here and talk about how wonderful is Iran.
In the past couple of days, VPNs are working, so not free VPNs.
So Ismail, can I ask you a question? Can I ask you a question, Ismail?
Yeah, go for it.
Why are you not in Iran?
Well, I was actually in Iran in January. I live in Australia. I went there for January break, for the New Year break, and guess what? I got shot at in Tehran.
Are you married? Do you have children?
Thousands of people.
Oh my God. How'd that happen? What happened?
Well, there was a call out by the king. So the king, the opposition figurehead, he asked people to come out on the 8th and 9th of January at 8 o'clock at night. So we went out, and there were thousands and thousands and thousands of people, unimaginable number of people in streets protesting. And you get to a point where you'll get shot at by machine guns, dude. Like no warning shots, nothing. Ta 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 ta. They started mowing people down. Okay. Now you listen to me, and you'll be like, "Oh, this guy is propagandist, whatever." I'm an Iranian. I'm an Iranian. I can speak Farsi. I was there in January. The sort of brutality. If you're a woman, just think of this. Those women get dragged down if you don't wear proper hijab. Don't look at those videos that they post on YouTube or whatever, because those videos are shot in certain areas, in particular sections of Tehran. Iran has 30
provinces. It's got more than 600 towns and cities. If you don't cover your hair as a woman, if you don't go out properly, considered modest by the government, they drag you and they put you into detention. You know, this is not some sort of a nice regime that's parroting, hey, let's support Palestinians and all that. That's all fake. Like the reality of Iran.
Guys, have you noticed this Sina? Again, I'm telling you guys, so just be aware of these things. That how they are like he told me that if you are against us, come to Dubai or come to Turkey, which means that they have this thing that they kidnap people from Turkey and Dubai, they took them to Iran and execute them. Have you noticed that? So which means that the level of brutality they got in the region, how they abuse the people in the region.
Yeah, one of their tactics, to be honest, I don't want to be pessimistic, but one of their tactics is to snatch people up by riling them up. They rile people up and they say, okay, if you want to come to Turkey and we've got this group and we've got this movement, you can contribute to like all these forces that are working against the regime. You show up in Turkey, you go out to the street. You know, they don't do it themselves. They pay gangs and certain groups to snatch you off the street. And guess what? Turkey's got border with Iran. They get them across the border and then they put them on trial. They actually they have executed some of those before, you know. They put them on trial, they show their confessions on TV channels, they do all sorts of crazy crap that you guys can't even imagine. This is one of the issues. They're so terrible that we who live in the West, we're so comfortable, we're so accustomed to our way of life, we can't even fathom the tactics and the sort of ways that they go around to suppress opposition.
So I also just wanted to add about the economy and the state of the Iranian economy. So inflation, we're talking is at like 40 something percent. Like CPI inflation, 56%. The reals, just for a perspective, in 2024, there was, I want to say, about 47,000 real to $1. Today, it's 1.65 million reals per dollar. Massive inflation. 70% food inflation. I mean, yeah, if you wouldn't consider this an economy collapsing or in very dire straits, I mean, I don't know, this isn't.
And just letting you know, Bima, this is not a lot of this is because of the war. It was like this before the war. You know, it was not like.
So I noticed. So that's interesting that you say that, and I'll tell you, there's two parts to that.
Added a little bit to it, not too.
Okay, I would say that's a fair statement. I would say if we were to look, if we were to be objective,
Ocean, it becomes better even. When the war started, it was 170, I think it's 178 something, the dollar.
No, I'm not talking about the dollar itself. I'm talking about, inflation.
Yeah, I'm just adding that when the war started, the real become even more powerful.
Ocean, can I interject for a second? I apologize. Guys, it's the same story over again. The government spends more than what it makes. So the money that they got in the coffers is so much less than the money that they spend. And guess what? They spend it on they support 40,000 Hezbollah families and pay them in US dollars, $1,000 a month. And guess what's the average income of an Iranian? $100. So an average Iranian, and they spend all that money on these rockets. They've fired so many rockets. The US and Israel have targeted so far over 20,000 military sites in Iran. Like the country is filled with military sites under the mountains, on the streets, next to schools, everywhere. They spend all their money on that, and it's not for all for ideological purposes. A whole lot of it is for the purpose of making money. So you create a scheme, and every part of that scheme you make money. You smuggle this part from Russia through Caspian Sea to northern provinces in Iran. They get paid for that. Then someone else pick up the oil to sell it somewhere in Malaysia. They make money out of that. So the ideological side is just a facade of it, and behind that you got pretty much like a mafia cult regime that's making so much out of one of the richest countries in the world. Iran has the second largest reserves in the world, and probably the third or the fourth largest oil reserves in the world.
It's the fifth in general.
And I beg you, because there hasn't been any explorations in Iran for 40 years. That's the thing. All the numbers from Iran are from 40 years ago. And I beg to, okay, sometime in the future, if you end up traveling to Iran, go and see how poor people live. They're so poor. In some provinces of Iran, they don't have slippers to put on. By slippers, I mean, I'm using the Australian slang, like shoes to put on to go out, you know? Like people are so poor in a country just like that. And the GDP per capita for Iran at the moment is the same as it was 50 years ago, the GDP per capita for this country. Just guess what? I know as an American, you guys want to know how all of this affects America. Makes sense to me. But really, as an Iranian, I look at this and it aches my heart because Australia hasn't got even remotely as much resources as Iran's got. Australia is close to China. It's got a lot of geopolitical tensions happening here, but still people live a pretty decent life, you know? And then I look at Iran with all of that resources, all of those amazing people. Iran has such a rich history. I mean, just look at the Bible, all of the stories, everything. You travel there, culturally rich. People are so nice, so hospitable, and they live such a miserable life.
Ismail, very much taken. Can I ask a question? Can anybody narrate Savak to me? Savak, what's Savak?
Okay, this is my opinion. I studied history, so I can give you a quick rundown. But Savak means Sazman Amniyat va Etelat Keshvar, so it's an acronym. It was an acronym for Iranian intelligence service before the revolution. Right?
Okay.
So I'll give you one snippet of one interview that was conducted before the revolution with the king of Iran. We call it Shah. Okay. This was before the revolution in 1978. Okay. So CBS interviewee, he sat down with the king of Iran and he said, in the newspapers, there are reports that you've got 100,000 detainees in your prisons, okay, in your detention camps. And the Shah responded that our capacity, our entire prison system capacities in Iran is at 4,000. How can a country with 4,000 capacity cells for prisoners has 100,000 detainees? So I'm not saying Savak wasn't operating in Iran before the revolution. They were cruel at some point, but the reality is everything got so magnified in the Western media, just like it's getting swept under the carpet right now. All of these massacres that's happening for I don't know what benefits, but what they did was a misrepresentation of an intelligence agency that, guess what? All those people that were detained by Savak, most of them, okay, all would be an exaggeration, most of them are currently designated as terrorists. Most of those people, so Khamenei, who was the leader, who was the president, go through the parliament. Mariam Rajavi, yeah. Some of these terrorists that are currently designated as terrorists by Europe and America, they were detained by the Shah, in Iran before the revolution. And President Carter put so much pressure on the Shah of Iran to release them. And then when he released them just a year before the revolution in 1978, what happened was that these people started creating cells and networks, and they waged guerrilla warfare against the Shah, you know. And then the French sent Khomeini on a private plane back to Iran, you know, with all the revolutionaries. So I'm not saying the whole thing about the revolution was orchestrated, but there was so many interests in the West and the East to make sure the Shah is gone and we've got a new regime in Iran. You know, their assumption was that they could deal with Khomeini, but what Khomeini did was that Khomeini just, you know, he turned the table against him. This is pretty much my understanding of it. But you are right to talk about Savak, but another interesting point is that Iran never had an intelligence agency before Savak was established. But Savak was only established 15 years before the revolution. In Farsi, 1342. Okay, exactly 15 years before the revolution, Iran had its first intelligence agency. So people weren't familiar, or people weren't accustomed to have an intelligence agency in the country. And because of that, there was a lot of rumors that this guy's a spy, this guy's like, he's a snatch, etc. All of those stories were circulating. But in reality, what Savak was doing is that he was only targeting people that were armed opposition. You know, we don't have serious armed opposition currently in Iran. But before the revolution, these people, because you had the Soviet Union, a lot of these people would travel to Soviet Union. They would get trained on how to fight. A lot of them would go to Libya, where Muammar Gaddafi was. A lot of them would go to Palestine, where you had Yasser Arafat, and they would learn guerrilla warfare. And they would come back to Iran to fight against the sitting Shah at the time, you know. This is my understanding of it, but sorry if I misrepresented it, or sorry if I explained it in a, I don't know, skewed way.
Okay, Ismail, so if I listen to you very well, then it means the Savak was so brutal that the citizens revolted against them. That is the conclusion of everything you just said. Because if the citizens actually had to revolt to be able to overtake them, then they were very, very evil. As you rightly said, they were brutal, and you can't say their brutalities can be excused. So how come the citizens woke up and then revolted against the people, brought in the Shia Islam or Shia leadership, who on August 9th, through a referendum, voted to become an Islamic state, and then we say they are occupied and they are regime. Meanwhile, those who you are calling for were themselves brutal per your own explanation. So what are we doing now? Are we taking out an evil man to bring in an evil man? And I'm calling for an evil man to replace an evil man.
Okay, so there are two points here. Is that, are we talking about how this is going to affect the future of Iran? Because all of this is from 50 years ago, right? There have been books and books and books, volumes have been written about Iranian revolution. Okay, so there's a lot of information there. You see how Soviet Union played played a significant role in arming and training leftist groups. Leftist groups were the strongest, the most supported, the most organized opposition against the Shah. Islamists had very minimal power, okay? But what happened was that because Iran at the time, 50 years ago, not currently most of Iranians, even me, I was born as a Muslim, I didn't even practice. If you go to Iran, most people don't. But at the time, a lot of Iranians were Muslims. So they created a government system that had a cleric at the top. All right, but what happened was that the clerics at the top, they actually subverted the process. Okay, the first people that the clerics went after the revolution, guess what? They were the leftists. Okay, you can go read about executions. They had like executions, mass executions in cells. The MEK, which is I admit, which is considered and designated as a terrorist organization. They believe 8,000 of their 8,000 of their people of their sympathizers were executed in prisons. Okay, so there is a lot of, for example, the Shah, he had got cancer before the revolution. The crown prince was very young. So the revolution in Iran was one of the most poignant events in the 20th century. You can't just say, okay, there was Sabak and there was a revolution. Okay, so there's so many factors that are playing there. Especially, for example, Carter never supported the Shah. Okay, the ambassador to Iran, his name was Sullivan. Sullivan had very poor relationship with the Shah and the court. You know, there was also influences that the Shah was using. Shah was exerting influence globally. He started the idea of OPEC, countries that export oil. The idea stemmed from Shah's attempts. So what he did is that he founded OPEC. And what OPEC did was that OPEC countries, they set prices for oil, which was not acceptable for a lot of Western countries. So there's a lot of factors there playing. Economy, from inside politics of Iran, you see the leftists playing roles, you see the crown prince being very young, maybe he was like 15 or 16 at the time when the revolution happened. There's so many things happening there. So you can't just like shrink it and say, okay, Sabak was brutal. And in terms of brutality, again, what Sabak was going after were armed opposition, properly armed and trained opposition, that most of them were designated as terrorists following the revolution by the same Western countries right now. And a lot of countries, not even Western ones, you know, even Arab countries consider some regional countries consider them terrorists, you know. So there's so many factors there at play. But what I suggest is that was 50 years ago. You know, we're talking about a regime at the moment that's not representing the Iranian people. Simple as that. There hasn't been a free election in that country for 50 years. It's just as simple as that. Why they can't have a referendum? Why they don't allow Iranian people to have access to internet? Why they not giving up under proxies? Like, who's threatening us? We are a country of 90 million. We can protect our country. We don't need proxies in Yemen. Like, what the heck are we doing in Yemen? What's Yemen got to do with Iran? You know, these are the questions that Iranian people ask themselves. You know, the guy gets up in the morning and he doesn't have anything to eat for breakfast, and his money is being funneled to some random group in Yemen so that they can fire rockets at Israel and close down the Strait of Bab el-Mandeb in the Red Sea, you know? So those are the serious questions that Iranian people are asking themselves, you know? And I beg you to study about the Gen Z and the new generation in Iran, including myself. I'm only 38, okay? A lot of people in Iran, they watch Western movies, they post videos on YouTube, they post videos on Instagram, they dress up like Western people, they're just so accustomed to the global world, and they just can't get the point that what's this Islamic regime that's ideologically driven from ideas from 1400 years ago, from 1400 years ago, is doing to their lives.
Thank you, Ismail.
Thinking Muhammad was a pedophile.
Thank you, Ismail. I think you said something which I'm very happy with. You said that was 50 years ago, so we should focus on the present. But when you were giving your submission, you made something, a very, very important statement. You said, as at the time, there were so much machinations and propaganda with respect to the news, the reality and the facts of the news, or the reality and the facts on the ground at the time. Can't you think the same can be done for today? Because if nothing at all, Scott Bessent himself said that they intentionally tanked the economy of Iran to bring hardship upon them so that they can wage a war against them. He said it on his own war. Two, let's move on to the BB files, which were just released by Tucker Carlson, with the investigations within Israel concerning the crimes and corruption of Benjamin Netanyahu. It was said in there that Netanyahu was sponsoring Hezbollah and was sponsoring Hamas and the others to continue creating the mess and certain terrorist groups in the region. It has been factually made known. Let's go to issues of Marco Rubio, and a few. Pompeo, is it Mike Pompeo? When the protest started in Iran, they publicly came out through interviews and through their own Twitter walls, saying that they are with the people of Iran and they have armed them. There are Mossad CIA agents amongst them. These are people who have publicly opened up and said that they are involved in all the violence in Iran during the protests. With all these facts on the ground, do you still stand by the fact that what is being said or what's been said by the regime during this protest should be taken as factual, knowing that there were external powers involved in it? Just as you said, that during the time of the Shah, the image painted of him had external factors in there that should be considered before we actually make a conclusion. If we are to go by your logic, as you said, should we also go by the same logic in today to analyze what is being said of whatever is happening now?
Okay, so you asked 3 questions. Allow me to go one by one. But what I'm going to do is that I'm not going to give you my opinion or logic. I'm going to give you my lived experience. I'm an Iranian. I lived there till I was 18. I go back every year and I live there because my wife lives in Tajikistan, a country that's very close to Iran. So every time I go see her and her family, I go travel and see my parents as well in Iran. So what I'm giving you is first-hand experience. Okay? So first thing about Israel and about Netanyahu. I want to tell you something about Iran's history, okay? Iran has been there as a country, as a political entity for 2,500 years, since the Achaemenid period and the Sassanid period and and after the arrival of Islam, the Safavids, etc. So Iran is not Iraq, for example. No disrespect to the Iraqis, but the borders of Iran were not set in a Sykes-Picot agreement line after the World War I. Okay, Iran is not Jordan. Iran is not Emirates, who was formed how many years ago? 50 years ago, okay? Iran has been there for 2,500 years. And guess what? There are 2 nations in the Middle East that are not Arabs, okay? That are not Arabs, and they speak languages other than Arabic, and they are religiously different. We have a different calendar. We have a different language. We speak Indo-European language. So Persian is from the same family of languages as German, as English, as Swedish, as Nordic, as the same as Indian. Okay, so we don't understand Arabic. So if someone speaks Arabic in the street, I, as an Iranian, don't understand a word coming out of his mouth. Okay, so there are 2 countries in the Middle East that are minorities: Iran and Israel. Okay. In addition to that, so take that as granted. In addition to that, Iranians practice a particular Islam that 90% of Muslims in the world don't practice that. Iran is the only Shia country in the world. There are Shias in Iraq and Azerbaijan and Kuwait and Bahrain, etc. But Iran is the only Shia country, Shia Muslim country in the world. Okay, so even from a religious perspective, Iranians are minorities there. From a linguistic perspective, there are minorities there. From ethnic point of view, there are minorities there. So Iranians and Jews, including Cyrus's, what Cyrus did 2,500 years ago, and he freed the Jewish people from the reigns of Nebuchadnezzar, okay? So Iranians and Jews have a lot of close ties and a lot of close interests. I'm not saying we have to support everything that Israel does. I'm just saying that the cause for Palestine is not necessarily something that you see Iranian people in street, not what's shown on TV, care about. Okay? We don't have Palestinian refugees in Iran. Okay? We have a lot of Palestinian refugees in Jordan, etc. So when you talk to Iranians about Israel, in the hindsight, you might see, okay, this is a problem across the region, every country is not happy about Israel, etc. But that doesn't work with Iranians. Iranians see allies in Israel, okay? That doesn't mean they agree to everything that Israel does, but they see certain shared interests with Israel. Okay, for example, right now with the regime, we have a dictator in Iran, we have a crazy regime. They see themselves sharing that interest with Israel to get rid of this regime. Okay, that doesn't mean we support everything that Israel does. But Iranians share a lot of more history with Israelis than they do with Saudi Arabians, that they do with Emiratis, that they do with Turkey. You see, the point that I'm trying to say is that Iran is not like any other country in that region. There are certain things about Iran. I'm not talking about Iranian exceptionalism. I'm saying that there are certain things about Iran that doesn't apply. That there's certain things in the Middle East that applies to every country but Iran. Okay, so an Iranian new generation, 60% of university graduates in Iran are women. 60%. You have a government that's taking all the rights away from women, and these women see an opening in going to universities and study. So Iran has got more educated women than men. You see, you don't have that anywhere across the Middle East. Iranian women got right during the Shah's time. They had the right to go and vote and participate in elections before Switzerland. Okay, we're talking about a country just like this. So Iran is not like Saudi Arabia where women are not even allowed to drive. You know, Iranian women had right to vote 70 years ago. So this is the problem with Iran, is that people put on their glasses on and they're like, okay, the US has done this to Iraq or Syria, so okay, same thing's going to happen in Iran. No, Iran is an intricate thing, like it's an intricate matter. I hope I've helped with that. And bear that in mind, what happens in Israeli political landscape, we don't look at that and we don't judge Israel based on face value. We judge Israel by what sort of interests we share with Israel. What do we like to do in the future? How Israelis can help us. We look at it that way. Most of Iranians do it that way, you know? Of course, you find crazy people in Iran that want to wipe Israel off the face of the planet, you know? But most of Iranians have shared this sort of sense or feeling. What was the other question you asked?
I think you've done a lot of you've touched on most of the questions, and your submission brings more questions, further questions again. So let me ask this very question. With the history or the connection of Iran to Israel, which is even during the biblical period or historically, is very valid. But if nothing at all, one thing is certain. Issues of Israel today is not something of the past. It is a current trending issue. So wouldn't that be inappropriate to have a current affair and be quoting a relationship you had with someone historically? Because someone is genociding a whole community, a whole ethnicity.
Genocide, buddy.
Please allow me. Let me make that point.
Because you're jumping around.
I'm correcting you with your mind.
How can a people be genocided? It has been declared as a genocide, and that is why Bibi Netanyahu was even found guilty by the ICC.
Okay, so I agree.
I'm only quoting the facts from world acclaimed institutions and how they classify the events in Palestine. So when I say genocide, it's not my opinion. ICC has done that.
Okay,
Thank you.
I'm gonna give you the answer. Okay.
Let me move
No. Let me respond. Let me
respond to the points. No, you said something. You made your point, so let me go to my points. Now, the point you made was very beautiful, very beautifully made. The Iranians have nothing or have no problem with the Israelis because we go way back. That is why we want Israel to help us in the region. Frankly speaking, can you tell me an industry that Israel dominates in the world? Can you tell me any industry that Israel dominates in the world that you think Israel is bringing?
Yes,
Allow me.
Israel has the most successful.
When I was speaking, I didn't open the microphone. Please. Were you expecting to open up?
Well, you were asking me multiple questions. You know, just
exactly.
Ask me one by one, and I answer, and I give you the viewpoint of the Iranian.
No, you're not speaking for the Iranians. You're speaking.
Well, I'm an Iranian, so I speak for myself and the people that I know.
So let me make my point. The more you digest, the more you prolong my submission. Now, listening to you, you see how you actually jump in to defend Israel. It makes your stance very questionable. Because if anything at all, we have a pending issue of people being killed. But then you are quoting history to defend that.
Because most people are animals.
Okay, so let me respond to your question because you're moving on with your questions and you're trying to prove it down narrative.
I'm here to make my point, Ismail. Let me give you the point itself. I'm now coming to the questions. Allow me.
Well, you're not making one point. You're talking about different things. You know what I would like to do. Let me go on one by one, and you'll get the mic to talk about it.
I'm building up to my question. So if you allow me, you'll get the question I want you to answer and respond to. Or you're intentionally trying to make me lose my train of thoughts. Now
I'm trying to get one question out of you.
Your argument of you being Indo-Europeans and as such you having no problem is just a flimsy excuse. Because if anything at all, one thing that is certain is that any reasonable human being won't see evil and turn their eyes towards evil. Even if you have a history with someone, you don't see evil and turn your eyes from evil.
Yeah, Muslims are evil. Yeah.
The thought that you can be or you have a history with Israel. Unfortunately, you said Indo-European. What you forgot to even say is that the Israelis you are finding over here are Jewish Zionists. They are not ethnic Jews. In fact, the Jews that came to Iran or that came into Persia, Asian Persia, are not the Jews you are seeing in Israel today. I don't think you know that history. The Jews that you are talking about today are not even the Jews that existed during the period we're making reference to during the biblical era. I don't think you are used to that history.
Okay,
the Jews you are seeing
so
today.
the question's over?
Allow me. The Jews you are seeing today are East European Jews. They are remnants of the Khazari Empire, who were nomadic, Turkic origin, who existed, or the empire existed in the 8th, were established in the 8th and 9th century in Eastern Europe and collapsed around the 18th century. These guys are remnants of an empire of Eastern Europe and have nothing to do with ethnic Jewish nationality. For information, the Israel you see today exists under a declaration, which is the Balfour Declaration of 1916 or 1917. That declaration, through the legislation of Thomas Herzl or Theodor Herzl, a Polish Jew, actually proposed started a Zionist organization. Through that, they lobbied for a home, for a Jewish state for the Jews. And this Jewish state had to go through the Ugandan scheme. I don't think you know this history.
Dude, we studied this for 12 years. We studied this for 12 years when we go to school.
If you study it,
every Iranian kid is bombarded with this since we go to school. What do you think they teach us at school? They teach us the same stuff that you're saying.
If you knew the facts you made.
Okay, let's wrap up and I'll answer. I'll answer your question. Okay.
Ismail, allow me.
Okay, you can hate Israel as much as you want. I don't care. I'm gonna answer your questions.
No, I don't.
I'm gonna answer your questions, dude. Wait, hold on for a second. Hold on for a second. Okay, you can talk about Jews as much as you want. I don't care. I want to answer your question.
You made a factual blunder, and I'm going to bring you back to the fact.
Okay, let's talk about blunders. So is Saudi Arabia? Is Saudi Arabia?
Submission. That is
Okay, I'm moving on to the fourth question now. Okay.
I made a factual blunder, and I'm trying to establish the point before I ask you the question. If you don't want me to speak, then I can mute my microphone. That is all.
Well, I don't know how many questions you asked, but keep jumping around.
Ismail, as I rightly said, the Israel that exists today has no connection to the ethnicity that Cyrus or Darius the Great actually assisted. There is no connection between them. Unfortunately, you don't know that history. Those of us who do are trying to bring clarity to that. And as I said, the Israel you see today only exists because of the Sykes-Picot Agreement that came into being in 1917 when the Ottoman Empire collapsed and Britain, France, witnessed by the Soviets and Hungary, sat down to apportion and cut up the Middle East like a cake amongst themselves. That is what you are seeing today.
Dude, we know all of this. You just wasting your time.
I'm giving you facts. If you are tired of the facts, that's
it's not heard. They teach us this at school. Don't go bad.
I don't care about your schooling. That even makes your schooling questionable. Because if your school didn't teach you this, no wonder you are at this position.
Let him speak. Alright, so you're saying propaganda.
That makes your schooling questionable.
I think that was enough of your propaganda.
No, let him answer. Let him answer. So let him answer.
Okay, mate. Let me answer the question. Palestinians are Arabs, right? And they're Muslims, Sunni Muslims and Arabs. Do you agree with this? I'm sure you do.
And they are Jewish too amongst the Palestinians, right?
Okay, right. Yeah, let's say they're Jewish, they're Arabs, they're Muslims as well. Okay. Guess who's Arab? Saudi Arabia. Guess who's Arab? Emirates. Guess who's Arab? Jordan. Guess who's Arab? Syria. Guess who's Arab? Egypt. What the fuck this has got to do with Iranian people? Sorry for my language. What's this got to do with Iranians who are Persian and Shia Muslim? Most of them. Okay? Not a lot of them. What this has got, is Iran further away from Palestine or Jordan? Is Iran further away from Palestine or Lebanon? Why is this the Iranian people's problem? Why is what happening in, let's say, why don't we care about what's happening in Sudan? Is there a genocide in Sudan? Is there a genocide of Rohingya Muslims in Myanmar? Why this has got to do with Iranian people? I'm an Iranian. I've got nothing to share with the Palestinian. I don't even understand the guy's language. It's a genocide. We condemn it. You know, the figurehead of Iranian opposition, the King Reza Pahlavi, he said he is in support of the two-state solution. Iranians who are in opposition, they're in support of two-state solution. We don't support eradication of Israel off the face of the planet. This is the Islamic regime's move. They can pursue it. They can destroy themselves, okay? I don't care about that. That's not my problem. 90 countries in the world have supported two-state solution. Iranian opposition also, we, Iranian people, we support two-state solution. A place for Palestinians, safe to live their lives, and a place for Israelis and the Jews, safe to live their lives, okay? This is our stance. That's your first question. This has got nothing to do with us, okay? As much as it does to do with an American, it's got to do as much as it's got to do with an Argentinian or a Brazilian, it's got to do with an Iranian. Okay, we're not Arabs, we don't speak Arabic, we don't share the same religion as the Palestinians, we're Shia Muslims, they're Sunni Muslims or Wahhabis, a lot of them are Wahhabis like Hamas, okay? So that's your first question. I don't see why an Iranian child is gonna go hungry to bed because the money is gonna be a rocket to be falling on Israel so that Israel is wiped off the planet. I don't see the reasoning in that, and a lot of Iranians don't. And they chant this in street. They say no to Palestine, okay? They say no to Palestine, no to Lebanon, yes to Iran. Because you give your money away to your neighbor if you got food to give your kids. If you don't have food to give your kids, you don't give that money away to your neighbor. Okay? This is the reasoning behind that. Now, your second propaganda point was that what industry is Israel good at it? Guess what? Israel is good at water management. Israel's got the best water management system and industry in the world, in the whole world. And guess what? Iran is suffering from shortage of water. Iran is suffering from drought. Okay?
Due to drought.
Due to drought caused due to sorry?
Put it there. Due to drought. Natural.
Okay, you can say, dude, you can hate Israel as much as you like.
I hate you. Your salvation is what I hate, not Israel.
Okay, you can hate Israel. Israel is not good at one thing. Okay, okay, I didn't interrupt you.
Bring you to the personal.
5 question. Okay, I'm not making this personal. Okay, I'm talking about the point that you made.
I am jumping in the middle of your speak. If you are listening, at least respect us, you know?
You said
at least respect us. Let him speak.
You said your second point was that Israel is not good at anything. I don't agree with you. There are a lot of things that Israel is good at. There are a lot of things that Turkey is good at. There are a lot of things that Saudi Arabia is good at. Any other country. Iranian people want to have relationship with every country in the world based on mutual interest. We don't want to wipe countries off the planet. Just like you Americans don't. Just like any other country doesn't want that. 10 million Israelis. What do you want to do with 10 million Israelis? A lot of them second, third generation who were born there. You want to what? Destroy, wipe them off the planet? The same story with Palestinians. You don't want to destroy the Palestinians either. Why is it so difficult to understand? We just want to live a normal life as people in Iran. People in Iran want to get up, go to school, raise their kids, get married there, buy a house, and bloody die. They don't want bombs falling at their head because the regime wants to test supersonic missiles. You know, we don't want that. We want to be a normal country. People that go in the street and die. They get shot at, including myself, my brother, and guess what? My brother's a doctor. He's a surgeon, and he still goes to the street protesting because he can't see a future for his kids because the regime wants to I don't know, pay proxies in Bahrain, Yemen, and I don't know, Lebanon and Palestine, and before that he was doing it with in Libya and in all these crazy places that I haven't even traveled to, that I can't even point on the map. Why does my money got to go to these countries that I can't even talk to them? Okay, this is the simple thing. And the second thing, you said Israel is a fake country, etc., etc. All right?
I never said Israel is a fake country. I said
you said it was created at Sykes-Picot.
Now you know. Can I make I want to clarify.
No, wait. I want to ask you this question. In what agreement was Pakistan made?
As I said, the statement I made was.
What year was Pakistan was made? Listen to me. Pakistan was made in 1948. For us Iranians who've been there for 2,500 years, all of this country around us that we look at, they're all countries that are young. Okay, for us,
exactly.
Emirates was established 30 years after Israel. Guess what? Qatar was established 30 years after Israel. Guess what? Bahrain used to be part of Iran. There was a referendum 5 years before the revolution, 1974. People in Iran voted for Bahrain. People in Bahrain voted to be a country of their own. For us Iranians who've been there for 2,000, 3,000, 5,000 years, all of these countries are young. We're not going to hate one just because they're a young country. Okay, we're not gonna hate Syria because it's a new country. We're not gonna hate Pakistan because it was made in 1948. We're not gonna hate, I don't know, Bahrain because it was made in 1972. Okay, that was the answer to your third question. Now you can talk about the Khazar people and the Pakistan and the Europeans and where the Jews come from. Why do I care? Guess what? Where do you think the Pakistani people come from? Where do you think?
You can't for the history.
Listen to me. Don't teach me history. I'm a history teacher. Lahore's population. Because you're getting good answers. I'm giving you good answers. Lahore's population.
Your facts are very tough.
Before partition. Listen. Don't interrupt me.
No. Your facts.
Don't interrupt me. I'm answering your question. Before partition of India, Lahore's population were 90% Hindu. Guess how many Hindus are in Lahore now? 2%. Okay? Now, do I care about that? No. As much as I don't care about how many Jews were in Tel Aviv or how many Arabs were in Tel Aviv. I care about 600 cities in Iran, their residents, their kids, whether they get education. Because of all of this stuff about Palestine and about Yemen and about all these places, people in Iran are dying in the streets. They're doing bin diving. People don't have anything to eat because they want to shoot rockets in Israel, because Arabs want to have their capital city in Jerusalem. Why do I give a hex about where is the capital city of Palestine or Israel when my people don't have food to eat? You know, these are the answers you get if you go to Iran. You know, these are the true answers you get when you go to Iran, because we don't ascribe to this globalism, all these leftist notions about freedom and liberty and happiness. Yeah, guess what? Who's paying the receipts? Who's paying the invoices for those rockets that are being sent to Israel? Iranian people. You know how many people the regime has shot rockets at? 14 countries. They've shot more rockets to Emirates, to UAE, to Dubai than Israel. They've shot 800 rockets at Israel and 2,000 to Emirates. Okay?
Were you expecting them to save flowers when you were shot at?
Okay. Yeah, I expect them to save flowers. I expect there will be no war in Iran.
Okay, hold on. As much as I appreciate the dialogue between the two of you, there is 100 people in this room. And I wanted to give an update. It shows that as of this morning, Iran has fired 4 missile salvos at Israel, including reports of cluster warheads. So that's just the update. Do you guys?
Which is a war crime.
What?
Shooting cluster warheads at civilian areas is a war crime.
It isn't a war crime. Israel did the same thing in Palestine.
Yeah, guess what? A pregnant woman dies in Israel.
Yes. Did you condemn it?
Yeah, they defend themselves. Who's defending? Hold on. First of all, you said Iran has fired. There is no relationship between Iran and the regime. Just the same as there was no relationship between the French people and the Vichy government that was appointed by Hitler. We see these people as occupiers, people that are stealing our money, that are waging war against other countries, that have been chanting death to America and death to Israel for 50 years. Since I was born, we were at school, they line us up and they say, you have to chant death to America. I hadn't even known where America was. Okay, you can pursue your propaganda. You can shove Iranian people under the bus because you want to destroy Israel or whatever. But these people in Iran do not represent the Iranian people. They massacred 40,000 Iranians in blood 2 months ago. And you could prove it. I was there. I was shot at. How dare you call that a lie? There are videos, thousands of videos of people getting shot.
You speak a statement. You don't look like
I'm out of this room.
Really knows what you're saying.
This is like Holocaust denial. It's unacceptable. You call it. I've lived the experience. I'm an Iranian and I'm lying to you.
You are giving up Hasbara. You are giving up Hasbara.
And the 2 men that are speaking, where where are you guys from? Like, what part of the Middle East? My family was originally from Lebanon, so I'm asking.
Does that mean everything we say should be taken hook, line, and sinker because we are from the Middle East? I just want to know what you want to prove with that question.
Oh, I was just curious. I was just saying because my family is from Lebanon, Beirut, and they migrated to America back in 1938. And I tried to look up what was going on during that time because my grandmother never spoke about it, to learn like what made the move for them, and I couldn't find anything, or maybe I missed something. I was just trying to get a better understanding. And I have another question. When people are pointing the fingers between Israel, USA, and Iran, how come nobody's pointing fingers at the Brits? Like, the Brits have the most blood on their hands, as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah. BRICS is just an economic alliance. So how did you get out of your heads?
They're the ones that
was?
They revamped the map in the regions, and the borders. Okay.
I think it's a lie. And do you know anything about the Sykes-Picot Agreement? Have you ever heard anything about that?
I'm sorry.
Yeah. What the Sykes-Picot Agreement? The Sykes-Picot Agreement. Do you know anything about that?
Of course.
Yeah, I don't think you do. If you did, you know where the violence in the Middle East is coming from. I don't think you do.
Okay.
One thing, I guess it's because like America's being blamed because it like inherited the UK or the British Empire, so that's why it's getting blamed for all the things. I think Israel is just an extension of that.
Yeah.
Exactly. It's an extension of that.
Yeah. So it's kind of. Yeah, it's a bit sad because the Iranian guy, he like went out because I think he made some points that are like understandable. Although he like went overboard with his like, I don't know, proud and nationalistic fever there. It went like deep into Nazi territory. Like saying like, yeah, because Indo-European language, it's the same. That's a Nazi argument actually, like the same thing with anti-Semitism. It's like Nazis tried to like conflate race and language. So they would say, okay, there are the Indo-European languages and there are like Semitic languages, and that's why they called like anti-Judaism what was like before anti-Semitism the normal way to say that. They turned it into anti-Semitism, and that's why like anti-Semitism is being like right now the dominating way of saying this. But I like to the Iranian people actually because like I understand them. I come from Syria, and I had a similar experience actually. And now that the regime fell, I feel like we got swindled by the West really hard. Like we have an Al Qaeda terrorist right now, like leading the country, and all that he does is actually like murdering Alawites and Druze, and like putting hijab on women. Now he prevented like things from going on there, and Syria is now really divided. So you have some places that are outside the jurisdiction of the country where these terrorists can do whatever they want. They kidnap women, for example, in Kurdish regions and in Alawite regions. They can do whatever they want there. They can shoot anyone they want. And I think this is the way the West envisions Iran. And I don't know, I thought about it for a long time. Why do these regimes why are these regimes so repressive, and why do they have to go out and do a lot of politics outside of their country? And I think because they're forced to, they can't choose to just like sit by and watch as their country being like overruled, and how they being sanctioned, and The threat of sanction alone is very bad. Or you don't.
Why they are sanctioned?
What?
Why the regime is sanctioned?
Why the regime is sanctioned? Because they're pursuing their own independence. So they're trying to be independent.
Oh, really? You think that's why?
The thing is,
it had nothing with the American embassy, which they took hostage. They took over American embassy.
Well, if you think about it that way, okay. Are you okay? Are you okay with that, Rahman? Because that's your argument, right?
Yeah, I'm just saying. You say because
do you think Libya should be sanctioned right now?
I'm not Libyan, and I don't know anything about Libya. I'm talking about my country.
Attacked the American embassy. Why do they put sanctions on Iran and not Libya?
I don't know. Maybe they changed the way they were doing. They changed their perspective. Like I don't know. Maybe because
Libya, there are slave markets right now. That's your Western ally. That you want him to. There are slave markets right now in Libya.
Okay.
There are no sanctions on Libya. Why? Because they don't pose a threat to the American hegemony.
Okay. Do they say this to America or this to Israel?
What?
Or this to UK? Libyan? Do they say the such things?
Okay. You think countries should be sanctioned because they say something?
Well, they are not just saying; they are doing it. They are making a missile and writing on it like this to Israel, this to America.
The missiles were only deployed once they were attacked. Like, come on, like, let's be honest about this, okay? I know you hate the regime. I hate them too, you know? Your regime killed so many Syrians, you know?
Well, you understand why you hate them, then, at least.
What?
You understand?
Of course I understand.
The only people who can understand this is Syrian because they did this kind of massive killing in Syria also.
Yeah. I understand this, you know. It sucks, you know. But there is one thing that I think about when I think about Iran. I watch also what Turkey is planning to do. They're planning to take your Azari region. Emirates. They're thinking about taking your Arab region. You wouldn't have any place to get water from. If the West wins this war, you know, that's how it would look like for Iran. I'm sorry to tell you.
Well, that's the regime propaganda, Pussy.
No, that's not the regime propaganda. That's the problem. There are Turkish people that are openly talking about that.
Well, that's the regime propaganda.
No, I know some people.
You know who's
about that?
Okay. Listen. You know who mostly wanted to get separated from Iran? I mean, which region? Like they are trying for that, you know. They are trying so hard.
The Kurdish region, you mean?
The Kurdish region. And you know how many percent of the Kurdish they want that?
They don't. No, Kurdish. That's the thing about Iran. Kurdish people feel similar to Iranians. You have both of you have Nowruz. Both of you have very cultural. What's the name of it? Big cultural ties, which different than Arab region and Turkish region. Kurdish people feel similar to you guys, and they feel proud.
You got so many borders.
Kurds that I met that are from Iran, they told me they feel as proud Persians, you know. And it's different for Iraq but the Azari region, they want to get out.
Azari region, they don't want to get out.
The guys I met, they want.
I am Azari. My dad is from Azerbaijan.
No. Like, if you say such thing to Azaris, your life will be in danger, you know?
What?
No, really, I'm telling you the truth. Like, Azaris, they are so proud Iranian, okay? And, like, the least people who want to...
I just want to respond to some of the things that you mentioned. There's some guy...
so let me, I want to finish some topic.
Who said that his experience? So what is all this back and forth?
No, wait. Ismail told you a lot of things, but I think he forgot to mention something. You know why Iranians don't like Palestinians? Because before 1979 revolution, okay, Shah was giving money to Palestinians to feed, to eat, you know? And what they were doing, they were giving, with that money, they were giving weapons to
the Iranian Islamic fighters. They were training them for this guerrilla war or whatever it is, and they were sending the cars full of weapons to the Iran. So the Mujahideen, or like this Islamic people, fight against Shah. This is one of the reasons that people don't like Palestinians. It's a lie. No, it's not a lie. There's a lot of facts. You can go search it.
It's not lie. It's
not a lie. You can go and search it.
It's not a lie.
Conclusion is a lie.
No,
I said his history. No, I said his conclusion is a lie.
This is the history we are talking
He said that is why Iranians hate Palestine.
No, we don't hate Palestine.
No, I didn't say hate. Wait. Don't put the word in my mouth. I used the word don't like. You wait. No. I say the word don't like. Why Iranians don't like Palestinians? Pussy, am I lying?
We like Palestinians.
Sorry, but
let me just one second.
If I say that, I'm sorry, I didn't meant to say.
No, you just want to talk and you want to have your voice heard and no one else is.
But we don't like our money go there. It's right. We don't like Hamas. Hamas we don't like.
I know. And being that, I mean, you're not either one, how can you speak for those people? It's just very rude. Okay. There was somebody that I heard that maybe wanted to speak and it was a new voice and it was cool.
Can we hear Bor actually, because he said he's from Azerbaijan?
I'm not from Azerbaijan. I'm telling you that my parents are Azeri from Iran. So the claim you made that is not totally right. I just want to tell you that you don't compare the country with my country. First of all, we have a king. Probably when have a king, if he comes back, then we can have a unity under his name. That's what happened during the Second World War when other countries invaded us. For example, I'm not calling the other countries allies or whatever. And after that, the separatists, they came up, they separated Kurdistan, they separated Azerbaijan. But after our king, 6 years, when our kings brought his power back, and then he just went and took this region back to Iran. So what are you claiming is going to happen again and again? As long as we have king, we could do the same thing to that region. But why didn't you do that? Because you didn't have king. Probably Iraqi, why they didn't do that? Because they killed their king in his home. So and the second thing that you mentioned, because Ismail left, that he mentioned about the root of the language is a fact. Our language is the root is European Indian. So this is fact. It doesn't mean anything. It means that he claimed that to just show the other people that we are speaking another type of language, not Arabic. And the thing is that, first of all, I just want to say that I am the person who is moving from Tehran and coming back. I'm surgeon. I'm working in Dubai and Tehran. Sometimes I'm moving to Tehran. Sometimes I'm in Dubai. Now I'm in Dubai and I can't go back there. And I'm just risking my life to tell you guys that the people of Iran thinking that they want to have their freedom, no matter what is happening in Israel. People in Iran, they don't care about Palestine and Israel. If they have some issue between them, they have to solve it on their own. We don't have money to pay to the proxies to attack Israel because of nothing. And then the thing that Hussi mentioned about the Hussi and the other mentioned Rahman, he is lying, but he is not lying actually. Shamran is one of the biggest guy in Iran who is just made the revolution, and after the revolution he joined the Revolutionary Guard in the very first place. He was trained in Palestine at that time. So why you are defending something that you don't know? And you are accusing us as we are lying of the history? situation, they're better than all of the other people who spoke here. Because I am gaining money. Now I have a clinic in Tehran. I cannot use it anymore because I'm talking here. And you're accusing me to not. I don't know what you're thinking. You don't think about Palestine. You don't think about Israel. We just want us as an Iranian to be free. Our country not going to be like the other country in the region because we have king. I promise you, you give me the chance to bring the king back to the position. I will promise you, you will see what is Iran was before and what it will become.
Just one add to add some one sentence to his what Mr. Poor said. The Cameron, he became the Minister of Defense in Iran after the revolution.
Yeah, it's well known actually that many groups actually trade in Palestine, but like not only the IRGC, but also the PKK and other, also I think some of the South African national movements, anti-apartheid movements. So I understand your grievance, but I think also we're like different from political opinion. I think kings are bad. I'm anti-monarchist. I think I'm also German citizen, so I know when monarchists talk, actually, like the Nazis came out of monarchists in Germany because monarchy is not compatible with industrial societies. So that's why I think, to be honest, I'm sorry to tell you, I'm Druze, okay? I'm from Sueda. This is like the southern part of Syria that got attacked right now. No one in Sueda would have said they want to separate from Syria. Now everyone's saying they want to separate from Syria. These things could happen on a whim. Someone comes in, kills a lot of people, and everyone want to separate. And everyone want protection, especially if it's like on a genocidal level. So I think while your argument right now, and I believe that the people of Iran in general are very proud of their Iranian heritage and want to stay in that country, I think this could change entirely. I think right now, if Azerbaijan offers a lot of Azaris you could become a citizen of Azerbaijan, and you'll get like most of the money. The people who are poor are going to take that offer. Are not going to stay in Iran, sadly.
Because you don't know the region, the place that they are talking about Azeri. Listen, the place that they are calling for Azeri, and they want to take it to Azerbaijan. Most of the Kurdish leader born there. You understand? Which means it should be like 100 years of fighting in that region. There will be a massive bloodshed in that region if they want to do that. We don't want that because if you see most of the Kurdish
but like Azerbaijan is strong, dude. Like it can't take Iran right now.
Listen, I'm giving you the answer. You are talking about a part of my country, which in some part of it, most of the Kurdish leader born there. How could you attach that part to the Azerbaijan? This is not possible. There will be a massive bloodshed there. There will be a
Excuse me, can I just have a second? Because I'm waiting to talk, but everybody. Just a second. Sorry. Were you finished? Or? Okay. I just want to tell about some of you. Talked about monarchy back to Iran. It's only maybe 15 or 20% they want monarchy. The rest don't want monarchy. We know that we are proud of our history, which was monarchy. We are proud of it, but it will remain as our history. We don't want back because it wasn't democracy then at that time. We know it's possible to have a constitutional law in power, and this will help for Iran, the rest of the world will have joy of this democracy in Iran, and as well Middle East will have better future if a constitutional law come in power. Not any prince, not any dictator, because he just established a new dictator out of Iran. We Iranian don't want him. We feel a very crash and dictator system outside Iran. He established actually. Right now, we feel it. We Iranian don't want him. We feel a dictator and kind of some crash. I'm talking about Iranian. Some of you talked about monarchy back. We don't want monarchy back.
Can I respond because he's pointing at me? Can I respond, Dawn?
We want only constitutional democracy. People like that for democracy. We don't want any person. We don't want any person, prince, dictator back. Okay, we don't need it.
Sorry. We have referendum. Sorry. When we have referendum, then you can vote for it. But at the moment, we just want our
yeah, because someone told every Iranian, not every Iranian want him back. Only now it's 20%. Only 20%. Not every Iranian. He established a dictatorship outside Iran. We feel it. We feel it.
I'm going to respond to you because you accused me of something. I said
no, most don't want. Most want democracy. They have democracy, freedom, women life, freedom. Go for it.
Rising the flag of
yeah, because he just claimed and he used those. He abused Iranian. He came with lies, sent people out to the street and killed people. Okay. He have to answer all of those who were killed. Sorry. All of those who were killed, he also have to answer for it because he came with a specific time.
Can I come on?
Yes, a specific time. He said everybody come out to the street. Not only Khamenei killed people, he is also helped.
You are
yeah. You should know people who don't know.
Now we see what you're talking about. You are the propaganda at the moment.
No. I don't like the most. I don't like you. You just the first thing you say you want mullah. I don't want mullah. Everybody who against regime and dictator, they accuse you are mullah side. No, I'm not mullah side.
Something I want to answer you.
Where you're lefty?
I'm not mullah side. I'm not dictator side. Any dictator, any person.
Yes, you are.
Any person we don't want. Most Iranian
situation.
Woman. No, I'm not finished. Be quiet. Every Iranian.
Rose, you can finish.
You
like,
no,
I want to
sorry.
finish. Hold on. Okay, sorry. Nona, you can finish. You have 20 seconds, and then we'll go to Rose, and then we'll go to
Can you give him mic also?
We don't want any more dictators.
Nona, it's my turn. We heard you. Okay. So you said most of Iranians they don't want Pahlavi. First of all, you said he. Well, you should have mentioned his name at first place. Well, he has been asking people to go for protesting because people in Iran, the day before the actual protest, they have called his name. And because they have called his name, he has started to telling them, okay, now is the time for you to go out and protest. Don't answer me. Don't interrupt me. Now, who do you think you are to tell us that most of Iranians they don't want Pahlavi? And who do you think you are?
you are?
No, who do you think you are to tell us after 45,000 people has been killed that most of people they don't want Pahlavi? They have called his name, and obviously after the referendum, you can obviously vote for anything you like, but at this moment
Because he hijacked movement. He have a hijacked movement. Easily hijacked movement because people, Iranians suffering, and he used his voice, international.
So he had so many speeches. Okay, so he had so many speeches in Europe and America. Okay, that he has never ever mentioned, or he hasn't done any action to say that that I would like confirm that he is a dictator. Has never done anything.
We feel it. We as a
okay.
Those Iranians against him, we feel dictator because we can't say I don't dare.
No, one at a time. So
yes, it is true.
Rose is going to land, and then Nana, I'll let you have a quick response, and then we're going to move on.
Yeah, I'm just gonna finish it here. You're not a person that talk behind all the Iranians. All I'm saying is, who do you think you are? You come on this stage and say Reza Pahlavi is a dictator, okay?
Because I feel it.
The only thing we as an Iranian want is IRGC to finish them. We don't want them anymore. And America and Israel are helping us. Well, we're hoping that they're helping us, okay, to get out of this situation. Well, after they're gone, then there is a referendum. You can vote for it, and you can say whatever you want, okay? And that's it. Finish up. Thank you.
Nona, I do have respect. Excuse me, let me answer. I do have respect to those people who want monarchy. I do have respect. Some people want, but I don't like the way he did. I actually was one of Iranian who believed him. I was thinking he can help us over this transition, but I see he can't. He can't do that. It's not only. It doesn't help if you're only the son of the Shah and you have good. Yeah, you have to have some ability, leadership ability. He doesn't have leadership ability. He just everything he tried, he couldn't. With all respect I have with all those people he wanted, they have to see transition time is most important time to come to democracy. If we wish democracy for Iran, which is good for a whole world, not only for Iran, we have to be very careful. Not any person have right to claim they want to have kingdom or anything because all power. Let me finish.
Okay,
all power.
30 more seconds, Nana, or I'm gonna lose my patience. Good morning, Nana. 30 more seconds. Alex, 30 more seconds, Nana. And then straight to
let me. Yes, that's all. That's all. I think I told what I mean.
Please, can we respect ourselves and allow other people to actually add their views?
All right, go ahead, Alex. The mic is yours.
You know, why are you trying to jump? I never said such a thing, and I see Iranian. So many people here that they're talking about the situation. They're not a good representative of the Iranian nation, and I think you guys have to calm down and just, the people that they are against Pahlavi, the people that they are with Pahlavi, you guys should know that, he's only going to be there for now for the transformation phase. And we think that most of the people, even in America, that they're Iranian, they're going to protest, and they're just there for the unity, and they chant King Reza Pahlavi. Most of the people that I see, they are not within the movement, but they're just there for the unity. So please, if you're talking in general public, be good representative of your people, Iranian people. The reality is these days, people they talk so much shit about Iran, and you guys doing this and saying this stuff, it's adding to the fact that we don't have unity. And at the end of the day, there's going to be the referendum, and in that referendum, everyone can have their opinion, and no one can force anyone to have the opinion that they don't have. That's why we are actually trying to get rid of this opposition. So,
Thank you, Alex. Thank you. So good morning, everybody.
Just 1 second.
Nona, actually, I heard Anne, and she said you've gotten ample mic time. And when I got in the room, it seemed like there was only 2 voices. So let's
Yeah,
just take a
I
moment.
just came to this room. I just came and
Okay.
I didn't use
All
my
right.
30
And also,
seconds.
you're interrupting me, which is a problem.
no, that's not.
And if you need a little vacation, need a little vacation in the goo, I can make that happen. Let me reset the room. Serendipity created this room last night, listening to Trump's speech, an update on the Israel-U.S. Iran war conflict. And we listened to him speak. There is a poll in the Jumbotron as well as our instructions. And let me go over them super, super quick, and then maybe we can pass the mic and have some new voices. And looks like you pulled an all-nighter. Thanks so much to the mods who are dedicated to building the new political playhouse house. The rules are room creators curate content. Mods may interrupt you. You may not. Keep comments short and sweet. That seems like it might be a problem for some of us. Moderate yourself or we will. So, good morning. I would like to hear from some new voices, even though I just got here. Alex, why don't you make your comment and then we'll see maybe 3 more speakers, Nana, and then you can make another brief comment if that's okay. Go ahead, Alex.
To be honest, I think the situation that we are having now is, I live in America, so, I have been really Americanized by the years that I have lived here. But the thing is, I think, most of the people say America is trying to help Israel, America is trying to liberate Iran. The truth is, America is just doing this for the reason and its own benefit, which, I'm totally up for it because I'm American myself too right now. But most of the people should understand the situation that we have in Iran and the situation or the conflict that we have right now between Iran and America. It's more of a bigger problem that could have, add to much more problems in the next 10, 20 years. Especially the Strait of Hormuz, it's the place that's, it makes so much money for Iranians and, of course, for the whole countries of, the 4 foreign nations. Right now, America is trying to actually, have make a balance in the whole region. So, country or government of Iran doesn't have the power to actually rule and, in Farsi we say Volduri, like, be a lumpen of the Middle East and be like, okay, I own this place, so you guys can't do anything about it. And this is much more bigger problem than Iran and Israel or Iran and America. But America is only doing this for the sake of America. And, people should definitely understand in the bigger picture, if America, Israel, and Iran, they are allied, they could actually have much more benefit for each other rather than, making each other to have, long-term pain or long-term loss. And the reality is, if you want to see the numbers of how much America spends yearly on worldwide, like army deployment or war zone deployments, it's more than, I think, 1.5 trillion or 2 trillion. But only Middle East, it's more than 2 to 300 billion. And if America has kind of, centralized power in Iran or around there, it would be much easier for America to spend less money and have less troops in Middle East. So, as an Iranian American, I would say, somehow when the war started and everything got to this place, I was like, people in Iran, they might suffer, but in Farsi we say, in wars they don't hand out candies. So wars, they're usually going to have casualties. So people should look at it in a way that what is the bigger goal? What is the bigger picture? And of course, as Iranian, I'm upset and sad for my people. But what can I do? The only thing that I can do is that I'm on this side of the nation. I cannot make decisions for them. But what I can tell or what I can see is hopefully one day Iranian people would be free from this oppressive regime. And at the end of the day,
Free Palestine.
Oh, hello. Goodbye. Go ahead. 30 more seconds, Alex.
Yeah, so no one would love their country to get bombed from another country, but apparently this was the only thing that, would actually work against Iranian government. And trust me, I hope this goes in a way that not many people suffer a lot and there are not many casualties from either side. And hopefully one day Iran gets liberated and Reza Pahlavi comes for the transformation phase and we have actually a government that's chosen by the people.
Alex, what kind of government do you see will be successful? What kind of government do you hope to see in Iran? And do the Iranian people have the ability to maintain it?
Honestly, Iranian people, they are really cultured. So I would say it's really up to the moment that what's going to be chosen. But I believe since Iranian people are so cultured, the only thing that is going to work is kind of a democracy. So I wouldn't see that, like a kingdom or something like that would work. Not only I would say it's because, Iranian people, especially the younger age, they think that, not in a way that Reza Pahlavi is not a good person. He's just not educated to actually govern the country in a way that they want the country to be governed. So they want kind of a democracy. And since they have never ever experienced that in the past 47 years, of course, kind of a democracy that would actually help them to have a future, help them to be free, and help them to be recognized as a human.
All right, thank you, Alex. So, there's no cue. I kind of like popcorn. I do think.
Okay.
Nona, 2 more people, and then maybe you can take the mic briefly. Go ahead, Miss.
Okay. Thank you, Monica. Thank you very much. I am very particular about listening to people, and that interest I always prioritize in every conversation. I always say this, even in our own respective smaller families, sometimes making decision, we all have people with diverse opinions. So it's always problematic for me, and I know every reasonable person will understand this, when you have to make a statement and then say all of us, 90 million people accept that statement to be true. Practically, naturally, it doesn't make sense because you can't have a whole country agreeing on one thing. It really happens. Even your own small family of 7, decision making sometimes is impossible. People have diverse opinions. So how come a whole country has one opinion? It doesn't make sense practically. There will definitely be people against and for. So I prefer that when we are having conversations, those for and against should all be allowed to air their voice so that those of us listening can judge and judge better. Now, with respect to Pahlavi, it's quite interesting that Alex said that there might be the system needed by the Iranians might be democracy. But then, for the meantime, Pahlavi, after the war ends, Pahlavi should come in and hold the place until referendum is held. Forgetting that Pahlavi himself is a monarchist. So what is Pahlavi going to hold until referendum is held? For what reason is he going to hold? Because he himself is a monarchist. But he should hold. But allow me to end, please. I didn't interrupt when you were speaking. But then we should allow him to hold the place. So that until we can hold referendum and then move to democracy. Then why should he even need to hold the place? He should stay somewhere After everything, let the people themselves lead themselves with the institutions available, or whatever way they can do it, so that they can choose whether Pahlavi should come in or not. Why should we bring him in and then have a referendum to either go monarchy or democracy, if that is what you are advocating for? To me, that was just a subtle appeal for support for Pahlavi and trying to actually conceal it in a non-differentiated position, which I know it is. That's what he did as a strategist man like myself. Now, let's go to the next point. I like what Nona said. Nona made a lot of good and beautiful points with respect to Pahlavi. I'm asking a question. Pahlavi, Reza Pahlavi, I want to have, ever since the 167 school kids on the first day were bombed, I want an Iranian to show me where Pahlavi condemned that assault. I want to show. It has been proven. Let's not forget. It has currently been proven that the Tomahawk missile came from the US and Israel, their coalition. I want to have someone here as an Iranian or as a pro-Pahlavi give me proof where Pahlavi condemned or has condemned that strike on the school kids. Not one. He hasn't condemned it in any way. If even you have a cause to liberate your people, at least such an act against them, no matter what your position is, for the sake of humanity, for the sake of reasonable morality, you would have condemned. He hasn't yet. He's yet to condemn. If anyone over here thinks they have any evidence to that effect that he has condemned, let them show me to me. None. Till today. But then
Alright,
this
I see a mod opening his mic, miss, so 30 more seconds and then we'll go straight to Ocean. Thank you.
But then we have someone over here. I don't see Pahlavi being a person with a good leadership skill. Even me outside analyzing him, he seems to be a stooge who can't think for himself. Because even YouTubers, Russian YouTubers, were able to scam him or deceive him into having a video call with them, posing as German agents. And he wasn't able to even know that these guys are not genuine. From the German governorate or from the German government, this person with that less of situational awareness wants to lead the whole country of 90 million plus. No, he doesn't qualify to be a leader. You can choose someone else, not a dafty man like him. Sorry to say.
All right. Thank you so much. And good morning, Ocean. Mike Shore.
Morning, Monica. Well, I just find it very fucking interesting and funny and sad at the same time how everyone from all over the world are telling Iranians what you should choose and what you shouldn't choose. First of all, buddy, it's none of your business what Alex or Nona as an Iranian want, what they want for their country. It's none of your business. Go pay attention to your country. You're not neither an American, you're not an Israeli, you're not an Iranian. So these countries and these people are in whatever it is, they have this problem together, they're fixing it together. It's none of your business. If you were an American, then I could say, okay, fine, as an American, you're worried about your people, you're worried about your soldiers, you're worried about this and that. It's none of your business. If they want constitutional monarchy, they will get constitutional monarchy. If they want absolute monarchy, they will get absolute monarchy. If they want a republic, they will get a republic. Say it one more time. It's none of your business. Yes, Monica.
Good morning. I had asked the stage, what kind of government do you think the Iranian people will go for if they can maintain it? Would you like to answer?
Yeah, I cannot give you a solid answer, but they could go back to constitutional monarchy, which it was like every other nation that they have constitutional monarchy, like UK, like Spain, like all these countries, they have the same thing. Japan, or so there's a lot more countries, or they go with the republic. We didn't have absolute monarchy, at least in the past couple hundreds of years like that. they could go for constitutional monarchy, which there's going to be a prime minister and a parliament basically. So I can't really tell.
Do you have any concerns that they won't be able to maintain it?
No, I really don't. I honestly do not have any concern. Once they're free from this tyrannic regime, and I'm not a supporter of Reza Pahlavi. If he's good for the job, he's good for the job. He has a very good plan. I went through his plan, to be there for the transition, and I think it's gonna work. I think it's gonna work. And if it doesn't work, guess what? They're gonna go with if people don't like it, they're gonna go with other options out there. But he's the only opposition, basically. He's the only option, as of right now, at least, for the people of Iran. There's no one else anything close to him. There's nobody. He's the only one. He's the rightful one. And yeah, that's it.
All right, so I guess there's some concerns because he was so close to the constitutional monarchy that they had in the past that they fear that he'll assume power.
Monica, do you want to know what some of these non-Iranians' problem is with Reza Pahlavi?
Yes.
I'll tell you what.
And then we'll hear from Nona because she's been very patient.
If you pay attention, a lot of them are. If you pay attention, a lot of them are not even American. A lot of them are either Muslim or from other countries, and the reason they don't like him, which is none of their business. I mean, they could go what the fuck ever they want to do with their own life. It's because they hate Israel. So these people that they talk shit about Reza Pahlavi is because they hate Israel. Israel, before revolution, had a good relationship with Iran. Reza Pahlavi also have a good relationship with Iran. So the only reason you hear like someone like this guy, I don't know what his name is, Pistra, someone like this guy or other Muslims, they come talk shit about Reza Pahlavi is because they hate Israel. They don't want a country, non-Muslim country, which Iranians, vast majority of them rejected Islam, also a non-Arab country, a nation of 90 million, fifth country when it comes to natural resources, access to Caspian Sea, controlling of the Strait of Hormuz. They don't want that nation to be an ally to Israel. They see it as a fucking danger to them. That's the only reason you hear these people talk shit about him. They have no idea who he is. They have no idea who his father was. Every Arab nation was afraid of his father because Iran was the strongest country in that region during that time. Every single one of them have the fear of a strong Iran. So they now, at that point, when a strong Iran comes back and is an ally to Israel, they fucking fear that shit with their entire being. That's why you hear them fucking, instead of going feeding their kids, they come here and club us, talk shit about us.
Okay. Good morning, Needlock. I can see you. I did promise Nona the mic. Nona, I really need you to be brief and succinct. I saw 3 other people go off mute, Ilya, Alex, and Needlock. I'd like to direct people to the poll. If we get 200 votes in this poll in the next 5 minutes, I'll take it down and I'll ask the room what kind of government do they see being successful in Iran. I'll take suggestions for the poll in the chat. Nona, please be brief. The mic is yours.
Is mine now? Thank you.
For a little while. Not a long while.
I just want to say, we Iranian love Israel and America, but when it's about Reza Pahlavi, he was only that could split Iranian and played so bad role because we we was united when women life freedom movement was going on. We all was united Iranian, no conflict. But after he come, every Iranian now is we face a huge dictatorship. He doesn't represent freedom. He doesn't represent democracy because he is represent monarchy. He can't be our representative. We want Republican. We want constitutional law in power, not any person, any dictator that we face his dictatorship. And everybody who say we don't want him, we gave a label as we are united with regime. It's not right. We don't want regime. We don't want any person. We don't want king. And he, if you read the Monich book, it's about translation. Is about him. He says we are gonna have control over those persons around him. They want to have control over translation, and we don't have chance to come up. It's gonna be exactly same Khomeini did last 47 years ago. He had translation over control over, and he gonna do the same. If he represent democracy, why we don't feel democracy now, which we are outside Iran? We don't feel it. So everybody is ready. So sorry, and that so the only thing we want constitutional law, exactly like America. Constitutional law comes in power, and I don't think Trump will. Otherwise, the American law, it doesn't allow any person, another country come to take over power, and any kingdom. It doesn't support any kingdom, any absolute power, and it's just a lie, big lie. They wanna bring democracy and constitutional like democrat, constitutional like England.
Look, bro, I know you're trying to get in, and I also know that Nona knows that she needs to wrap it up. But I did mention Ilya and Alex and Nidla, who've been very patient.
Yeah, okay. I have been patient too. So that constitutional, not any person is over all system, but it's constitutional. He gonna bring is only, and he split Iranian in lots of conflict. It's not here only. He just can't lead. It's not about being son of the Shah. It doesn't help. You have to have knowledge. You have to have knowledge about politics. You have to. He doesn't have. He just.
All right. Thank you, Nona. Ilya, go ahead.
It's not right. You just.
Talking about sorry, Ilya, go ahead. Thank you so much. This opportunity. I was waiting for a long time because there was a guy here from Iran and he was speaking about the history of Iran and Israel, and then from the releasing Jewish people 2,500 years ago, which was the true history, he concluded that okay, then Israel is our friend. And he ignored the fact of Israel expansionism, that Israel had the plan of greater Israel, and they were planning to like it all Middle East, including the western part of Iran, which is Hamadan. And that is the logic that follows enemy of my enemy is necessarily my friend, which is very false statement, because the enemy of my enemy would be a bigger enemy as well. The fact that we see in the field, not showing today the one Pasteur Institute, they bombed the medicine company, they bombed the hospitals and schools. So this does not act of a friend. And Israel, I don't even see that a friend of Americans. I don't think that in the long run there is resources that now they are spent by Americans are going to Israel, and American doesn't gain anything from this war. They just lose the money to this war. And I wanted to draw the Iranian. I am Iranian, and I want to draw my Iranian arguments that think about that. And also, I am one of the guys that's supporting what Nano say, that we don't see the democracy in Pahlavi's agenda. He released a booklet, and in that booklet he mentioned how he wants to do the transition. And as you can see, all the entities that he wants to establish, they are directly responsible to the person, Reza Pahlavi. And there is no way to other people get involved. And then it would be expanded to 3 years. And after 3 years, I don't think that even this type of people who are supporting him let him to go and give the power to someone else. So that is why he, though, but people like me, I don't say that everybody support Pahlavi or everybody is against Pahlavi. Some people want Pahlavi, some people doesn't want. But people like me think that the risk that he stay in power is too high, and I myself doesn't support him. And also the person who are saying sorry for the death of other soldiers that attacked my country, but not saying my condolences to the school girls that who are dead in the first day of invasion. He didn't mention anything. So for me, it could not be representative of Iranian people. Thank you so much for giving me this.
Can I ask you a question?
Well, hold on, Alex. Then Poor has been desperately trying to get in. Oh, actually, Alex Needlock in the chat, and then Poor, P-O-R, if he's still here. If not, thank you, Alex. The mic is yours.
Yeah, Monica, I'm just gonna ask this guy a quick question. So you're saying Israel, with population of almost 10 million, wants a greater Israel, get Syria, get Jordan, get Iraq, and go a couple thousand miles inside of Iran and get the city of Hamadan? Like, is this seriously, like, this is the way you think?
That is the fact.
For 9-10 million people?
That is the fact, not that's how he thinks.
Okay. David, I'm saying David Ocean.
Ocean, you're
Okay, I don't know what the fuck is mine. Go ahead, Alex.
Okay, so
I don't need that.
what the thing is, what you guys don't know about it is that this idea is from the Old Testament, from Torah, and it's not even feasible to do this in hundreds of years. And the benefit of this happening is nothing for Israel, because as Ocean said, like, you have 10 million population, but you don't have enough people to populate this big area. It's not going to be beneficial for you. So why Israel would do that? Instead, the only best thing that could happen is that Iran holds up as a country, and Israel just be an ally. So don't you guys have to think it through. It's not even possible for Israel to multiply by hundreds of millions to just populate the whole Middle East. And at least if you go and add up the population from Iraq, I don't know, Syria, Iran, it's going to end up somewhere around like 130, 140. And Israel itself, as Ocean said, it only has 10 million. So how on earth Israel is going to bring 140 million people to Middle East just from regenerating and give birth to other people, other nations? So that's not even possible. When what is this guy's name? Pistra says that, I totally get it, because it shows you how uneducated they are. But about let me ask you this question. I'm not pro Pahlavi, and if I have ever been there to the protest, it was only because of unity. It was between people. But my question from you is
destroyed the occupied and immigrate to Israel. That is the plan, and even the son of Benjamin Netanyahu tweet about that. You can search it. And I think that now they openly speak about that. And if you also read the Talmudic Jewish leaders, they have some sort of interaction between Jewish and Persians. That they say that we face the Persian 3 times. 2 times they help us, and the third time they want to destroy us, and we must destroy them before they do it to us. So, just to be frank with you, that's not from Talmud. That's not even from Talmud. That's where you're wrong. When you're actually trying to educate yourself, you gotta read first what that book is for. And Talmud is just, Can you read Hebrew, Alex? What is it? Can you read Hebrew? So, because I can. Okay. Mashallah Khayriya. Because I'm Jewish, and you gotta answer me right away. Mashallah Khayriya. You are Jewish, right? Okay, so see? No, I'm not Israeli. I'm Iranian. I can speak. No. Alex, you are Jewish Israeli. No, I'm Persian Jewish. No, you are Jewish Israeli.
How about we don't tell people who they are and what they believe? That's actually one of my pet peeves. After Alex takes 10 seconds, Alex, to wrap it up. The mic is yours, sir, and then we're heading over to Poor, P-O-R. Thank you.
Just so you know, I want to show you guys that people, they make claims of who they are and they're not. And I just asked a simple question from Ilya in Hebrew. And if he read Hebrew, he would have easily answered it. And as a Persian Jewish, I was born in Iran. And I left Iran long time ago. But that doesn't mean that I don't have any heart or emotion. I'm talking, Ilya. Shut the fuck up. I'm talking.
Alex, your positioning tells everything. You don't need to be a Swiss to know who you are. Ilya has made certain good points. I'm still.
Okay, thing is, it doesn't mean that if I'm Persian,
You
I don't have a.
Must you to even try and tell him who he is, what he is. I brought up what part of the Middle East are you from, and you said, "Why are you asking that?" Refused to even answer, even after I explained why I asked you that question. So, where are you from, sir?
And will that validate the history and the facts Alex is giving?
Hello.
Yeah, but it doesn't mean that if I'm Persian Jewish, I don't have a heartfelt emotion for Iran and Iranian people. So that's where you're wrong, and you cannot have any goddamn opinion about Iranian people. Shut the fuck up, honestly. If there is a conversation between me and Ilya, you just gotta let me and Ilya finish it. You're not even Iranian to intervene.
All right. So I did promise Needlock the mic, and I do try to keep my promises. Ladies and gentlemen, if we can get through this informal queue quickly, we can go back to popcorn. Go ahead, Needlock.
Okay, thank you very much. It's glad luck, by the way. But I just wanted to first
I'll work on that.
all those on stage who have for place that I'm currently having at the moment, and those who are going to be celebrating Easter in the next few days. Happy Easter to you.
Half persons here.
So I wanted to talk about a couple of things. I'm not going to keep it long, I promise you, but I think democracy here is the key to our discussion, and you have to ask yourself a few questions. I think the first one you have to ask yourself is, number one, if Israel wasn't a Jewish state, if it was a Muslim country, would we find ourselves in a situation? I would say categorically the answer is no. Okay? So what Ocean said earlier in respect to the pinpointing the authority of Israel to be the only Jewish state this planet has to offer, as well as the only democracy in the Middle East, then effectively we find ourselves in this problem. The second question I think you ask yourself is, if Iran was a democracy, not a theocratic theocracy, would we find ourselves in the idea of spreading a caliphate, which is effectively what they've always wanted to do, get rid of the state of Israel first, little Satan, which they call Israel, and then go after big Satan, which they call America, is what they've been pulling the plug on for how many decades? 4 or 5 decades. Death to Israel, death to America. They made it very clear. So the fact of the matter is, no matter which way you look at it, the current regime, this theocratic doctrine idea is unfortunately what threatens everything to do with Western democracy. Now, I truly believe that actually if we found ourselves where we are today, where we see Israel as being a democracy with checks and balances, they have elected governments, courts, opposition, minority representation, whatever you want to say. The real difference is that we haven't got monarchy versus democracy. We need an accountable leadership with a real ideological power in that region, and Iran needs to offer that. And I think it will get that quite soon, actually. I think it's all changing. I mean, when you see the mullahs today having to sit in swimming pools, right? In the caves of swimming pools to have their meetings, shows that they have lost all power. And in the next few weeks, we're going to see a complete change of Hashem. And I land my plane.
Poor has been very patient. The mic is yours.
And I keep dreaming, let that, keep dreaming.
I just want to mention that I cannot lose my mic because I cannot listen if I close it.
Let's see if you can hear better in the goo.
Yes, just thank you, Monica. Just want to say some stuff like because they mentioned something about my country regarding Reza Pahlavi or whoever wants to take over the country. From which Alex said, none of them have read this booklet very well, and every aspect of the thing going to happen in those years, like if he takes over the power, mentioned in detail. And also you can send him an email and you add something, and if it's logical, they would add it inside that booklet. The reason that I can say from the accent that Ilya has and Nona has, which party they are coming from and who are they supporting. But I'm not going to enter to that because it's nonsense. Just the thing is that I'm telling you the country which is under tyranny for 47 years or 50 years, and there is no party. Like let's say in US we have Democrats, we have these other parties, like Republican. In Europe we have like Greens and Christian and lefties. In Iran there is no party. How do you want to build a constitution without having a transitional period? And for that transitional period, if you want someone to can count on it, like the way that Keintla said that you have to have someone for transition, you can count on it. You can see that there will be no mass murdering, there will be no execution, there will be no suffering of other people. So you have to have someone reliable. The thing that Mr. Trump is already looking into, he is actually looking into someone he can negotiate with it, but which is not possible. That's the issue that Trump is already confronting now, because he cannot find someone to really negotiate with it, and he wants to have a peace without bombing other places. He is warning Iranian, he is warning IRGC that okay, we have the air, we have everything, we can bomb and come in, but just be wise and stay in the table and come negotiate. Or if you want, and that's why I just want to divide it to this. Mr. Trump couldn't find someone accountable that have a conversation with. We want Pahlavi because he is the only one who can sit on a table and guarantee that there will be no mass murder, there will be no execution. So that is the thing. That why don't you guys read that booklet? Read it and come here and just be against it. I'm not telling.
I promise you, they never read anything about it.
We are against them. We have read and we.
Out of respect, Core, it looks like you even haven't read the booklet yourself. Okay? I'm not trying to
I read it, but it's
against
okay.
you.
You want to say that?
I'm just trying to say, if you read that booklet truly, you talking about the mass murdering and all the things you said, it's not even mentioned. Okay? And the thing is, that booklet is more about the transition phase and how.
Because you are not listening. When Mr. Pahlavi chose someone who won the Peace Prize of Nobel, aside from him, and that lady, I don't know, you know the name, she mentioned that there will be no execution. Clearly, they published it in the newspaper. So
But it's not the booklet, because you were just talking about the booklet.
His English is not very good, so don't do this.
Yeah, but it's a misinformation.
The entire problem is Islam. The entire problem
Yes, right.
is Muslims and Islam. So you get rid of Islam, you limit Islam in every corner, you push them, isolate them. Then the entire world gonna be a very fucking better place for everybody, for Christians, for Jews, for even Muslims.
Yes, you're right.
They kill their own.
Most Iranians are not Muslim. Most Iranians.
Mentioned something about what you said earlier about the graduate
There's one guy in the comments, his name is Muhammad. Can moderators please remove him?
mentioned something.
Go ahead, Keely.
Sorry, somebody mentioned earlier about this idea of a greater Israel project. I just want to talk about this piece of propaganda that's been going around over the last couple of years, 3 years almost, in relation to the idea that Israel is an expansionist country. So here's the thing, yeah. Imagine you're a tiny country with a pretty robust population, but small, and yet all you want to do is effectively protect your own people. So here's the thing. Every single buffer zone that has been created on the borders of Israel, not one Israeli is living in that buffer zone. Those buffer zones have been created for one thing only, and that's protection. The reason why they've been created for protection is effectively that there needs to be a buffer so that missiles aren't lobbed into Israel from in every corner of every border fence that there is around Israel. So the idea of an expansionist program is completely out of the question. It is specifically there for protection.
But your ministers are saying that they're going to move there.
The ministers aren't saying anything about moving.
Come on, come on.
No, that's in your brain. You see TikTok videos. You watch
I
social
saw
media.
them talking about going into Lebanon.
No, you didn't.
Syria.
You're a liar because he didn't say that at all. There's been nothing said about moving into those areas.
Reuters didn't say that.
No. There are talks effectively about building villages and building communities within the parameters, within Israel's borders, and within Israel's own land. There's nothing about buildings and communities within buffer zones because buffer zones are there for protection. And the reason why buffer zones are there is because if anybody moved into a buffer zone, they'd be the first target for any enemy on the front line. So I think we have to be very careful with what we say when we're talking about the idea of an expansion.
Can you add something to what you're saying? What? Can I add something to what you just said?
Please.
Yeah, there were some Israelis moving into the buffer zone of Syria.
So, the thing is, people that they are all in for IRGC and the Iranian government, they have to understand the fact that if you see in some part
I'm not for the IRGC.
No, I'm not talking to you, I'm just talking to general public.
Okay.
People that they're in support of IRGC and they're supporting Palestine, and they're against Israel, they have to understand the fact that if IRGC was under Jewish person, I can assure you that Israel wouldn't have that much of maneuver over the places that had to actually enter and get. Do you agree with me? Neil Lech? Sorry,
Alex. Listen, I know you're a Persian Jew, my friend, but this is one Jewish word you need to learn how to say properly. Kneidlach.
Okay. So, Israel wouldn't have. Do you agree on what I'm saying? Like, Israel wouldn't have that much of maneuver on the places that, actually got acquired by Israel when in the time of the war. If IRGC wasn't there to actually throw the war at some specific regions, Israel wouldn't have that maneuver to go and actually get into those places.
Well, you're wrong. Because Muslims and Arabs are lunatic and barbaric anyway.
No, if the help wasn't there,
even if IRGC wasn't there, still these Muslims is still gonna fucking gone to kill Jews. Because guess what? 1921 IRGC was not there. 1920 fucking 3 IRGC was not there. 1920 fucking 7 there was no IRGC.
I agree. Forget IRGC for a second. If you look at the Lebanese border at the moment, you will see that there are Hezbollah towns, effectively, that have been destroyed and blown up to smithereens.
Villages, you mean?
Villages, yeah, villages.
Yeah.
And the reason being, and the Christian villages have been left intact.
No, they're not. Two Christian villages were bombed.
No, they were because they were taken over by Hezbollah and they were used as military camps.
They killed 2 priests. What the hell, dude? You're not informed at all.
No, I am informed. And if you go and have a look in the reasons as to why they were attacked because they were used as a weapons hub for Hezbollah. That's the only reason why they get attacked. There are plenty of Christian.
Every time you kill a Christian, it's weapons.
There are plenty.
And if you kill a Muslim, it's okay.
No, it's not about killing Muslims. Absolutely not. It's about killing Islamic terrorists who decide that they want to take in their own hands to point their missiles at Israel and fire at Israel. Nothing more than that. And if they stop doing that, if they didn't do that, and they put down their weapons, they
did do that for the last 2 years, and you were bombed anyway.
As simple as that.
It's
as simple as that. No, that's nonsense. Because I can tell you something now. If Israel wanted to, they could have carpet bombed half of Lebanon if they wanted to.
They're doing that right now. What the fuck, dude?
What the fuck, dude? They're actually hitting those Hezbollah.
But they're bombing it right now. Like Israel.
Hezbollah is firing missiles daily.
No, I understand Israel.
We've had the biggest barrage of missiles come over from Lebanon that we've seen in the last few days. So don't give me that bullshit. The reason why they're being hit hard is because these idiots are pulling out their RPGs and trying to fire rockets into Israel.
Can you just one question? Do you agree that they're carpet bombing Lebanon or not? That's my question.
No, they're not carpet bombing.
No, they're not.
You're not. Okay.
No, they're not.
Okay.
So you
just get your point.
Hold on. It's not bullshit. So you tell me for the past fucking 2 years after October 7th, Israel is carpet bombing fucking Gaza and only 70,000 people died in that small tiny ass area.
I don't think it's 70,000 people, to be honest. I think it's half.
It's probably 100 million people, right? It's not some real bullshit, but why do you hold on, let me ask you this. Why do you think Saudi Arabia, UAE, Kuwait, none of these countries give a fuck about those people over there? Because even those
they're rich.
Because those Muslims know these Muslims are fucking barbaric and fucking stupid. And they're a bunch of terrorists. Because that's why they don't give a fuck about them. They don't want them in their countries. Your Muslim brothers don't want you in their countries. Do you understand that?
I was Kuwait.
Sorry, if you don't mind.
Sorry. Can I just say something?
Hold on.
I have been waiting long. Sorry.
I don't care you being long. So imagine how fucked up you have to be for your own people
Ocean, can I just be honest with you, Ocean? Can we just be clear on the language that we use? I think we have to be very clear and distinguish. No, I'm talking about Islamic terrorism. I'm talking about terrorism from the heart, which effectively comes from this demonic ideology and this regime, which is unfortunately attacking the West. We have to be careful with that. I don't think we can paint a brush over every single Muslim. I think it's unfair to do that. Let's just be careful with the language. That's all I'm saying.
Well, once again, I just said it has nothing to do with this regime. Before this regime came up 1979. Before 1979, how many Jews were killed by Arabs and Muslims? In 1921, 1923, 1933, I believe, 1947. There was no fucking Islamic Republic of Iran, bro.
Yeah, but let me answer you then. I know what, and you don't let me.
Islam in general is it's not even a religion, it's a cult. Muslims are more pagans than pagans. Like, Muslims do the same thing the fucking pagans did before Islam. They do the tawaf 7 times around Kaaba. They kiss the black stone. Pagans did all of this. It's a fucking cult. They want to kill everybody who's not Muslim.
But like every religion is for pagans.
Everything. If you're not Muslim, you're gone. You're boom shakalaka. You're like chop chop.
Dude, I was in Muslim countries all the time. What the hell are you talking about? I'm atheist.
I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about Muslims, buddy. Are you Muslim?
Yeah, but I was in Muslim countries all the time, man. I'm
It's
from
just
Syria originally, so
it's just one man show here.
I'm scared. Sorry. Yeah, no, talk. Sorry.
So let us go out then. You don't have respect for others.
Just go ahead, Nona. Just go ahead.
Just go ahead. She believe.
How unrespectful Nona is.
Yeah, she was. I don't know.
Okay, so my question is.
Don't talk about Dodo like that.
I'm just going to ask Ocean a question. So, do you believe that Israel and Palestine they were so close to a two-state solution around 2005?
Well, yeah,
I don't think so.
I mean, part of that was IRGC, yeah.
No, so another thing is IRGC has been funding Hamas since
100%, yeah.
and if IRGC wasn't intervening just to push out the ideology of Shia and Iran Islamic ideology throughout the Middle East, Palestine would have a separate state from Israel. At least Israel would have less burden, and less worry.
IRGC, look, IRGC, they're Muslims too. They influence them, right? I'm not ignoring that shit all day long. Yes, of course. But Muslims in general are the way they are, bro. They don't need no fucking influence.
Have you ever been to a Muslim country?
Oh, fuck yeah, I come from a fucking Muslim country. I've been in UAE, I've been in Iraq, I've been in Turkey. So what the
which one was the worst?
Every single one of them. You know why? Because they're Muslims.
Okay, so you hate Muslims. You just hate Muslims.
I don't hate Muslims. I have proof for it.
No, you just hate Muslims. Because every single one of them is bad.
I know I'm interrupting.
Oh, come on, Monica, not now.
Okay, it's a programming note, sir. And check the admin list of political playhouses. We don't remove people from political playhouses. We don't.
I didn't remove nobody, by the way.
I didn't say you did. I'm letting the bar people know that as much as I appreciate their assistance in running this room, we don't remove people who overtalk, who compromise, who have opinions that we don't like. What we do is we monitor them. And if someone is doing credible judgment, then we can. Okay?
Thank you. So how many Muslim terrorist groups do they have? Which other group of people go to other countries and start raping people and start just killing people randomly for no fucking reason. Muslims. Oh, dog. Oh my God. This is all very funny, right? You don't see other people do these things, but Muslims. Because in Islam, it's perfectly okay to fucking rape a child. Because child marriages exist in Islam. Because that's what you follow. Your prophet was a pedophile, so you, in your book, in your ideology, if you're a Muslim, it's okay to do so. And you want
I think any Muslim actually agree with that, but hey, that's your opinion.
But look, that's not my opinion. It's in your ideology.
It's not in mine. I'm not Muslim. I just told you.
I'm not talking about you.
But you're saying you the whole time.
It's in the entire Islam. The entire Islam is all about.
Dude, I am. Can I talk a bit about? Can I talk a bit about my background? So
yes,
I might just.
You're not a Muslim. I apologize if I call you Muslim.
No. I'm okay with being called Muslim. You know, I'm Druze. Okay, I'm from Syria, like originally. Yeah, and you can bet your ass I hate terrorism. You know, and for all that's worth, you know, some of my family members would not have survived the massacre without Israel. You know, but to be fair as well, you know, if you want the region to flourish and to like prosper, I think you need to be fair to Muslims. You know, that they're not all terrorists. That I would think also their ideology. That most Muslims are ideological. To be honest, I think most Muslims just pray and do their stuff, and then that's it. You know, I don't think.
Yeah, but they also close their eyes to it too, though, right?
Everyone closes his eyes in the whole world.
No. How many Muslim nations is child marriage is legal? You know, how many? Huh?
Yeah, how many states say allow that?
They close their eyes on.
United States allow that as well, dude.
See which hypocrisy.
No, it doesn't.
See which hypocrisy. Rather, more than 60 states
no, it doesn't.
allow child marriage. What are you talking about?
13 years old.
Look that up, man.
In what nation?
It's not even more than 60 states. What is he talking about?
Hey, this guy is dumb.
More than 16. 16. I said not 60.
Okay.
16.
Okay, I don't know why you're talking, but in what nations you cannot practice? In what? Alright, but I'm gonna go down. In what nations, Hasi? In what nations you cannot freely practice your religion?
I think many nations I can. I know. I'm not religious at all. You know.
Vast majority are Muslim nations.
Like what? Okay. But let's admit something. You know, while we're at it, Malaysia is
Which Muslim nation is the most amazing right now?
most amazing right now. Indonesia.
They're doing amazing in every possible way.
I think Malaysia are doing very well. Singapore as well. Sorry.
No, honestly.
You agree with me?
You know, I think.
I shouldn't have that conversation with you. 19, is there anything you want to say?
You know, I think.
I was gonna say something, but then I just looked, you know, improperly seeing what you saw.
There is something that I want to mention, Ocean. So, you know, I said there are only about 10 million Jews in Middle East.
I don't believe 19 plus is my Alex. At the time, he wasn't finished.
Okay.
Well, no, it's all right. You know, anybody that's willing to participate. I just look at. I don't look at certain countries though as like the staple Muslim situation and stuff like that. I mean, we can look at majority Muslim countries like Indonesia who don't have like the same conflicted, you know, regime, you know, ideologies as like the other ones and stuff. mistaken and stuff.
But like, do you think Morocco, for example? Do you like Morocco
No,
or Tunisia? So you hate just Arab countries.
I don't hate them. I just don't like them.
Okay, so you don't like you like Indonesia.
Yeah, I like.
Okay, so you like Asian countries, West and East Asian countries. You don't like Arab countries.
Hosty, the problem is Arab Muslim nations in general, Islam is just against freedom and humanity. Is against everything.
But you're trying to racialize the group, you know.
It's just they're just against them, bro. Like, how can you ignore it? Like, I'm not talking this out of my ass. It's in their law. It's in their religion. Every way you want to look at it.
So that's
Wait, let's see. Can I ask you?
Yeah.
Do you deny like the Arab like hierarchy that goes on in Arab countries?
What hierarchy?
The Arab hierarchy, like Arabs are on top. What was this their situation? Is their way? They're better than all the Muslims because they're the ones that started Islam. That whole thing.
I think many people think that. Yeah, I don't like it.
About if many people think it, do they think it as a collective?
Do they think it as a collective? I don't think so.
Yes.
I don't think so.
Okay. I don't think so.
No, I don't think so. I also don't think that every white person is a white supremacist. I think many are. I don't think they think it as collective. I think many enjoy it while it happens. But I don't think everyone does that. I also don't think that every Israeli is a bad person. I don't think every Muslim is a bad person. I don't think any religion or nationality or race are bad persons.
So what makes something bad then?
What? I think on an individual level, you could like point to someone and tell him he's a bad person. I think terrorism is bad. We could agree on that. I think occupation is bad. I think taking other people's land is bad. Yeah. Like I'm a German citizen. I'm also very privileged. So I'm not sure. Like if I can like look down at these Arab countries because many of them are poor. I'm not just gonna like say like you're bad while they're like on their knees.
Wait, you think a lot of Arab countries are poor?
Yeah.
Like which ones? Give me three.
Like Syria, Lebanon, Jordan, Iraq, Egypt, Sudan, Libya, Tunis, Algeria and Morocco. I think all of them are poor except for the Gulf countries.
That's crazy. They're resource rich though, right?
Yeah, but
they don't know how to use
those
those motherfucking resources. I don't think Syria is resource rich, but
they got some shit over there. In Aleppo, they got like some limits or some shit. I don't know. Look, I ain't.
They were at war. They were at war like for 12 or 14 years. Like I'm Syrian originally, so I know this stuff. Syria is like needs also like another 50 years to resolve their problem with each other. So
I want to point out something, Jose. I want to ask you a question because I'm trying to be fair in this conversation.
No, don't be fair.
Of course, because we are just giving out our opinion.
I'm black. I don't.
It doesn't matter, dude. You're human.
Yes, it does.
Okay,
You're trying to trick me now, like this. See, this is the bait and switch, and I know this guy. But go ahead.
I'm just gonna say, like, in the Middle East, we have like about 300 million Muslim people. So of course, we see more of that, radical ideology that I would say most of them or some of them they have. But the reason is because they're, of course, more than
There is over 1 billion Chinese. Do they go to other countries and rape kids and fucking kill people?
I was just talking about Muslims in Middle East. Okay? And I'm saying, of course, we see it more, and I'm not trying to, take their side. I'm saying, of course, every religion, every race, every place, there are good and bad people. But of course, because there are too many Muslim people in Middle East, we hear about it more. And I'm not saying that it justifies what's happening and what they do, but it makes people to mostly associate Muslims with terrorism, which in some degree I agree, because my country, it's totally in a different directions. They're mostly born Muslim, and
what's your country?
What's your country? I'm American now, but I was born in Iran. So in Iran, they are born Muslim, but more than 50% of them, they don't call themselves Muslim. So the way that Islam works, they are actually forced to be Muslim. They have to have hijab, but they aren't cultured, and they're kind of
like Persian.
Yeah, they're Persian, exactly. So
and they speak Farsi, right? Farsi.
Yes, Farsi. Yeah, I know.
And the women, they dress like ninjas.
Dude, let's speak, guys.
When I was a kid, I was asking my parents, before we all left Iran, I was asking my parents, what are they and what's the purpose? And they were just saying that they're trying to be modest. But honestly, Iranian people, most of them, they are against the Islamist ideology, but they have to comply with it. But the other Muslim countries, it doesn't work like that, because they are not really cultured, and they don't really think modern about it. And I would say, about that 300 million Muslim in Middle East, at least I would say 100 to 150 millions of them, they are just called Muslim. They are not, actually, keeping the traditions or doing any religion.
Yeah, I think they're just Muslim when it's Eid, when it is when it's the
that's crazy.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, I think also in Europe, there are more radical Muslims than there are radical Muslims in the Arab countries.
I totally agree, because I lived in England for 2 years in around 2011, and when I was there, London was really okay city, but I went back there 3 years ago, and I was feared, because I was seeing so many Muslims taking their private stuff in their home, bringing it to the middle of the city and doing prayers, and just I was telling my brother, see, if they kept their private thing, religious stuff and everything in their home, it would be fine. But then you bring it to the streets, and you actually break people's peace. Of course, this doesn't work like that. And actually, I'm on the same page with Josie about that. There are more radical Muslims in European countries, but they don't do more radical stuff in those countries, because those countries have rules. But in Middle Eastern countries, there are not any rules to actually control them, and there are people that they are having a leadership in how they can orchestrate those radical activities, and everything that we hear, like terrorist attacks, bombing, suicide bombing, and everything like that.
But look at as an example, Syria. Before this guy shot at this Al Qaeda guy came, it used to be like a fucked up country. Not gonna lie, but they were kept in check. I remember going to Syria and just drinking alcohol in front of a mosque. No one would bother. You can't do that in Europe. If you do that in Europe, many people will start talking to you and start harassing you. Why are you drinking in front of the mosque? We used to do a lot of stuff in Syria, the army, while under Assad, bad guy. But for those cases, you kind of lived, you kind of lived your life.
Yeah, but also, Steve, I have to actually say that I'm also on the same page with Ocean about Muslims not wanting any of it to leave the Middle East. Because if you just go and look at it, it's like Saudi Arabia in 1965, around the early Cohen time, they were actually orchestrating attacks from Osama bin Laden's father to Israel, right, Ocean? But they stopped supporting the ideology of terrorism against Israel, nor or actually supporting Palestinians over the years because they saw that that ideology doesn't have any benefit for them. But over the years, the people of the region they're still adopting to the ideology of supporting some kind of radical activity or some kind of terrorism against even the Muslim minorities, not even Jews. Do you agree on that?
Yeah, I agree on the minorities in the region, like about that. But I disagree on the thing about Israel. I think Israel they will always have to fight with other countries because they took land from others, and that's the culture. That's my opinion about this. I think regardless of what the ideology is, if you have an ideology and you want to bring it to the Middle East, it better handle the Palestinian question. Maybe not in Iran. I think Iranians are much farther away, or the Maghreb countries, but the countries that are like in the region around Israel, if you want the population on your side, you better take the question of Palestinians seriously. Whether it is like a two-state solution, like some people would like you do it, or
can you hear me, please? Are you a Muslim?
Me?
Yeah. But you are from Syria, right?
Yeah.
I am a Muslim, and no one not me allowed to speak. No, like you just speaking of the issue. So you are a Muslim. I thought that. I am a Muslim. But people are me too. I'm Muslim here. Yeah, people are afraid to speak with me because they are here. Okay, just keep this guy. You ask these guys. Okay, just spewing hate, and they just want to take this dude who is dead. Who is dead? See?
Dude. Okay, guys, maybe you should listen to this.
I actually.
Go ahead. Continue.
Yeah, let me continue my thing. And then you can drop me or kick me. I don't give a shit, man. You are here sitting spewing hatred, yeah? And this guy is saying to you, I'm a Dirzi, and what you are talking about is totally bullshit. But you are just trying to take him with your side and just spewing hate, about child marriage, so on and so forth. When I mentioned the 16 states, you are so quiet. You are here talking about who raped.
Because you're lying.
Yeah, you're a lying diaperhead, okay? You need to stop.
Yeah,
Dumb
but
fuck.
you know what, people?
Dumb fuck. Hold on, Alex.
Look at Israel, what they are doing.
Dumb fuck. Child marriages doesn't exist in America.
Yeah. Right. How many rapists there are in Israel? Everyone is going there.
Hold on, Alex.
They're not prosecuting them.
Be quiet. So we passed your first lie. Now we're going for the second lie. Because you said there is 16 states in America that have child marriages like fucking Saudi Arabia or any other Muslim nation, which they let a 9-year-old and 10-year-old.
There are 16 states from 2020 to
Name one.
Listen. From
Name one.
Let me speak.
Name one. Name one state first.
Let me speak.
Name one state.
Let me speak, man. Since 2000.
I'm letting you speak. Name one state.
Okay. Name one state. Texas.
Man, get the fuck out of here.
That was the funniest question.
Honestly, I don't let people fucking express bullshit.
If he was going to say Utah.
Because here's the thing. I'm stating facts when I talk about Islam. It's in their book. I don't pull it out of my ass. It's in their culture. It's in their law. When you come out here and you say there is 16 out of your ass.
Dude, I think you still should let him in.
No,
Because he was opposing.
Like you could correct him. I don't think you can tell me what to do, what not to do, and assure that I will not let someone spread fucking lies. Because I'm not spreading lies. I'm stating the obvious and facts.
You said once all Muslims.
There is a huge difference.
You said all Muslims or something like that.
I never said all Muslims. Vast majority of Muslims.
Can you give me props?
Yeah, go ahead.
You know, I'm a Somali guy, so I'll be honest. So, be impartial from. Try to be impartial and listen to everybody. You shouldn't just listen to one side and then the other side can do anything. Cannot speak. Bring up this guy, and I will tell him. I will tell him to speak in a good way. And so, Falcon, bro, come up and please speak in a kind way, and so that we can have a nice conversation.
We don't
want arguments here.
Okay, wait. Ocean has a point here. It's a federal law, and federal law applies to all these states. Okay, and you cannot actually put it in a way that 16 states they have laws for this because it's a federal law. Do you know how many people get prosecuted just for watching child stuff? And you guys are saying that child stuff or child marriage is actually legal.
Listen, Alex. The last thing I can listen from Western politicians. We know what happened recently. We know the Epstein files, right? Don't come here and try to we are the best and we are the most most moral people in the world.
We know who you said?
I think Epstein means.
I mean, the last thing I can listen from amateur is the Western politicians because we have seen what happened in the Epstein files.
Well,
You guys know that.
that's fine, but why is it that it's your Epstein? Yeah, no, I know. Pepe, go ahead. Why is it that when we have to hear about all of the fucking rapes that are happening in places like Sweden, we can look at who's doing the grooming gangs and most of the fucking raping in the UK. It is literally a bunch of.
But in Sweden, it's mostly actually.
No, it's mostly fucking Muslims.
No, it's not mostly.
Yes, it is. In the UK, it's fucking Pakistanis. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah, there was this movie scandal, but most of the rapes happens inside the family.
Oh, you mean Arabs fucking their daughters? Basically.
I don't know.
You guys when you talk about Epstein was a criminal, right? So there is a reason. Hold on. There is a reason this system corrects itself. This system in America, in the West, in America, was designed to be able to correct itself. Unlike Islam, was designed to just kill and murder and abuse and fucking rape. That's why you still see in 2026 in Muslim countries, they marry a 9-year-old. They marry a fucking 10-year-old. Epstein was not a prophet like Muhammad, who was a rapist, or any other person who was involved in that shit going to get prosecuted. But your Muhammad and your fellow Muslims are not getting prosecuted in their nations, buddy. So first think before you talk. If you think before you talk, then you can have a solid argument. But if you want to just come and get everything I'm saying is fact, brother.
No, it's not.
Like the whole thing about the guy. If you can prove one of the things that I said was a lie or it was bullshit, I'll do whatever you want.
Okay, you said.
Muhammad would be giving Epstein a high five after he came on Aisha's dress. I mean, this is bullshit.
Yeah. I'm not talking about Muhammad and Aisha, to be honest. I'm talking about.
First, you want to pay attention. You're going to pay attention to what you have to say, analyze it, then open your mic and go ahead and start talking. Now, Hans, go ahead and continue.
Okay. I listen to you. First of all, Ocean, I don't want to speak this way. Because you have those guys in your life, like very respectful guys, right? I can't talk to them in a not a good way, right? I think I'm in a good room. I think I'm in a room that people who are intellectuals. So we want to have good discussion. We don't want to hear to insult each other or insult our needs. We don't want that. Let's agree on that first. Secondly, about these things about them rearing a child, I think this issue, like, there's a lot of different opinions talking about marrying children. I thought we also about. Can I talk? Can I speak? Yeah, go ahead. I was listening all the time, so let me speak. So this thing, by the way, there's a lot of guys, those back then, like 1400 years ago, it wasn't like, it's not like the things is not like recorded like now. Back then, you just recorded through papers or stuff like that, and like a very old-fashioned way. You know that. So what happened is that there's a lot of things that happened through these generations. That there's some people who rewrite the narratives in the Islamic, especially the life of Prophet. So this issue itself, there's a lot of people who say, no, he married Aisha at age of 18. There's guys who said 9. There's guys, and there's a lot of people back then who tried who actually tried to rewrite the hadith, which is called what happened during the life of a prophet. So there's a lot of people who rewrite it back then. So we cannot like.
As a Muslim, bro, you shouldn't have to explain your religion. Lorenzo, please stop interrupting. As a Muslim, which one do you believe, Bukhari or Sahih? Which one?
That's Bukhari. There's a lot of there's Muslim.
No. Answer my question.
It's not good. We are not Muslim.
You're a Muslim, right?
Yeah, Muslim.
Bukhari and Sahih Muslim, which one? Both?
I believe in the right ones, bro. Even in the Bukhari itself, there's a lot of hadith that's not like
Bukhari and Sahih Muslim, which are the top notch or Shia, bro? Top notch. Well, hold on. Which are the top notch when it comes to Islam world, right? They both stated Aisha was 6 when she was married, and at 9 years old, Muhammad slept with her. So I don't know what you want to get from, like, some of. So you want to use some of it for your own benefit and deny the rest of it. Okay, let's say
let me say that their prophets are pedophile. Nowadays, we are Muslim countries. We rarely see, almost, I didn't see it. I'm Somali, okay? I've never seen like a guy who married and others who married like 9 years or 10 years. So these things, like, we move on. You understand me? So we move on. So nowadays, even in Saudi now, they established in the constitution, they write in a law that a lady should be over 18 when she gets married, So now we move on. So why you guys trying to take us back to things that we already move on? Like we are not seeing now in a Muslim country stuff like that. And when it comes to, we don't want to talk about the 1% or 0.1%, okay? So this is the other one thing. The other thing is that, Ocean, I'm really like surprised. Like you're trying to lecture us and you have, you put your profile, your profile is Donald Data, who is actually every single day talk shit about black people, talk shit about Somali people.
You never talk shit about black people. You never talk shit about
Somali people. Why? Isn't that racist?
We talk about a group of Somalians who are fucking thieves and fucking criminals. Yes, so what?
No,
So what? So what?
No, bro. Every single day. Okay, how many thieves? How many white thieves in America? That's
Somalians are
what the fuck? Wait.
Somalians are way worse than white people. They're way worse than both people. I mean, shut up.
So can we just set the record straight?
Bro, you cannot generalize. You cannot generalize. You cannot generalize. That's just how
Trump only gives a fuck about himself in his objective. That's it. He don't give a fuck about blacks. He don't give a fuck about Asians. He don't give a fuck about fucking Irish. He don't give a fuck about none of us. He cares about his agenda and his agenda alone. That's it. So the fact that y'all are having this conversation about Trump and the prophet of Muhammad being a pedophile is fucking crazy. Because there's no substance to this conversation that you guys are having.
No, we're talking about, you know what we're talking about? We're talking about Islam is the entire problem. That's what we're talking about.
And you're saying that the religion?
And then they're like, how is Islam a problem? I'm like, every terrorist is a Muslim.
Every terrorist is a Muslim. That's a crazy statement, bro.
What do you mean?
Bro, that's a crazy statement.
How is it a crazy statement?
I asked, was it
Because
Muslims?
that's not true.
Hold on.
KKK were Muslims?
How many terrorist groups are out there right now?
But that doesn't mean that every single Muslim is a...
KKK was Muslim.
I never said every single Muslim.
Yes, you said that. You said every terrorist is a Muslim.
Muslim is a terrorist, bro.
I never said every single Muslim is a terrorist. I said
You said every terrorist is a Muslim.
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
Every terrorism, bro.
No, that's not true.
Go ahead right now, look.
What, dude? The whole most terrorists in Germany are Nazis. What the fuck are you talking about?
Dude, what do you mean? Nazis kill people right now? Nazis
Yeah.
Group of people.
Yeah.
Group of people.
The Nazis haven't been existed since the 1940s.
Dude, neo-Nazis in Germany are very active. They cause 27 deaths in Germany every year.
Oh, 27 deaths.
Yeah, how many do Muslims cause in Germany? What do you think? 3, 2?
Yes.
Most ineffective.
I kinda actually think you're Muslim, Hasi, and you're lying as fuck.
No, not Muslim. But that's okay. I don't care if you think I'm Muslim.
How many Muslim terrorists out
There
there?
are extremist Muslims.
How many terrorist
things?
How many Muslim terrorist groups out there? Answer the
No,
question.
dude, many.
Hundreds.
I don't know. But then there's neo-Nazis. And they talk about neo-Nazis.
Can I add one thing about this?
You guys are out of your motherfucking mind. You cannot rationally have a conversation. You know why?
I will give you one point about this terrorists, okay? Who created listen guys, let's
Have a rational conversation with a Muslim.
I want to have a rational conversation. This is what I asked.
They don't have prejudice. You just don't like Muslims.
Let me, honestly, let me just go ahead with this terrorist stuff, okay? We all know if you
No,
read this.
bro, you shouldn't even have this
Let me just-
conversation now because he just showed that he doesn't like Muslims, period. Like, he fucking hates you.
Yeah, I think
He was born Muslim. Jesus Christ.
But the fact is that what he just said out of his mouth.
Okay, but to deny the terrorism is largely a Muslim fucking problem. Is crazy.
Bro.
Dude, in Europe, it's like, I don't know about Europe. I can say only about Germany. In Germany, the right-wing terrorism is
They don't kill
the most
nearly
prevalent
as
one.
many. They don't put up road barricades, okay, to stop neo-Nazis from
Barricades,
killing cars running over people. They don't have to. Like, this is bullshit.
Come on, like,
That's
dude,
what
this is a conversation. I got to you actually. I think Ocean, if you're from the Arab region or from the Iran region, come over to Germany. Let's have a walk in one of the villages, the Nazi villages here, and let's see how many hours you can survive.
Buddy, your argument is the most stupid argument that you could just bring up. Like, you couldn't just bring up anything more stupid than this. The fact that you defend Muslim terrorists is just out of this world. Like, how could you even, like, I miss AGX sometimes. I wish, honestly, AGX was here right now. What to tell you how terrible and horrible you are. Like, what are you even talking about?
Let me add this one about the terrorist stuff, okay? So you guys, you all know, if you read the history, what happened to Soviet Union during their last period of time. What happened happened is that there was two powers who were struggling to dominate the world, which is American and which is the Soviet. The other part is the Soviet Union. So the Soviet Union, what happened is that during I think during the 80s or 70s, they invaded a country called Afghanistan. So at that time, the Arab countries, they were no terrorists or nothing. African countries, we couldn't suffer from any terrorist incident. What happened is that the CIA in your country came to Arab Gulf nations with the monarchies there. They gather, they have their meeting, and Egypt plus I think multiple countries, which is predominantly Arab countries, plus Pakistan, they had a meeting with the CIA, and then they told them they recruit an average people, just like me and anybody else there who is a Muslim, and making propaganda about the Soviet Union to let's fight the Soviet Union, and because they are invading Afghanistan, which is a Muslim country. So during that time, every mosque you can see the monarchies there, because the monarchy there, especially in the Gulf countries, it's owned, the media, everything is owned by the monarchy. So everything they tell them they do. So they mobilize, they make campaigns about fighting the Soviet, which is atheist, trying to invade a Muslim country, and then they get all the support. If you agree just to go there, they buy the ticket, they give you everything. And I know a lot of people who have been there, actually, to fight, just to help their brothers, Afghanistan people, to fight back the Soviet Union. So who created these people? So during that time, they fought the Soviet Union, and the Soviet Union, they got defeated in Afghanistan, and then they collapsed, and then they withdraw from a country, the Afghanistan country. So after that, when the Soviet Union collapsed, listen, let me just go ahead, I'll finish up. When the Soviet Union collapsed, at that time, what happened is that both the same people who were innocent, just like me and any other guy, what happened to them is that they told them, you cannot fight back, you are no longer, you don't need fighting, it's finished here, go back to your country. And those people, they said, no, we come here to fight. I mean, they were brainwashed, right? They were brainwashed, they were propaganda, they were campaigns to fight the infidels, to fight the atheists, to fight. So they were just any people like me. And there are some people.
You answer your own shit. They're not brainwashed. They're following their religion. Kill. Chapter.
Okay, one question. Do you believe American brain rule?
Hold on. Bro, chapter. Hold on. Chapter 9, verse 5 of Quran. Surah Tawbah. Kill every non-believer. Everybody, in every corner you can find. They're not brainwashed people. They're following their book.
In Bible, I could find some verses.
They're following their book. Do you understand that?
Okay, even in Bible, we could find some scripts.
Now even in Bible, do you see any terrorist group under Bible name, under Christianity? Do you see like fucking ISIS, Al Qaeda, Boko Haram, Al Shabaab, fucking Taliban, Abu Bakr? Do you see anything under them?
I think you didn't read the history. Read about what happened to them. The religion fighting. They were fighting sect by sect. You didn't read that?
Do you see any terrorist group under the name of Christianity go and explode themselves in the middle of the fucking, I don't know, 100 people, 200 people?
Ask a question, Ocean, so that we can understand each other. Do you believe America play a role in creating these people? Do you believe or not? One simple question. Historically, do you believe the CIA has played a role to create these people who are the terrorists who have been to Afghanistan? Do you believe they have been they play a role? The CIA, do you believe that or not? So just I want to see how
to intentionally create a terrorist group.
You see, you try to be so specific, huh?
No. Is that your question?
My question is that
my terrorist group to murder child?
No. My question is that. No, listen. My question is that. Listen, my question is that. Does America play any role in creating Al Qaeda? That's my question. One simple question.
If you have 3 child and I pay you money and I tell you
see, when you are in a young age, listen, we don't want to personalize this thing, okay?
If you kill my kid, should I kill my kid?
You feel okay, but listen, bro, you cannot tell me, you cannot brainwash young people, right?
You blame the entire ideology of Islam on other nations paying some brainwashed people to do certain.
You cannot tell me you cannot brainwash young people, right? You cannot tell me you cannot.
In your every Muslim nation that you cannot change your religion if you convert from Islam to Christianity.
You can interpret it and then make people believe that it's right to be a violent, right? Yes or no?
No, you're wrong.
No, what I'm saying is that you can find anything in Bible or any religion. You can find some verses that you can misinterpret and then you preach young people who's very teenager people. You preach them and then you convince them to do something which is not right. Yes or no? That happens every single day. You can brainwash them people. So my point is my point is that America and the Gulf kings, they are puppets to US. Everybody knows that, guys.
Okay. I ask you a question. Do you know any Jewish group under name of Judaism, under name of Christianity, any Christian group, that they go and start killing people? Do you know any?
Go read about the Paralympic Israeli groups in Israel who are always do bad things to Muslims. They took their lands, they took their.
So you're talking about
and then they are religious guys. Just Google, just like the Paralympics of Israel. Just Google about it.
Hold on, which was always attacked by Muslims and Arabs from fucking 100 years ago and thousands of years ago. All Arabs and Muslims.
Do you know Netanyahu? He didn't want in Palestine. Do you know that?
And started killing Jews. So you're talking about a nation.
Listen, we are not talking about just issue. No, we are talking about just issue. You know Netanyahu? He didn't want even in Palestine. All the politicians who ruled Palestine, they didn't rule. They didn't born in Palestine. Mostly they born in Poland. They born in Western Eastern European country. They come there. They took the Palestinian land. They took them. Nobody can come to your home. Listen. Listen. Imagine you are African, right? Okay, me, I'm Somali. Okay, imagine if I'm in my home and then there's a white guy who come to my country, invade my country, and then they took my land, and then what do you do?
Yeah, but it was with Somalia. Like you guys had your little civil war. You ended up becoming basically a country that was lawless. You started.
I don't want to.
Bags. Like you guys were not. You weren't even. Like the reason you guys are such simple, shitty Muslims was not because of any intervention. Comfy. Palestine was never a country, Comfy. After Ottoman Empire, right? After when British Empire won the war, right? In 1947, when United Nations voted to split it into two parts, Jewish part and Arab part. What did Arabs do? 7 Arab nations that start fucking attacking Israel.
Well, actually, there's a lot of civilians there.
So we're gonna go back to history.
Listen. Okay, answer this one.
But I don't know. Like this discussion is about Iran. I don't know why we're bringing Israel and the whole Muslim shit inside.
Okay, you cannot find. No. You cannot get one politician who ruled Palestine, Netanyahu, example, any of them who born in Palestine. None of them. Most of them they born in Eastern Europe. They come there. They took their land. Every single day they do settlements. They took people's land.
That land belonged to them.
How come?
There's no.
In your holy book, what does it say? Bani Israel. Does it say Bani Israel?
Dude,
does it say Bani Israel?
No one cares about the holy books. They're not.
None of these politicians who claim themselves the Israeli guys, none of them voted Palestine. None of them.
When it's all right, nobody cares about it.
I don't care about it. Like
servants. No one cares.
What I'm saying is
Can I
that
invent a religion where I can get the U.S.?
yeah, what I'm saying
May
is
I do
that
that?
what?
Can I invent a religion where I get the U.S.? It's a rich country. I would like it to have it. I think it was promised to me.
Yeah, imagine if there's some phrases in Holy Book that says the black people. No.
I say he can try if he want to and see how it works out for him. Hey, I wanted to ask the brother.
Do you accept me as a king?
I mean, you can try to. If I accept you, that don't mean everybody else will.
I like you for that.
Nah, because this kind of leads into my question. So you say you're Somali. What are your thoughts on what's going on up there in Minnesota?
You're talking about what happened in Minnesota?
Yeah.
Yes. Let me just say. You see, every people or every race, you could find bad people and good people, right? So there's a bad people went there, and there is minority people who did the bad thing with money. Yes, I'm 100%. I'm an honest guy, but you cannot come here and tell me you all guys are bad people. What about the nurses? What about the ladies who wake up every single day that they work at supermarkets, they work at petrol stations just to feed their children? What about those innocent people who are working hard, who are studying at the universities? You cannot talk shit about all these people. How many white people stole money in the American history? How many scandals? A lot. But nobody mentioned where they originally come from.
Can someone tell me what is the Minnesota thing?
Nobody claimed, for example, if somebody from Irish originally and stole money from America, the government, nobody claimed their country.
That kind of works against your point, though, because when I look at, what's going on here in America, you have different nations that are running their operations, but the one thing that unifies them is their religion, which is Islam. So,
So let me ask you this: do you think any Somali is like a religious guy? No, you can find some guy. Do you believe that all Somalis are so religious people? Like, do you believe all Somalis they pray 5 times a day? No, you can find some of them.
I don't know much about Somalis.
The point is that you believe that Somalis they all pray, they all they all go to mosque, they all listen from sheikh. You believe that that's a problem. There's just people who just.
We don't, bro. We don't.
You didn't hear the question? You didn't hear the question? He said that you Somalis.
You're upset. Hold on. You're upset because Trump said, "What about your country?" Trump said so you can go back to your country, Somalia. It's whatever trash country. Well, he was not lying. He was just stating the obvious. It's a fucked up poor country. He didn't say every Somalian. Is a piece of shit bastard motherfucker. He said the country is a fucked up country, and he's not lying. He's speaking fascist.
Hey, Ocean, are you there?
Good morning, Whiskey. Good morning.
Go ahead, come. That's where you're mistaken. I'm not saying every Somalian is a fucked up person. I'm not saying every Muslim is a fucked up person. There are Muslims, they're not even Muslims. On paper, they're Muslims.
My point is that every community have bad people and good people. So there were some people who are trying to generalize it. I'm not saying you now don't get out of the mark, don't open the mic. I'm saying some people, they were trying to generalize, like they were saying all Somalis is blah, 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 blah. Why in America you can find Somalis who are studying lawyer for 8 years, who are nurses helping people.
Sorry.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, but I don't understand what happened in Minnesota.
You know, some people people they stole money from the government, and now they were some people who are trying to say all Somalis are bad people.
Hey, dude, I think stealing from the American government is okay. They don't know how to handle their finances, you know. So if you take their money, it's just good for you.
And by the way, it's okay for you. Let me give you this. No, listen. I'm African, okay? You guys, I don't know if you have been to a country called the Congo. You guys would surprise. Let me just clarify this one. If you go to Congo, you could find all the European nations and all the citizens, not all the citizens, a lot of citizens in Congo, what they are doing there. You can find Americans, you can find Canadians, you can find Australians, Norwegians, what they are doing in Congo.
Which Congo are you from?
Have you ever asked yourself this question? They're stealing the money, they're stealing their resources, they're stealing their minerals, they're stealing their rare minerals.
They're not stealing.
Listen. All these corporates, American corporates or Western corporates, blah, 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 they come there, they send their agents there, and then they're stealing minerals from Congo.
Are there any German companies that are doing that?
You could find, the citizens, you could find any citizens from the West, you could find them in there, in Congo. Romanians, you could find Finnish, you could find Norwegians, you could find them there. I'm not sure about Germans, but I know they
okay, if there are no Germans, then fuck them, but if there are Germans, it's complicated, okay?
You cannot observe a citizen all the time, right? You don't know about your citizens if you are in a government. So what I'm saying is that they come there to Congo, they create problems instead of making that country come together, helping them to have a peace. No, they are creating problems so that these companies and corporations, Western corporations, come to there and steal these poor people and resources. You couldn't believe it if you I hope you guys just go there and open a documentary about Congo. This country.
Sorry, I'm not going to Congo. Not anytime soon.
But it's a so rich country when it comes to resources, you know? So that's why they are there. You can find a small store and be a rich, you know?
Is it the Republic of Congo or the Congo Republic?
Yeah, Republic of Congo. Okay. Just watch a documentary about that country. So these guys, they are bringing weapons, they are bringing arms, they are bringing, they encourage the divisiveness between people to fight each other. You see? And then the corporations, they send their agents to that country, they steal the resources, they steal the stones, they steal minerals from that country. Guys, you could find a stone in Congo. That stone, like, it's no, listen. You can find a stone that's an electronic stone, which you can charge your phone on. That you could find things that you could have never heard about. You come to our country, listen. You come to Africa and they steal money and they steal blah 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 and they steal all the things. And
if you're not able to trade with it, it is being taken, not stolen. It wasn't owned in the first place. If it's underutilized and countries come in and rightfully swap arms and munitions and ammunition in exchange for free reign to exploit resources.
You think it's good? That's a good question.
I get really bored of this notion that colonization is just always creating victims. No. A lot of these countries, they are happy to receive weapons in exchange for open seas and for the resources. The whole Belt and Road Initiative, I don't hear you turning around and saying there are lots of Chinese going through Kenya and building roads out to the diamond mines. No, it's just this hired, played out, anti-colonial narrative, and it's boring. The truth
no, I know there's Chinese people here.
The leaders, so the truth is, if the leaders of these shithole countries actually organised and worked out how to exploit their own resources, then they wouldn't invite the
from overseas to do it for them and to enrich themselves at the cost of the state.
Because of their people as well.
So basically, now you are saying that their governments are calling, are buying weapons and ammunition from Western governments, so that in exchange of having resources. That's your point?
No, my point is that you are incorrect when you say that they're being stolen.
Well, why not? What do you call it when you bring your, let me say, a small factory?
I can explain it even better. Okay, what Ghana is trying to do right now in the United States to get reparations for the Europeans stealing Africans, it's like, nah, you participated, you sold people, and now you're trying to come back 500 years later and say you stole people? No, you sold it. So does Ghana have a legal standing, or at least a moral standing, to come back and say that America stole people when they worked out a deal, and the deal was we're gonna buy these people?
You're like pro-slavery?
I'm being historically accurate and aligned with this scenario.
So you want, you think it's okay to...
Was that a pretty good example, I see?
What?
Was that a good example to go with Brother Tuna's analogy?
I think Tuna's analogy was better, to be honest, because your analogy is like about like buying and selling people, and Tuna's analogy is more like...
What do you think the government is doing? The government is willing to sell out the dirt that's underneath the people to get guns and rule over the people. What's the difference?
No, I think it's different when you as a country buy people and like put them into slavery and into shackles.
If there's a buyer, there's a seller.
Yeah, and we shouldn't be the buyer, I think.
No, it's not about what you should. It's about historically what happened.
Yeah.
Somebody sold something, and then trying to come back years later, not realizing that, or now realizing that maybe we didn't do a bad thing, but you're trying to hold the other party accountable. That's stupid.
So we're trying to...
Let me understand it. So you are saying that example, this Western, they come to Africa, they stole their diamond. So now you're saying there's no problem to go their country and seek for them. Is that your point?
No, what the brother Tuna is saying, that Tuna, you can probably articulate yourself. You did.
Okay. Rather than arguing into hypotheticals. So Joseph Kabila, right? He was in power from early 2000s to just before COVID. See, I'm hearing crickets.
Can you answer the question?
Which question? Yeah.
Can I ask the question?
What was your question?
Was Joseph Kabila the leader of DRC from the early 2000s until just before COVID?
Yeah.
Yeah. And so was he enriching himself with companies like the 20 million cash payment from GERT?
You know, let me be honest. All these leaders in that country, I don't consider them even a leader. I don't consider them even a minister, a part of leader. So they are fucking corrupt guys.
The point was there was a deal. There is a deal.
Yeah. So I'm going to just describe for those people that don't know. The UN under Kofi Annan actually investigated the $20 million in suitcase cash that was taken out that was used to buy weapons and fund the war effort in exchange for mining concessions. Right? The UN had to investigate the DRC and that deal, but they were investigating trying to prosecute Dan Gertler. Okay? So my point is that these concessions that are made in exchange for personally enriching the leadership, that's not stealing, that's poor management. So,
What is called? Poor management.
No, not poor management, just management.
Yeah.
We're just correct.
But this is the thing, when you say that, copper and cobalt and coltan and gold and stones are stolen, they're not. You're just not involved in those deals because there is no structure of government that actually relates to representing the people. So what needs to happen is more organisation, rather than just sitting down and saying, "Oh, the West stole from us." They didn't.
No, I'm not blaming. Maybe you misunderstood me. I'm not saying that all my problems here is from the West, but I'm saying they could have been played a better role than this. You get the point? So I'm saying they could have
So
built the institutions, the government.
Let me get this right. You're saying that in the exploitation of mining rights, it was on the West to account for the corruption inside the people that they were dealing with, and that it fell to the West to have better principles in the country that they were dealing with for the benefit of the country they were dealing with.
No. But my point is that My point is that what you are doing in your home, you should be doing out of your home. Once a year, you can't have any politician in your country who steal from the people and build houses and luxuries villas around the world and going. It's like, no, he would be persecuted, right? So what I'm saying is that instead of them, of the West, enabling the institutions, the institutions bodies, what they did is that they did no accountability, they did no responsibility, there was no moral responsibility even. You get the point?
Yeah,
you understand?
No,
what I'm saying is that
moral responsibility when somebody turns around and says, you can have these resources if you just benefit me personally, fuck the country, fuck the people that live in it, fuck the people who will be enslaved and thrown into cobalt mines. They don't care for their countrymen, and you're saying that other countries need to care more than the leaders of the countries that are being exploited. I think that's what that is. Your position in
okay. No. Let me give this point.
All right, let's leave the goalpost.
No. One question. Why then you guys went to listen. When you went to Iraq country, and when you invited that country, you simply were saying we're gonna implement the rule of law, we're gonna implement the democracy, we're gonna implement all these things, blah blah blah, right? And on the other hand, you come to Africa and no, you are not doing what you are saying, right? You just come there, you exploit, you deal with some politicians who are so greedy, and then you say no, it's on them. I know we have some part of responsibility. Even you guys, you have some part of responsibility, but you are saying no, you have no responsibility. And then why you are guys invading other countries around the world and saying we're gonna implement the rule of law, we're gonna implement the human rights, we're gonna implement the anti-corruption bodies? Why are you saying that?
So, I guess the question is, maybe we can go this route. You admitted that your people have some responsibility. I guess the question is, what part of the responsibility are you putting on the people who are doing the deal, who are not representing your people? What responsibility would you put on them?
Because you mean the African leaders, right, who are doing this shit, right?
No. You already accepted responsibility for those people. But like, let's say, for example, the party that's coming in trying to extract the resources from the African soil. Yeah. You're saying that they're responsible for something. We're just trying to figure out what exactly are they responsible for.
You mean the foreign party, right? That's some in our country, right?
Yeah, whatever it is.
All right. Those guys, okay, let me tell you. So those parties, are they government? Are they corporations? So anyway, they must have some responsibilities, right? Like example, you cannot go and notify of any corporation and not having a rule rules and regulations and principles, right? Every corporation have responsibility, regulations, rules, right? So these rules, I'm just saying, implement some of them when you go to Africa. Simple.
But the regulations are based on the country.
But with DRC, okay. So when Henry Morgan Stanley navigated the Congo for King Leopold II, did he have a responsibility to change the commission that he'd been given in order to be fair to the locals, or was he working for King Leopold II?
My point, I think, is clear. These guys, they are not even representing the people. That's my point. They come by either by force or they come by military coup or stuff like that. So representing the people, or they come by rigged corruption, rigged votes, you know. So they are not the real people representative. That's my point.
Okay. I can see where you're going with this. Basically, any accountability for internal diplomacy and internal management and governance, that has to fall to some external parentage that have better standards of living and better quality of life that then you're expecting us to then adopt your country. But when you have a look at, even Belgian Congo going from, the early 1900s up until independence in 1960, that was cast off, wasn't it? So you had the opportunity to have a Belgian country come in and provide the infrastructure and the governance that you're talking about, but it was rejected. It was rejected by the people because you wanted black leaders that were going to represent black people. Now you have black leaders that aren't representing black people. What's your solution?
Yeah, I agree. There was some point, like example in Zimbabwe, these countries. I know as like Richard, I know they were yeah, I know there were guys who were ruling that country in a good way. I know that historically, and they were polite people. I agree. But like my point is that why we don't cooperate, like government by government, so that we can help each other to maintain the rule of law, the anti-corruption bodies, to enable them.
Your question is in good faith. Why don't we cooperate? I think you're missing the point that we are cooperating. There is an exchange taking place between the people who are administrating the country by force, by coup, by oppression, however they're doing it. They are in fact doing deals. The people are just not involved in those deals. And it doesn't fall to the country who is benefiting from doing those deals with despots to correct the despots and make the terms of that deal less profitable for them. It falls to the country that contains the people who have been pushed down into dirt mines to go and pull natural resources out of the floor, to turn around and revolt and to say, actually, no, we want to be represented, we want a piece of this pie too. Not for those people to turn around and say, the people who did this deal are the people responsible for our lack of administration.
Tuna, can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
So I think I like your actually I like your way of talking about it, because I think that way as well. I think that way that it falls into the people that are under these conditions to rise up. Can't see your mic is somewhere where it is very loud. It's very hard to speak right now.
Allow me to clarify really easily.
Would you apply your point also to Iran, that it is the responsibility of the Iranian people to rise up and remove their regime?
I live in Dubai, so those sorts of political views I don't really hold. I certainly don't voice. It's a basket case situation at the moment. I'll say that much. I'll say that it's untenable as it is, and I would like everyone to stop getting hurt. When it comes to the point that Conf is making, is dancing around the most expensive word in politics, which is should. Should is always exploit something that is held up as a leftist ideal, that just because this thing is claimed that this would make life better, I now demand that the rest of the world change in order to accommodate my want. It doesn't look at being able to negotiate and make practicable compromises and deals between peoples so that everybody gets a piece of the pie. When we just turn around and declare should as your political stance, you're demanding other people do the work for you, and I'm saying that if you want change, you've got to be it.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, I agree with that. To be honest, I think also like I think it's more like a liberal worldview where everyone needs like to be that or that way, you know. And sometimes it is better to live under its spotting ship than die. Or yeah,
Really need to learn to read Arabic. So just made a coffee with yogurt.
I'll do that.
I'll say this too. Is it, that's a tricky one for me. Is it the responsibility? Yeah. The cost of that responsibility, has to be discussed. And the board is very slanted toward an obvious way. If these types of outbreaks would happen. So sometimes it's good to have friends or compadres in high places about people because, in a sense, the Iranians are dealing with a sunlight problem. So if they got somebody, to come and deal with the clouds because they are the sun, meaning, from a hierarchy position, then, there's a huge benefit to having that. Now, when most people look at Trump and his initiative to go over, to Iran, most people speak about it solely from a business perspective. I don't really see Trump like that. Is there a business to be done? Yeah. But when I look at from my own personal lens and what kind of got me, all of the experiences in my life that got me to this point, I don't see Trump as the only reason why I'm doing this is to execute and get a job done. To me, I think he actually cares about people, and I think he cares about the Iranian people. And I don't think he's the type of person that can sit around and just watch mass execution happen like that. So he will find a way, which is what business people do. They will find a way to include something that satisfies the masses to get done what you really need to get done. And that's just, I haven't read any studies, I haven't read any journals or anything to come to this conclusion. This is just me and my observation is, me judging people, and everybody can see that he's a people's person. And people tend to have a soft spot for people. And, they don't really like to see injustices, especially like this. 40,000 people in a few days. That took me back to when I used to play football. And you look at the stadium and you see 40, 50,000 people. That's like literally the image that came to my head. And I was like, wait, 40,000 people got shot down in 2 days. That's crazy. So ultimately, I'll say this: is it ultimately, the Iranian responsibility? Yeah, you can say that. But when the table is slanted, from a machinery and artillery perspective, fuck, like, yeah, he's gonna tell you what he got. I'll go to Epstein Island if you ask me. With so much artillery, they can just rock that thing. Yeah, I mean, shit. Well, what would you say? Somebody's, a master chess player is playing chess with a novice. Is it ultimately the person's responsibility to win? Well, yeah, you can say that. But shit, yeah, he's a master guy. Yeah. It's like outsmarting. It's like an old man and a young child. So like a Trump and a kid. It's like mastermind shit. He'd be so much smarter than the Iranians and anyone that tries to play 4D chess with him.
itself, because it'd be naive to do so. If we have a look at the largest arms companies by revenue, Lockheed Martin, 65 billion a year. RTX, also American, 43 billion a year. Northrop, just shy of 40 billion. Then comes in the British with BAE Systems, then General Dynamics, then Boeing. But what we're not looking at is that with 200 billion that just got given to Palmer Luckey to go and manufacture killbots. I can never pronounce the name of it. It looks like the word Andrel. But Anduril, the autonomous company that Palmer Luckey just got given 200 billion by the DoD. That's larger than the top. Hold on, let me make sure that I'm right on this. Yeah, no, that's larger than the top 6 arms companies in the world combined. So that shit has to be tested in the field somewhere. Right. They're not going to get tested. Right. They're not going to get to test it in the Ukraine. So, I mean, let's be honest. The orders will start piling in if Palmer Luckey was to go and just deploy autonomous weapons that wipe out an entire country. Every country is going to want them. That's business. The Kennedy assassination came after the Cuban Missile Crisis and the idea that they were going to end the Cold War, but that has a meaningful effect on the real trickle-down economics of America, because when the only thing that actually maintains a state's ability to say that it is an authority is how much it spends on defense.
It's 43% of the global, basically 42 to 43%.
Of the global what? Sorry, I was trying to say.
Global military spending.
Yes. No, not global military capital. Like if you look at the economy, 42 to 43% business.
Okay, yeah, through both direct and indirect beneficiaries of that spend.
Yeah, but if you look at the companies that you mentioned, it's about 43% of global holdings. So
I would say American, not global, because when it comes to Britain and the Europeans, that seems a bit high, but I'll take you on your word, not having any facts to dispute it.
Yeah, I was just talking about the global market. It's about 42 to 43%. But some of these businesses also have consumer goods, not just.
So until we actually recognize and start having that conversation, then these wars will continue. There will always be a war there, because it doesn't matter how much the government takes in revenue, and this goes for every country. It's not just America, though America being biggest dog. America tends to take most of the criticism for the same stuff that every other English-speaking or Western country does in exactly the same way, or if not, in cases worse. America gets continuously criticized for its incarceration and I'm sorry, I was speaking, but you're interrupting.
Thanks, man. I just wanted to let you guys know that Israel is absolutely corrupt, and Australia will not.
Okay. Go back to your minute. Bye-bye. Sorry, Monica, you go. America gets criticized for its treatment of black and brown people in the justice system, but one only has to look to New Zealand to see that Māori and Pacifica people make up about 16% of the entire New Zealand population, yet they represent over 60% of incarcerated. And when it comes to sentencing outcomes, if you're the wrong shade of brown, i.e. anything that's not white, you tend to get twice the sentence that a white person does. But America takes the flak for that trend in justice.
I think it's because like the U.S. Justice system is just so severe. You know, they have death penalty, like compared to other Western countries, so which makes things a bit
I think it's also
harsher.
you couldn't see quite clearly the it from slavery, especially in the South, your incarcerated individuals. That line is very clear.
See, I would push back on that because when it comes to detention and human rights, just using the New Zealand America comparison,
there is
only
no
supposed to
comparison. You're talking about a very tiny country.
well, you can interrupt and say that the point that I was making that you couldn't be bothered to hear is irrelevant, but how do you know that
Yeah,
until you've done
it
the point?
You're making a comparison that's irrelevant.
Fuck you too. And that's why cousins shouldn't marry. Yeah.
I think
Jesus, there's too many clowns and not enough circuses, eh? Like, what is it for people just running in and showing their ass?
You're drawing a comparison that doesn't really, like, if you were to draw a comparison between New Zealand and the United States, you're, like, fundamentally already starting on a lower foundation.
But we're not drawing a comparison.
You were trying to look at the justice system. You were drawing a comparison.
Yeah, again, I reiterate my point that if you'd have heard what I had to say, then you'd have understood it. But that's okay. You do you.
Where are you from, Tuna?
I live in Dubai.
Are you from Dubai?
What do you mean? Am I Emirati? No. I'm white.
Sorry?
I'm white.
White. So where are you from? Like which country? What country? Are you from the US?
No, I have a British and Portuguese passport. Though I went back to the UK, and I've spent most of my life in New Zealand, off and on.
So you would prefer, like you think that the US would be much better than New Zealand?
So I looked at the US for my family, and I decided against it. And when it comes to where we're going to raise our children, we're going to raise them in Dubai principally as our main home, and travel out to Europe and Africa on weekend trips to try to broaden their mind and their perception of the world.
What's it called?
Luna.
From New Zealand. New Zealanders.
Kiwis. And certain areas
that Iran launched missiles on Dubai after the U.S. missile bomb.
So we've intercepted a phenomenal amount of ordinances that have been thrown our way. The UAE recognises the expats who are here, but they've also condemned the attacks on the UAE as acts of terrorism. Since the war started, the ministry has tallied 2,038 drones, 19 cruise missiles, and 457 ballistic missiles. Sometimes debris has got through, but what I will say for my country is the large tower block that caught debris in the face from a falling intercepted drone. It hit about 4 apartments, caused a fire, but those apartments were fixed within a week. The royal family in Dubai sent their son to apologise for the disruption. Luckily, no one was in at the time. They paid out compensation to the people who owned those apartments for the sentimental belongings that can't be replaced, and they replaced everything in the apartment with like for new.
What is travel like? I have colleagues that were actually stuck in Dubai
I mean, program travel. You know, the airspace is open. It's a reduced service, and a lot of the European carriers are holding back until later to restore a full service. I mean, bearing in mind DXB, just one of our airports, that did 95 million passengers last year.
Do you think the views are overblown about Dubai not being safe anymore?
My personal view is, there's unfortunately with expats and certainly British expats, there's a lot of whinging people that carry British passports, and they love to have a moan. They feel it makes them important. I would say that the people who ran back to the UK thinking, "Oh my God, I have to escape this," they have an insufficient ability to calculate and to quantify actual risk compared to the doom scrolling that they're used to doing. I think it's funny that those people have fled the safest, cleanest country in the world to return to a country that has the highest rate of knife crime.
You're calling it the cleanest country in the world?
Yeah.
I've been there, and the air quality is pretty damn poor compared to the US.
I mean, I go on the fact that it was voted the cleanest city in the world 6 times in a row compared to an anecdotal experience, but I'm sorry that the air quality wasn't to your liking.
It's not just not to my liking. The fact is they've literally created malls to basically replace the fact that the air quality is horrible.
The desert's hot. Go figure.
It's not about being hot. I went there in winter a couple of times. You're not going to go hiking there.
So you'd say you're not coming back?
I will go if I need to go, but it's not my destination.
Good. Glad that we got that sorted.
What do you think about Germany? I don't know if the UK did that as well. Germany chartered a flight from Saudi Arabia for the Emirati, for the expats from the Germany.
That's my correction. They didn't go from they didn't go from Saudi. They actually went across the border up to I think they went into Oman. Yeah. Sorry. Those ones. No, that's a simple mistake to make. The Riyadh airport wasn't the right way to go on. Qatar and Bahrain were being inundated with ordinances from. My thoughts on the British equivalent to the Germans getting that done. The British were charged the equivalent of about $760 US for a repatriation flight. They travelled out to Oman only to have the British, in particularly British style, not actually managed to come up with a plane to Muscat, and they were all sat there stranded in Muscat rather than being stranded in Dubai. Trust the Foreign and Commonwealth Office to replace a repatriation plane with a replacement bus service.
Also it was a discussion actually in German media about that the expats had to pay to come back.
I've had my scrapes with the Foreign and Commonwealth and Development Office in the past. You have to understand the sorts of people that they employ. The people that the Foreign and Commonwealth Office employ are usually the sorts of people that weren't that bright, but are that come from quite wealthy families. There's a lot of people that come out of Siren Center College.
Hello, fuck you.
No, thank you. I don't know where you've been.
It's not
That sounds like a Twitter.
Practice your English more
That did sound like a 12-year-old. They got removed.
Good morning. So, good time for a reset. Tuna, I've enjoyed your insight in Dubai. I hope you remain safe and well. This is Political Playhouse. Home away from home. We saw a dirt in civil discourse of diversity of thought on the app. Political Playhouse. We hope to have all kinds of people speaking on here, from the most hated and vile, perceived vile and hated on the app, to newcomers.
I haven't seen that very killer over in the room yet, but I'm guessing he'll turn up.
Right. Like a moth to a flame. So I'd like to draw people's attention to next time. Please do a quick reset down button there to see if you joined us. And has done Herculean work through the night. And I did see and check the other mods sorted out.
Excuse me. Your girl was up till 4.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. So you've done Herculean work through the night too. It was quite surprising when my well-rested self, rejoined the room. 341 people in here.
Your girl don't feel good this morning.
Well, the room will end when you wish it to end, but there is a new poll. I stopped the old poll at over 200 votes, documented it in divided and volatile. We do have simple rules here that we will be enforced. We do ask the moderators not to remove anyone. Probably handle that, but absolutely mute and move them down. And anything else you wanted to share, Candace, while we continue with the conversation?
No.
All right. This room started yesterday evening with briefest speech ever heard from Trump. One of the most brief. And we voted to see how he did. And now the question is, what type of government would you think would be most ideal for Iran? And I think people should vote in that. Tuna, you had some other thoughts you'd like to do?
I was just gasbagging. I bored everyone with the sounds of my voice.
Actually, I disagree. I was glad to hear that you and your family were safe in the bombing. I heard how your government, or your new government, handled the bombing from Iran, but I had asked you, was Dubai and the UAE surprised that they were on Iran's radar for bombing?
I mean, I can't speak for the federal royal families, but if I was just to give my own opinion, it's not a surprising move from Iran, because they always wanted to have some survival mechanism, and their survival mechanism was always just what's the word that best describes it? Asymmetric warfare. Their only hope was to destabilize the region, to attack their neighbors with the missiles and weapons that could reach their neighbors but couldn't reach the Americans, hoping that the neighbors would turn around and say that that was enough, it was cutting into their money now, and that they would expel the American bases. That attempt to create that situation has failed. So that's...
Can I ask a question from Tuna? My name is Hussein.
Salam alaikum, Hussein. How are you?
So, good, how are you? I'm Iranian. I used to live in Iran almost like for 18 years now. And I go to Iran every year that I can.
first of all, I just want to know if why other countries are surprised about the level of attacks that Iran did. Like, do they expect something like that? And my second question is, if you can answer, with the level of business that these Arab countries they do with this administration, even billions of dollars. Do you think this what's going on right now? Like, why U.S. To me, I think U.S. supported them enough, but I want to know if they're really happy that U.S. did whatever they can to support them, or at some point they put the like they say, okay, this is 70% Iran mistake and 30% U.S. whatever that they attacked Iran. Are they happy with the? But they're all just mad at Iran, or they are some of them are mad at U.S.
I'm saying I'm not qualified to, in good faith, answer the question. I can't speak for other people. That would be against my watch. And yeah, it would be unfair and untrue to try to imagine what is in the thoughts of other people's heads that happen there. I can't answer that question.
Okay, what about the first question?
What's the general thing?
What about the first question? Did they expect this type of attack? Like, they really Iran gonna get crazy like that? That they attack everywhere like that, or they were not expecting? Do you know that?
I would say that the level of interceptions, and I read out the stats earlier for the UAE. I'm not sure what it's like in other Gulf states, but we've intercepted almost everything. In the early days, there were some ordinances that got through. They hit the embassy. They hit the American naval base. I think there was a fire at AWS. But yeah, to have repelled over 2,000 drones, you can't say that's not being prepared.
Yeah.
So I don't think it was a surprise. No, and I think that Iran was. My thought is that if Iran truly believed that they had that sway and that power, and that their neighbors weren't prepared, especially with the sectarian differences between Shia and Sunni.
Yeah.
I mean, this is not a neighborhood that doesn't know its neighbors.
Yeah. And to me, I think Iran burned the bridge, and I think that relationship is not gonna fix never, like never ever. I mean, Iran did something that they shouldn't do, and they're gonna go down to they're gonna get destroyed. I get that. And one more question: do you know why Iran attacked UAE more than other Arab countries? I'm just asking again, if anyone knows that. Like, why UAE is so targeted compared to Qatar or Bahrain or
If I was to take a guess, it would be the military bases of the Americans, and because their weapons don't reach that far.
I see.
And so, if you're throwing stones, you're probably going to aim them at something that you're likely to hit. But that's again just a guess. Hussein, may I ask you a question politely?
Sure.
The threat was made last night, and the indication from Trump that he's going to essentially go after the country's energy infrastructure, which that puts an incredible pressure on the people of Iran. Once those desalination plants stop running, that's putting the life of civilians at risk. From your experience with Iranians and being Iranian yourself, do you think that out of these three options, which one is the more likely, that the Iranians will concentrate power around the Ayatollah, or B, will concentrate power away from the Ayatollah, or three, just try to flee the situation entirely?
So, as of today, Iranian people, even people who live inside the country that I'm talking to them, they are for this war. The point is, should we start this war or not? I don't know. To me, I think yes, because we didn't have any
the country until today because that U.S. and Israel gonna finish this deal. But if that thing is not gonna happen, they're never gonna go around Ayatollah. Never ever. These guys, like I said, they're so bad. They killed 40,000 people in a month ago, in 2 nights. But if they don't finish it and they try to make it loose end, that's gonna be a disaster. And one thing I need to say, not say, even me, I underestimate this regime. They thought they're gonna go and bomb and kill Ayatollah in a day first. They're gonna finish it in 4 days. The same mistake that Putin did against Ukraine. He thought they're gonna go to Kiev in 2 days. They underestimated. They thought they're gonna finish it in 4 days. But I can tell you that it's gonna take 4 months. It's not gonna take 4 years. If they continue bombing and bombing and bombing, this regime gonna go in 4 months. But that's the underestimate they did. Unfortunately, the administration is not transparent about what's going on, and they're always coming and say everything is great and everything is great, and I killed the first row of the leader, and I killed the second. No, it's not. I just want to let you know that's not correct. It's still people on top in the first level of leadership that they're alive. They need to kill those people. If they don't kill those people, this regime doesn't go anywhere. But they come to the media and say, "Oh, I killed this bad." No, there's still some bad people in that government that they're alive and they need to be killed. So I hope I answered your question. So it's going to be option 3. If this regime stays, people are going to leave the country. Millions of Iranians are going to leave the country.
Well, I'm praying for your family and your friends who are in country. I really hope that they avoid getting hurt.
Yeah, so far they're okay. Thank God and thanks for the prayer. So far they're okay. As you know, the internet is shut down. Nothing, but they can call. We cannot call them, but they can call with a landline. So that's possible. But I don't know. One day they should open the internet and then we figure out what happened in the last 40 whatever days that we didn't know. We get some moving, but it's not enough. We need to see exactly what's going on inside the country.
Yeah. I was just going to reiterate. I really hope that your friends and family stay safe.
Thank you.
Hussein, I had a question for you.
Yes, sir.
With regard to the bombing of the energy plants.
Yeah, power plant, infrastructure, petrochemical, yeah.
To me, that, without being there, to me that says that there's some type of dependency that the regime has on the energy plant or power plant. Would you happen to know what that is?
The desalination plants. It's a desert. Without those desalination plants making fresh drinking water, people die of thirst.
Yeah, but I think the thing I'm most worried about is the power plants, because if they destroy those, it's going to be like Iraq. The country going to go dark for a while. It's not going to happen overnight. You cannot fix it overnight. And yes, desalination plant is also important. Like I just checked, like the city that my city is Mashhad, is in the east side, which didn't get bombed a lot. But I'm hearing that now people have water shortage. Last couple of days it's started, like people that have water issue. But again, I hope they don't go that far, because they said Niga make Iran great again, and now they're talking about the Stone Ages, like totally different scenario. Like they supposed to make Iran great.
Yeah,
not
hear what that man just called you, sword.
No, what happened?
Good. Start over again.
My point is they started with the Niga that they make Iran great again, and now they're talking about the Stone Ages.
Make Israel great again, Leo. Are you trying to start a race war? You
Make Iran great again, not make Israel great again.
His pronunciation was spot on.
Oh, is that rich?
Of course it is.
Rich.
Good morning, Rich.
Did you hear what he said?
No.
I was like, damn. I heard the crack on that one.
All sparring fired up. I do hope that Richard's wife's family are safe after the earthquake.
hear about earthquakes?
Oh yeah. Big one. I'll drop a link. 7.4.
That is a significant earthquake.
Where was that?
Did you drop a link in the chat? What location was that?
Here we go. Dropping a link now. So yeah, 7.4 off Indonesia's coast. So right in the middle of Indonesia, meaning that all islands would be on high alert.
Thanks, Tuna, for letting us know about that.
Yeah, it was also really high. It's like 35 kilometers. Which. Allow me to take this one if I may. So, hi.
My bad. I'm booted.
And I was going to say, look, I'm selling bath toasters, and if you could just help out the planet, don't for the one I sell you. If you do that, I will pay the electricity company. I'll pay them a tip. Honestly, there's so many.
I just want to say that lady wasn't me, but I fucking added her. I thought you had left. No, I was like, this lady's awesome. I'm mad at her. Can you tell the difference between what she said and what Hussein said? Nah, it's pretty much the same thing. I was like, holy shit, nigga. What up, my nigga? I was like, damn, this Iranians are trying to learn like American words and shit. Hussein, just so you're like inside the joke. Nigga sounds
or mute them, like
I get it.
with this right now.
I didn't say
Yeah,
yeah, when you said nigga, it sounds like nigga.
try not to mute them.
Yeah, that sounds like nigga. Like nigga.
Oh,
Like swords, you know?
Sorry, let me ask you.
Like Blake American.
Let me ask you. All right. Hold on, gentlemen. Let me ask you, Sword. So is Hussein saying mega, make Iran great again, more or less offensive than Leo saying the word?
Hussein. I heard Hussein say with an M, nigga.
Yeah.
So,
my bad.
yeah, my nigga. My nigga.
My bad.
Hold on, I'm gonna do my Denzel. My nigga. I apologize, Hussein. I heard what you said.
It was spoken with a hard R round.
Not a hard around. Sword, if DC comes in, can you make him a moderator? I'm gonna go have coffee with yeah.
You're going to enjoy your coffee more than I'm going to enjoy my coffee because thanks to not speaking Arabic, I'm now drinking a coffee with yogurt in it. Yay.
Yogurt. Yep. I thought you was joking earlier. You serious?
No. Yeah, no, I'm going to try and get through it because I want the caffeine.
Is yogurt like...
And you're not sweet? Still at the location for them to remake it for you, huh? Or...
I'm in my apartment at the moment, so it's not about the camel milk. I'd rather do this than the camel milk, so I'm going to quit on my head.
And also, Sword, Rich has a problem with me, so,
Wait, what happened? I think that statement is true. If you just cut it off at the word problem.
Very true.
Sorry, can we replace that word with Miga and Meager for now on? Just replace the word nigger with Miga. I mean, that's fine. That's what we should do. Like, listen here, Meager. Better shut your ass, Meager. I thought you said Miga. No, Miga or Meager. I gotta do the hard R too.
Hello.
Mohan, shut the fuck up.
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah, mother child, bad child.
I'm just bad.
Oli, bad child, mother child.
Georgia.
Oli, big guy, baby, ow. Yeah, Uli just means like big guy, baby, out. It means like nosy bitch. Mohan, who are you rooting for? Are you supporting the IRGC or Iranian people? Oh, come on, guys. Oh, I see what he did. He's saving that one. He got up on stage. He's like, I'm dipping. I'll just come back and start screaming the N-word later. Mohan. I do that a lot. Yeah, you go into the room and you just raise your hand. Especially if somebody on stage knows you. You raise your hand and they're like, oh, I'll accept this person up. Then you get on stage, you just dip the fuck out. That way they don't realize who you are. Then you come back like an hour later and you're like, oh, thank God that person's not there that knows me. And then you just fucking crash out on stage.
Well, day off for him, but it's a day off for the people who live with him.
I know, that's crazy. Sorry, there was a fucking guy. He had like a glitch or something. I think it was good. Yeah, I know, you're nuts. But you know, right? Right. So the guy. Hey, do you have right? Yeah, it's not on 3. So the guy had a glitch. Sword, and the glitch caused it where they couldn't fucking click on his profile. So it had something to do with the glitch with Clubhouse. But if I like click on your account and it pops up, it'll show the heart emoji, the laughing, and it'll say swordfish and all that. His is just fucking blank. So there was no kicking him. So he'd get on stage and be like, niggers, faggots, kites. And he would just start screaming and shit. They're like, kick him now. And it'd be more like the, intellectual gangbanging room and stuff where they don't tolerate that type of shit. And they'd be like, kick his ass. Racist motherfucker. And they'd all be like, yo, I can't fucking kick him. And then eventually they had to get to the point where they're like, what do we do? Do we book the room? And he's like, no. It's like, it's all right. I'll leave if you just like ask me nicely. And they're like, would you please leave? And he's like, yeah, it's fine. And then he left. I was like, that's fucking awesome. How did he say this? What type of setting? It was a glitch, he said. Oh, okay. Yeah, it was a glitch. So you can actually do it on TikTok. On TikTok, I do it all the time. And what you do is you have to lose signal. So you can usually go like airplane mode for like 5 seconds. And if you're on stage, get up on stage on TikTok, and then go into airplane mode for like 3 to 5 seconds. And when you come back on, it's lost signal and it malfunctions. And next thing you know, you're fucking. It shows that you got kicked back down to the goo, like when you lose signal. But if you time it right, it'll show that you're not on stage. But then you're like, wait a minute, I'm still open mic. And they're like, hey, can you guys hear me? Because I was working in the petroleum, and I would walk from Wi-Fi to Wi-Fi. And when I walk from Wi-Fi to Wi-Fi, it would fucking lose signal for a few seconds, and they'd be like, yeah, we still hear you, but you're not on stage. And I'm like, wait a minute, if I'm not on stage, you can't click on my profile to kick me. So I can just do whatever the fuck I want. Yeah. So whenever I start
they can't mute you either.
Oh, they can't mute me. The only thing they're gonna do is move the fucking room. That's it. Yeah. So I could just sit on there, and there'd be like fucking 8 people on stage, and they'd be like, who the fuck is this ghost? And I'd be like, yeah, don't mind me. It's so good. Oh yeah, the great powerful loss.
What did you get out of that?
That's a pretty entertainment.
Okay. What's going on, man? How you doing?
I do have to reiterate that those Medusa biggies that you're wearing, they are in fact made for women.
Also, what up, amiga?
I dropped a link to make my point yesterday that they are the rounded the rounded lenses. They're girls.
Girls' glasses. He's probably wearing his sister's or girlfriend's glasses. He's probably wearing.
You make these mistakes. You make these mistakes if you rent clothes.
That's true.
What are you talking about? Tuna, ain't that the same shit you said yesterday though? When I just told you that these is the Biggie Smalls glasses, and that just tells me you can't afford $400 glasses.
They're women's.
They're not women's though. Literally, they literally call them the Biggie Smalls. You know what's crazy?
He's seen Medusa biggies, and he's like, "This is the biggest Smalls."
No, you dumbass white boys. They got 2 different pairs. They got
not even white.
That's smaller.
How dare you?
And then they got one for men. Like,
because I sound like this, you assume I'm white?
No, there's one reason that you just fucking tell me.
Choose the one for men.
There's no. This is the one for men. What are you talking about? My bad, bro. Where you from, Tony?
Dubai.
Oh, I can tell. Musky ass bitch.
English. You can't hear it.
Like you've ever been to Dubai.
You just moved to Dubai. He hates Muslims, but he moved to a Muslim country. Make that make sense?
Just like the Biggie comment. It don't make sense. None of this shit makes sense.
Okay, I'll drop a link in the chat again.
You gotta stop being gay, bro.
Oh, you gotta stop sucking my dick, bro.
You don't mention me, bro. I don't even know you. You literally sucking dick. You was sucking dick yesterday. You sucking dick today. You really a whore for real. God damn, bro. You gotta get my dick out your mouth. I like bitches, bro. Relax.
Okay.
Thank you so much. You became one.
The Versace Medusa Biggie collection is designed as a unisex eyewear, suitable for both men and women, but they have nothing to fucking do with Biggie Smalls.
Right.
Okay. Big ass.
I never like hating that.
They do look like women's glasses. I want to get back to this. You assuming I'm white.
But no, I would wear women's glasses and beat the shit out you in real life. That's
you tough guy on the internet.
I guarantee, hey, bro, I'm in Toledo, Ohio, bro. I guarantee I'll beat the shit out.
Toledo's a fucking rat hole.
Yeah, exactly.
Christ, take your ass to Sandusky. Take your ass to Cedar Point. Go ride the Magnum and shut up.
And I made it out the rat hole.
What the fucking rat hole? There ain't no bad neighborhoods in Toledo.
We gotta put a time.
Stop acting like you live in Cleveland.
I'm saying no. People gotta stop playing with people that really fucked them up in real life, man. They gotta stop playing.
Yeah, Toledo's not Southside Chicago. Shut the fuck up. It's not even that bad.
Yeah, Leo, we
Those
fuck
are
you up.
suburbs. Toledo's
we got a 10 o'clock quarter before we can start arguing like this.
Alright, I gotta go to Prophet Muhammad, guys.
Well, I don't even want to argue. I just want to fight. Let me touch you.
We got a quarter, y'all. Come on.
I woke up and I decided I
shower, you gotta do all that stuff before you argue.
You do that every morning, Rich. You do it with your cornflakes.
What's in the big Prophet Muhammad? Like a fucking well-oiled fucking tractor.
Hey, why isn't that all of the weather things and things? What's with that?
The blakest American ever. That's a good question.
Yeah, am I the only one to notice that, or am I just a freak for bad booty white girls?
You know, my cousin, we sent thick ones up. First, they just on Instagram fake. I have been seeing that. It's a lot of fake weather girls on Instagram with BBLs. They act like they, telling the weather or whatever. Okay, but soon I'll be each other.
Jesus. Come on, 3.
Do you know what 3? I beat the shit out of you. Gay, find you to step better.
Come on, we gotta do a peace treaty until 10 o'clock. 10 o'clock, we go ahead.
You guys strong.
Man, that shit comes in his morning, baby.
Swore I'm crazy in real life. They gotta leave me alone. I really come find one of these folks.
Find me felons on without passports.
We got a 10 o'clock quota, y'all.
Yeah.
We gotta get that first meeting out the way.
It bother me after 10 o'clock, y'all. Leave me alone. I come in peace.
Like turn into a
Bro, you sound like your mom.
Yeah, that's cool.
You shivering. Let's stop eating behind me before I get my coffee.
He doesn't sound like his mom. I haven't heard him say what once.
Oh, shit, there.
That's a mom. Nah, shit, go ahead.
Go ahead.
Man, hey, man, I'm not about to argue with these grown ass kids, man.
Yeah, we going Trump style. We gonna come in and tear up the agreement.
Sword, they let a black man beat them at their own game. They suck. They white trash. Or whatever trash they is.
But genuinely, do your panties match your glasses?
My girls do. Yeah. So.
Did you know that you wear them?
Nah, I don't wear them. It's not like you wear panties.
Tracy, where's your dad? 7 states away when he left to go get milk.
Nah, that joke don't work, man. We got dads out here. Your dad left you at a refugee camp. Relax.
My dad died in a horrific car accident.
Fuck your dad. Fuck that dead ass man.
At least I know my dad.
Yeah, I know mine too. I just called you.
All right. You guys got it out of your system. Let's talk about how 38 minutes ago there's a news report where Tehran is saying, Rich, you have to learn when to stop, bro. I know that the taking of the threats is bad, but stop. Really? You think it's fucking like educational to talk about people's dads? How Tehran says they vow to fight back. They don't care what Trump says. They will fight to the death. And it's exactly the problems I was talking about last night. These people want to die. How do you beat a regime that wants to die?
You gotta kill them. Just burn them with fire.
Yep.
Yesterday I mentioned again that during the war they had with Iraq, they said that they will win the war from the beginning. After 8 years, they just come to the conclusion they cannot fight anymore. So this is the way they are really acting always when they have fights.
That's a misconception, to be honest. Like Saddam Hussein wanted some land.
Let him. Yeah, you can go after, but just get it out. Go ahead.
Okay.
Who was that?
Like, I was just telling that people from the beginning of the war, they had this Iraq. They said, we want to win
the war. We are going to win the war. After the two years passed from the war, all the Arab countries came to them and said, we will compensate all the things that happened to you and just finish the war. They didn't accept. They continued to have the war for 6 more years, and they even can't get anything out of it. So probably they do the same thing now because the people who are ruling now is the same people who are ruling at that moment.
The question is though, is a win a win? Like, is it a win to die or is it a win to live and prosper? That's the true question.
Both way, because this Islamic Shia, they think if they die, they would go to the heaven. If they leave, probably they won the war and they are alive.
Perfect. That's serious.
But they won.
Go ahead.
Yeah, they won against Iraq, right? Like they didn't have to give up any land.
Bro, they are talking about taking Karbala.
No, it was like, yeah, they were talking about a lot of shit, but like Saddam Hussein, like he declared the war on Iran, right? Like he wanted like to take the Arab land from Iran, which I think they should give up right now because like if this war doesn't result in the Arab region being independent, it's like they're gonna have control of the Strait of Hormuz again. Like if the West is like serious about it, and the Arab countries, I don't think they're serious about it. To be honest, I think they're just gonna tackle and do the same as Trump and just say like, okay, you can have the Strait of Hormuz. We'll give you $2 million per ship, and
no,
that's it.
That's not gonna happen. That's not gonna happen.
I hope you're right.
Here's what happened. Trump humiliated European countries and NATO in the last year. He didn't treat them well. Now that he needs their help, they don't want to help him. Again, I get that it's a very childish behavior between U.S. and European countries. I mean, they could go and support Trump right now, and they say, you know what, I support you here, then I need your support in Ukraine against Putin. But they don't do that because they got humiliated a lot. Even yesterday, Trump was making fun of Macron and his wife that she's beating him or whatever. The way you talk and you humiliate a leader is not going to come and help you to open the Strait of Hormuz or whatever. That's the first thing. And then the other one I heard about Iraq war, whatever. Iraq war is totally different with the Iran war. They deploy hundreds of thousands of soldiers in the country for aid. That was a huge mess. That was a huge mistake. Do I like this administration? Maybe not. Maybe yes. I don't want to say that. But I think they are doing much better right now if they kill which they already killed him, and 20, 30 top leader country. Some of the bad people, as I said, they are still alive. And until those people are alive, this regime is not going to fall.
Hussein, do you think it's going to take like another month before the NATO countries are coming out to the Strait of Hormuz to help Trump when all their countries are running out of oil and gas?
Maybe sooner. I mean, I heard
that when Trump starts to pull out of NATO, like he pulls his big
I don't think
stick
he's
out
going to
there.
do that. I don't think he's going to do that. I mean, I think to pull him out of the NATO, and correct me if I'm wrong, he needs like a Congress approval for that. So it's not like he's called. I mean, maybe I'm wrong, but it's not like he's called that he can wake up one day and say, I'm out of NATO. It's not easy.
Yeah, we could just starve him out.
But he needs to learn.
Imagine if they don't get any oil or gas for the next month.
I think they have a NATO. I heard in UK they have a meeting with the other European countries this week to figure out what they're gonna do with the NATO. But they need to talk like a big guys in the room, like not like a childish. Trump tweeting, I don't need you guys NATO. I can take care of it.
Do you see Trump backing down a lot?
Yes. I said at the beginning. They underestimated these people. They thought they're gonna go and kill the Ayatollah the day first, and in 4 days, the same mistake that Putin did in Ukraine, that he thought they're gonna get Kiev in 2 days. They thought they're gonna take care of it in 4 days. And now they're in 30-something days. They did a lot of damage to this government. Don't get me wrong. They did a lot of damage. Yes.
Hussein, do you think the Arab countries would accept any deal where Iran still has the coast?
No, Iran burned the bridge. There is no way this relationship between Iran and these Arab countries.
So do you think the south of Iran should be independent? Just a question.
Not at all. Iran is Iran. No, this war is not about the land.
But I think it should be independent actually. Like you think the southern part.
Independent from who?
From Iran.
It should be Arab countries.
No way. What?
Balochistan and
No way.
no way.
They do not want to be independent. Even I'm from Balochistan. I was born in Zaheda.
Yeah.
Those people, they don't want to be independent. They do not want to be independent. Even Kurdistan. Look, 35
Yeah, Kurdistan, you're right.
35 days in the war, nobody in Iran talking about independence. No one. Iran
You think
Iran
the Arab countries would accept and make Iran still? Like, I think.
Yes.
I think Iran should, like, why should Iran be treated better than Germany, for example, after World War II? After World War II, Germany was divided. You know, why shouldn't Iran be divided now?
Why? I mean, I don't understand your comparison.
Because, like,
Iran is not
makes Iran is a threat.
Well, I mean, the first comparison is the RGC are a bunch of fucking Nazis and should be allowed.
Agreed. Yes, but like killing them, then you don't need to go back like 60 years ago to divide the country.
Hussein,
That's what I'm
from
saying.
the beginning, Husi was mentioning that Iran going to be divided after this war.
Yeah.
Just for you.
Good luck on that. It's not gonna happen. I'm telling you, it's not gonna happen. It's not gonna happen. Iran is not Syria. Iran is not Afghanistan. Iran is not Iraq.
Sorry, no, they're not talking about that. I think what the West should ask Iran to do, you know, that's what I think the West should ask Iran to do. But I think
if they ask that things that about the independence, I promise you, Iran are gonna get over the Ayatollah. They're gonna say, you know what? You want to talk about my land? Fuck you guys. Right now, I'm telling you, the land is very critical for Iran. Very critical. They hate this regime. They even okay to bomb their houses and lose their children or whatever. Make sure this regime is gone. But if you want to talk about the land and things like that, this is very like a red flag.
Can I ask about this? I have a quick question for everyone. Who needs oil more, US or Europe?
Europe.
Yeah. So, like someone from Germany, I will tell you right now, Germany is not getting into this war. We don't have the army for that. That's all. So,
it's okay, and we don't want them to be in the war, but at least fire this fucking ambassador, Iranian ambassador from Germany. They can do that. I mean, why they don't do that? Why they don't fire this IRGC people in Germany? Why UK doesn't fire
IRGC is a terrorist organization in Germany, as well as Hezbollah.
Go back Germany, and I think this war is happening right now. What's the end game?
What was your what?
The end game?
What is the end game?
The end game, end game is no matter what happens, Trump gonna declare victory. Even if you're losing in this part, he's gonna say, I did a great job. I did something that never happened before. I destroyed everything. I don't care about the Strait of Hormuz. And I'm done. But
respond to the Democrat thing.
Yes. Then Democrats start humiliating Trump and say, hey, we know that this is BS. You didn't win this one because you just killed the Ayatollah and replaced it with Islam. And yes, you killed some of the people, bad guy, but not all of them. So he's gonna be under a lot of pressure if you want to make it like a huge victory.
You're wrong. You're 100% wrong.
Why?
Because you missed a lot of other points. It's not just about killing Ayatollah. Maybe you Iranians want that to happen. You guys want IRGC gone, but that's not the objectives of American.
What's the objective of America?
Getting rid of their missile program.
And getting rid
of the uranium enrichment.
And it's still there.
It's still there. How do you know? It's still there?
Why are you interrupting? Everybody's talking. He's a mod. Stop interrupting.
How the fuck do you know it's still there, huh?
If it's not
Who
there,
the fuck told you that?
If it's not there, Trump would say, I took it. It's here.
He already said it. Where have you been the last fucking 4 weeks?
What do you mean?
They took out over 10,000 targets. What, they just made up for 10 targets that they took out?
Maybe you didn't listen to me, dude. I told you they destroyed a lot of targets. I told you that they have some victories. But if the objective was the uranium, it's still there.
How do you know? Are you there?
If it's not there, Trump would come to the media and say, guys, I took the 400 kilogram uranium. He would show it to the world.
Why would he say that?
Because he should say, I'm the
Why would he compromise the mission by saying that?
Mr. Harry, because he needs to something. He needs to get out this far with a victory.
and the Iranian gonna be the
Bro,
best.
he's gonna get out to this war with the victory no matter what. We're talking about the United States.
That's what I'm saying. He's always declared victory. Yes.
No, it's not always declared victory. It's because the United States always gets victory no matter fucking what.
Oh, you want to think like that? Okay.
Yeah, I want to think like that because that's why we're the most powerful country in the world. So yeah, no matter what, where we go, what we do, we're gonna win no matter what. Even if the world doesn't think.
Yep. Okay. I respect that.
And the rest of the world should be fucking thanking the United States for what they're doing. All these NATO motherfuckers, all these pussy ass countries that don't do shit, they should be thanking the United States because most of Europe is under fucking fire from these 4,000 kilometer fucking missiles that can fucking reach almost every single European city. And if they have the missiles to do that, all they have to do is attach the fucking warhead, the nuclear warhead, on the top of the missile, and it can fucking land in any city in Europe. But people don't understand this.
No, we understand that.
Harry, I think we're able to protect them.
I wish Harry was. I wish.
Wait. Who just said they're able to protect themselves? And I want to know what country you're from. Whoever said that.
Germany.
You're able to protect yourselves? Sure. That's why you guys cried in the United States all the fucking time.
Harry, I'm also the U.S. citizen.
Hey, we're providing you with everything.
Guys, Harry, I'm also U.S. citizen.
What? Germany not providing shit, bro. You guys are sitting back watching, complaining about gas.
We're providing you with satellites from Rammstein.
Satellites. We have plenty of our own fucking satellites. We don't need Germany fucking satellites. It's actually fucking hilarious that you said that. That's fucking hilarious.
That's the one thing you don't know, Mr. Man.
Guys.
Australia is good, and Germany has a good. We have the best. So
No, guys. Harry is right. U.S. has the best of the best. I get that. No. I'm telling you. No. But all I'm saying, and I'm with Harry, that I hope they destroy the Iranian regime. Don't get me wrong. I want you to be successful. I want U.S. to be successful. But Harry, they are not. They were under.
Imagine Australia and Germany getting together. Now that would be a fucking.
Hey, bro, Germany, or you guys are a bunch of pussies. Just relax in Germany, keep eating your strudels, and let America do the job, okay?
Harry, and again, that's my point. I want America to do the job. 34 days, they still have a lot to do. That's what I'm saying. Did they have any success? Of course they did. They target 10,000 places. But bad guys are still there. Bad.
That's not the objective, is to take out all the bad guys running around, hiding in tunnels. That's not the objective.
Did you listen what he said last night, Trump? Did you listen what he said?
I mean, I listened to a little bit of what he said. It really wasn't anything new that he said.
Exactly. Because he has nothing to say. Because he didn't have any good news for America to say.
Yeah, but that wasn't the point of what he did last night. The point of what he did was to come out and address the. Hold on, bro. Go drink some more fucking beer or whatever you guys drink and fucking. You sound like you're fucking drunk as fuck. Anyways, that wasn't the point of what Trump was doing last night. The point was him being a transparent president and telling the United States citizens what's going on. Because most of the presidents, actually majority of the presidents we've had, will never come on the fucking on the TV spontaneously like that and tell us what's going. Give it an update to the American citizens. He's the most transparent president. He's telling us what's going on. I'd rather hear from him in his voice than seeing it on a fucking Twitter post or wherever he
So Harry, let me just give you one example. He's coming to the TV and saying, I killed the first leader. The second row of I'm killing the third cat. The third, it's not right.
They killed over 400 people.
I know, but the 5 or 6 top guys who are still running the company are alive underground in the tunnel. So he needs to be more transparent and tell the truth. Yes, he killed bad guys. He killed a lot. I give him credit. But still important people are alive, and he cannot come and say, I destroyed them.
But what does that mean, though? Like, first of all, why would he compromise anything at all by saying any of that shit? Like, that stuff can compromise missions. It can make it harder to find those people and kill those people. First of all. Second of all, no one. There's no guarantee that those people hiding underground or running the fucking country or IRGC. How do you know? I don't think they are. I really don't think they are, because anytime that they come up above the fucking ground, they're dead. That's it. And anybody that wants to claim that they're going to be running IRGC, they're going to die right away. It's not going to be from America. It'll probably be from Israel who are the ones who will take them out.
So that's my problem. They're not gonna die right away. I wish they die right away.
Israel is fucking running America. Israel is running America.
You sound like a fucking retard. Do you have anything to contribute other than you being retarded? Israel's running America? You really believe that? Are you that fucking stupid?
Oh, no.
Look at the iPad. Look at the iPad. Come on.
We know.
Who's talking in the iPad? All the senators and congressmen, Democrats or Republicans,
they get money. I was trying to understand what you're saying. I thought you said iPad. That's what I thought.
Sorry.
AIPAC. What about AIPAC? There's 17,000 lobby groups in America.
Every congressman and senator, no matter Democrat or Republican, they get money from Israeli lobby.
They get money from 17,000 of their lobbies also, so it's not just AIPAC.
Republican, independent.
AIPAC has very minimal. AIPAC has very minimal pull for type of shit like this that's happening with the United States government in a fucking war. Okay.
Sorry. We know it's before the war, and we know what's happened before the war, and we're sick of it. We're done.
Bro, just keep drinking your fucking beer, okay, bro? You're fucking drunk. That's fucking
Fuck America, fuck America, motherfucker. Fuck America, fuck America, fuck America, motherfucker.
We're gonna drop some people so we can have a good convo. I thought you had cirrhosis of the liver already by now, Tom. I can't believe you're still alive.
Just want to say one thing. I think America needs NATO more than other countries need NATO, so they can have their bases all over the world. And I think it would be a loss almost always for America if they pull out of NATO. And yeah, like imagine if
Say why.
Imagine if EU right now stop using Visa and MasterCard. You know how the entirety of your pension funds are gonna go rogue.
No. I'll give him an easier example. He said why. Where is the B-2s right now, mister? Where is the B-2? They're not the B-2 bombers. Where are they right now? Do you know?
Where are they?
In a Germany or?
They're in Diego Garcia base off of an island. They're on an island, Diego Garcia.
Dude, I don't watch intelligence stuff. I don't know where every bomber.
B-2 right now is the U.S. base in Germany or UK. That's why. That's why America is NATO.
Yeah, actually, that's from Missouri.
Yeah, sure.
They
Exactly.
don't fly from Missouri.
Yes, they do.
Base in UK. No, they don't.
Their main base is in Missouri, like normal.
Yes, but they don't fly from Missouri to.
Yes, they do.
Oh my God.
They did back in June 2025.
Yes.
They flew from Missouri and they got refueled midair. And they completed the mission 36 hours and they flew back to Missouri.
June was
They don't keep B-2 bombers in NATO base.
Mr. June was one-shot bombing. They flew from Missouri. Right now that they go to Iran every other day, they don't.
They're not flying from Europe, bro. They're flying from Diego Garcia. You can go look it up. It's
Diego Garcia is Europe.
UK and
UK.
US. Yes, UK and US.
UK. It's just UK. Diego Garcia is UK territory.
Thank you so much.
Do you understand the relationship America has with UK? It has nothing to do with NATO.
Oh my God. Okay.
Well, what? It has nothing to do. You're acting like we want to keep our B-2s in fucking Germany, France, and all these fucking countries. No, we don't.
Where is the biggest US base?
You have to know it.
Germany. Yeah. The big space in Europe.
But now you're pushing the goal. But first you talk B-2. Now you're talking about the biggest base. So what else do you want?
Yes. No, all we're trying to say, US and NATO, they need each other. Maybe NATO needs.
The US needs nobody, bro. NATO needs.
That kind of thinking that I am the best of the best.
But we are the best of the best.
I know we are the best of the best, but you need help. Look, Israel is helping US right now. Israel is helping US right now.
Hold on,
I wouldn't say that.
Hold on. Are you just saying that to appease Harry because you disagreed with him and then said but? You said yes, US is the best of the best, but for the best of the best, why do they need help?
Even if you're the best of the best, you need.
Do you think that the United States needs help from Israel, or Israel needs help from the United States?
Because it's gonna bring down your cost. Yes, it's a matter of if you want to spend $2 billion a day to destroy a country, a regime, or $1 billion a day and ask Israel to help you to bring down the cost. Yes, you are the best of the best. You can do whatever you can, but it's a matter of.
Bro, the United States doesn't give a shit about the cost, bro. You know how much money they have put away for fucking wars? They don't care about the cost.
Trump doesn't care who's gonna pay 35.
No, I really don't think he cares. He's not going to be president forever.
Oh, I'm telling you, he's gonna send the check to the Arab countries. I'm telling you right now, they're gonna pay for that. All the Arab.
No, he's going to send a check to fucking Iran. That's what he's going to send a check to.
If he can change the regime, of course. There's a lot of oil over there. He can take the oil and then pay for this war. But if not, and if you leave it loose end and leave right now, Arab countries gonna pay for that.
I don't give a shit if their countries have to pay for it or not. Fuck all.
You don't give a shit?
I don't care. Do you think I care about these fucking Arab countries?
A lot of people in Israel and Alabama that they voted Trump. Why are you in the Middle East? They're gonna care.
Why are we in the Middle East? Because we're America. We can be anywhere we want. That's why.
A lot of people in New Mexico right now that they pay $5 gas for the gas.
Great. I mean, we're paying 4.5 here in Florida. I mean, whatever. Am I complaining? No, it's because I know at the end of the day it's gonna go down.
Not you, because you don't live paycheck by paycheck, but a lot of people gonna care.
Then fucking buy a Tesla or ride the fucking bus, bro. I don't know what to tell you.
You want to talk like that? It's okay.
Yeah, I do want to talk like that because at the end of the day, I can care less. Like if you can't afford gas, then don't fucking drive a car. It's that simple.
Exactly.
Don't fucking complain about it. If you're gonna complain about it, move somewhere else.
I don't complain. I said people that they don't have that money. I'm okay. You okay? Don't worry about that. I live in Chicago.
Americans who can't afford gas, you can move to Germany. It's much better here.
Yeah, move to Germany, all the Nazis.
Hey, what's up?
Dude, your kids are here.
Hold on. Let's see.
Even me.
Hold on. Penny, so this up the straight the road. Penny, how are you? Islam what? You're gonna trap us right now?
Alaikum salam. Salam alaikum.
I want the salami, she said, came up. Who the fuck says that? Okay.
You live in Chicago, so, I mean, it sounds like you, I don't know, bro. It sounds like you are, like, wanting more from the United States, and then you're, like, complaining about it at the same time.
No,
like, you're just like every other fucking American that comes on this app.
No. All I'm saying, when they went to this war, Mr. Harry, and I'm repeating myself, they underestimated. They thought they're gonna finish it in 4 days.
No one said that, though. Who said that?
No, I'm telling you.
But who said that, though? I never heard anybody say that. So how can you make that assumption?
I'm saying that, and maybe I'm wrong, okay? This war gonna take 4 months. Is America ready for 4 months war?
Bro, 4 months is nothing. 4 months is nothing.
I am with you. For you and I, it's nothing. But for a lot of people, it's a lot of things. Yeah.
Who started it? Who started it?
It was Donald Trump.
No, it wasn't Donald Trump.
Where did they play? I'm gonna pass you a golf. Where did they touch you? Point to the ball.
Why do you think he keeps telling NATO to, like, European soldiers to, and the military to fight for him? No one in the countries that he wants are willing to fight on his behalf. And he's upset about that. Why do you think that? Why do you think so?
How much weed did you smoke?
Yeah, he's fine.
No, I'm just annoying.
I need to go smoke some weed too. Hold on.
Yeah, me too. I need to go.
What's your pronouns? Do you identify as Boston?
Can I tell you something crazy? Yesterday,
Something crazy. I'm excited for this one. What's crazy? Tell me.
when I was ordering an Uber to the shops, the driver was like Jamaican. Like they had like such a thick accent that they were speaking the talk.
Did you also ask him to give you some weed?
No, I just smoke weed.
3, she's looking for.
You like it thicker, huh?
I'm engaged, Florida. That's all you.
I'm in Florida, bro.
Very Florida.
I'm in Florida. I tell him I'm engaged. He say I'm in Florida. It's crazy.
Very Florida.
I thought you said I'm in Florida too.
But it might have anybody's business.
No, I said I'm engaged, bro.
We're engaged.
Engaged.
Yeah. Oh, well, congratulations, bro.
Thanks, bro.
Congratulations. Yeah, congratulations.
No, I didn't say that randomly. The poor, when y'all was talking, poor said that she was looking for me, and I'm like, nah, I'm engaged. That's
okay.
You're engaged. 3 is engaged.
Can I ask a stupid question?
You've already asked one stupid question. You can ask another one. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. What do you guys like say when you marry someone?
Is she autistic?
What are your
Okay.
What do you see when you marry somebody? Okay.
when you decide when to marry someone? What are things like?
What are the values you look for? And what is that a wife? Is that what you're asking for a partner?
Yeah.
You look for somebody who's genuine, has a heart that will love you to the end, that will wipe your ass when you're sick, what will feed you. Somebody that you can also make happy and provide for and love till the end. You're looking for a partner that walks beside you, not in front or behind you. That's what you're looking for.
No.
Okay, honestly, you're fucking killing my brain cells.
Maybe you're answering to honest.
Yeah, we were having a great conversation before, but
Yeah.
Autism awareness.
Okay, so I'm looking for a wife like you never can. Grab your hand and squeeze it like a fist. And I want her to have that package.
Oh my God.
Anyways, we're having such a great combo. For all of you that think that Harry wasn't calm, you don't know Harry. He was just being passionate in his response.
Yeah, I like that. I don't know about that. Harry, I'm sorry. I wasn't able to take you seriously.
Go fuck yourself, I see.
no, it's fine. I want to know.
Typical Trump supporters like that. They're passionate and they just go like fuck you like that. It's
I
okay,
guess-
and I like that.
I want to know what points he wasn't able to take me seriously on because I would like to talk about that.
Yeah. So like it was like any argument we bring up, you're like,
Yeah, we're America. We can do whatever we want. I mean,
you know,
am I wrong? Am I wrong?
yeah, you're not wrong, but like that's like,
Listen,
that's not the
Lucy,
point of the
Lucy.
discussion.
Go look up the size of the American military. First, you can go look up the Navy, see how many ships we have in the Navy, how many aircraft carriers. Then go look at the size of the Air Force. How many fucking aircrafts we have in the fucking Air Force. Then you can go look at how much artillery. Then you can go look at how many tanks. Then you can go look at how many fucking ground troops that we have, special forces. And then for you to tell me that we're not America, we can't fucking do what we want to do, you're completely wrong.
Just a second, Harry. Again, I'm on your side, but we need to be pragmatic. They did for the same at least don't cut the same mistake they did for Afghanistan. That oh my God, I have biggest things and I can spend billions of dollars and I can go and take the country. The thing that they missed is like these Mujahid people, these Afghani people, they can go inside the mountains for months and months and months, even maybe fucking the goat, but fighting back US soldiers. That's the thing that American, I'm telling you.
Listen, I've heard this argument by so many people already. How long ago was that war?
I get that, but
wait, hold on. Answer the question. How long ago was that war?
My point is, every war that US go, we need to get lessons learned for the next war. If you don't learn those lessons, we make the same mistake.
Listen, we learned the lesson because that war was over 20 years ago. First of all. Second of all, technology is advanced. You know how much technology is advanced in 20 years? A lot, especially military technology. So it's a totally different war, right? We saw how we can fight wars, not even fight. We saw in Venezuela how strong the military of the United States is. That if they really wanted to, they could go. The first day of this fucking whatever you want to call it, war operation, they took out Khomeini very easily. They knew where he was at in June. They could have took him out in June. They even said it. That like we know where he's at, but we don't want to start anything now. And I think that was leading up to where we're at now today, right? said, you know what, we're gonna go full force. That all their air defenses are down. We can go in there. We can have air superiority, and that's what Israel did in June. They helped them take down all the air defense systems when they went and attacked in June. And the United States used their B-2 bombers to go and take out wherever they're creating the uranium, all the rest of the heavy water facilities, all that shit that they took out in June. And then in 9 months, there was satellite imagery showing that they were excavating. Holy shit! Hold on. There was satellite imagery showing that they were excavating all. Oh my god. Okay. Well, you can have some thoughts in the audience. So there were satellite imagery showing that they were excavating all the fucking dirt, everything that was blocking the entrances to these tunnels that were going down underground, right? And then they were starting to repair everything and fix everything. Right? They were doing it very quickly, and so this was alarming. So they were like, all right, we need to take action now, and we need to go full force. And the first fucking day, they knew exactly where this motherfucker was at, and they knew where 400 other of these motherfuckers were at underneath IRGC, like high-ranking officials in IRGC, and they took him out because that's what Israel, Mossad, that's what they fucking do. They have the intelligence. The United States doesn't have this intelligence. They got that from Israel. Yep. Israel had people on the ground there, undercover for years, building this shit up until now.
My point is they need to get the other high-ranking soldiers as soon as possible. Otherwise, this war gonna go to the 3-4 months, and American people are not ready for that. That's my point. I hope they finish it fast.
Why wouldn't they be ready for that?
Because right now, 66% of Americans are against this war. We don't need that number.
Because 66% of them are against Trump. That's why.
I get that. So, but he needs to finish it fast. We cannot do it like 6 months. He needs to finish it fast.
It's a good look if the president is hated by 66% of his people.
Whatever polls that you guys are reading this information from, I don't believe any of them.
Okay,
Listen, you know why I don't believe that? Because I didn't take that poll. No one showed me that poll. So how, if that's representative of all the voters, which it doesn't, it doesn't make sense because I didn't get the vote for it, and I'm sure many other people didn't get the vote for it. It's kind of just like a consensus. That's all it is.
What is your number? Do you think what's the percentage supporting this war? 80%? What's your number?
I couldn't tell you. I have no idea.
I mean, you see,
I don't talk to every American. I couldn't tell you.
In less than a month, he needs to go to the Congress to continue this war, to get the Congress approval. Do you think he's gonna get it?
No, he doesn't. I don't know.
In less than in 2 months, I mean, this means danger is only for 2 months.
Wait, who told you that he has to go to Congress in a couple months?
I think he needs to go to the Congress to get approval.
No, he doesn't. No, he doesn't.
He doesn't? Why not?
Because no other president had to do that. The last time they went to Congress to get approval for war was in fucking World War II. So Vietnam, Korea.
Dude, Iraq for Bush got approval from Congress.
No, he didn't. Go look it up.
Go look it up.
I already did. I've looked it up many times.
Go look it up.
The last time that they declared war from Congress was in World War II, bro.
No way.
But you don't care about running Congress, guys. Yeah, like who cares?
That's the point that I'm trying to make. Trump doesn't give a shit about Congress because he's doing what he's doing now without any fucking congressional approval at all.
And you think it's good. And you think it's gonna help the country. That you're gonna do whatever you want to do. So what's the difference between
help the country? What do you mean by help?
The honest completely about the same. He was doing whatever he wanted to do. That's it. He doesn't give
I don't think Trump is doing whatever he wants to do. I think Trump is doing that. Trump is doing that. No, that's not really what I meant, but you took it really literal.
He just said that he do whatever shit he want to do. Anyway. Okay. Again, I'm with you, Harry.
Is he not? But is he not?
Because he doesn't want to run again unless his people are gonna say you need to run for the third time. He doesn't need to run again, so he doesn't care. Yes. He doesn't care.
It's not about not caring. It's about doing what's right.
Someone's flushing his toilet.
Listen, it's not about caring. He doesn't care no matter what. That's not the point. The point is he's doing what needs to be done. What every president before him didn't fucking do shit. They actually gave money to these motherfuckers to actually fucking build their fucking nuclear program and keep a blind eye to it and say, oh, okay, here, take billions of dollars for the JPCOA and keep fucking building your nuclear. We believe you. We think that it's going to be for civilians. Like Obama, Biden, all these fucking retards gave him money. So they literally fed the fire with fucking fuel while Trump is now trying to put out the fucking fire.
No, I agree with that.
And listen, an average American can't understand that. Because they're fucking what they see is they see gas at $5 a gallon, and that's what matters to them more than.
But that's why
because Americans don't give a shit about that.
Harry, that's why Trump became president. Economy, the gas price, inflation, things like that. So
dude, the gas will go down, bro. Listen, the gas was this much during fucking COVID.
He didn't become president of the U.S. because he wanted to attack Iran or whatever. He said, I think yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Gas is the same fucking price it was the whole time that Biden was in office.
Exactly.
In 2022, when Biden got in office, it was not even when Biden got in office, like midterm, when Biden was in office, gas was $3.90. Then after that, 2023, it went to $3.70. That was the average. And then
I agree with you.
Then the year after, it was $3.50 plus. And then his last year, it was the same fucking prices that we dealing with now.
Yes, that's the problem. I agree with you. He didn't become president. He didn't become president because
you talk too fucking.
Let him finish. Let him finish.
No, it's cool. Let me get it. He got it. I said what I had.
Go ahead, Kareem. Go ahead.
Finish.
It's cool.
You had some good points. Bro. Go ahead.
Basically, I'm just saying gas is the same price it was literally when Biden was in office. There's no difference. But the only difference is that the reason why the gas is how it is now it's an actual reason. That's the thing. It's an actual good reason.
Exactly.
Okay. So he didn't become president, Mr. Trump. Oh, you still not finished? Okay, go ahead.
No, one more thing. And when Biden was in office, the whole fucking time, nobody was bitching about the gas. They were fucking quiet. It's the most.
Yeah.
Dude, he's right. He's right, bro.
So you're completely right, Trick. And he didn't become president to say, okay, I'm going to keep the same price of gas like Biden. He told America that he's going to make it lower. And it was lower.
And he did.
I was in Houston last week or a month ago. It was $2.5 or $2 per gallon. Last week it was 3.5. So don't tell me the price didn't change. But
no one said it didn't change.
No. He didn't say I'm going to keep the same price as Biden did. No, he said I'm going to make it lower, and he did it, and now it's up. Billions.
Yeah, because of what's going on in the freedom of goods.
Biden's price wouldn't be. Biden's price
shit happens all the fucking
time. Biden's price wouldn't be a good criteria for Trump that, oh my God, the gas is still the same price. Who cares? Biden is gone. This gas was expensive or cheap or whatever. Who cares? That you're going to come here, oh my God, it's still the same price. Who cares? He said, I'm going to make it lower, and he did it. He did a good job. But now with this war, it's go hard. That's it. That's all.
And look, it's coming from a guy where I'm not a full Trump supporter, but I fuck with what he's doing. I just don't fuck with Israel, bro. I don't fuck with us being involved, but I see why we involved, and I understand what's going on. So I get what you're saying, but bro, it is what it is. Right now, it is what it is.
It is what it is. That's all I'm saying.
But like Harry said, this shit is gonna go down, man.
And I'm repeating myself.
Like this for 3-4 years, then we got something to say.
Exactly. He needs to finish it fast. He needs to finish it in the next couple of months. Kill bad people. Do whatever he want to do and out. That's all I'm saying. He shouldn't stop it today. He should continue to the end. Now that he has started, he should finish it. No loose end.
So do you think he should have never started?
No, he should have started. No. Because the Iranian people, we didn't have any other option. We went to the street, we did the protest, they killed 40,000 in 2 days. We tried any option that you can imagine. And this regime was only...
What's your perspective? Like if you're saying Trump's reason is valid for going in,
yes. I don't have a pushback. All I'm trying to say is be pragmatic. We thought we're gonna. Okay, I said we, not Trump. We thought we're gonna finish it in 2 weeks. That didn't happen. Now I am worried that these things go to the.
Is that what he said, or is that what's like?
I don't want to go there, okay? But all I'm worried is that this go to the 4 months, 5 months, 6 months, and then the people force him to get out. And then he doesn't finish the job and get out. That's what I'm worried. I'm not against this law. Don't get me wrong. But I'm worried that he should finish it fast. He should not. I'm worried. I hope he finishes.
I agree with that. I do think he should finish this fast.
I mean, yeah, that's the
guys. It's just one thing. Like you said, like 3.5 per gallon you pay.
In Texas, yes. In Chicago, it's like 5. I
We pay like $2 per liter. It's like
No. Each gallon is like 40.75 liters. So it's not free.
Yeah, but we pay $2 per.
Oh, okay, Germany. Then you guys need to go and open the Strait of Hormuz.
No, we're not. What the fuck? Absolutely not. You guys closed it. You take care of it.
No, you
like,
should.
what the hell?
The hell is they should say, Trump, it's okay. We help you on the Strait of Hormuz, and you need to help us with Ukraine. Stop supporting Putin. That's going to be the negotiation.
American troops are right. They cannot go there.
Exactly.
Shit, they get real for Europe. They gotta go in there and open that motherfucker up.
We helped Ukraine enough. We don't need to help Ukraine anymore. We gave them plenty of money.
When you put
No, US.
That's a spirit that was supposed to go help Ukraine.
We gave Ukraine hundreds of billions of dollars in weapons and fucking money. Like, I think they got enough fucking money.
Yeah, I mean, shit. You guys like can't even fucking get rid of a third-rate. Russia's not a powerful fucking military, but you guys are more fucking hell-bent on corruption and throwing 65-year-olds and pregnant women on the front lines than actually mankind manning up. You have the same problem as the Canarans. You just fucking dipped out. All your women left. You know how I know that? They're all down in Texas asking to give me blowjobs every time I fucking go into a bar. So all of your fucking wives and girlfriends are out here trying to pick up fucking real men. Dude, your women left you, and then on top of it, the fucking men left. You guys are fleeing out of the country. You have a whole abandonment rate, and Zelensky's a fucking corrupt fucking idiot who's just hanging on to power. He's no different than fucking Putin, except Putin's better at his job. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Zelensky isn't a freedom fighter. You guys are idiots. You're following the wrong fucking government, and stop wasting our time and money because, quite frankly, you're gonna lose in the end. Russia's gonna keep it. Fucking territories. It's going to keep period. You don't have a fucking clue.
Are you for the Iran war too, Mr. Viking? Are you?
Oh yeah, go bomb those little fuckers.
So Ukraine no, but Iran okay. You good with that? Ukraine no, but Iran okay.
Yeah, next time you touch one of our boats, I'm gonna blow your fucking house up and your kids.
No. So you're anti-war in Ukraine.
We have listen. This war in Iran is more important than a fucking war with Russia and for the United States.
Yeah.
So yes, I would much rather back this war, and I would keep taking my tax money if you need to take out IRGC.
This war is about China. Harry, why do you think that shit is more important?
What you said?
I said, why do you think that it's more important than the Russian?
Well, first, there's plenty of reasons. First, the IRGC is the #1 funding of state terrorism in the fucking world. So they fund all the terrorist organizations in the world that have killed United States military members and United States citizens throughout the years since the fucking 80s, maybe even before the 80s. That's one reason. That's actually the #1
funding is Qatar and Saudi Arabia.
That's the #1. No, it's not. 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 No, it's not.
Yeah.
Qatar doesn't give weapons. Qatar doesn't give weapons to these terrorist organizations.
I mean, this fucking wants to have an office in Qatar.
That's great that they have an office in Qatar. That doesn't mean shit. That doesn't mean shit.
That means like a laundry.
No, that doesn't mean shit. Listen, I know it strikes a nerve for you because it's your country, but I'm sorry to tell you that your country is the #1 funder of state terrorism in the world. Yes, sir.
I thought it was #1, #2, or #3. Fuck IRGC.
See that?
You guys are wrong. Fuck IRGC now. You love America, love Israel. But for 50 fucking years, you were cheering our while we were fucking bombing our fucking men, our fucking ships, setting our fucking our men while they were sleeping on peacekeeping missions. So no, I fucking kill Iranians.
Do whatever. Don't worry.
Economically, what is benefit?
The more beneficial one is Iran and pummeling all the Iranians and removing any kind of future power for at least the next 100 years from their hands.
No, but I'm saying as in like, how do we benefit from it other than that?
I could straighten out our moods, and we could, in essence, literally, if we wanted to, we could mollywop them and basically just kind of fucking take some of their oil regions. But we really don't need it. We just need the straits open. We need the passageway and the terror attacks to stop on the seas.
Harry, you think the same thing?
That was going to be
my next point, and that's a very important part, not just for the United States, but for the world. And the United States and the world, that's, you know, they do business together. So, you know, that's important, right?
Yeah.
And not only that, it's also important that we control the flow of oil to our fucking adversary, China.
Yeah,
right?
see,
They're having a hard time right now.
yeah, and also it costs us $300 billion a year to protect that strait.
Shut the fuck up. Shut up. And then say that after he done.
So it costs us around $300 to $500 billion a year to patrol, protect, man the straits, deal with the piracy, the terror groups, and Iranian Navy, all which are controlled by the Iranian government. And so we're having to spend billions of dollars, risk our sailors, get them killed, just to protect it. Not to mention, it's causing inflationary rates on both your goods, your oil, because, you know, it's got to get shipped elsewhere. But they're also impacting and hitting private companies. So, like, if you look at the map of where Iran has, like, targeted before and how they hit and how they damage, they cause fluctuations because they just want to be known. These are petulant children that can't govern themselves.
So that's a good plan on paper. Let's go and do it now.
So, Brad, how long do you think this shit gonna really take?
If it was me, we would have been done in a week because there would have been nothing left standing.
Yeah. We don't have this guy over there. We need the white thing.
But, I mean, what you could do...
You a joke.
Bro, can you shut the fuck up, Mose, bro? You let somebody
June or July, I'll say, is most likely when we really will wrap this up. But I don't know if we're going to hand it to the Iranian people. I don't think they want to do that.
No, we want to do that. We
don't care what you want. But you want to let us stuff 50 years to here. So we're not giving you that anymore. But I think
I'm not supporting the government, by the way. So, okay, continue.
Yeah, okay, great. But guess what? Guess who's dealing with Trump and dealing with the rest of the world? Your government. You guys aren't doing shit. You're sitting there hiding in another country.
I'm here talking. Okay.
So again, I think what will happen is by June we'll have some kind of comms. Each side will try to claim victory, but it'll just be optics. But in reality, Iran's operations and inabilities will not be able to be carried out to their extent. So we got maybe about another 50 years of peace before we reach this point again in 50 years.
I'm weirdly agreeing a bit with Viking. Like, I appreciate the honesty at least. You know, I don't agree with the war, but I think if you're going to do the war, you need to make sure that the other country is not capable of doing that anymore. You know, like when the U.S. went to war with Germany, you know, they made sure that Germany is divided. It's not one country again. There was a reason for that, and that's what they should do also with Iran. Iran has the leverage now with the Strait of Hormuz. If they stay united and another regime comes along, because guess what? After war, people are not satisfied with the economy, and they might just want the regime back. Why risk it? You know? Yeah, but I don't know. I think the whole war was stupid.
What makes different if there are two governments holding the Iran or one government?
No, you can make sure that the government that is on the Strait of Hormuz is your government. You can give them money. You can provide them with a lot of leverage, you know, and the other government.
The country be in one.
Bro, fuck that. We're not gonna give him anything. We're not gonna bow down to fucking IRGC. We're not gonna let them control that shit like they own the world. Fuck that shit. Definitely not gonna do that. America would never let that happen. Maybe under Joe Biden and Obama that would happen because they're fucking weak pieces of shit. But under Trump, that's not happening. And that's important to know that, right? So it's that simple. We're not gonna let them have a chokehold on that fucking region. We're not gonna let them do that. And that's the point. Somebody said, I don't know why we're in this war. That's why we're in this war. Okay? You guys have to understand that. This is the important reason why. And this is way more important than fucking Ukraine because they're too fucking broke and too weak. They have begged the United States for fucking money and weapons. I could care less about that shit. But you know what? I could care more about this because it's not only about that. It's about these motherfuckers supplying weapons and terrorism funding for terrorist organizations around the world and that have killed American citizens before. And then if they could do it, they would do it again and again and again. And by the way, there was a terrorist attack in the United States maybe a month ago guy tried to fucking ram a car through a fucking synagogue and then shoot kids up in a fucking synagogue. He was backed by Hezbollah, which is an Iranian-backed terrorist organization. So they all link together, and it's dangerous. And they're here on our fucking doorsteps here in America, and this is important. When you take out the head,
so Harry,
to these fucking organizations, it's that simple, guys.
Harry, do you think how long gonna take to open the Strait of Hormuz? Again, I agree whatever you said.
I don't know. I'm not a military expert. I have no idea. Whenever they feel like they have superiority over that area, then they'll do it. I have no. As long as it takes to get the job done, I'm okay with it. I'll pay my gas I'll pay gas $10 a gallon if I have to. I don't give a.
I hope it doesn't take long.
I have a question for you.
Yes, sir.
So let's say if there was a scenario where we went your route, and if the United States were to go in and completely eliminate every single 100% of the IRGC, unfortunately, anyone who believes in that ideology, so that means some pure-blooded Iranians might get caught in the crossfire. So let's say the whole concept of Islamic Republic is removed, and now Iranians have the geographical territory of Iran handed back to them. From that point forward, how do you propose that the Iranians will establish their government? What type of government will it be, and how long do you think it'll take to get stable?
So there are two theories about that. First of all, it looks like U.S. is negotiating with some moderate inside the country. After this regime is gone, that moderate going to be the transition guy, that it might take 6 months, it might take a year, it might take 2 months or 2 years or whatever to go to the election, and then whoever want to run for the presidency or whatever, they can be nominated. But everything should be under U.S. Super surveillance. Like we cannot have any hardliner over there anymore. So that's the number one that I think that's what Trump wants. He want to find a moderate guy inside the country who is not dead yet because they're killing everybody, thank God. But find someone who's moderate to go to the transition. The second option is the guy Pahlavi who's living in U.S. that he has his own supporter. I don't know what's the percentage. Some people say 70%, some people say 30%, whatever. He gonna be another alternative, or maybe alternative number one. But it looks like Trump so far doesn't show any signal to this guy, the Pahlavi guy, that he can go there. He said he's already ready to do that transition phase. Again, transition, like still countries running, people are getting paid, salary, whatever. 6 months, a year, 2 years, election, and then this guy said, I'm gonna be out. So, but I don't think that's what Trump wants. Trump wants to what I'm hearing to Trump. He want to deal with some moderate inside the country, the same as he did in Venezuela.
There is no moderate.
I agree with you. But I don't want to say that because again, people in this call might jump and say, I agree. All of the people inside the country.
Let them jump on you. Who gives a shit?
This is what Trump is looking for. He wants to do Venezuela.
I think you're wrong.
I'm asking you. So my question is more geared toward what you think, like based upon you being an Iranian. Like out of the two options, do you like either of those, and if so, which one? Or if you prefer like a third option that's not on the table, like what do you prefer?
I don't think there's a third option. We should have a transition no matter what, even be the inside or outside.
Why do you guys go with this transitional? Like Tel Aviv's just going to be transitional. You know that more leaders who have said, I'm going to be transitional, but wanted to retain power. Fucking Biden is the last one to do it. He was, quote, I'm going to be a transitional government president, and he ran for re-election. Like, and this idea that Tel Aviv just wants to be a transitional, like Putin's a transitional government. His whole government was fucking transitional after Yeltsin, and he stayed. Like, what makes you think that this guy?
So what is your solution? That put another guy over?
No, I think you guys need to raise your own and not go for a guy from Maryland who grew up eating fucking McDonald's and Starbucks.
But he grew up in Iran, actually.
Adi Gopi's been living in America for 40 years. Like, he grew up in Iran. He lives in America. Are you telling me? I think that guy is bullshit. I think anybody who's supporting this guy is also living in the West.
they don't believe the majority of people who actually live there really support somebody who's not even there. That would be hard for me. Like, for example, it would be hard for me to support somebody who wants to come and be a leader in our country where I live. And they live in fucking China. How would I fucking support that? Like, this. First of all, it's like you want to.
First of all, his dad was a
here in the fucking country.
I get that. But the problem with the country Iran is that there's no polling over there to figure out what percentage of Iranian people like this guy. I'm hearing
that's fine. And you know what?
I think they're chanting his name in protest inside Iran.
That's great. That's not all about Iran.
But we do not know how many people they like it. That's the problem.
Listen, I think this whole problem with the government transitioning somebody into a leader seat there in Iran, that's not America's problem. That's going to be your fucking problem. Trump doesn't want to deal with any of that shit. I already know that that's not the objectives of operation. I don't like to call it a war because I don't think it's a war. So I think that we want to come in here and take out the targets, the missile program. We want to take out their uranium enrichment, their heavy water facilities. There's a bunch of different targets, launchers, all their launchers that they have, all their drones, their drone program where they manufacture all their drones, their Shahed 139 drones. We want to make sure we take all that shit out. And then we want to make sure we take out all the leaders. Whoever is stepping in the way, they're going to be taken out just, because we can.
So you think Trump...
After we get everything done, we're leaving. The number one thing is getting the Strait of Hormuz under control.
Okay, I get that.
For America or whoever. A third party that's not going to charge money or kill people. Well, hold on. Okay, correct. Campbell in the audience. Thank you. Okay, and that's pretty much it. We don't give a fuck what's going to happen after that. We don't care what happens. If IRGC's there, that's fine. We'll keep taking out targets after. We don't need to wait for you guys to form a government.
Hussein, I had a question for you. I had a follow-up.
I want to answer Harry. My point is...
Other people talk. Oh. We gonna come to you in a second, Alex. So Hussein, what do you think about what Brad said? Like as a third option, you guys raised up, like pick a leader, from amongst yourselves. What do you think about that?
I don't see that option. I mean, that option doesn't exist.
There's nobody that has the big enough balls to step up and say, hey, I'm gonna be the fucking next leader. That's the problem with these people. They want somebody in fucking Maryland. Maybe one of you guys will grow some fucking balls and step up and say, hey, I'm gonna be the next fucking.
Hey, Harry.
Give me some time. Harry, you don't have to talk like this about the people that they
Dude, this is how Americans talk. If you don't know how we talk, then I guess you don't have balls either.
Look, as Americans, I'm American like you too. Okay, when I was born in Iran, and you don't have to talk about Iranian people this way because.
Well, what did I say that was bad? What did I say that was bad? What did I say that was bad, pussy?
Look, let me listen.
What did I say that was bad?
You don't have to insult people, but they have opinion against.
Bro, fuck you. I can say whatever I want, bitch. If you live in America, you know about freedom of speech, bitch. Shut the fuck up. Don't tell me what I can say.
Have you ever heard about how we talk to each other? You think somehow you're going to escape that shit? I've been called out the potato N-word, fucking cracker, I don't wash my legs. Shit, I'm inbred. That's a good thing.
You're American, and
you need to be respectful. I don't need.
You have right to actually make it about your country, but when you're talking about another country and your country being that country, you don't have to insult those.
No, our country is not helping your country. Get that in your head already.
Harry, look, Harry.
America is not helping Iran. We're not helping Iran. Why don't you guys understand this already?
Harry, you're so fucking knowledgeable, and I believe that because
I'm very knowledgeable. Thank you.
I have talked to you before, and you have talked to me before as well. But the point is, right now, that America is doing this first to actually make the regime fall. And
no, they're not. That's not why they're doing it.
No, definitely, America is doing this.
Wait. Why do you think? Wait. Hold on. Why do you think America's doing this to make the regime fall? We're not talking with. Wait. Here's how we can prove this. I can prove this. Guess who we're talking peace talks with? Guess who we're talking back and forth with? It's not anybody else except for this whole 82 cleric IRGC committee. That's it.
No, look, why can't you
make that? Who else on the ground there? Are we talking what? Your long-lost cousin that runs a fucking 7-Eleven there? Like, no, we're not.
Listen. You know the thing is, Iran has hosted. Shut the fuck up for a minute. Iran has so much.
Oh, that wasn't nice. Why are you talking mean to him? Fucking hypocrite, bro. Shut up.
Yeah. Okay. So look, Iran has so much benefit for America, and then
not really.
America helped Khomeini to come to power. They thought that idiot is going to help America to reach its goal on Middle East. But that didn't happen because after 10 years, IRGC got formed after Iran and Iraq war. IRGC got formed. And when that got formed, the whole idea that America had about Iran changed. And what America is doing right now is trying to actually get that power back and have that power again on Iran. And that's the point. No.
That's not our overall goal. We don't give a shit. So here's a couple of things. One, we don't use your oil. Your oil doesn't come to the vast majority of the global supply. You help China a little bit in Russia and North Korea. Those were your three fucking biggest contributors. And Russia has its own oil supply. China is your biggest client, well, along with North Korea. Outside of those two, they're not even rendering you aid right now, or the IRGC, or doing anything in Iran except bitching about, well, the U.S. is involved again. And that's all they're saying. So they're not even willing to help you. But you don't contribute. You don't contribute mass goods. You don't contribute anything to the global economy. You don't even contribute to the global trade economy. So now when we have that awareness that you realize that really you have all this to offer, maybe, but nobody's seen it for 50 years. You haven't done it. And guess what? The war has been surviving without you.
It's not about oil. The thing is, Iran has been sitting on a mineral that is really, really vital to America's business, especially in the last 10 years, which is lithium. Okay? And right now, America needs, as much as it needs anything else, because right now America is building up on EVs and so many other businesses that need lithium. And definitely Iran is one of the biggest countries that has this, resources. And trust me, it's not only that. Iran is, the part of Middle East, that is center of Middle East, and that could actually have American bases, so it could actually lower that $300 billion that America spends money yearly just on Middle East to keep the peace. Okay? And that's the thing. You have to look at it in a bigger picture. It's not just the oil. I'm not saying oil is not a factor, but it's not the whole thing. Oil might be the 5%. But at the end of the day...
Bro, where are you getting this? Iran has the largest lithium reserves in the world. Where the fuck are you getting this information from, bro?
No, I have a largest in the board. I said, look, Harry.
Exactly, because you're wrong. We don't need Iran for lithium. That's the most ridiculous shit I've ever heard.
Forget about what Alex said.
The majority of the lithium sits in fucking South America, bro. So I don't know why we would be going to fucking Iran.
I have a very simple question for you. So you think Trump gonna get what he wanted, his goals, and he's gonna leave and he doesn't care about who's gonna run the country? Yes?
Yes, exactly.
So he doesn't care. He doesn't care. Okay, he doesn't care if another hardliner take the country and he needs to go back in 15 years again.
He might not be
When I say he, I mean U.S., not
80 years old. You think he might not be alive in 15?
Not he, U.S. Doesn't care.
It's not going to be Trump's problem, bro. That's the point that I'm trying to make. Don't you understand that?
No. I'm talking about U.S. problem. Forget about Trump problem. So he doesn't
but you
care.
Said Trump.
No, he doesn't care if any hardliner take the control of the country, and U.S. needs to go back another.
I mean, bro, that's gonna be also Israel's thing too, because Israel might not let that happen. I don't see Israel letting that happen, and I don't see if somebody who gets reelected, somebody who gets elected, that's underneath Trump, if it's Vance or if it's Marco Rubio, that shit for sure is not gonna happen again. So that's what I'm saying. That's why I don't think the objectives are to come in, overturn the regime, because that's not a reasonable thing unless you put boots on the ground. And I don't think they're going to be putting boots on the ground. That's for sure. We don't want to lose American soldiers for you guys who can't fight your own fucking war. We went in there because they were a threat to the world and a threat to the Strait of Hormuz. That's it. You can laugh all you want, all the laughs, and all these people are fucking retarded. They think, I'm telling you, 3 weeks from now we'll be on this out. I'll tell you, there will not be one boot on the ground in fucking Iran.
Yeah, I hope so. So just closing this topic, Trump doesn't care who's gonna run the country after this war. No.
Trump is what?
He doesn't care who's gonna run the country after this war.
How long do you think the war's gonna last, buddy?
Sorry?
How long do you think the war's gonna last? Or you're talking about Iran? You think Trump doesn't care?
Iran.
How long do you think that somebody would last in the position of being the leader of the country? You think they're gonna last very long?
My point is, he cares who's gonna run the country. Even 3 weeks ago, he said the next leader should be approved by me.
No, he doesn't care. He doesn't care. He only cares if they conform to what he says.
Okay.
Dude.
And that's the story.
He even said it yesterday. He even reaffirmed. He said, "Listen, I never said we're going in to do a regime change." He said that.
Yesterday, he said that today.
Yeah, but these Iranians can't get it through their fucking thick skulls that we're not going in there to change your regime. That's on you guys.
We don't want that, dude. We don't want that. My point is,
that's all I hear from you Iranians.
No, you actually do. Stop lying.
No, I don't.
Stop.
I don't.
Do you support the regime? Do you support the regime? Do you support the regime?
Forget about what Iranian wants. Forget about what.
Do you support the regime?
No, of course not. Of course not.
Okay, so then why do you support the United States and Israel in Iran right now?
Yes,
Stop forgetting somewhere. So you don't support the regime, but you support U.S. and Israel being there. What the fuck are you supporting them there for?
All I'm asking.
No. What are you supporting them there to do? What are you supporting? No, I didn't miss anything.
No.
What are you supporting them there to do?
Supporting who?
United States of America and
I
Israel.
want them to finish the job as soon
What
as
job? What job?
Whatever Trump's job is.
No, what job?
Whatever Trump's job
It's like they don't give a shit that they're creating nuclear weapons. They're enriching uranium and lying to the world about it. None of these guys care about that. They only care about Khomeini and IRGC. It's like the craziest shit to me.
Okay, exactly. Take the uranium, kill whoever bad guys over there, Mr. Watkins, and leave. But my point is, after he finished his job, and my question to you, and you guys said no, and I'm okay. He doesn't care who's gonna run the country, correct? That's all I'm asking. He doesn't care.
No, because we don't have control over that. Do you understand? Once they're gone, once they're out of that region, anything can happen. So, I mean, that's not on the United States' responsibility to control what's going on in your country. That's on the people.
Take that country. Trump doesn't care.
Good luck. IRGC leaving American bases alone in Middle East.
Oh, we're so scared. Ooh.
Okay, that's all I'm saying.
That's what you're gonna say. Good luck to American bases. You should be saying good luck to your fucking family who's living there. That's what you should be saying.
Not my family.
Because they're gonna be under an oppressive regime forever.
Iran for a long time. But then your thinking is absurd. Even you.
And that's exactly the problem. You guys all ran away like a bunch of pussies. You guys ran away like a bunch of pussies and you couldn't fight. You couldn't fight for your fucking country. And now it's, oh, Trump, Daddy Trump. Daddy Trump, Trump is gonna get the job done. Come on, Daddy Trump. Daddy Trump, help us.
I asked you a question and you said no. And that's the story. Let's close this call. I mean, this conversation. You said Trump doesn't care.
Well, no, the rules about this conversation, we're not going to close it because...
I think it's insignificant, to be honest. Like, come on, give us what you want, because I don't understand what you want. You're just like, you know, you're going right and left, just like.
Are you Iranian too?
No, I'm not.
What are you?
I'm originally Syrian and German citizen.
So are you looking to have Iran balkanized? Would you rather be separated?
I'm not Iranian.
It's funny, he's Syrian. His fucking country had a civil war for 10 fucking years until they took back their country and got to where they want.
Yeah, dude.
I know, but
I don't like that.
It's all bull.
I think like if the West wants to make sure that like I don't know, I think it's the only reason I would like offer like go to military. Like if I was in the West, like on the Western side, so I'm happy that Germany is not taking part in that. But if I was in the US, you started your job, you gotta finish it, you know. And
I know, but I'm confused what you guys keep thinking what the job is. Like, and I've asked a couple times, and you guys are
okay. I think the best
what's the
way
job
for the US,
what do you think
for
the
the
job
US,
to you was?
for the US and Israel to like I think their
their goal is like to balkanize Iran.
That's what the job is to you. Alex, what's the job to you?
To be honest with you, I think America is just going to finish it in a way that regime changes. Because if it doesn't, it's just going to bring.
No, but what's the job? You think the job is? Wait, hold on. On the chalkboard, Israel and United States, they wrote regime change and they circled it, and that was it.
Regime change and something that is not going to bring chaos in the Middle East.
Okay, I don't understand why you guys don't see what the job is. The job is to fucking stop the world from being threatened by terrorist organizations Iran. So whether it be a regime change or a regime shuffle, that's not the fucking issue. The issue is to stop missiles being indiscriminately shot at.
Listen. The thing is,
so if they can accomplish that by keeping in the same regime, that would be a goal, and that would be one.
Yeah, that would be. You're right. Sorry.
Let me explain it. But the thing is, I was born in Iran, and I lived through that ideology for like 7-8 years. And the problem is, even if you kill all the people, that ideology grows. Because it's like, have you seen Palestinian peoples or the people that they have radical ideologies toward Israel? That ideology is going to again rise, not in the first year, not in the second year, in 5 years. And that's the whole problem.
There's no doubt that it will still continue.
Yeah.
But the goal is to put them back 100 years. That's the goal.
No, it's not, this is not going to draw back IRGC 100 years. The thing is...
Of course it's going to. What are you talking about?
Look, just let me talk. So the thing is, we as Iranian people, we never thought that Iranian government, they have missile subsidies underground. And as what we didn't know, right now we have just came to realization that basically Iranian government, they were getting ready for that Armageddon fight. And the thing is, they had that ideology since they actually rose. But the problem is...
Hold on. You saying that the Iranian people didn't know that the IRGC was hiding missiles underground?
Yes. They didn't know.
Yes. That's the funniest thing I heard all day.
Hold on. Ocean, you're good. Okay, and then somebody also just said not this and not what. Come on, guys.
Yes.
You guys think we're stupid?
Listen. The thing is, we knew there are some missiles underground, but we didn't know.
Oh, now you know that there was some.
No, shut the fuck up, Alex. Stop fucking lying and appealing with fucking emotion and thinking the world's gonna fucking feel sorry for you because you're shedding a fucking tear and you're not being fucking honest. You're being dishonest.
No. Listen, we knew that the missiles exist, but not in
You just said that they didn't fucking exist. Now you're saying it wasn't the number that we thought.
Phoebe, you just gotta listen to me. I'm not perceptive. I'm saying we didn't know the scale, and we didn't know that it's like...
Why did you say that when you first started your bullshit fucking rant?
We didn't know that it's like...
We knew that they're hiding something.
But we didn't know it's like in this big
Dude, it was on national TV. They made it. It was the world knew. What do you guys think? What the fuck?
The thing that you guys don't know is that, we recently have found out that they have underground and subway for the missiles to actually transport it.
Hold on, Alex. One mic on Tayaz. Watch this. Yes, go ahead.
Alex. As an Iranian dude, either you're an ignorant or a liar. Because in the 12-day war, they broadcasted ads by showing the missile cities under the ground.
They did it before the 12-day war, bro. They did it years
before that, right?
So, guys, don't intervene. Let me talk to you. They actually showed a tunnel that it had lots of missiles, or they actually showed a city with underground, with subways. Which one?
We saw both. We saw the drone facilities as well.
No. Look, there's...
So either you're ignorant, or because you started...
There's a big difference, Viking.
No. The way you started your sentence was that we didn't know they had missiles underground, which is a lie, right?
Underground is different from having a city underground with subways to transport.
Sorry, guys. We only thought they had one missile underground. We didn't know they had thousands.
Yeah.
Your nuclear program was underground. What do you mean you didn't understand they didn't have these large construction complexes? Like what the hell are you talking? Like, you really are a special kind of stupid.
Just go and search this on Twitter and search the underground cities that I'm talking about. It's not what they are.
Okay, we had to blow up 3 nuclear sites that were underground that literally housed people. Trains, cars, buses, missiles, like all of that shit. They had restaurants or I guess food stations.
Is talking about the city with the tunnel that it transport with buses and
Yes, we're aware that happens with you guys.
But I'm talking about something that just came to like 2 weeks ago. Just go and search on Twitter or any news channel you want. It's like a city that it has trains and they have machines to actually open holes from the mountains so they can reposition their launchers after they actually get missiles from Israel or America. Just go and see this. It's not that I'm just making this up. Go and search about it.
We already knew you guys had facilities like that. That's the whole point. That's what
Brad. Watch this, Brad. Watch this.
Yeah.
So what did I watch? Hold on, everybody. So I just put into Grok. I said, hey, my retarded friend on Clubhouse says that the Iranians didn't know that missiles were being held underground. Was this true? They said Iran has been building and using underground missile facilities for approximately 42 years as of 2026.
They've done it after the Iran.
Hold on. Sorry to interrupt your retarded friend and the misinformation. In 1984, this marks the starting point of Iran's missile program officially began that year during Iraq-Iran war and the first underground missile base. All of Iran knew of the missiles that were being stored underground. Thank you.
Yeah, they started building underground. Hold on. They started building these underground after the Iran-Iraq war. Don't you understand that? Because they saw everything that was above ground. Everything that was above ground was being destroyed by Iraq during this war, and they realized, hey, let's build everything underground, and that's what they did. And you guys can sit here and deny and do all your stupid fucking takia, whatever you guys are doing. I don't know. You guys are really good at takia. So I don't know why you guys are not Muslims. I don't know why you're doing takia, but at the end of the day, we all know
that American accent is pretty strong with you, and apparently you don't live in Iran, because obviously even fucking MSNBC, CNN, all of the fucking liberal sites, Al Jazeera, fucking, and whatever Sky Daddy you believed in, all knew Iran was doing this. Like, the number of videos that were out there, we did this. Like, this is not new. And,
okay, just like my voice, they didn't say that they were doing this. I said they had the different two things that we just know about. The big bunker of
you should probably listen to the girl. We know your women fight tougher than you guys do.
We knew that definitely they have missiles bunker and they're sitting like over thousands of missiles. But the new thing that came
Brother, Alex, take a breath, bro. Honestly, it's okay to say, yes, I made a mistake. You fucking started to say, Alex, please. Yes, he did. He said, we did not know there was missiles underground. I heard what he said. Everybody heard what he said.
No, he didn't even finish his sentence. He didn't even allow him to finish the sentence.
He said we didn't know there was missiles underground.
About to explain what he wanted to say.
Or the Iranians told him he was wrong.
Bibi, let him talk. Let her talk.
You don't even let us talk, Harry and Bibi.
Yeah, it's an echo. What are you talking about? We've been letting you talk the whole time. What the fuck are you talking about, Rose?
Okay,
I'm playing victim. Is that what you guys are good at doing? You guys are good at playing victim.
You're literally on a stage lying, saying that until 2 weeks ago we didn't know they had underground missile facilities or other types of facilities, drone or whatnot. That came out of his mouth. Then you said, "Oh, you're not letting us."
He just backed it up, man. She said, "No, we didn't know." She just backed it up and said, "No, we didn't know."
You did know.
Let me finish my sentence.
Rose, are you saying that we didn't know, that you didn't know there was missile facilities underground? Yes or no?
We knew. But the problem is you don't
You
even
just
let
said.
him finish the sentence because he was just talking about the tunnel on the ground, which was like
Rose, they don't listen.
and the
Oh my God. Edward. My son Edward. Thank you.
What? So he was just there.
No, how the fuck did you miss that? There you go, bang. Go ahead. Yeah. So everything everybody's talking about is still not going to help the 91 million Iranian people live a life, right? So this is my question. It's very important for all of us, especially the world in the Muslim country. What do all of you believe, Muslim world, about the American people and American system? And where do we come together? Because to my knowledge, and correct me if I'm wrong, that most of the Muslim country do not like the West. So please explain to me, how do we help a regime? First, the regime that's going to be taken out, has been taken out in Iran, and then the rest of the Muslim countries. How do we do this? So please explain that to me, because you got a lot of people, right, 91 million Iranians that's looking for some type of freedom. Could you explain that to me?
But Edward, we're not having that problem with the rest of the Muslim world. In fact, economic relations, peace relations have actually expounded, including in terms with connections with Israel. Like there is economic developments and trade agreements going on in multiple nations out there, which is why, guess what? Iran said, oh, we're going to create the Muslim world to go against the U.S. and everybody else on here, and we'll win. We'll create this whole thing. Their optics and their attempt failed. Like this is why Saudi Arabia is now jumping in. UAE wants to jump in. Qatar wants to jump in. Jordan told Iran to go piss off and literally said no more. Egypt is not backing them up. In fact, they built up and reinforced their border. Lebanon, nobody's coming to the aid in southern Lebanon to help out the Hezbollah groups over there. So, like, at the end of the day, the problem is the 91 million in Iran that don't want to jump into the economic fold or the prosperity fold or to actually just stop with the crap going on for the last 50 years. They haven't just targeted U.S. They haven't just targeted Israel. They have targeted multiple other nations. Nations that they have no business with, no conflicts with, peaceful nations that really can't afford to have even one tanker freaking fall to the wayside by a Iranian navy. So this whole idea that we can come together, no. The best thing to do is to make Iran capitulate. These people will not elect anybody. They're arguing for a guy who's lived for 30 years in Maryland, and that he's going to be some savior, which really doubt that one. And then they're not willing in the entire 50 years to really go fight, and they cite some protest they did once, in which, yes, it's unfortunate, tens of thousands were killed, but you didn't do anything. You didn't accomplish anything. And then you're telling us, God bless the U.S., God bless Israel, when in fact even Pahlavi is still throwing shade to Israelis. He's still throwing shade to America. We can hear it in his rhetoric, which is why the U.S. is not backing him. We don't want him in power. We're not going to put him in power because he's not the guy you think he is. We can hear his words. We know how he acts. He's 30 years here. He's not 30 years over there.
Question, guys.
Oh, yes, please.
So like it. One second. So like it, based on what you said, because my understanding is Sunni and Shia.
Yeah.
What group is partnered like with the Abraham Accords? What group is doing that? And what number of Muslim countries, including Iran, that's not part of that coalition?
Edward, let me just...
Let Viking... Ozan, please. Okay, I want to hear from Brad.
So the Sunni and Shia are going to have internal fights. They always do. Like we always expect, like, oh, they're going to come together, and you'll have idiots that come up on the stage and say, hey, we're peaceful, we're going for this, and then they turn on each other and they start going. And even within those communities or those tribes, you have freaking massive divisions. So going it based on, shut up, Husan. I literally will pack you up all day. It'll be a lunch for me. What will happen is if we cater to those tribal groups, then we're just talking about regionality and tribes. We can't look at the constructs of the Middle East. This is one thing why the Abraham Accords really worked was because we didn't address Sunni and Shia. We didn't address Kurdish. We didn't go through all these individual ones to try to placate them as our past foreign policy was. What we did is addressed it based on nations and dealt with the governments that were in power at the time, which was the genius of the Abraham Accords, because for so many administrations, we were dealing with tribal issues. And we pulled that back and said, here we go. We were too worried about what the Kurds would do, what the Shia would do, what all these groups would do. We would worry about all these different aspects instead of just saying we need to deal with the nation at large. Now that we have, and I'm not saying the Abraham Accords were perfect, but it was a good step forward, and it has proven to put us on a pathway in the Middle East to provide stability. Now, they may kick our ass in the future economically as a collective. They may come together and become one nation and be the ruling forces around the world. I have no idea. But right now, the majority of the nations are not on board with what the Iranians want. The majority of nations over there, the ruling bodies that be, are stating, here, this is the issue. We do want this to stop. We have asked this for stopping. You have attacked us as well. We will commit forces if you do not capitulate to the demands of the U.S. We want the economic prosperity. We want the economy. That's what they're fighting for. That's the rest of them. Israel, too. They're not attacking Israel. Like all those former nations aren't attacking Israel. They're all getting along, including Egypt. So if, Edward, your point on that about coming together and worrying about those groups, that's like saying, what can white and black Americans do to propel our country forward? It's irrelevant. We as a nation have to propel ourselves forward, not worry about divisions within, underneath that nation.
So that's all. If you talk to the Iraqi guy, regular guy, they love Iranian regime compared to Iranian people, because they said it's the only government in that region that they fight back against Israel and U.S. So yes, Whiting is right about the trades of the government between their countries and the U.S. But the people of that country, they are against their own government because they said the government doesn't have a backbone, like Iranian IRGC, which is fucked them, don't get me wrong, to fight back. So to answer your question, that hatred exists, not even between Sunni. I mean, I don't think Sunni Shia is a big, huge deal, but sometimes there's a problem. But that hatred between Muslim people and the Western country exists. And the only way you can heal it, because they don't trust their own government. They don't care about the guy who's running that Egypt has the trades and whatever, US. They don't like the government. And they love whoever fighting with US as right. The only way you can fix that is people like Muslim Imam, whoever in any country, in US, whatever, they start talking to the regular people and say, fuck this hatred. You need to communicate with the vote. They don't listen to the government. They don't care about this trade.
We're not campaigning, Hussein, in your country.
I agree, campaigning. So
we're not going to do that.
No, I'm talking about Muslim people. Muslim is spiritual leader in any country, any mosque. They need to start.
You got that. You're welcome. IRGC.
No. I'm talking about the mosque here in US. That hey, stop this hatred. Otherwise, the regular Arab people, they.
You're not impacting Iran. You people that live here from Iran, you Iranian Canadians, don't have a say in Iran. You're not impactful. It's up there with like Jewish Americans thinking somehow they can sway politics in Israel and determine what Israel does. They can't. You may have citizenship. You may be able to go back. You may be even able to cast a vote there. But you really don't have a lot of sway in it. Your voice isn't really freaking louder than that. And I'm going to be honest, those Iranians over there, they're not going to look at you as some fucking savior. They're going to look at you as, you left, you went there, you ate McDonald's and drank Tim Hortons, and now you're coming back telling us how we got to live? No. They don't. And they're not going to campaign that. They're not going to take that for you. So you need to understand that you don't have a voice. And all the shit that we've been dealing with for 50 years is now compounding on you, which is why we keep knocking Ayatollahs up like they're ducks at a fair at a baseball pitch.
Again, I don't know what you think.
What do you think Iranian people think when you argue for bombing them?
Oh, if you were worried, you know what? Here, that's a great shot, Hussein. You're like ridiculously dumb. So here's what I think. What Iranians think. I don't care because you cheered when 241 Marines were sleeping in their racks in Beirut, and you cheered and clapped and did that shit when you drove a fucking bomb into there. An unarmed group that was there for fucking, guess what? Peacekeeping issues. They were helping the region. You didn't give a damn about those 241. You cheered in the streets. You had massive parades. Ticker tape parades. You held that. You know what? When you attacked the USS Cole, you guys went and cheered. The embassy, you guys cheered. Shut up, dude. If you don't know, go down to the coop.
Thanks for your comments, sir.
So again, you think we as Americans care when you like hurt our U.S. sailors? Last year, you think we care when we do that? How about when you took 6 of them on our knees and then you said, hey, we're going to support this? You think somehow or another, we're as Americans, we're worried about what you think in your nation because you can't govern yourselves, you can't take your own government, you think that you can't put up anything? You guys have been bitching and complaining and cheering on. Meanwhile, you were throwing fucking bombs over in Israel going, woohoo! You were fucking creating terror groups in the Pacific, Europe, and Africa, and you did it without even any kind of government. Again, you're just like ridiculous to think that we as the U.S., as American citizens, really love seeing where our fucking people are and listening to idiots like Busan who live in Canada who are too much of a fucking coward to wear a uniform and go fight in their own nation for all this bullshit that he has. So I mean, at the very least, you guys could put a suicide vest on and go do something, but you can't even do that.
Let me just tell you something. Difference between the government and the people. I don't know what this you means. Like, who's that? Who's that you?
Okay. Is there any Iranian that actually lives in Iran? No, these are all fucking cowards that fled.
Can this fucking shut up, please?
Yes. No, I won't shut up. You know what? What they will do is move you to the fucking audience before they do that to me. They ain't gonna fucking tolerate that shit. No, you're right, because I did wear my uniform. When my country asked to need me, I stood up. You know what you did? You ran for Tim Hortons to Canada. You ran there. You went there, and then you cried. Oh, the Iranian people love you. If they loved us, why were they killing over thousands of us? How about 613 in fucking Iraq? What you guys did? How about Soleimani's fucking little toys that you guys fucking packed up and packaged? You didn't do shit about that. How about the 1,000+ in fucking Afghanistan? You didn't fucking do that shit. You didn't care about that. You were cheering on that. How about in Syria? You guys were clapping there. So again, shut the fuck up, Hussein. Go back to being a fucking wannabe IRGC. Go back to wanting to kidnap kids. Back and trying to oppress women because frankly, I don't need you. I don't shit, and I really don't care if you have an existence after Iran falls.
Thank you so much.
America, bitches! You have talked to what Viking is saying. He doesn't know anything about the Middle East. He has no knowledge. He just has a big mouth.
Okay. Oh, and you have knowledge?
Shut up and then just listen. You know this.
So wait. Do you have knowledge then? I'm just trying to understand. You have more knowledge than everybody else?
I have a good knowledge about Iran and Middle East.
What are your credentials?
Can you mute this fucking asshole Viking? He is an asshole.
What are your credentials? No, we're not going to mute him because he can say whatever he wants.
No, he cannot. He's a wasting time.
That's who, you? Who are you to tell him what he can say and how to say it?
Okay, let me tell you. This is not the issue of, the first mistake you are making, and this guy included, is talking about Shia and Sunni. It's not about Shia and Sunni. After Iranian revolution, actually,
Oh my God! All right, let's listen.
The ideology against, you go and fight against the West, and then against the West interest in the region, and say death to America, death to Israel. This all over started with this regime in Iran.
He doesn't get it. Don't waste energy on this one. He doesn't get it.
Just shut up. If this regime is gone, then all this mess is gonna be cleaned up. All this came with the regime of mullahs, and then the mullahs are gone. This is gonna be cleaned up. This is a simple story. I said it. I said this. I said this in a very simple word.
So this Viking with a lack of knowledge about Iran and Middle East can understand. All this mess came with the regime of mullahs. When the mullahs are gone, the mess will clean up. It goes back
That's a retarded statement if I've ever heard it.
You shut up.
Or what? You're gonna do what? Go order a fucking Shipley's donut? Like, what the fuck are you gonna do?
I know you.
You know me? Calm down then. Hey, you know what? You know me. I'll step outside. You can come away. What are you gonna do? Order Taco Bell? Order pounder with cheese? Fucking coffee from Dunkin' Donuts? You're gonna be like the white girl and shake the ice in the cup? Think it's like fucking great?
I want a caramel macchiato, please, grande.
There you go. That's an Iranian for you. Can I get a caramel macchiato? Like, again, you guys like act like you can do something and you can't. You're not even a fucking citizen of another nation. You're sitting there and you're screaming for Iran. The mullahs are gone. That's going to end the problems. No, it's not. Because guess what? U.S. hats are going to have internal fights. You're still going to go kill over Israelis. You're going to go fuck over other nations. You're going to end up doing stupid shit like Hamas. And then all of a sudden you think, oh, it's going to be fixed. But it's not being fixed. You dipshits. You're like some idiot that's going to go, Tel Aviv is going to come save us. Like, Jesus Christ.
Okay, thank you.
No, dude, shut the fuck up, too. You're dumb, too. I don't give a flying fuck about you.
Thank you. So, Edward, back to you.
No, man, you don't get it, do you? You guys don't get it. Why? I want to know. Here's my...
Why this guy is always talking? Somebody has to mute him.
Don't mute me, Monica.
No, we're going to be...
We don't want to hear it. Can I have one of those body badges since Ann or Monica likes to mute me?
What's your question?
Eric, can I have one of those mod badges?
Why can't you say you have a question?
Harry.
Why can't you have a
Don't do it, Harry.
So don't do what?
Don't do it, Harry.
Yeah, good morning.
What the hell?
Good morning, Monica. Good morning, Sword. Ocean Abbey. So, the reason why I wanted to have the conversation is I think that we're trying to get to the point where there is actual a nation of people, right? That's what we're
Why are you guys moving Brad? Who's doing that?
No, you shouldn't do that. Bring the guy back.
Do it. Watch him pack them the fuck
No,
up.
who did that? Who did that?
That was Monica that moved me. Sword, Ocean Abbey. And Monica and Ann did it for Monica. You don't get to determine that shit. So here we go. We're going to do this shit all day. I don't give a fuck. It's not your house, dude. You didn't build it. You didn't do shit. It's not your house. It's not your fucking house. That's right.
Wait, no, he deserves that. Let him talk. It's okay.
Hold on. It's Monica and Serendipity's house. And
Yes.
she has rules, and we have to abide by them, even if we don't like them. But it's her house. You don't tell people what to do in their fucking house. But please, can you bring Harry back up? Monica. Thank you.
Okay. So, I'm just trying to, from a Western point of view, find out how we together try to make the world a peaceful place. That's all. That's my
And I told you, I don't know why Viking always like want to link me to the IRGC and talking about Iran, but there's a lot of people in Arab countries. Islam is not a religion of peace. I'm telling you, I'm Muslim, but it's not a religion of peace. Islam is a very crazy ideology, whatever that. Again, I don't want to go now. I was born as a Muslim. I used to practice as a Muslim. But I'm telling you, it's not talking about peace. It's talking about a lot of shit. Maybe peace is one of them. But it's a lot of craziness in this religion, like any other religion. Don't get me wrong. The only way you can bring people together...
Shut the fuck up, Goofy.
Thank you so much. I'm Muslim.
Shut the fuck up.
Thank you so
What do you
much.
mean? What are you talking about?
Okay, that's not something we're
No,
not
what are
gonna
you
do.
talking about?
Honestly, guys,
What are you talking about?
hold on. I'm trying to make a fucking veggie omelet and listen to this.
No, I'm not gonna allow you to disrespect my religion.
No.
I don't allow
Listen.
You're not gonna disrespect my religion. You're not gonna tell me.
I'm Muslim too.
Hey, shut the fuck up. Shut up. This is freedom of speech, man. And no, shut the fuck up. And please, mute up, everybody. Mute up. my religion. Don't come off mute, man. It's a one mic policy. Everybody has a minute to a minute and a half to speak, uninterrupted of free speech. Let's continue that.
I have a minute.
No, I'm talking. No. Thank you, BB. Thank you. So back to you. Yes, this religion has its own issues. Me as a Mike, I criticize that. I used to practice. I don't do it anymore. I wish you could. The only way you can bring people together should be done by the Muslims, whatever in spiritual, whatever leader. Again, forget about Iran right now. Forget about IRGC. I'm not talking about. You ask about how bring people together, and it should be done by mullahs that who are has influence on the regular people. Yes, governments are close. Saudi Arabia might be okay with US and Israel and whatever and UAE, but the people inside their countries, Egypt, Lebanon, Palestine, go on any other Arab country, they are not okay with this kind of policies. The only way you can come together is by imam of the mosque or a spiritual leader to bring people together and say, get rid of this hatred and don't do that. That's my opinion. If you ask that question, that's my opinion. It cannot be done by Christians, it cannot be done by Jewish people.
Pass the mic to somebody, please. Don't hold the mic.
What's up, BB? How are you?
Oh, what's up, man?
Good morning. How are you? I figured this is a good time to change the the narrative in here. So, what's going on? Anything exciting?
Yes, King. We're actually having a discussion. So, BB.
Sorry.
No problem.
Can I say something?
Mike, please. 1 minute.
Can I finish my thought?
Yes, Edward was talking. Go ahead.
So if I understand correctly, it's going to come from the local imams, the different mosques. But based on what you said, is this true in the Muslim world or Islamic world that it's not a religion of peace? Is that a true statement? And I want all Muslims to answer this. So, is your religion, based on your understanding, is it a religion of peace? That's what I want to hear from them.
In Islam, we have one Quran. Maybe in your religion, Christian, we have different Bibles. But in Islam, we have one Quran.
I was asking about Islam. I didn't ask about any other religion.
I'm telling you. But we have different interpretations from this book. From one verse, you can get interpretation that you can go and kill people. From another verse, you need to be a peaceful guy. The guy on the right in this religion, they always take those verses that telling you go and kill and go and do and go and burn and whatever, and then brainwash. And the level of uneducated people in this religion is high, and they brainwash people with those verses and they do crazy things. It's like I'm telling you, Edward, if you touch my bag, I'm gonna kill you. And then the mullahs coming and say, hey, it's okay to kill Edward, but he didn't tell you if you touch his bag. He said, you know what, you can go and kill Edward. That different interpretation that you can take from Quran, yes, you can take very crazy things from this book, you can take peaceful things from this book. But most of the time, they take crazy things from it. They don't go to every time they want to push back and say, oh, this is a religion of peace, everything is, we don't do this. But if you notice, they do all the crazy shit, and they justify it with the Quran.
As a Muslim, can I answer?
1 second, Tess. I just want to say this because if Iran, I'm just using Iran, is a cleric, they're ran by this, their ideology, but yet they have sophisticated weapons, underground weapons. Does that sound to any of you that this regime is a regime of peace? And are they using those weapons? Okay, let me just finish my thought. Okay, guys, I don't have a fight at all. So I'm just trying to understand because the clerics who's been running the Iranian people 47 years have also funded terrorism around the Middle East and around the world. I'm just trying to find out how do you, as Muslims, justify the behavior of the clerics in your country and also have weapons that will just hurt people all around the world.
So Iran is a different case, Edward. Iran is like 100%, 95% Shia, which is like Protestant in your Christian and not Catholic or Orthodox. So we are not Iranian. Again, I don't want to say Iranians are not very religious compared to the Sunni. Like when Sunni, you ask him to pray, he's gonna pray. He never ask you a question because God said pray. But Shia people like, why should I pray? I mean, what's the reason for that? I mean, why should I do fasting? Well, Iran is not a religious country. Maybe 20% are religious, 80% not, maybe more. Excuse me. But yes, the IRGC, the regime is hardcore religious, or maybe not only religious. They're crazy. They think about Judgment Day, and then we need to bring the Judgment Day as soon as possible, so we need to do crazy things and whatever, things like that. And we cannot, it's not justified by Iranian people. That's what I was trying to tell to other people. When you use the word you to the Iran, what is this you means? Are you mean IRGC or Iranian people? Because that's the country that they hostage 91 million people. And again, I don't want you guys to say you're here to victimize yourself or whatever. No, it's not like victimizing. There's a minority running the country that most of the people, they disagree with the guy, but we don't know what to do. We try all the options, and all we got just killing and killing and killing. So Iran is different from Egypt, from UAE, Saudi Arabia, that the people are against the US and Western countries, but the governments are okay with those countries. Iran people are okay with this country, the government is against it. It's the opposite side.
So you would say like Iran is like Somaliland.
Iran like Somaliland? How come? I don't know about Somaliland. Can you say?
Somaliland is like the people are pro-Israel, but the government is against it.
Yes. Or like opposite side of the battle.
Let me do correction. I'm Somali, so the Somaliland government, it's not easy to say that they are pro-Israel. No, it's not that way. Somaliland is a different case. So they are a breakaway state. They wanna get their independence. So that to get their independence, they were trying to get independence for the last, let's say, 35 years, and they couldn't get one country. So finally, the only country they could find to recognize them was Israel. So that doesn't mean the people of that country, or that state of Somalia, is pro-Israel. They are not pro-Israel. So their politicians were desperate to have any country so that they could breathe, Sorry,
I just wanted an example, to be honest. I'm sorry, I didn't want to. Sorry.
I just want to be clear about what we heard from the other guys, which I agree like 90% with the Viking and Harry. I don't know where are they. But it's not like there are a bunch of pussies in Iran, or there are a bunch of whiners and bitches, whatever, bitching. It's not like that. When you say you need to be super clear who you're talking. Are you talking about IRGC or the people? Because it's not the same.
But it is not the same. I don't know. Like, I'm not from Iran, to be honest. Yeah. But I think, I find it hard to think of any Iranian in Iran that's being bombed right now to agree with you.
I'm telling you, I have connection. I started this room by saying that I have connection in Iran, that they lost houses with this bombing. They lost family with this bombing. I'm telling you, I'm not making myself like, I'm not making stuff. And they said, I am okay, I lose my house if this fucking regime goes.
But do you want your people to be like that?
But that's
like
not,
really.
Yeah, this is the.
You're
I didn't start this war. I didn't start this war. This war happened, and now that it's happened, it should finish. It should finish. We cannot.
Listen, with all due respect, you're not making things up, but you're trying to show this is the majority of Iranians.
No, I'm not trying to show. I said an example, and I checked your Instagram. I'm not sure. I'm not sure if you want the government or not.
I'm not in favor of the
Your face and
government.
your Instagram is a little different, so I'm telling you right now. Go ahead. Because I know Iranian people. Okay, go ahead.
Wait. And please, with all due respect, let others speak as well, because not everyone agrees with your narrative, right?
Let me speak, please.
That is my point.
From Iran.
I asked, can you make your point?
Just hold on.
I will speak after Farhat Hossi. It's okay. I will speak after Farhat.
After me, because I fully agree with what Hossein said. I'm from Iran. I understand the society. I understand the country, and even the Middle East. And to you, what's your name? Kayas. Yes. I have seen your post on Instagram. You are fully in support of the regime of mullahs, despite the fact that majority of Iranians, I would say 98%, even more, I
I don't know. Everybody I talk to in Iran, they are happy that the mullahs are going. They don't care what's going to happen. Really, this is ridiculous, right? But it's reality. And government is doing two things only: launching the missiles and propaganda. For propaganda, they have people they going all over, especially on the internet, on social media, posting some words on or messages in favor of the mullahs of Iran. This is all propaganda. Don't listen to them. It's strange. Yes, Iranian people under bombardment, but they are happy because they had enough with the mullahs. So you have to go and think about it. What mullahs have done that people are happy that the country is being bombed. They destroyed the country.
Dude, this is crazy. Like, can you listen to yourself?
Whatever it is, you don't understand. Okay, you are not from Iran. You don't understand. But this is reality. Okay,
but you sound like
whatever you like. You think about whatever you like. But this is the reality on the ground in Iran.
Can I make my point?
I have one question.
Yeah.
This one, for the other gentleman. What's your definition of propaganda?
Yeah, it might answer your questions, so we'll see if it's okay. I wanted to speak after Farah. Farah, did you make your point?
I just want to say something to you. I never said there are so many.
You are not even 1% of Iranian population. So don't lie here, Hussein is here. Whatever you say, which is not, I want to speak up.
Be careful what we're talking about. Of course, there are examples inside the country right now that they bomb their houses and they are not happy with this bomb. Of course, there's always examples and exceptions. All I'm talking about is a majority. And I think the disagreement between you and I, that you're going to say, no, those people are 20%, I'm saying those people are 80%. And maybe if I should say 95%. So please be careful about your example, because again, I'm sure you're going to bring some movies, propaganda from Iranian TV, that the lady is crying because she lost her apartment or whatever. I get that.
I have my family in Iran. I called them with a lot of these boxes. Their windows are broken. What they are worried about? They said, are they negotiating?
Yeah.
We want them to finish the job. Of course, Trump is not our president. But this is the willingness of Iranian people to remove this regime. Because they kill all people in the streets, 45,000 people. At least this is the official number. The real number is much, much more. President Trump said that last night. 43,000 people. So, of course, when they use their family member, they want to get rid of this regime at any cost. This asshole, Vicky, I have spoken with him. He is really ridiculous. He is against Iranian people. He is promoting regime propaganda, which says Iranian people are supporting the regime. That is what Vicky saying. He said when they bombed Beirut and killed American soldiers, where were you? You were against the regime.
Yeah.
The regime is doing those things. I was arrested in Tehran on 9/11. I was the youngest.
You made your point. Can we just get
just hold on. Why? Because I went to the street with thousands of my friends, veterans from different universities. We showed our sympathy to American people because 9/11 happened and the regime arrested us. They said you are CIA agent.
We get it, brother. We get it. Let other people have the mic, bro. We get it. Honestly, we do understand.
May I go on?
Sorry, Husi, just 30 seconds. The whole time. Husi, 30 seconds, I want to tell you something.
You have to leave them. You have to learn to leave them. Just from the mic, stop talking. But it's okay. Go on.
Okay, go ahead. What's your turn?
Can I go ahead, guys?
I believe this is a hallucination. I don't say before war there wasn't a majority of Iranians who liked the regime to be bombed. There were a lot of them, especially.
What's the
that support the IRGC right now?
Right now, I would say more than 50%.
That's the
There
line.
is
That's the line.
Yeah, I would say that because
That's the fucking
let me
line.
explain it. Let me tell you. Let me give you some numbers as well. There were only 6 million people.
I am Iranian, and let me explain you something.
Yeah, you can.
Amir, you can have the mic up to Tabas. Tabas, wrap it up. You have 30 seconds.
I didn't start yet.
Yeah, you did. You were talking. So go ahead. You have 30 seconds.
I just wanted to talk on you.
Okay, you're wasting 10 seconds. Now you have 20. Go ahead. You have 20 seconds.
There were 6 million people signed up for this war because they against. And they also have propagandas. It's not that IRGC has propaganda
from the regime.
Don't interrupt him. You're stealing away from his time. He's got 5 seconds left to land this plane. Don't land it into the side of a building. Go ahead.
I just, in 10 seconds, I just want to say, guys, Iranians, I'm talking to you now. Have some dignity. I like something about this Viking and Harry and others there said they have a point there. You guys are begging Americans to come and rescue you. Where is your dignity?
Never,
Where is your dignity?
never been.
Where is your dignity? You know?
This war was started between Trump and Iranian society.
You can't even ask.
Yeah,
You can't even close your
mic control. Fast. Amir, go ahead, buddy. Amir.
Give me another time.
Don't interrupt. Yeah, you can come back up. Just stop it. One mic on Amir. One mic on Amir.
First of all, I want to
Moderator, please remove anyone.
Yes, I am Iranian.
Brad was removed and now he thinks I did it.
Brad
When the
sucks.
moderator removes someone and I get blamed for it, I get cranky. Please don't remove anybody. I get in trouble for your behavior.
Who cares what Brad Stauffenberger thinks?
All right.
Hey, one mic on Amir.
Okay. First of all, I am a computer engineer, and in our case, every time we say we should find a problem and after a solution. Let me explain. If you want to know about Iran, you should know about the history of Iran. Iran is the only country when the Islam take control of the country, they are not changed their language. And for this reason, we never became Muslim. My name is the Islamic name. My name is Amir, that means commander in the Arabic. In the Farsi, it became immortal. And if you understand what we are thinking, you understand what will happen now in our country. We then became Muslim. In 1600 years ago, the time was became Muslim because one of our king that's called Ismail killed anybody other than Muslim. And for that time, many of Iranians go to the India and became the Persian of the India. And now they are controlling the country, the Indian country. Tata family or anything else you can mention. And what happened about our religion? Iranian never became Muslim. They became Shia. Shia is something, how can I say? It's like Islam, but it's not Islam. For example, in Islam, if you are changing the religion, you are a murtad, you should die. But in Shia, we are prayed 3 times. But in Islam, they are saying you should pray 5 times. Why? Because in our religious, the religious before that, the Zoroastrian, we are prayed 3 times. When sun is come, when sun is up, when sun is gone. And for that reason, we are change our religion, the name of Islam, but we are not Islamic. And another
think you should understand about the Iran is Iran is not one nation. Iran is many nations. For example, I am a Kurdish. Everybody say I want to be free of the Iran, but my family, for example, is they are fighting for Iran 600 years. We are fighting in the China. We are fighting in the Russia. We are fighting in the India, and all of them is a historical. If you want to understand Iranian, you should first understand the culture of them. You are not Muslim. You are something unique because our position of the Iran is something unique. We are between three continents: Europe, Asia, and Africa. For that reason, we are become some unique country. And this country, because it's not controlled but one troop, one nation, became something special like United States. You can say in England only live Anglo-Saxon. In Germany, you only live Germany. But Iran is not like that. Iran is something Danish is live, Muslim is live, Drashti is live, and we have three of the Havarian. I don't know what's the name of that in English. The person worked with Jesus. Three of them was in Iran. Three, the only country, and we have three of them and respect of them. And another thing, you should understand what happened in Cold War. In Cold War, unfortunately, United States. Yes, this is my last word. In Cold War, United States make a big mistake. They think religious can defeat the communists. For that reason, they are made one country that they think is religious, but it's not. That's called Islamic Republic of Iran. To defeat the Soviet. For that reason, that thing they are created, the evil thing, make the world something I cannot explain. Because, for example, in Islam, you have a three step. Step one is a peaceful. Everybody says, "Oh, I am a Muslim. My Sharia law, and it says I should respect other religious." But then they are became powerful. They control the country. They said, "Okay, if you are not in the Sharia law, you should die." And after that, they are telling everybody, "Don't use the Sharia law." They said, "Okay, we should control all of the world." That's the problem of Islam. That's the problem of the IRGC. That's the problem of the Islamic Republic. If you are not controlling that, you will be dead.
Wait a minute. It sounds like a domestic problem, to be honest. Like, these problems can be solved.
See, they didn't let me speak. Like, if I had the same amount of time, I would have explained. Iran has 9% atheists. You can't even. Edward was, I think, the one who posed the question, right? You mentioned Muslim countries. Iran has more like atheist population than United States. I believe United States is 5 to 6%. There are 40% of Iranians who consider themselves non-believer. These are from polls that done by independent sources. So I want to say Iranian people are a lot more aware of the problems of Islam. They're aware of the fact that they should be modern. They should be modernized. I believe in that. I believe Iran's government is minorities government in Iran, but the factor of war is something that you are not considering it. the matter of the fact is, for 250 years, Iran hasn't attacked anyone. It has only defended itself, its borders. What happens if United States get attacked by terrorists? They started
because they are killing ourselves.
They started
for example, in the Kurdish area, they are killed more than 400%.
Yeah, don't come into my mind. Okay, so they rallied around the flag. They got united. I'm talking about American people. I like America. I like their people. I hate IRGC again for the thousandth time. But what I'm saying is that the factor of war that happened 30 days ago started during the negotiations that Iran was having with the United States. And Oman, who's an ally of America, an ally of the United States, they were mentioned. Iran was willing to give in a lot of its nuclear capabilities. This is something not propaganda of IRGC. This is something that American current government's authorities are mentioning. The counterterrorism authority who resigned was saying this, right? Tucker Carlson, if you don't like it of him or you like him, that's a different story. But what I'm trying to say is that we are in a war. Iran defended the war, and we are going down a path that nobody wants. Even United States, somebody was asking about the objectives of America. What do you, Bibi, that was your question, right? What are the objectives of the war in your mind? I wanted to answer that by saying even Trump doesn't know what is the objective because he's changing his word every day. And the previous foreign minister, Blinken, was saying that we were threatened by Netanyahu a couple of times. We didn't enter this war, and Trump didn't understand. He's a little bit low IQ and pathetic president, I believe. But if you guys like him, I respect that. In my mind, he's less smart than average people. Because of that, he started the war by getting the bait, basically, by Israel. This is Israel's war. Israel has interest that is different from United States in the region. The United States wants stability, but they're not getting that. That's why you get the oil price going up, inflation going up, markets are going down, and it's a nightmare for United States. That's why he needs to come in front of their TV and pretend otherwise, because he's a pathological liar, as Bernie Sanders mentioned a couple of times. He, in his first term, President Donald J. Trump, he made 11,000 claims that were wrong. He lied 11,000 times in 4 years. If you divide it by 4 times 365 days, it means 10 lies a day. During 4 years, he made 10 lies a day. So nothing he says is reliable.
Okay, I kind of had enough of this. I just woke up to Trump bashing. It's just, it's at a point. No. Everyone mute. So I just heard a number of things that this is crazy. I wake up to some of the most insane speakers. Okay, wait, hold on. My dear. Okay, first of all, I wake up to hear that Iran has never attacked in 250 years. Did I hear that? Did anyone else hear that? So let's teach this. Let's teach this word. Let's teach this very, very uneducated man about the word proxy, and let's teach him what the word proxy means, and then try to figure out in 250 years all of the attacks that have been orchestrated by that nation via the proxy. Let's talk about the last 47 years, and let's talk about a non-attack you think is taking American citizens and holding them hostage. You think that's an attack? Or maybe the attacks that were on
other soils that were done via the proxies of Iran, the hijackings, the car bombs. I mean, how many car bombs did Hezbollah do as a proxy of Iran? How many acts did the Houthis do, or did Hezbollah do as a proxy of Iran? Or the attempts to assassinate American American officials from our cabinet, our president. I mean, there's a laundry list. So I'm not finished. I'm not finished. Then I'm not finished, sweetheart. Love trucks. You're gonna mute. You're gonna mute. And then he has the audacity to now attack our president and say, and this is probably why they have this assassination attempts. And who knows who was involved in the assassination attempts? That may even show up in rooms that we have. They have these attempts to kill our president, and then he comes in a room and says that our president has lied. What did he say? 11,000 times, and every day he lies, and he goes on and on to disparage our president. You know, I don't know who you are. I pray you're not on U.S. soil, and if you are and you speak this way, then you're concerning. You're very concerning, and you're very delusional, and you're sitting here with propaganda against our country. And I'm gonna thank God I woke up and I'm saying something on this. Monica, is she on the phone? And it's absolute lies about Iran sitting, just twiddling their fingers, and not doing anything, and not attacking. What's a proxy? What happens when you take your money and you fund some other dude, and you tell that other dude to go attack, and you train that other dude how to attack, and you give them all the weapons, all the know-how to go hurt someone? You don't think that's an attack? Well, let me tell you something. If you came in a court of law, you'd be doing just as much time. So no, that's a lie. Don't try to paint the country as some innocent nation that has not been the access of evil to the world and the biggest state sponsor of terrorism in the world. You go find a country that's going to tell you that's not true, because everyone thinks that. Oh, maybe North Korea, your friends, but no, you're not going to come on stage and make a comment like that. And I'm literally just hearing this. I don't know what else he said. I don't know how long he's been talking, but you're not disparaging the United States, and you're not disparaging our leaders here. And you know what? You're not going to be assassinating them anymore. You're losing that ability now. Too bad. Okay.
So
no, before you answer, does anyone else want to share those thoughts?
No, I want to answer.
Hold on. What you should do first and foremost is explain why you decided to, in an American space, talk about the president the way you did. Now listen, you have any right, but like she's saying, you don't just do that just because you think you can. You gotta understand you're talking to a bunch of Americans, man. Okay? And you guys can criticize, because I know you don't do this in your country. I know you don't do that in anywhere over there. See, we do have freedom of speech, but you do not know how the president operates and why he actually has a cabinet. And for you to say things the way you said it, it's disingenuous. You got to stop thinking that you actually know how to operate. And to my knowledge, we've only had 47 presidents in the United States. And to run for that office, you have to have a little bit of cahoots. So let's make sure we're on the same page, bro.
Yeah, sure. I would try to be.
Hold on. Can I finish?
Yeah, for sure.
Thanks. All I'm saying to you is this. I never ran for president of the United States. That's not an easy task. And to do it twice, that's pretty powerful. So let's make sure we don't just say things that don't even. You can say anything you want.
I would try to correct my tone if I offended you.
This is not Iranian TV. This is Clubhouse. Okay, be careful.
Yeah, I would try to.
It's not Iranian propaganda TV.
Your disdain for our president is concerning to us. Your disdain for our president has turned into attempts to hurt our president. And everyone in this room our antenna is going to go up when we hear this. First of all, I don't know who feeds you your propaganda about our president, but your comments about him
Yeah,
It's concerning for all of us.
I heard your comments. If I haven't, because you addressed me, right? So what I want to say is that there is an article, right? What I said, I believe it's a fact. If I offended you, if I try to be respectful, thank you for giving this opportunity. There is an article in Washington Post. I talked about the counter-terrorism authorities. Tucker Carlson. These are all American. You know them. The article is on April 19th.
So you're quoting, let me understand what you're quoting. You're quoting Tucker Carlson, and you're going to say that
I mentioned that.
that's going to be the authority?
He's a, no, I said it.
Or are you quoting something
maybe
out
I
of
was
the
a
US
little
government?
bit fast. Maybe I was a little bit fast. I mentioned multiple sources.
Multiple. So far, that's you've got propaganda there. You're saying the Washington Post, also an extremely left-leaning, negative towards the government and towards the president.
I don't think Washington Post is extremely, it's April 29th. April 29, 2019. There is an article that talks about 11.
You say?
Yes, there is an article mentioning 11,000 lives during the first term of President Trump. You can look it up. I talked about Joe Tent, the Counterterrorism Authority.
The one that's under investigation? The one that's now being investigated by the FBI?
I think it has some value, right? It has some value. He was part of.
I don't know. It doesn't. What he says has been debunked.
I just want to mention one more point about
you're quoting Tucker Carlson, Joe Kent, who both now are under federal investigation. Keep going.
Okay. President Trump was under federal investigation sometime. So I just want.
Can I ask you a question?
Let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question. And it's really very important. Do you know that we actually have lawmakers, legislators in America? Most of us do not get our information from talking heads or mainstream media. We actually have people in the halls of Congress, our Senate, that actually pass laws. Everything else is just words. Does that make sense to you?
Of course, that's why I mentioned an authority, right? I also mentioned fact checking is important. I know this source. I would be happy if you guys introduce another important. The two fact checking sources that I believe does that amazingly, based on journalists that I've talked to, is PolitiFact, Washington Post. These are important.
I think the room is hijacked, right? This is not.
One last thing I want to talk about. I want to talk about the hostages, because it's important, right? It has been mentioned. I agree with Abby actually in that sense that taking hostages by the government was a horrible thing by Iranian government, right? So here I want to mention, I'm really sorry for that as an Iranian. I apologize whenever it's needed to be said. I'm doing that, and I'm ashamed. This is to show my sincerity, but at the same time, I want to mention, if you want to talk about Iran-U.S. conflict during the years, the history doesn't start after 1979 revolution. History, if you want to talk about it, you can also take a look at the coup d'etat that happened during Dr. Mossadegh's time, 1953.
Yeah, but we're not talking about that.
Why the U.S.
We're not talking about that. You're moving the goalposts. We're not talking. I would make a comment. Everyone wait. No. You made a comment that Iran has not attacked anyone that Iran has not attacked anyone. Did everyone else hear this comment in 250 years? We were not talking about that. I asked you to address what a proxy is. I asked you to define a proxy. You can't do that. You know exactly what a proxy is.
Correct.
You know exactly what attacks have come from proxies of Iran, who they've orchestrated, what they've controlled, what countries they've controlled it, who they've assassinated, how many American citizens have been murdered, how many American servicemen have been murdered, how many car bombs did they allow their proxies or train their proxies to do. You're avoiding all of that. You're making it sound like it's a fucking Pollyanna country. Well, it is not. It is not a Pollyanna country. and maybe you should own that.
Yeah.
You didn't address it.
Quick question. Fayad, do you believe in regime change or you're a reformist?
I'm not a reformist.
Do you believe in regime change? So you okay with this war to finish it and get rid of this IRGC?
I don't agree on this terminology of regime change because I don't know what the hell that means.
So you're the reformist? Like you think that
your invaders. Doesn't
you think it's
want your invaders to come and rescue you. It's not a rescue mission.
I agree with you. Don't go there. Do you think this regime should stay with some moderate people and then continue and make it a little sugar coat or whatever?
No,
So what we should do?
I believe and I do. But that's a different question. I need 47 minutes for that.
You don't have time.
Exactly.
You're not in the United States, are you? Please say no.
I want to address Abby's comment.
Are you in the United States?
It doesn't matter.
Yeah, it doesn't matter, actually. Because our app is monitored. It's monitored by law enforcement. We do. This is important to hear when you hear someone like
What
this.
else law enforcement if the president was?
Abby, let's have a sincere
Do you not follow now what we're looking at on social media in our country? You don't follow
Abby,
that?
you heard my word. I try to be sincere.
They care very much. Yep.
Abby, I'm not in the United States.
Okay, good.
Let's build on what we had, right? Let's build on what we agreed on. I try to be sincere and I would not.
Okay, the proxies. What about the proxies?
Okay.
How do you feel about
For
those?
sure. Yeah.
Can I ask you a question?
Iran has. No, come on, man.
You're talking for 10 minutes now. I have a question for you.
Abby, do you want to talk or if you don't want to talk?
Who else came on stage? Actually, I just started mine. I don't know where everybody else is on the mic, but who else just came on stage that wants to talk about this? Maybe someone from Iran that would like to refute what he was saying.
I think
if you guys don't want to have a dialogue, I will go down. It's fine. I would say, yeah, I'm doing that. If you give me some time.
I don't give you. It's enough. Tusi, you made something. You mentioned a good point.
Wait.
I had a question.
I'm talking. I'm talking.
So,
okay, you're done. You're done now, Tayez.
Tusi, you mentioned that it looks like a domestic issue. What do you mean by that? As a
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Bye. Kiss.
Take care.
Bye. What do you mean by that?
I don't remember.
Okay, guys, let me have the mic.
I like it was so long ago that I said that.
Yeah. Do you think that if whatever happened in Iran is a domestic issue and other countries shouldn't care? Especially a guy from Syria that Iran did a lot of mess in your country?
So let's talk about that.
Let's talk about that, yeah. Who supported Assad?
Let me go ahead because I've been here for a while, guys.
Okay, listen. I'm gonna give the mic to others because
Okay, wait. You guys figure out. One person take the mic. You figure it out between the three of you.
I'll give it up to whomever wants it. I just talk about the religious freedom stuff that is a domestic issue.
Oh, okay.
That it is not. It's like the thing with the proxy is something else.
Yeah.
That for a Western audience, you know, like I'm in Germany. I don't care. Like I care about people in Iran having religious freedoms, but I'm not willing like to let my country intervene in that, you know. And there's a difference between that and something like I don't know, attacking other countries, you know, these things.
So you're keeping them as two separate. Is that right? I'm hearing you.
Sorry.
So do you think that internal domestic issue shouldn't be addressed by the rest of the world? Just what they try to export,
It should be addressed, but there is like a difference between like funding proxies, attacking other countries, and like being shitty to their citizens. You know, it should be addressed on another level.
Right, but what if that domestic issue is something that is evil and harmful and hurting citizens? Do you think it should not be addressed internally? Like, find another country where there's an issue right now, like the Uyghurs, or you know, like at what point does the rest of the world just let that happen in a country and and not address it. I'm curious. Do you think countries should be autonomous that way?
I think it's the problem of their own citizens to rise up and go against their governments. I think that other countries can act like add like sanctions on like arms exports and stuff like that did not help the regimes to do these things to their citizens. But I think and they should condemn it, of course. But I don't think that it should go beyond that. I don't think
I want to jump in real quick. I have a question for everyone who's asking, because I hear this question a lot. It's on the people to get there and get to decide what to do with their country.
Yes.
Let's do that in a very small example. I have a gun in my hand. I point it to your head and I say, stop my dick. What are you going to do?
I'll suck your dick.
Okay, so that's essentially what you're saying. You're telling Iranian people to suck IRGC dick just because they have gun. And you say, and in the other hand, you say that you're in charge of being in their own freedom. What you say doesn't make any sense. You know what I'm saying?
Dawn,
IRGC has gun.
Dawn, isn't it like the Nazis putting guns at people's heads in Germany and marching them into death camps, and the rest of the world should just have sat back and not done anything? I mean, and the people that got put in the ghettos in Warsaw who didn't have guns, luckily some got smuggled into them. But should we have not armed them? Should we have not helped them because the Nazis had the guns? Dawn, is that kind of what you're saying?
The Nazis went into Poland.
No, I'm saying when they were in Germany. In Germany, I know they went into
Germany.
Should we have done
the ghettos were established much later. Like the whole Holocaust.
Yeah. I understand, but should we have done nothing for the German citizens that were being killed?
Of course, we should have accepted refugees. The Americans should have accepted refugees. So they should have turned.
I've been waiting for a while, so let me go ahead. I want to make a point.
Wait, hold on.
Okay, Dawn. Okay, so Dawn go, then conference. Is it conference? Okay.
What do you mean exactly by saying people should make themselves free? Like how? Can you give me an example? How can people do that against armed people, armed crazy people that they're going to shoot you in the head? Doesn't matter what you say. If you're in the street, they're going to shoot you in the head because they assume that you are, I don't know, U.S. a spy or Israel a spy. How can you rise up against such a government? Thank you.
I think it's just that I think the whole regime change wars were just led to much more death and losses and a lot of chaos that it's in most cases not worth it. The risk of leading the country into something much worse is much bigger. I think there are a lot of examples, if you look at history, where people managed to rise up and defeat the government. I could call East Germany, Hungary, all the Eastern Bloc countries. You could look also in South Africa. If you're not a fan of that, you can look at many other countries. This happened a lot with regimes that were much crazier sometimes than you would think.
What's the issue with this scenario that, okay, another country come here, as Don said, weak this government, weak this regime, take the gun out from their hand, and then people finish it. What's the problem?
The problem is you have the scenario.
People finish it. People
You know,
finish it, okay?
you have the scenario of North Korea, The US went in, weakened the regime did not fall. What happened? The regime became stronger.
That's what I'm saying. Okay, that's what they need to finish it. The other government needs to go to the end. If Trump comes today and say, I'm gonna attack anymore, yes, we're gonna have North Korea. But if they continue for another 4 weeks, weaken this regime, and then people go to the street and finish it, yes, we have something. It's not gonna be North Korea. But if he stop it today, whatever he started 30-something days ago, we agree or not, he already started, he needs to finish.
say on the same topic, or are you finna change the topic?
No, the same topic here. Let's talk about Iran. I want to talk about Iran.
But is it on the same topic of what we talking about?
Yeah. All right. So I was, I'm a big observer of Middle East and what's going on there. Ironically, guys, who was the first leader of the Iranian revolution?
See, hold on. You gotta hold that. Because we need.
No. I just want to give a quick.
But you're changing the trajectory.
No, I'm not changing it. Just I want to explain something. I just want to explain something. So that leader is called Ali Khamenei. That leader was sheltered.
You are making wrong. You was Khomeini, not Khamenei. Khamenei got killed 2 months ago.
Khomeini. So that guy was sheltered by France. He was sending his recorded cassettes from France. I think a village around Paris, and then the people rise up, and then they overthrow the Shah kingdom. So basically, that guy, I want to make the picture clear, guys. You need to know the history so that you can understand what's going on. So that's the one thing. The second thing.
He didn't start a massacre against people that are against him. That's the difference. He left. But
So what I'm
not going anywhere. They're having a gun in their hand, and they're gonna shoot everyone, including you, including me.
Let me just. Can I finish up? I'm not. Here we need to ask our questions. Ourselves one question, like why France government hosted this clinic, which is called Khomeini. Why they hosted it? The second thing I want to talk about is that this war.
Who in France hosted it?
Americans.
Who in France?
Yeah.
So question one that you had, you just said, when I help you ask your question, who in the French government, who is the Prime Minister of France then? Who's the President of France?
I don't want to go into details, but
So you're saying the French government, be specific. It wasn't Macron, he was...
No, it was Mitterrand. It was Mitterrand.
Yeah.
And he has a point. I want to know what is his point. So what do you want to say?
Okay, but let me
Yes.
Okay, let me talk. So what I'm saying is that so now, and this I know one thing. This war is not an American war. This is what I know. In the Middle East, there is a challenge between two powers who want to dominate the other. Okay, so Israel is trying to dominate that.
Israel is trying not to be bombed. Israel is trying not to have its citizens massacred. Israel wants to exist without having its borders attacked. Israel doesn't want Iran's land. Israel wants to live on its own land and not have its citizens butchered, raped, and taken as hostage. And they don't want their villages having missile attacks every frickin' day. Okay, from 3 proxies, and now from Iran itself. That's what they want. They want to establish more missile defense, and they want which they have with the United States. And so, please tell me why you think Israel wants Iran. Israel wants Iran to stop. To just stop.
Israel wants Iran. No, he's talking about. I know what he's talking about. He's talking about there's a certain sect of religious Jews that believe Iran is still part of Israel. And that's what he's talking about. And people you're going to start doing it in the next couple of weeks. You're going to say, shut the fuck up, cop. You didn't even listen to Sport and Master. You're going to stay on subject.
And that's the powers of some British.
But the problem is, in the next couple of weeks, they're going to start saying that Israel wants Iran. You guys are going to hear it more and more and more. And that's problematic.
So, hold that thought. No. I don't get it. We did go somewhere. We still gonna be here when you get back because we're not talking about that right now. What we talking about, we really finna iron this thing out about what are the options that's available when it comes to the liberation situation of Iran. That's what we're talking about. Now, the brother Husi. How do I say your name? Husi. Okay. So Husi disagrees with a foreign power intervening in the mix. Is that a fair summary?
Yeah, for domestic issues, yeah.
Okay.
Let me.
So,
oh my God, you're giving us that market in the background.
So the answer is
Confi, I'm sorry, just let me tell everyone one thing. Confi, you're always bringing these like historic stuff. No one cares. Talk like a normal person.
all right.
Like,
So
what the hell?
So, Hussy, let me ask you this. When an internal conflict, like let's say, for example, if you take all of the American voices on the stage and you drop them as natives of China, how long do you allow the bickering to take place in Iran before it starts to become counterparty risk to the livelihood of China?
I didn't get that. Could you just like repeat it?
I'll rephrase it.
Yeah.
I'll rephrase it. So the bickering going on in Iran is causing China to suffer when it comes to their ability to collect fuel or oil. So this can be devastating to China. So if we Americans today, let's snap our fingers and now we're Chinese citizens. How long should we wait for you guys to figure that out before we come in and intervene? Because the bickering over there is affecting us as Chinese citizens. How long should we let that happen before we say, fuck this, we finna come in and do what we gotta do?
So you're betting that the Chinese would intervene at some point and take out the regime themselves?
Well, people with interest of surviving,
No,
and they see that it could be anybody. You know, if right now it's the United States, because our claim is that you know the Iranian, not the people, but just Iran as a nation, is willing to develop weapons and exercise them on Israel and America and Europe. So that is our reason for going in, because we see it as a threat to us. But China or anyone else who relies on Iran for oil, they can have their own interests that's pertinent to them. So if China gets, I don't know what the percentage is, but if China gets the majority, like let's say 70 to 80% of their oil from Iran, and the issues that are going on over there starts to affect China as a civilization, they are going to invade too. So the question is, for each nation's interest and their reliance or need to diffuse all of the issues going on in Iran, how long should all of these nations wait before they say, man, fuck international law, fuck all of this shit, we finna go in and we finna get this shit straightened out so that way we can move on and continue doing business? Like, how long should all of these nations wait?
Definitely not 47 years. I don't think. Yeah, I get your point, but I don't think your description is correct. To be honest, I think China is winning right now. I think China is happy right now. They're getting their oil tankers through. Every oil tanker that is getting through is paid by Chinese yuan. They're amassing gold. There's nothing that says that China is selling gold like the Gulf countries and Turkey. There's nothing on hand that shows that what you're saying is happening.
Okay.
Don't get me wrong.
So that's one nation.
Don't get me wrong. Don't get me wrong. Iran is devastated. It's fucked. It's the biggest loser also in this conflict until now.
Well, that's after the fact. That's after the bombs. But if we rewind back before, there were issues that persisted either way. So the bombing, if you will, just kind of, like you mentioned, it put a pretty big gap in Iran's capabilities. But there are issues that, if we go back to the reason why, like let's say China's not impacted great, but the U.S. saw the potential, which is the reason why they struck first.
I think, to be honest, I think the U.S. struck because they
weren't happy with the negotiations.
No, that's not
But
true.
that's your perspective.
Yeah.
That's my perspective about it.
Right.
Like, you guys could disagree with me. I'm not gonna threaten anyone with anything. I'm not gonna be.
So, for example, like if we go back to the China example, if the IRGC kill off all of the Iranians, then who exactly are they gonna buy? Who's gonna be there to do the jobs to actually get
That's the
oil?
thing. I think the IRGC is stronger than we think right now because of the bombing. I think many people are going to the IRGC right now.
No.
Like,
really, this is the first time that someone said that in a room.
No.
It's interesting that you said that.
I think so.
And on what do you base that on? We've not made that. I've not been in all the first rooms.
If you can I answer that question? Because
Hussein, 1 second. This is the first time I've heard that comment because we hear usually the polar opposite. What do you base that?
What I base that on?
Yeah.
Like some friends.
So it's anecdotal.
Like, what's the foundation of why you say that? Oh, okay.
And it's also like there are some polls that say that right now the Iranian regime has more support.
So where are the polls being done? In Iran? Do you have those polls?
It's like an anonymous polls. Like I'm not that.
So they're not really polls. They're not like real legitimate polls.
No.
And these are anecdotal, like some dude that you're friendly with says it.
Can I answer that?
Not that only. Like the guy also that just talked.
No.
I think when people get bombed, they have like a rally around the flag.
Hey, Uzi, this is a very weird feeling. So let me go one by one.
I feel also weird right now because like
listen
because you really think that the people that are getting bombed, they love the bombs.
No, they don't love the bombs. But listen to me. The first day of the war, Turkey closed the border with Iran because they were expecting like millions of refugees like leaving the country. What happened in Syria? It never happened. Iranians stayed. Maybe hundreds or thousands left the country, but they stayed to see what's going to happen with this war. It's not a love thing, okay? This is a I don't know. There's no other option, okay?
Do you know when in Syria?
But if they stop bombing and they go to the negotiation, and I said from the beginning of this war, you're gonna see millions of people gonna leave the country because they don't want to be living in North Korea anymore. As I said, we didn't ask for this war. This war was between Trump and Khamenei, the so-called supreme leader. It was between them. They finally decided to go to this war. The guy died in the minutes of the war, and now that he has started, he needs to finish it. No one left the country so far. It's not like Syria that you saw 3 million people refugees.
But you know when the refugees went out of Syria? It was like 2 years after the war.
Yeah,
people don't go out like on the first shot. They go out after like 1 to 2 years. Once they're desperate, once their bank accounts are empty. They're not gonna go out like after 4 weeks.
Because in Syria there was only every Friday protest in that specific city. I forgot. Like they were killing in that city. There was nothing in Damascus. Now they are bombing the capital right now in Tehran from the day first. Yes, finally the war in Syria went to Damascus. And
Okay. Then let's take something. Another example. You know.
Yeah.
Another example where war happened. You know, Ukraine. You know, you really think that people went on refugees in the first week? It took time.
Of course they did. You talk to the people in Krakow and Poland. Are you kidding me? How many refugees and how many people? We sent so much humanitarian for Ukraine, getting everybody out of there right away. Oh my God! Like all over the world, the world relief that went up there there were trainloads and trainloads. Getting them out right away. So that example doesn't work for you.
All I'm trying to tell you, I get that. It's a very super weird feeling.
Just calm down. Let me just explain something to this guy, right? Listen, man. Listen, just calm down, right? People in Ukraine didn't ask Russia to bomb them, right? Syria didn't ask someone to bomb them, Syrian people. But we Iranian, we ask Israel and United States, rescue us, right? That's different. There's a narrative between people willing for another country to come and rescue them compared to other countries that people don't want to interfere, right? Put that in your mind. Next time, make a statement. Make sure what you say.
And the reason for all that, if I may add, is the Islamic regime in Iran.
You are just 1%. You are just 1% of Iranian.
Can I just finish what I said?
You do not represent Iran.
Okay, dude. I'm not from Iran. I don't know.
Can I finish my thought?
Well, yeah, go ahead. Saman.
No, I was gonna say, years ago, how many years ago was it? 2 or 3 years ago. I'm from Iran, by the way, for the record. People love our football team, or what they call soccer in the U.S. And there was a game. For whatever reason, people think that elements of that team is pro-regime. Whether that's true or not, but that was the belief of the general public. And when the team lost, and this is a very, very odd thing for Iranians, they were happy. People celebrated the loss of the national football team. And that was the turning point for me, at least, watching from outside, to say the regime had done something essentially wrong for people to just go against their own national team of football, which is a big thing in Iran. Now, fast forward to the war. We never, like the German said, I think I'll say this in the name, Iranians have no agency, in my opinion, in this war. In other words, there are elements of Iranians inside and outside Iran who wanted this to happen. But Donald Trump's not going to move a 1.5 trillion machine of the army of the U.S. just because Iranians want them to, let's face it, to do something. Yes, it is in the interest of the United States and Israel to get rid of the mullahs in Iran. Mullahs who for 47 years, from day one, they started this nonsensical war against Israel, saying that, Israel has to, in fact, they did it before the Islamic Revolution. If you look at history, there were mullahs, or people who were working on the Islamic Revolution. Before the revolution happened, they were in sync with with Palestinians. Which, by the way, I'm not here to say what is just in the fight between Israel and Palestine. That's not for me to say. In fact, that is the main point that Iranians were making. It's not our war. It's not for us. We're not in the front line of that war. We should not send billions of dollars over 47 years to these groups. We call them terrorists or not, we call them resistant groups or whatever. We cannot be ahead of the Saudi Arabia or Jordan or whatever. We cannot be ahead of them. It's just it's 2,000 kilometers away from Iran. And for people to say, Israel would go after Iran anyways, that's another lie. Even with the most extreme texts saying that, Israel, the whole area belongs to Israel, they will be neighbors with Iran. That's the most extreme type of interpretation of the text, which will never happen because there's something called United Nations. It will not happen. They had Gaza, they had to give it back to Palestinians.
United Nations.
But anyway, so I finished by this.
So I don't know why the discussion is going toward this stuff because sorry, did I?
I know why the question. So there is a dichotomy. People look at people who support the Iranian.
I'm sympathetic with your like with you guys. Like I'm against the regime. I'm not gonna be like I'm not gonna say that the regime's good.
Yeah, but
I'm questioning the method. I'm not questioning the validity of the regime.
I'll tell you what the method. So yes, nobody wants. I don't want my country to be attacked by anybody, let alone Israel, right, or the U.S. But the reality is that they killed tens of thousands of people protesting in the streets. Last night, they this, an 18-year-old kid who was arrested during those, 2 months ago during those protests. 18-year-old, and a few days at the eve of the Persian New Year, they hung 3 teenagers. This is the government. We think people who don't know Iranian regime, they think they're dealing with a normal government. I'm sorry, they're not. Far from it. So you have to look at them with the lens of a terrorist organization. And if you had any doubts if they're terrorists or not, look at what they've done since they've been attacked by the US and Israel. They attack everybody in the area. Who does that? By the way, they attack most civilian places, hotels in Bahrain and Dubai. And the justification was that, we saw some American soldiers going to the hotels. I could be in one of those hotels. My family could be in one of those hotels.
The Burj Al Araj is a 7-star hotel. American soldiers don't stay there. Just wanted to make that point.
American soldiers goes to Burj Khalifa.
Yeah, I don't think
They're not at the Burj Al Araj, which is the 7-star Jumeirah hotel. They don't stay there, and that got attacked.
Let's say they were in a hotel, and next door, it's just a joke, and for people to even bring up the argument that yes, it's legit to attack the hotel. It's not. It has never been. Never will be. But who does it?
You were saying that Iran recruits terrorists. What about Israel who killed the children?
That's another story. That's another story.
I would love to keep the
Number one, that's a lie. That those children. First of all, we don't even know who was killed at that school, and it was a U.S. weapon that they said, but we still don't know. And you're moving the goalposts. So go back to what you were just saying before.
White people.
Okay, because it's an interesting point that you're making. It was an interesting point, but and can you have the same person who was speaking continue speaking?
I just want to say, Abby, before you go on, I just want to thank Abby, Ocean, Mimi, and Sword for their, this room is so much better because we can hear each other, and I just want you guys to know I appreciate the way you guys are moderating.
Well, because you're royalty when you come in, and it's always great to have you in here.
So, Husi, I just want to say something, 10 seconds, Husi. Just we need to be careful.
You bring clarity. One second. Abby, you bring clarity to a conversation that I know that a lot of people are emotional, but history tells us how things are. America has always got involved when things are what I consider not good for humanity, and I appreciate our country for doing that, even though we lose. 1 second, my friend. Even though most people today do not realize that I just posted on Facebook the 9 soldiers that laid down their life during this conflict in the last week with their names and their ages. And we Americans should be very grateful that the young people volunteer to go protect our interests. So I land there.
The Americans don't
Who said I think they were speaking?
I think Husi left. I just want to mention to him that we need to be careful about the word we use. It's not loving the war or whatever. Iranian does not love the war. I think the best word I can use is a very weird feeling. That's it. It's weird. Maybe people in other countries they can't understand that, but it's like that. It's weird. And we need to wait to see that they're gonna finish it. I mean, they cannot make it loose and they cannot cut it today or tomorrow. They need to finish it. They started. They need to finish it. That's all.
Also, remember that you now have the IRGC boasting and saying that they will have 11 warheads with nuclear capabilities. They walk out of negotiations with the American team, and that's what their statement is. So now we have to look at it, and we have to worry 11 warheads with 11 nuclear warheads that would be, look at the countries they've already attacked. So there's 11 countries, 12 countries, how many? 13 countries with 11 warheads. So where 14. Yeah, so where are those nuclear warheads going? They're going to aim them where that hotel is in Dubai, take out all the most of the Emirates there, most of the Dhabi too, because I think they attacked that Emirates as well, and then into the country of Bahrain, and then actually as far as Turkey. So, now we have to take it pretty seriously that that's what they want to do. So that these mullahs, that it's just an internal issue in Iran. No, it's not an internal issue in Iran. It hasn't been. It's never just been an internal issue. It's been an access of evil throughout the world, because their proxies have gone to South America and blown up embassies in South America. They've blown up throughout Europe. And they have absolutely, and thank goodness they're failed, attempts on American soil. We know that they've been successful against American assets. We know that they took a ship full of sailors and made them bend on their knees. We know that their proxies shot at American bases and American ships, but actually on our soil. And we had to have members of our cabinet walk around with security details because their lives have been threatened. Our president's life, that's on our soil. So yeah, it clearly begins.
Abby, the guy who attacked Salman Rushdie after many years of hiding in the U.S. That was based on the fatwa by the former supreme, quote-unquote supreme leader, Khomeini, rather. Right? That's an American soil.
Yeah, what's the girl in Brooklyn? Who's the girl in Brooklyn that's outspoken? I forget her name.
They tried to kill her, kidnap her, and
what? They tried to kill the Saudi ambassador to the United States in a restaurant in Georgetown. It got failed. The FBI found it. They tried to kill the Israeli ambassador in his home in the United States in Washington. That got caught between Israeli security and U.S. intelligence. But they tried John Bolton. They tried Mike Pompeo. These are members of our cabinet. And now our president.
Charlie Kirk was their job as well. I'm telling you that. After you will see later on, when all the dust settled, Charlie Kirk was the victim of this regime as well. As you better know, they are not doing it themselves. They hire people to do the job for them.
Israel planted Jeffrey Epstein.
Oh, please. I will tell you that
Jeffrey Epstein is Jewish too.
Yeah, that's great. You know what? So was Moses Jewish. Deal with that. I can tell you a story of a U.S. Business that the owner of the business, in a speech that he gave, like a fireside chat, other business owners at a conference, said years ago we should bomb Iran. And he was just talking about, I forget how many years ago this was. Within 24 hours, they set a virus to his company and to all of his affiliate companies. Like immediately, the computer systems went down and they hacked into it with 24 hours after he made that comment. That was on U.S. soil. So it's not always a gun attack, it's also a cyber attack, which we've had a lot of them coming out of there.
So I like how all this stuff don't even make the news.
It made the news. There was a documentary about it. I could put it in the chat. You can read all about what they did. They took responsibility for it as well.
No, I was just saying some stuff don't even make the news.
Oh,
There's so many attacks going on that it don't even make news. Like the bomb, one of these guys tried to blow up not White House, but the Capitol building. It didn't even really make the news like that.
We stop it, right? Because we stop it.
Because America's bullying. So they can choose on what's going to make ratings. If it ain't big enough, bigger they don't want to talk about it, which is still saying. But I want to say what Abby just said was so on point. There's just not enough laughing emojis. You hit that, you see. So Moses, he crushed that guy. That was. I mean, Shane kind of crushed it because. Hey, Lorenzo, would you rather turn in your citizenship and give it to somebody who want to be here? Would you be cool with that? Hell yeah, I'm going to Canada. Fuck America.
Well, we finna take over Canada too. So, where would you like to go through after that?
Like I said, bro.
Wait, hold on, Lorenzo. We gotta get that worked out first. I'm gonna let you run. Right, and when Canada becomes the 51st or 52nd or 53rd state,
You're not taking Canada. What are you talking about?
Right. So where would you go after Canada? What's like a better place for you to go? Because we'll probably take your citizenship there too. Where would you like to go?
Why do you want to take my citizenship?
No, stay in Canada. Stay in Canada.
Is that bullies?
Yeah, but
Yes.
Lorenzo, where would you like to go?
Yes, we are.
Yeah, but Lorenzo's not gonna make it in Canada either because I'll tell you why. This is why you should
He'll make it in
look
Canada.
into history of certain. Why you should research the place where you're going. Toronto, even NBA players don't like going there because the tax is higher than Listen. So you yourself, now I'm not even talking about money you have.
We're talking about taxes as Americans?
We talking about tax. We talking about the tax in Toronto will get you turned right back around. You got billionaires leaving California right now. So Toronto it's shit right now. You know.
Go pay the Canadian tax, and then get their subpar health care.
We're trying to educate you. We're trying to have it, but I'm trying to do it. I'm trying to tell you. I'm not gonna push back. I ain't gonna argue with you. I'm just trying to tell you how Toronto is when you say Toronto. And you can go from there. I ain't gonna come on, Mike, but I'm just letting you know. You're gonna turn your ass back around. Trust me, believe. The dog gonna be locked.
All I'm saying is, based on where our economy is going, a lot of motherfuckers not gonna want to be here by the end of this year.
Really? How's your portfolio, Lorenzo? How's it performing?
Hey, listen.
How's your portfolio? Hold on, guys.
$5.
Yeah, pockets. Hold on. Lorenzo, how's your portfolio this year?
Personal.
No, how's your equities? Just generally, how are your equities performing? Yeah, that's not personal. Just how are your equities? How are they performing? What percentage have they moved this year?
How you spell equity?
Yeah. So just in your equities. I didn't ask about the other.
Is that with a Q or K?
Okay. So how's your portfolio performing under this last year?
It's doing pretty well.
Okay. So why do you think that by the end of the year that everyone will have their equities wiped out? How's the market today? Anyone check? Honestly, it's doing pretty good. My investments are great.
So
me too.
I'm not gonna have a conversation.
No, remember the conversation I asked you? You said that we're not gonna have any money left.
And I'm trying to answer it from no. I'm not. I'm saying that the currency will be China's currency very, 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 very soon.
This year, you said.
What's going on?
So this
I
year,
said by the end of this year, we will damn near be in a recession. Yes, it is getting bad.
Because China's currency.
We're in a recession every 10 years.
You said China's currency will become the global currency. Can you explain how does that gonna happen?
Did you know about the Great Depression, Ari? We haven't even been close to that in a long time. We have to realize the growth that we have done. When it comes to a recession, I don't think we'll ever hit as big as the Great Depression. I think people need to understand that even when the market is low, if you invest correctly, your investments will still be up. It doesn't matter what.
If you know how to read charts and candlesticks, and you understand how the market works, you can predict where the market is going to go.
But gee, I just went to a Goldman Sachs seminar. They didn't tell me this, Lorenzo. Do you think the people at Goldman maybe need to talk to you? What do you guys?
That's why I say people need to take the initiative and literally start learning how to read charts. Read fucking charts.
You're not astrology? The astrology charts?
You're not telling us. No, Lorenzo, but you're not telling us anything. You're just telling us to read charts. You're not telling us what.
Hold on, Sword. Do you want to speak?
I would like to. Can I ask a question?
Go ahead, brother Edward.
Market. Lorenzo.
Yes.
Let me ask you a question. I'm going away from economics.
didn't take civics, did they?
I mean, yeah, what truth do you hold to be self-evident?
Understanding, because
does that line mean?
You should know where that phrase comes from.
Jesus. Lorenzo, did you ever hear that line before? Did you ever hear that line before?
Yes, but he's telling me to take the economics out.
Yeah, so that line that he just said, did you ever hear it?
It's not economics. It's not economics.
Not Edward, they created that in 1913 with the Federal Reserve.
Exactly.
Right.
We've been around a lot longer than that, right, Lord?
I just want to hear, Lorenzo, what's in the charts that you're talking about? You keep telling us to read the
That's not
chart.
pocket. This is very important because you talk about going to other countries versus self-evident truth. So I'm just trying to find out where he's heading.
He's trying to get out of America.
I know, but he's going to other ideologies that does not give him self-evident truth. So I'm just trying to find out from Lorenzo what self-evident truth does he hold.
You can't critically think with the rationale.
Research. Just
no.
be.
No. Okay.
I mean,
so Lorenzo, let me shortchange it for you. Let me shortchange it. Okay.
Go ahead.
So what the ideal of America is that you as an independent person, you have a right to life, you have a right to liberty, and you have a right to pursue happiness. That's what you have a right to do as an individual person. You're talking about going to Canada, which is not. They don't give you that right. Talk about China. Listen, Chinese people are under communism. They ran by the state, not by individuals themselves. We, the people of the United States, have our own rights. We're not ran, even though we believe that the government's supposed to be doing something. Our government right now is out of control, but it's still in the hands of we, the people. Does that make sense, Lorenzo?
Yes, sir. But at the same time, the other day, literally, they're literally trying to overturn individuals who are born here to the point where their immigrant families didn't even stay here now. Because it's
Lorenzo, hold on. No, you made a statement. Let me respond to your statement. Can I respond to your statement?
Yes, sir.
Is it okay?
Yes, sir.
You said immigrant family. Now this is my understanding. Okay? If you come to the United States, whether you overstay your visa or whether you cross the border and you are not a legal citizen.
But how about the child?
Can I finish?
Go ahead.
You said the child, because you're missing the object lesson. We're saying just because their parents are illegal, does that make the child an American citizen? Does it?
Yes, because they were born in America.
No, it does not.
Yes,
This is why. Okay, Lorenzo, you got to get. Hold on, Lorenzo. The land of the free still have our.
This is the Declaration of Independence. This is
it's not. Okay, so I'm gonna ask you this question since you just said.
Go ahead.
Could you please read the naturalization of the United States and how do we become citizens?
No, I want to hear your statement on what you were about to say. Go ahead.
Okay, this is my statement. If I, Edward, I've been to 54 countries, right?
Yes, sir.
If my wife and I went to another country and had a baby in that country, our baby does not become a citizen of that country. Do you understand?
That's not how America works, though.
That is. No, it does.
That's what you're saying. That's what you're saying. This is great.
Oh my God.
Can I take a
child
that has been born here that have immigrant parents, they are American citizens.
Okay,
so in our Constitution, babies.
Yeah, no, 1 second, Rapper. Lorenzo, this is what you said. Is anyone in America, based on what you said, is anyone illegal?
We are not. No, bro, no.
No one's illegal.
No, because they have moved the goalposts.
No, I'm not.
Was that, hey, you're saying this is the land of the free. And I'm
not saying that.
saying that they are illegal. And China is not illegal.
Okay, I'm gonna ask you a question, Lorenzo, again. Could you please just explain to us what makes a person an illegal alien in the United States?
Person who comes over here illegally.
Okay, so I'm asking you a question.
But that child is
Okay,
here illegally.
okay, you cannot change the goalpost. You can't say that I broke. Listen, you can't say that I broke the law. And everything I do after I break the law, everything I do is legal now. Are you understanding your frame of reference? You're telling me I crossed the border into Turkey. I'm an illegal alien in Turkey. Now that I have children in Turkey, you're telling me that my children become Turkish.
But it's crazy because nobody had an issue with this until Trump brought it up, man.
No. Hold on.
Everybody has an issue with this now?
Okay, Lorenzo, I'm gonna ask you a question, Lorenzo. Okay. I'm just trying to stay focused, Lorenzo. Do you know that the United States of America actually has a path to citizenship? Do you know that?
No. Go ahead, tell me about it. I'm listening.
Every year, every Friday here in the state of California, there are thousands of people that raise their hand and swear to our Constitution that they're going to uphold it and they're going to repeal all foreign other things. They're not going to go with their country. They're going to deny their country. Every year, 1,372,000 people become Americans every year in the United States through legal means. Do you understand that this is what's happening in America every single Friday? All of our state houses do it. And if you want to, you can go read the actual swearing-in oath on what people actually do to become an American citizen. It's not someone's right just because they decide to cross over a border.
It's the 14th Amendment.
Oh, come on, man. Okay. Lorenzo, I'm asking a question. Lorenzo, I'm asking a question.
Regardless of their legal status, are automatic citizens.
Okay, Lorenzo. I don't know why.
Persons born or naturalized in the United States and subject to the jurisdiction thereof are citizens of the United States.
Lorenzo, hold on. Does the word illegal alien appear there? Okay, I went to the
What he's doing, Edward, is he's reading you the law from that. I'm with you wholeheartedly because he's reading that, and that's what he's reading. He's
But
just
the
reading
word
that.
illegal ain't in there.
And right, that's what I'm with y'all. Don't get me wrong, but you have to listen, Lorenzo. Understand what he said, because even here in Virginia Beach, like he said in California, there's so many that raise their hands and say what they're going to do, and read what they have to read, and repeat what they have to repeat to become. They do this it's almost every year, like he said. So what you're doing, you're reading something, and we're trying to tell you that person is not legal.
And I understand that, but I'm talking about the child.
The child is not legal.
Brother, it's legal, Lorenzo.
Brother, so did you yourself believe in separating parents from their kids? Because if the parents are not legal, but you're saying the kid is, hold on, brother. But okay,
Are
that's
you talking
fine.
about the child born on American soil, or just a kid that comes in with illegal parents and crosses the border?
The child born on.
Okay, so you have to differentiate. So Lorenzo, let me break. So you have to differentiate what you're talking about. So you're not talking about the people that came in across the border and then you think are automatic citizens. You're not talking about the kid that they brought with them. You're talking about the pregnant mother that came over and had her baby on U.S. soil, which is what was just in front of the U.S. Supreme Court yesterday. Is that what you're talking about?
Yes.
Okay, so you have to be clear when you're talking about the subject. Got that? Okay, you don't get automatic citizenship. Lorenzo, I'm going to try to help you here. You don't get automatic citizenship by just walking across the border. You have a process to become a legal citizen of the United States. First of all, you have to show you're not a financial burden on our economy. That's part of our law. And And if you can prove that, then you go through the process to become a U.S. citizen. You actually have to take a test. I don't know if
It's 100 questions.
yeah, I don't know if everyone on the stage would pass the test. It's a horse. You know, go through a process, and then you're ultimately sworn in. That's the legal process to becoming a U.S. citizen. Okay? Now, what you're talking about is the woman comes over and is pregnant and has a baby, and we'll find out what the Supreme Court says about it. I mean, we all heard the arguments yesterday. We heard the dialogue. But that's a different discussion than what everyone was talking about. You know, that's very nuanced.
See, even with what you're saying, what you agree, Lorenzo, you cannot have a stance on the child because the child cannot govern themselves, nigga. The person, the adult, is what establishes the citizenship, and the kid gets the citizenship from the parents, just like their habits. Just like, how the fuck can a parent get citizenship from a kid?
Because the child is born on U.S. soil.
Exactly, and the kid follows the citizenship of the parent. So Lorenzo, if you had a kid and you lived, where were you born?
I was born in Pennsylvania.
Okay, if you decide to move to New York City,
you're a Philly person. Please don't do that.
These your cousins, you see what we got to deal with?
No, don't say it. Don't say it.
So Lorenzo,
yes,
yeah, that's because we're gonna be respectful. So Lorenzo, if you're an adult and you move to New York City, have you reestablished your domicile?
Wait, is this sword?
Yes, this is sword.
I'm having a conversation with.
Yeah, that kick a lot of ass on this app. I can't remember. Yeah, I'm pretty sure you remember. You got the lumps on your head.
One time, bro.
We do? Okay. Well, you probably used to it then. So Lorenzo, if you was born in, do you still live in Pennsylvania?
I just moved back from Arizona from college.
Okay, so if you had a kid and you
just let me just get this clear. Are you in Philly, Montgomery, Bucks, Delco? Are you in any of those counties? I gave you Delco. Your Delco.
She trying to exile.
Delaware. Okay. All right. So he's in the Philly area. Makes him an Eagles fan. I gotta give him a little bit of a pass. Is Pockets in here? Is Pockets still in there? No. I don't know what that was. We were gonna. I'll give you a little bit of a pass if you are. This gives you some sanity. It's my cousin, all right. Take it.
So I just want to correct something real quick. Someone said the U.S. citizenship test is 100 questions. That used to be right 10 years ago. I think it's like 130 now.
Is it, Mother? Do you think you could pass it, Mother?
Yeah, I could pass it. I love U.S. history, but I helped my mom study for it when I was in middle school. She would have me sit in the living room and give her we would do quiz questions for her. She was cooking dinner. But I think my friend just went through it this year, and I think she said it was 130. It's one. They have changed the town. It's not 100.
What's passage rate? Do you know on it?
Oh, I don't know. I can ask him.
Curious about it. It's a really hard. It's a hard test, guys. People.
It's very hard.
Because we don't teach civics anymore, unfortunately.
Right. Well, the UK is hard. The UK is hard too. I was over in the UK and until they tested it, it was very hard to go back. Even some of the UK citizens was like, fuck, I didn't even know nothing about that. So it's the same thing. Oh man, it's hard. But Lorenzo, we got a way. You moved the goalposts. We got a way about living in Toronto. Oh, I'm talking about. You said you're gonna move to. You said you're gonna move to Toronto.
Oh yeah. Let's go back to that.
Yeah. So I just want to know how you're surviving in Toronto.
So wait, so Lorenzo, if you
wait, that's incongruent. You're gonna leave in bird territory, Toronto? Are you serious about that? Yeah, no. That's insane. So now you touched a nerve. You touched a nerve, Lorenzo. You touched a real nerve.
Abby, but you gotta understand, he doesn't know stuff as it is.
Right.
So obviously, he never answered the question.
And look where he grew up. How do you not know that term and where he grew up? Lorenzo, did you go when you were in grade school, did you go on little field trips to get on a bus and go down to 5th and Chestnut? Did you go to Chestnut when you were in grade school? Does
generation didn't
He skipped school that day.
Then y'all may have taken them.
Lorenzo,
You gotta
come
remember
on.
they don't.
He skipped school that day.
Lorenzo, did you go to Valley Forge? Did you visit him?
What question were you trying to ask me, Mr.
He asked you about going to.
You shut up.
Ask him about Independence Hall, if he's ever been.
Yeah, well, you guys are funny. So Lorenzo, because I do this across the United States and other countries, I ask, what makes America different? It's self-evident truth. So I want to know from your viewpoint, as an American, what do you hold to be true?
That we have our freedom of speech. We have our freedom. We can do anything. But things happen.
You said that, right? No. So you said that we have our freedom of speech. Do you know what amendment that is?
What, just the First Amendment?
Yeah. Do you?
This.
Sorry. Come on, sorry.
I'll
Yeah, please. So this is what, because I have to teach my children, my grandbabies this, so they understand the country they live in. Okay, we hold these truths to be self-evident. Life, liberty, and our pursuit of happiness does not come from government. Does that make sense?
Yes, because it's by the
Okay.
people for the people.
Yeah, but where does it come from?
It comes from the people. If it's
No.
not from the government,
No.
it's from the people. It's from our
No.
society.
No, it's not. Please go and read it. I'm going to land there, guys. You got to go back and read it so that you understand. No, I'll send you the link. I'll send it to you back in. No problem. I land, guys.
But what makes it that you think you can go to Toronto, though?
That's a good question. Because I want to move to Toronto. I like it out there.
Like, what makes y'all tell me that what is it you like in Toronto that is different from any other states, city, town, village here in America? I don't care if it's a tent hood, I don't care if it's in the woods. What's better in Toronto that you like? That you feel you can do well, especially with their tax?
I like the job opportunities. I like the people. People are pretty nice.
That's a great X on that one.
What job opportunities are you talking about? Okay. There's somebody.
Wait, you don't think the people are nice in Philly?
Oh, we are
Y'all know what y'all sound like right now? You know what it sound like right now? We sound like niggas talking about what chick with Van? What does Bill got better than I got?
Okay. But I just want to hear. I want to hear Lorenzo. I want to hear what Lorenzo think, not you.
Fuck yeah,
Why do you think that?
Answer that.
No, Lorenzo, don't mess with it. But what do you think? I mean, because the paid job in Toronto, I mean, the minimum wage here, just in Virginia, they moved it to $15. So to get a good job in Toronto and pay, let's say, a one-bedroom apartment for you, you probably go to New York. Because that's what it's like in Toronto.
You about to make me research this shit.
We got some people that live in Toronto on the stage.
Yeah, I know a girl now that has 2 jobs. We talk on the regular, and I've done shows in there. I do the comedy clubs up there in Toronto. What they say up in Toronto, they say they're leaving Toronto to go down to Florida. Someone want to go down to Florida because it's just like living in New York. They said.
So
it's a fact.
I'm from Toronto. I live in Toronto. And we're getting the fuck out of here.
He just not researching this.
So we're getting the fuck out of Florida. You talk about taxes.
Let him talk. Let Rocky talk.
So yeah, so I'm basically from Toronto. Not basically, I live in Toronto. And everybody is trying to get into Florida, the state, or Texas, especially from the Russian community. We're just tired of this shit. And the laws here, this is basically New York. I swear to God, there's no difference between Toronto and New York. Absolutely no difference. You want high taxes? No, you don't need to move too far. Go to New York.
What's your tax rate, Ruffy? What's the tax rate there?
The
depends what bracket you're gonna hit, but on everything, like just on purchases, there's 13% on everything.
The 13% VAT, and then your income tax.
It's harmonized sales tax. Depending which bracket, you're gonna be 30 to 40% income tax.
Is that the country, and then is the province have tax on top of that?
The province tax is GST. It's about 8%.
So you have 38% on your income and 13%.
And not only that, like our fuel taxes, because apparently we're paying for China because they're what do you call it? For carbon tax. They pay carbon tax on everything. Even though our emissions are low, other countries are fucking up, and we're the ones that's Canada's Captain Saveable, I guess. I'm gonna call it that way. We're paying for it. So, like,
And if things aren't working out for you, you got a nice humane way to office them. In the state.
Guys, let me know when I can break in for.
So what are the positives, Rafi? You have maple syrup. What else?
No positive. It's a very gray city. Very gray city. It's I don't see any positives in Canada. Like me myself, as soon as I get the opportunity, I'm getting to Florida. I'm moving to Florida or Texas.
Man, y'all know Lorenzo want to go there for August.
I heard from Canada, you see the U.S. side of Niagara Falls, and then our side is superior. That's not true.
Yeah, but we have the view from your side.
I've heard it was the opposite. I've heard the Canadian side is better than the American side.
No, the falls is American, but we have a better view of it.
Lorenzo, do you know that news gets censored there?
Not Lorenzo.
You know this? Do you know that, Lorenzo? About the censoring of news when you go to Canada? You also don't have a football team. I mean, just I'd add that in there.
Lorenzo, I put it in the chat. I put it in the chat, Lorenzo. And then you can't go there right now. I put it in the chat so you can read that. But even Ralphie, before you even think about going to Miami, here's what's happening now in Miami. A lot of New York people has gone down south. What people have to understand, when you go to another city and state, it's business like now, for them to raise things. Everybody's coming down there. That's why you have billionaires going to Texas. Now, some parts of Texas are raising tax. It's only a business sense. I would do it too. What? You want to come to my apartment because it's easier? Okay, I'm going to raise the rent because everybody want to come here. So, Lorenzo, I'm telling you, Toronto's not the place for you. So I just told you, NBA players, they don't even like to get traded. NBA players, they don't even like going there.
I think he should go.
Alright. I'm sorry, y'all. I only have a few minutes to speak with y'all this morning, and I wanted to introduce Clubhouse to Political Playhouse. It's a new house on the block. It's been open for about a month, but we haven't really done anything. Last night was Serendipity's open house that she created. The mod panel, please check out the rules, and then if you have any questions, Serendipity and I are available in BEMA. So just let us know. But civility rules here, and we allow diversity of voices. If you find yourself muted, there's typically a good reason. If you find yourself moved down, consider that strike 2. It's rare that we remove people, and I do ask the moderators, if you do happen to find someone particularly vile and foul that you feel the need to remove them, please let Serendipity and I know so that we can handle the subsequent fallout. You guys enjoy the room. I do have over 200 votes in this poll, which triggers a new poll in my mind. What would you like the new poll to be?
Something about moving to Canada.
Please, we don't. Respectfully, I don't think anybody in this room cares about Canada. We all care.
You do have a back channel too, please, ma'am. If you
We don't care if it's 13%, 20%. We're Americans, so please. We don't care. We don't care. You've been talking about Canada for the past 2
Rafi, I think he should. Some people, needs, like exactly. I think so.
Rafi, if you don't mind me asking, where are you from?
I'm originally from Russia, but I live in Canada, in Toronto.
No, like where are you really from?
Toronto.
He just said Russia.
No, okay.
I moved from Russia to let's say Toronto.
Okay, yeah. All right.
I'm not
I want to ask him again.
No, I wanted to clarify.
Yeah.
Where are you from?
Yeah, I'm American.
Where are you really from?
I'm from Georgia. Atlanta.
Oh boy.
I'm not an immigrant, if that's what you're asking. I'm a proper American.
Would you like to turn in your citizenship and give it to somebody else who wants to be here?
And that's funny. Danish is gatekeeping all of Florida. In the chat.
Can we get back to regarding the topic? I was trying to clarify what exactly we're talking about. The title of the room.
This room opened last night around 8 p.m. Eastern to listen to Trump's speech. Abby, what did you think of Trump's speech last night?
It's amazing. He bombed you.
Donald Trump is crooked.
Why is he criminal?
Monica, I was in a Seder. Monica, you got it. I was in a Seder. So I could tell you about the 10 plagues. I know a lot about that last night, but I didn't hear the speech because of that.
They regrouped. Why is Donald Trump a criminal?
Was it a beautiful ceremony?
Yes, very beautiful. Retelling the story of the Exodus.
Retelling
that Americans don't even have access to it. The oil price is all the Middle East.
One more question for Abby before I have to go on mute for a little while. Abby, there was a press conference Donald Trump held the night before last, and Norm said he was a scattered mess. Did you get to hear that one? Because Norm being critical of it makes me curious.
Yeah, no, I saw some of it. That's an interesting comment because Norm usually does not have that reaction to him. So I have to see the whole thing to be able to comment like that. But that's interesting because I would trust his view on it. He's pretty even when it comes to Trump.
I think.
Abby, if you don't mind me asking, are you a Trump supporter?
I'm a Republican. I'm a very strong Republican. I'm active in the Republican Party. So, but to answer you, I'm trying to answer. I don't know who's talking over me.
I'm asking her questions.
I'm much more involved in the congressional side of politics, in the Senate and the House, and supporting candidates there as a Republican. Not as much in the presidential race.
Follow-up question. Hold on. Are you a Caucasian?
Yes, with dark hair and brown eyes.
Is your next question? Baby, what's your sign?
Yeah, my sign, I'm an Aquarius. I'm an Eagles fan. I'm a Phillies fan, diehard Phillies fan. I like the Sixers, and I'm a Golden Knights fan. No, I'm not Catholic, but I grew up in Philadelphia with a lot of Catholics in my city. I grew up in a multicultural city where everyone was very tolerant of everyone else in my city. It's brotherly love there, babe. We all are just Eagles fan. Yeah, we're all Eagles fans. Even Lorenzo and I.
I'm gonna trust Abby to know when these questions get uncomfortable. I'm gonna trust Abby.
Lorenzo and I. Thank you.
Calm down. It's some water.
Go birds.
Well,
Thoughts on black people. I just said what city I grew up in. Lorenzo and I, who aren't agreeing on stuff, is going to tell you about the city I grew up in. It's a multicultural city where whites and blacks in Philadelphia have been together, working together in our government, in our city, in our schools, for probably one of the best experiments in the country in terms of a city that is a mixed city, very mixed city. And Lorenzo, would you acknowledge what Philly's like?
Would you let your daughter?
All right, honestly, let's talk to regroup. Hold on. Let's talk. I want to hear regroup on why you think that. I want to talk to regroup. Oh my God. Regroup. Why do you think Donald Trump's a criminal?
You guys are American. I'm not American. But the other side of the world, you have to know that you are American. You caused the war.
Hold on, buddy. I asked you a specific question. You said that Donald Trump's a criminal. Why is he a criminal?
He's a war criminal. He created a war that had nothing to do with the world.
We Americans. Wait.
He's the only one. I'm from Australia. Listen to me.
You're from where?
I'm from Australia.
You ain't fucking from Australia. Where are you really from?
Hey, how's your shrimp on the Barbie?
The price of the oils and the gas tank.
This is not. Where's Aceh? What's the main street in Brisbane? What's the big shopping street there?
Big shopping street? What are you talking about? We have the city harbor. Now the oil price is going up. Now our prime minister, he gave like 26.
Does it sound like there's kind of something in his mouth while he's talking?
He's asking a nonsense question.
I asked this guy.
Yeah. One thing Abby can say about, and Philadelphia can say about is, Philadelphia, I've been so many years, so many times performing there, and I can say Philly don't give a fuck about your race. Just get the fuck out the way while we're watching the game. That's Philadelphia.
Thank you.
Philly. I'm from DC, so I know Philly fans. Now, where they are pissed off and there's no brotherly love, that goddamn Eagles lose again. Then they ain't no brotherly love for nobody.
But we don't have. It's a very mixed city. It always has been. I mean, not all cities are. It's just a tolerant mixed city. It's hard to explain it, but you don't, because you've got so many ethnicities that live and it's settled there. And
y'all move Santa Claus. Y'all move fucking Santa Claus.
But we're kind of a working class city, I would say. Lorenzo, are you agreeing with me on this?
Yes, ma'am. So here was my experience in Philly. Philly was nice and the courthouse was really pretty. The one thing that caught me off guard was like, Philly is slightly. You heard me talking first. Why do I have to wait for you to be done? I was waiting my turn. All right, I'm almost done. All right. So essentially, I got 3 more sentences. I'm almost done. Essentially, the one con to Philly was that it's kind of forgettable. Like, it doesn't have a lot of very, like, I know it's gonna piss people off, but like, it doesn't have very like distinct things from other northeast cities that are really big differentiators. It felt like I had seen it already, and that nothing really stuck out. So that's all I have to say.
Mother is having a renaissance of restaurants. They just won all the Michelin restaurants there, like restaurant awards. So it is actually. I'll tell you something to try to give you a weird sense of how a city can change. They had a city ordinance for years and years that you couldn't have outdoor seating by restaurants. So, like if you're in New York or you see the cafes. And then when they changed the ordinance, the restaurants changed. All of a sudden, the style of them changed, and you had outdoor cafes. So certain things like that can sometimes, like just a crazy ordinance like that, can change a whole feeling or vibe in a city. But it is going through a really good change with respect to that. The negative is the district attorney, who is like a Soros district attorney. And basically, the cops are good. They arrest people, but they don't prosecute them. So you have a crime issue there in the downtown. That's a problem. But it emanates right back.
Every metro city, too, though.
Not every, like...
guys, I don't want to be rude. You guys been talking and 100 people left the room. Can we get back on topic?
Okay, go back to topic. Okay, never mind.
Let them leave.
I'm going to talk about it. I'll send Mother, I'm going to send you some restaurants to go to. Go ahead, Bibi. Go back to the topic.
Sorry, I didn't want to be rude.
It's all right.
I'm Samantha. I guess the topic, but also I wanted to bring up more importantly that the people in the audience, you see a lot of red tickets. If you guys can cash in your tickets for this new house, the house has been going for almost about 20 hours hours right now. Maybe even, I think a little less, but it's been going from last night all the way until today, which is it's going really hard and strong. At one point, it reached almost 300 people in the room about an hour ago, which is really impressive. If you guys can all cash your tickets at the top of the house on the page right now, it'll say Political Playhouse. There'll be an arrow to the right. Click on that. You put the hand in your ticket. It'll say Join House. Join House. So every time when there's a beautiful room that goes up, you'll be able to see it in the hallway right away, and you can jump right on in and be part of the action and participation. There's a couple of rules, and they're pretty simple. It's just basically room creators curate content. Mods may interrupt you. You may not. Keep comments short and sweet. Moderate yourself, or we will. Basically, you got like a minute and a half, 2 minutes of uninterrupted speech. You have your own opinion. Not everybody's going to agree with it. Let's keep it flowing like a hot potato, and you just keep passing it on. When one person's unmuting and you don't like to hear what he has to say, not 5 of you unmute and interrupt them, because then all of a sudden 1.5 minutes turns into 15 minutes of bullshit. Let's keep this going. This is a great space, great speakers, a lot of intelligent, smart people in this room from all walks of life. You can hear some good pushback. You can hear some narratives, and this is content. This is good content. So whoever wants to come up, I'd like to also hear from new voices. We're talking about USA, Trump, Israel, and Iran, the conflict, as well as the speech that Donald Trump read last night at around 9 p.m. Pardon?
This is Edward. Can I ask a question of you?
Go ahead.
So your title says Trump, U.S., Israel, Iran. In my observation, why don't we put the leaders of other countries up at the same time we put our leader up?
Yeah, I never made the title.
I think
good idea, though.
It's about the speech of Trump at the beginning.
But I don't think the problem is you're not being. The problem is by the time we put up Iran's leader, we'll have to take it down because he gets killed.
No, but I think like the Trump thing, Trump's speech.
Who's that? He gave you the rules, right? Can you wait up for a second, please? Okay. So the reason why is because, from my observation, this conflict is between the United States, right? Israel. Trump happens to be the president, right? But when we focus more on Trump, we miss out. This is just my opinion. We miss out on the greater good of what America wants around the world, versus us always focused on Trump, because unfortunately you all heard it, the Trump deranged syndrome. Why? Because people do not see who the man is trying to do for America. That's why I asked the question.
And I agree. For people that, instead of looking at the greater good of what America's doing, they're focused on that Trump's involved, and they think that Trump comes up with all the decisions. They forget that he's got a war cabinet, and he's got people that advise him. He's got a huge cabinet of advisors. It's not just Trump waking up and saying, I'm gonna do this today. And the problem is they're getting all. Yeah, I totally agree with what you're saying.
So I actually disagree with both of y'all. So I think that I know this is a room of Trump apologists, and therefore this room has the right word lean to it, but it doesn't make any sense. Whatever, if it was Biden that was doing this, we would be calling it out by name, especially when 60+% of the country is not.
Okay, mother, what do you think Trump's doing? What do you think Trump's doing when you're saying that we'd be attacking Biden? No, actually, if you read the rules, then you would understand that I'm allowed to interrupt you.
Oh, okay, so you get to be an asshole.
I'm not being an asshole.
Mother, hold on. You know why, Mother? You know why?
You don't get to interrupt me.
Yeah, I do.
Why you get to interrupt me? I was speaking first.
Because you know why? No,
you cut me off.
No, I'm not going to stop talking because you decided to interrupt me. I'm going to get my statement out. I know, Mother.
There you go. Don't worry, Mother's. Go ahead, Edward.
Makes me value one life here.
Edward was speaking and he was rudely interrupted, and then somebody took over and forgot that Edward was speaking, which is
exactly. It's just crazy. Oh my God. So going back, first of all, none of us apologizing for Donald Trump. We are Americans. We support our president, even though I didn't vote for Joe Biden or the Edward is none. I want to rewind the tape real quick because y'all are effective gaslighters. The man went on mute, and and I started speaking after he was on mute. This is how Clubhouse works. Why am I getting muted? Well, don't play the. I think you could say whatever you want in here. Don't play the victim of being interrupted when you want to fucking mute.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
I do like the moderation. Fellas, when they're moderating, though. Go ahead.
Okay, so essentially, right, what I was going to say is, like, if this was Joe Biden, we would be drilling Joe Biden about attacking this war. 60+% of the country is not in favor of it and does not want it to happen, right? And also, why am I getting muted for saying my statement? Can I just finish the fucking statement?
He'd be done by now if y'all quit fucking with serious.
Stop muting him, guys. This fucking guy, he could be finished. You're right.
Yeah, okay, I'm done. They keep muting me anyways. Just go on to the next person.
So,
you guys gotta check your moderator.
I will demod everybody. I will. You think I'm scared?
Scared.
Try one more time, Mother.
I don't think
Literally, you got 2 sentences left, right? So,
actually, he's muting himself.
I'm just trying to keep it consistent.
Victim mentality.
Oh, wait, are you still going? I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
I would like for people to keep it consistent of how you would treat this if it was a Democratic start. All right. Still getting muted. I'm done.
Honestly, he's muting himself.
If Democrat did this, I heard you, Mother. They couldn't stop you from getting your message out. And I'm going to screenshot the mod panel, I guess, and pay attention next time. I don't think you guys understand how difficult it is for Tiffany and I when you pull bullshit as a moderator in our faces because we get blamed for it. It sucks. And if you were men with balls and stood and had the courage of your convictions, this wouldn't happen. Thank you, Mother, for your contribution.
Yeah, it was so insightful, man. Thanks, brother.
I don't know how we would react if a Democrat was in charge. Probably similarly to the way the Democrats are acting now that the Republicans are in charge. Unhappily.
I have a question for him, though.
No, not right now, because I'm just going to listen for a little bit, because I...
Well, no, but I have a question. I have a question. I just wanted to know if... Why are you blaming Trump? Why are you blaming him? Why aren't you celebrating him?
Hello. If we were, and I don't, because I haven't been on Clubhouse, did anyone come in Clubhouse and talk about the borders that were open under Joe Biden at the same passion that we're talking about the war right now? Yeah, real quick, so I actually took a screenshot when I got muted this time right now, and I put it on my PTR, so I'm just going to take a little bit of break, because I think the game right now is to mute me every time I speak, so I'm just going to stop, eat my lunch, and relax for a second. It's in my PTR for those saying I'm muting myself.
So I want to have a conversation with Mother. Let me do this, and I don't get accused. I'm going to move myself down, but I do want to have a conversation. Oh, is Mother still there?
Wait, I'm actually eating lunch right now, so I'm just going to move myself to the other
okay.
Come back.
No, that's fine. You can stay on stage. We'll when you're done eating, let us know. But Mother brought up a point that I think we should actually be honest about and saying is that he's actually right that if Joe Biden did this, we would be going nuts. And I'm not putting down, I'm not hitting on the merits of the war or anything like that. I'm just saying if Joe Biden did this, we would all probably be going nuts. Part of the reason, though, which Mother fails to mention, is the fact that, we don't even know if Joe Biden would even know what was happening. So if Joe Biden was doing this, it wouldn't actually be Joe Biden doing it. It would be someone else doing it. And we would have no say. We'd never hear from that person. So that would be one major thing, and also the concern that he's not incompetent, he's not competent. But I mean, we should be honest that there is some truth to what he's saying, and I think we should just kind of say, hey, look, that is the truth. But the fact is, we won, right? And so we're talking about it. But the merits of this is one thing that Mother, I don't know if you've ever commented or anyone has ever commented on, but I mean, if you look at it, right. Has any president avenged the people that the American citizens ever killed?
Just like the presidents that don't seem to care about the people being killed by illegal immigrants. Well, what can you do? It happens. Move on. Sorry. And they don't go anywhere. They don't go and even call the parents. Joe Biden didn't bother to care to call the parents. He even asked Kamala Harris, "What about the family?" They would say, "Well, not even. I feel. I'm sorry. Do you take responsibility?" No, I don't take responsibility. Like it's like holy shit. They look at the greater good, the greater this and that. Well, this guy killed people. I mean, they assassinated people. They went after. Trying to kill, they killed a former president. Hey, by the way, if they came after him, were trying to kill, Barack Obama, even though Trump doesn't like him, he would say, hey, you don't go after one of our old people. You don't go after one of our people, even if they're not in office. What did Joe Biden do? He just kind of, kind of thing. I'm sorry you missed, kind of thing. And so, it's one of those areas where, we have to say, hey, someone has to stand up for the people. And yeah, we did lose some lives, and that's sad, but I'd like to hear that argument. Hey, why do the lives of those 47,000 or more than that? I think BB gave the number earlier. Why do those people's lives not matter? And what do we do about those people? Do we just say, well, that's okay, they did it? Should we kill 47 people to make up for it, or how do we do it if we don't go to war with them? What is the other solution? That's the main question I have.
What you said, and I do appreciate the fact that you said Joe Biden would not know, but that's all hypothetical. Because none of this happened under the last administration. It actually happened under this administration. That's a fact, not a hypothesis. You also stated that when our soldiers passed away, they did not go to Andrews Air Force Base to welcome back our soldiers who laid down their life. That's the last administration. And to me, the last administration actually did not care about Americans more than they cared about their own power. So there's a major difference.
Edward, I just want to say one thing before I jump on a call. Is can we say the two out of the last three administrations didn't care? Can we say that? Because a lot of people died by the hands of Iran, and the Obama administration didn't seem to care.
Correct. I listen. That's factual information, and the reason why is because, unfortunately, this is just Edward's observation. The Democratic Party, the left, they hate America. They do not like our country. They do not like our three founding documents. That is factual, guys. So when you do not support the American foundational truth, we have a big difference. And that's why I do not support what Brother said about the fact that if this was Joe Biden doing the war, that's hypothetical. He didn't do it. So I don't need to even stand on that.
I just want to say something regarding the Democrats you mentioned. Probably there are some people out there who voted for them to come up. So I'm not against. I'm against some Democrats, but I'm telling you that there are some people who are supporting them. Edward, do you want to respond to that? Just want to say that I don't know, maybe you guys are not speaking. Just want to say that all the bad things happened to my country actually happened during the Democrats, and they are not only against U.S. citizens. They're also making mess around the world, like my country.
a child school get bombed under Trump's administration?
You guys can hear. Yeah, it's smart. Don't bring that up because that is something else that is not.
It's really hard for me to explain for you because like my English is not that good.
Yes.
The school, it was very close to the military basement. They killed.
It wasn't that close. It was about 100 meters away. And if the bomb had landed outside the school, odds are the majority of those students would be fine. So no, the fact that it was on or near a military base doesn't matter because the missile had to hit directly on the school to kill those.
I agree with you. Did you know during the uprising of the Iranians, the regime they raped two
John, do you believe that the U.S. intentionally or deliberately targeted that school?
First of all, it doesn't matter, right? Whether it was accidental or whether it was intentional, it's either manslaughter or murder, and both are crimes. So, what you're saying is like, even if it is accidental, that means America didn't do a good job with their intel because that school was known about for years. That doesn't change anything if it was accidental or not.
Do you know how many targets already U.S. attacked? Over 10,000. Actually, it's a 13,000 targets, right?
And one of those was filled with children. No, it's not fair. There's no excuse for it. Stop trying.
I'm not saying it. Michael, let me just.
Okay. Very quick one. Very quick one. Did you know in last regime, the RGC, they killed 30,000 Iranians, including students, including underage people. Did you know that?
Asking me that? Obviously, everyone knows that.
Yeah.
Everyone knows that, but that's obviously what? Like, you're like trying to like negate the school bombing with that. It doesn't change anything. You guys can stop like trying to propagandize it and make excuses.
No, I'm talking to like last 45 years. The fucking regime, they killed.
Yeah, 45 years is a long time, Michael. Why not look at the last 10 years or the last 15 or 20 years? They haven't killed any Americans in 26, 25 years, if I'm not mistaken, or maybe like a handful of Americans.
Can I say something? Micah, would you please let me talk for a second? I'm against the regime, by all heart. And my family were like, they were been through a lot because of the regime. But right now, this war, it doesn't make any sense to me. And I'm speaking like a mom, which I'm living in America, and my son is back there, and I'm worried to death like every day because, even in that school, my son could be there. And it's really weird to me, that America, like advertising their military power and stuff like that, they didn't notice that that's the school, I'm not voice of the regime. I hate the regime, honestly, and that's why I'm living in America. But it's not fair. It's not.
Of course. This war doesn't make any sense to anyone.
Rafi.
No, sorry. I'm from Minok. I grew up in Minok. Most of my life, like 10 years of my life, I grew up in between Bandar Abbas and Minok. And the guy who was talking into the let me get my back. The guy who was talking to the
said that his son and his wife all got killed by the American. I'm so sorry about that. There is no excuse about what's happening. Everyone is so sorry. Everyone is so sorry. But when you look at what happened in last 47 years in Iran, when you look at the brutality of the Iranian fascist Islamic regime, you would say, okay, this is something that's happened. We are sorry, but compared to what happened in the regime, it's nothing.
I'm gonna have a really unpopular opinion. So obviously, like no one likes IRGC, right? But the problem that I have is that I don't see how the United States is going to be able to put in something after that could potentially be any better. I mean, I'm kind of black-pilled on this whole thing. I mean, I've seen, we've all seen Syria, where we have removed Assad and 10 years of civil war for a guy who used to be in Al Qaeda getting in. You see Kurds getting killed there now. Libya has become like a human trafficking den. Like there is really no functional state. They're just political gangs now. And I really, I just don't see how the U.S. is going to be able to put in a better regime. You know what I mean? Like that's what I'm worried about. And I'm saying this because I know. Hold on, let me say something. Can I say something, please? We all say things can't get any worse than this, but history always tells you think it can get worse, and there's nothing worse that can get. But trust me, it can always get worse. It can always get worse.
But the way that you're talking about it looks like that you're superior. You're from US. You're a superior person that you have, I don't know, some advantage against any of the Middle East. Why do you feel like that?
How so? What do you mean? I couldn't quite hear you. Could you please repeat yourself?
Yeah, Daniel, the way that you explain yourself, it looks like that you're superior, that you have some advantage against Middle East.
No, I'm not. What I am understanding this from a United States perspective, which is the bill that the average citizen has been sold is that we are going to go into Iran and we're going to put in some sort of democratic regime or something that will be more akin to United States interests. It's usually the talking point that I see most people say. And what I'm saying is when I look at the United States doing this, I do not see very favorable outcomes that come from this idea. I'm not saying I'm superior or anything. I'm saying that's the spiel that most Americans have to hear.
May I speak here myself? This is Saeed. May I speak?
Please go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you. So, Daniel, I wanted to just answer very quickly to your last comment, and then I'm going to also talk about that unfortunate event of the school as well, which is definitely not something that anyone in the right mind and kind soul can accept that. But there are some context that it's not easy to just grab one event and look at it in a vacuum. That is not how you can logically see the whole chanted even instead of death to someone. I do remember when President Khatami back then wanted to say that don't tell anyone to die, just if you want to live. So shout bless to them people, bless to that people. So we tried all those civil pathways in order to fight democratically and in order to fight in a very civil way. But look what happened. They killed university students back in I think it was back in 2005, something like that. But then they appointed this puppet regime and a puppet president to increase the brutal, for example, killing of innocent people in the street and the executions, the hanging, everything was just increased. So people, when they were crushed by the bad policies of the regime, which led to the sanctions, again, no one of the Iranian people wanted the sanctions. It was just the Islamic regime who managed the situation and created an environment where people cannot afford a good living. The currency, the Iranian currency, rial is dropped. Value against the American dollar was felt much poorer day by day. So they didn't even, they took the streets to kind of complain about this hike in the price, but the regime response, instead of having a dialogue, instead of having a negotiation, was to brutally kill about 30 or 40 or whatever thousand people in the streets of Tehran just 2 months ago. Now, back then, the idea was a foreign cover, was a foreign kind of help will help the people to get rid of this regime, which is definitely not moving toward the interest of the Iranian people. Now, someone talked about Syria and the experiences in Iraq and Syria. There are a couple of points that we have to be careful. The population and the divisions that you see in, for example, Syria and Iraq, we do not have that in Iran. One might argue that different, for example, fractions or different people in different regions of Iran have different dialects, have different, for example, customs and everything, but we do not have the sectarian division that, for example, you see in Syria. After Syrian regime was toppled, every fraction claimed territory, claimed their own, for example, government and everything. We do not see that in Iran, and I do not expect to see that. We might have a very small population of, for example, different people.
Kurds, right? Like Kurds be an example.
Kurds, for example, you're absolutely right. But even Kurds of Iran are not the same, are not the Kurds of Turkey, are not the Kurds of Iraq. Kurds of Iran are they themselves, they say that we are Iranians in the first place, and then we're Kurds. I completely agree. Even in that section, there are groups and people who want a separate Kurdistan for themselves. However, that is majority. That is not the population. So that is why, honestly, Sudan, for example, after 2 months of bombarding the country, you have not seen a mass exodus of Iranian people toward other countries. In fact, I know people right now to be with their families. Why? Because there is something fundamentally different from for this population in this region that the West has never understood, because we never had a good connection, a good relationship with Iran. We never had a good trade deal. We never had a good tourism going back and forth, so we know what is exactly going on there. So the population, the culture, the customs, the integration of people in Iran is very different. So it's a very complex situation. But I just want to tell you that it is not Iraq, it is not Syria, it is not Libya, it is absolutely something different. We don't even have those countries that I just mentioned. They share a lot of history together. They share their language, they share their culture, they share their religion, they share a lot of customs. They do not share us with Iranians. Iranians do not share their language. Iranians do not share their customs. Iranians do not share their religion. Iranian population is very, very much different. Again, I don't want to say that they are better or worse. It is just different. And it is important to kind of appreciate this difference. It is something that is never appreciated, and all the textbooks, all the analysis, all the ideas have been based on a wrong assumption or an idea that is never fully understood. So that's one general bulk of information that one might look at idea. Now I want to go back to
Wait, just 1 second. I just want to do a really quick room reset, y'all. Welcome to Political Playhouse. If you have not joined the house, if you'll click at the top right next to where it says Political Playhouse and join the house, we'd love to see you come and enjoy more political conversations with us. I just want to really quickly go over the rules for the room. The room creators curate the content. Mods may interrupt. You may not. Keep your comments short and sweet and moderate yourself, or we will be happy to do it for you. Okay, sorry. I just had to get my little word vomit out there.
Monica, are you blocking her? Monica, can you unblock Harry, please?
Comment about the last speaker's speech. It's okay.
As long as it's short.
Yeah, so Saeed, I believe internal politics of Iran with that details is not interesting for a lot of our American non-Iranian friends. I believe I don't see the internal politics as you said. For example, sanctions. We talk about that because it's a little bit international for our audience. Sanctions was suggested by a lot of Iranians, especially Iranian opposition leaders, as a tool to control or make Islamic Republic's regime's heads suffer. But we are seeing that we saw that was a wrong narrative. It actually hurt Iranian people. It brought Iranian people under poverty line. The same way as this war started. You mentioned the narrative, but you are not talking about where we are right now. Where we are right now is that it was let me speak. Where we are right now is that just today we heard the news that Iranian young boy, the courageous people who went out in the streets 2 months ago in January, he was executed with seriously, like a lot of Iranians are under the same threats. I'm really worried. I think all Iranians are worried for their lives because we are good people, right? I think even our American friends are worried about everyone, every human life. However, this regime, right, doing this under the war because it's an emergency. It's like all totalitarian regimes do that. And at the same time, Americans, Israel, they bombed bridges in Iran that Donald Trump called them. I have multiple beautiful bridges in mind. I want to send them to Stone Age. This was his speech yesterday. Iranian nation. I want to send them to Stone Age. And also another institute, Pasteur Institute, which was a big legacy of Iranian monarchy. Many years ago, about 100 years of history. So why aren't they killing the judge, the horrific Iranian regime's authorities anymore? Does anyone know that? Because they're not interested in this narrative that you just mentioned. They don't want to help Iran. They have their own interests, and we have to be real about it. They are not there to do any help to others. They might use that sometimes in interviews, but they're not there to help Iranian people. They're responsible and accountable to their own nation. That is the thing that you guys are not understanding, and you keep
suggesting them to begging our invaders, like a country that has attacked us and has killed 260 children so far.
What exactly are you asking for? What are you exactly asking for?
What are we asking for? We are not asking anything from America. They have to get the hell out of our country. That's the way it is, and it's good for them because
you fuck yourself. You go fuck
they have to get the hell out of Iran, and Iranian people can't topple the regime. They have the courage, they have the ability, and I don't. You're a sellout, right? You're a sellout.